It was the autumn of 1991. Among the well-known underworld families in the United States, the Cavendish family had always been marked by misfortune. 10 years earlier, the head of that generation of the Cavendish family had died under mysterious circumstances in a car accident. It had been a bizarre accident. No witnesses and not even a trace of the wrecked vehicle could be found. It was as though every mark and fragment had been deliberately erased. His wife had died with him that night. In this old family where the bloodline passed almost solely through a single branch, only one child was left behind in the house. Erwin Cavendish, still very young. With the help of a few elderly retainers deeply loyal to the Cavendish family, Erwin formally took over many of the family businesses at the age of 6. Of course, things had not gone smoothly at first. Every challenge, however, was suppressed by Erwin with a ruthlessness far beyond his years. He rose from a boy whom no one believed and surrounded by enemies watching for the slightest weakness. Through sheer iron-blooded resolve, Erwin preserved the Cavendish legacy. Now in the hidden underworld of London, the Cavendish family stands as the last surviving clan. Erwin had managed this only because he was not merely a child at all. He was a traveler from another life. He carried the memories of an adult, even though in that previous life he had never experienced any of this. Still, he had watched more than his share of films and television dramas. To be honest, reaching this point had owed much to sheer luck, and to a strange power of his that worked only sometimes. He had chosen to call it an ability for lack of a better term. Whenever Erwin truly felt danger closing in, a powerful surge of energy would flare out from within him. That surge had saved Erwin more than once. Coupled with the fact that no one imagined such a young boy capable of such hard, decisive measures, he stabilized the family and drew all of its businesses under his control. In the old Cavendish manor, Erwin sat on a sofa leafing through a newspaper. His impeccably tailored suit made his young frame appear strikingly upright and composed. His silver hair had been trimmed and brushed with meticulous care. He read and sipped from a nearby cup of coffee, looking every bit the proper young English gentleman. Who would ever imagine that this 11-year-old noble boy already had so much blood on his hands? He set the coffee cup back down. Erwin spoke calmly. "Tom, has there been any progress regarding my parents?" The old butler replied, "I am sorry, young Master Erwin. I truly dislike saying this, but we still have no leads at all." Erwin frowned. "Still no progress. 5 years. Ever since I took over the family, I have been investigating. And now you tell me we have found nothing at all. Not even the smallest clue. Am I to believe that heaven itself reached down and took my parents away?" The old butler dared not answer. At that very moment, footsteps. A figure rushed into the hall. "Young Master Erwin. Young Master Erwin." Erwin's face darkened at once. Erwin said coldly, "Rivers, I recall telling you that if you ever shouted through the house again, I would see your tongue removed." Rivers shuddered from head to toe. Rivers stammered, "No, young Master Erwin, it's not that. I truly have an urgent matter this time." Erwin let out a quiet sigh. "Then tell me." His gaze seemed to say, "If this is not truly urgent today, you may have to bid farewell to your tongue." Rivers hurried on. "It's like this, young Master Erwin. Someone has come from outside. An old man. He insists on seeing you." Erwin's tone cooled further. "He wants to see me, and that qualifies as urgent." His posture implied, "Anyone who wishes to see me, I must grant an audience." "Is he royalty, perhaps?" Rivers shook his head. "No, but that old man is strange. I can't quite explain it, young master. Perhaps you should see for yourself." "We tried to move him, but none of us could budge him," Rivers added. Hearing that, Erwin's interest sharpened. Given the world he lived in, Erwin took his personal security extremely seriously. Those allowed to remain in the old manor were all highly capable individuals. In terms of physical capability alone, any one of them could have handled 10 ordinary men. And yet now Rivers claimed that several of them together had been unable to move a single old man. Erwin could not help wondering if this might be one of those hidden masters one reads about in novels coming to seek him out. Perhaps such a figure intended to take him as a disciple, having recognized some rare extraordinary potential in him. The more he thought about it, the more a ripple of excitement stirred in his chest. "All right," Erwin said at last, "bring him in." Rivers nodded briskly. "I'll go at once," Rivers replied. Erwin added, "Bring everyone inside. Make sure they have their equipment ready. Stay alert." Rivers answered, "Yes, young master," and hurried off. After Rivers rushed away, Erwin returned to his seat by the sofa. He drew a handgun from his waistband, checked it carefully, confirmed the rounds were loaded, and the safety off. Only then did he feel at ease. Whatever the stranger's purpose, it never hurt to be on guard. This had always been Erwin's guiding principle. Without such strict caution in his actions, Erwin might not have survived to this day. It was not long before Rivers returned, escorting an old man into the room. "My dear Mr. Erwin Cavendish, greetings. It was truly difficult to arrange a meeting with you," the old man said warmly. Erwin glanced toward him with apparent indifference. Then in the next instant, Erwin's pupils tightened. He quickly masked his reaction. He had recognized the visitor's identity. Albus Dumbledore. This was the man praised as the greatest and most formidable white wizard of the century, renowned for having defeated 2 Dark Lords. Erwin felt a strange numbness wash over him. So this was Hogwarts world. After all these years, he had only now realized where he truly was. Dumbledore had sought him out. It was unlikely he had come merely to exchange pleasantries. If that was true, Erwin might possess a natural talent for magic. Perhaps he would no longer live as a non-magical outsider. The thought made him quietly glad. Yet another question rose immediately. Where was his letter of admission to Hogwarts? As Dumbledore looked at him, a brief gleam flashed across the lenses of the old wizard's glasses. With evident interest, Dumbledore asked, "From the look of you, it seems you recognize me." Elvin's heart tightened. He knew his earlier reaction had sparked Dumbledore's suspicion. Dumbledore was far too experienced. The slightest hint of a thread, and he would tug at it. Above all, Elvin feared Dumbledore's perception. This was a man who had mastered the art of legilimency so thoroughly it seemed almost second nature. There was no telling whether he might simply reach out with his mind and read Elvin's thoughts. Of all things, Elvin feared most that his nature as a traveler between lives might be exposed. In any world, such a mark set one apart as an outsider. Dumbledore adjusted his glasses. The interest on his face deepened. Elvin saw a flicker of blue light pass across the old wizard's eyes. Elvin's heart seemed to clench. In the very next moment, an electronic synthesized voice echoed suddenly within his mind. Ding detected that the host has contacted the magical world for the first time. System activated. Ding detected that someone is peeking into the host's memory. System protection mode automatically activated. The host's memories as a transmigrator will be directly hidden. The memories presented are only those after the host arrived in this world. This protection mode is only applicable to the novice period. Please quickly get out of trouble, host. Protection duration 3 days. Ding protection mode activated. Erwin could not care about the ecstasy in his heart. Instead, he warily watched Dumbledore in front of him. Sure enough, this old silver coin had used Legilimency on him. Erwin was really speechless. This old thing really treated Legilimency as a passive skill, never turning it off. Eyes close and open, and Legilimency directly activates. This is really too absurd. After Dumbledore used Legilimency, a flash of surprise crossed his eyes. He didn't expect Erwin's life to be so colorful. Dumbledore could only describe it as colorful. However, after using Legilimency, Dumbledore found nothing. He could only think that it was because Erwin was a bit surprised to see him. As for why he was surprised, maybe it was because his beard was quite white. Erwin had never seen such a white beard. Besides that, he had no other explanation. Dumbledore said, "My child, you should have received the Hogwarts acceptance letter, right? I am here to take you to school." Erwin pretended to be puzzled and said, "What is that? What letter?" Hearing Erwin say this, Dumbledore was a bit stunned. "You didn't receive the letter?" "It's an envelope, a pale yellow envelope, with the address written in green ink. No stamp, only your name and address. On the back, it's a school crest shaped like an H composed of a lion, a snake, a badger, and an eagle. You didn't receive it." Erwin shook his head. He really hadn't received it. Otherwise, wouldn't he have been ecstatic long ago? Dumbledore frowned. "That shouldn't be. The owl should have delivered the letter to your hand." Just then, Lafussy, who was nearby, raised his hand. This was something Erwin had taught him. One should raise one's hand before interrupting others. Of course, Lafussy was disdainful of this, but usually he still did as he. But in front of Erwin, he was well behaved, because Erwin would really beat him up. Erwin saw that Lafussy wanted to speak. A sense of foreboding inexplicably rose in his heart. Erwin waved his hand. "Speak." Lafussy coughed twice. Young master, I might know where the letter that old man mentioned is." Erwin said, "Then hurry up and bring it out." Lafussy scratched his head. Young master, I can't take it out." Erwin frowned. "What do you mean?" Lafussy stammered an explanation. "So I caught it," Erwin said, "in the letter." Lafussy quietly took 2 steps back. Then he explained, "You said that all unknown letters or invitations are ill-intentioned and told us to dispose of them directly. Those who truly want to invite you will come in person. I can't read, as you know, young master. I didn't know what it was. Just then I had a stomachache and was too lazy to find paper, so. Lafussy dared not continue, because he saw his young master's face darken visibly. Erwin said coldly, "Lafussy, come here, I'll show you a treasure." Lafussy's face instantly turned bitter. "Can I not look, young master?" "Not look? That's not up to you." Just as Erwin was about to deal with this troublesome subordinate, Dumbledore stopped him. "It's fine, mister. Erwin, it's just a letter. Not a big problem. However, the owl is property of Hogwarts. You need to release it." Erwin said coldly, "Didn't you hear what the headmaster said? Why are you still standing there?" Lafussy said with a pained face, "Young master, the owl can't be returned either. Your lunch, do you remember?" Erwin was instantly stunned. He had thought the chicken soup at noon today was exceptionally delicious. The meat was completely different from usual, very firm. He had even planned to have the kitchen make another serving tonight. Unexpectedly, that was the owl. Erwin coughed twice. "Well, respected headmaster, you heard that. How about I pay compensation?" Dumbledore was also speechless. He had been headmaster for so many years. No, he had been at Hogwarts for so many years. From student to professor to headmaster. He had never encountered such a thing. A new student, a muggle new student, had caught and eaten the owl. Dumbledore sighed. What could he do? It was already eaten. He couldn't make Erwin throw it up. And even if he did, the owl wouldn't be that owl anymore. Dumbledore waved his hand. "Forget it. It's already happened." Erwin breathed a sigh of relief. Good. Although his family was quite wealthy, Erwin always adhered to the principle of saving where possible. Not having to pay was naturally the best. Erwin said, "Then thank you, headmaster. But these owls should be replaced. They are so easily caught, no privacy at all." Dumbledore's mouth twitched slightly. Good heavens, so he was blaming their owls for being too stupid. Was that polite? Dumbledore inexplicably had a thought. It seemed that admitting Erwin was a wrong decision for Hogwarts. Luckily, Dumbledore was not one to trust his feelings, otherwise Erwin might have become the first wizard to be expelled from Hogwarts before even starting school. Dumbledore said, "I will consider your suggestion, Mr. Erwin. Since you didn't receive the acceptance letter, there are some things you don't understand. Hogwarts new students need to purchase some things. Similar to stationery in the Muggle world. Oh, by the way, Muggles refer to ordinary people who cannot use magic. So if you have time now, you can come with me to make the purchases." Erwin nodded. "Good. I'm free right now. Tom, go get some money." "Well," Dumbledore said, "by the way, I forgot to remind you. Currency in the magical world is not interchangeable with the Muggle world. Pound sterling can only be exchanged for a small amount of galleons." Erwin of course knew this common knowledge, but he couldn't show it in front of Dumbledore. Thus he deliberately guided Dumbledore to say it himself. Erwin said, "Then what currency does the wizarding world use?" Dumbledore lightly flicked his wrist, and a gold coin appeared. "This is it, a galleon." Erwin nodded. "Then I understand. It's gold, right? Tom, go prepare." Old Tom nodded. Dumbledore said, "Although I know you are wealthy, Gringotts also imposes limits on exchanging gold ingots for galleons." Erwin said, "Better safe than sorry. Money isn't everything, but without it one can hardly move a step." Dumbledore remarked with admiration, "What an intriguing saying. Simple words yet profoundly true." Erwin chuckled, "Whether in the wizarding world or our ordinary world. Oh, you call ordinary people Muggles. Regardless of the world, its fundamental rules remain unchanged. The only difference is that the wizarding world is more wondrous." Dumbledore said, "It seems experience truly makes one wiser. Mr. Erwin, you are exceptional. I believe you will become a remarkable wizard." Erwin gave a slight bow. "Thank you for your kind words, Headmaster." Before long, Old Tom approached, carrying 2 black trunks. "Young master, everything is ready." Erwin nodded. Then, "Professor, shall we depart now? Do you mind if I bring someone along? I'm not sure how much we'll need to purchase, and given my age, I could use a hand carrying things." Dumbledore said, "Of course not. Let's be off." Rivers, standing nearby, looked on with longing. He was curious about the wizarding world. He yearned to join them. Yet Erwin seemed oblivious to his desire. "Rivers, mind the house. I expect you to put that rusty mind of yours to use. Stop doing foolish things, all right?" Rivers let out a meeko. He dared not say another word. Dumbledore led Erwin out of the old manor with Tom following closely behind, carrying the 2 trunks. At the manor's entrance, Tom asked, "Young master, shall I have the car brought around?" Dumbledore shook his head. "No need for such trouble. They'll take you directly. Grab hold of my wrist." Without hesitation, Erwin placed his hand on Dumbledore's wrist. He took one of the trunks from Old Tom. Freeing Old Tom's hands, Dumbledore made no discernible gesture. He didn't even utter an incantation. Then Erwin felt as if he were being violently shoved into a flushing toilet. A dizzying whirl engulfed him. The sensation was utterly unbearable. Meanwhile, Rivers stood frozen in shock. He witnessed a vortex appear and swallow the 3 figures. They vanished from sight. Rivers turned to a guard patrolling nearby and asked, "Did you see that?" The man blinked. "See what?" Rivers shook his head. He was certain now. Only he had seen it. Was this the power of wizards? Terrifying. Erwin and his companions reappeared before the entrance of a shabby pub. Of course, only Erwin and Dumbledore could see it. To Old Tom, it looked like just a street corner, and the passers-by seemed utterly unaware that 3 people had just materialized out of. Old Tom's face was pale. He was quite advanced in years. After that experience, he vomited profusely. Erwin too looked a bit green. But whether due to youth or natural resilience, Erwin wasn't as badly affected as Old Tom. Dumbledore said, somewhat surprised, "Remarkable adaptability. Many young witches and wizards experience severe discomfort during their first apparition. It seems you'll master apparition brilliantly when you study it in your 6th year." Erwin took a couple of deep breaths to compose himself. He said, "I hope so, as you say." Old Tom had also recovered by then. Dumbledore declared, "All right. Let's go inside. Mr. Erwin, welcome to the Leaky Cauldron. Welcome to the wizarding world." With that, Dumbledore, Old Tom finally saw the pub in its entirety. He couldn't fathom it, not at all. How had a pub mysteriously appeared in this spot? A flicker of fear towards wizards arose in his heart. Fortunately, his young master, the most brilliant and youngest head of the Cavendish family, was about to become one of these enigmatic beings. A sharp glint and barely contained excitement flashed in Erwin's eyes. From this day forth, he was no longer a Muggle. At last he had stepped into the supernatural realm. Dumbledore walked into the pub. The wizards chatting and drinking fell silent, instantly offering him greetings. Dumbledore responded with a smile. The pub's owner, another Old Tom, approached. "Professor Dumbledore, it's been too long. And who might this gentleman be?" Dumbledore said, "A new student at Hogwarts, Mr. Erwin. A very promising young man." Old Tom said, "I see. Hello, Mr. Erwin. I'm the owner here. Everyone calls me Old Tom." Though this Old Tom shared the name of his own butler, Erwin didn't find it particularly noteworthy. The name was incredibly common. Erwin gave a slight nod. "Hello, sir. A pleasure to meet you." He was polite and well-mannered. Old Tom exclaimed, "If I may say so. Are you from a pure-blood family, Mr. Erwin?" Dumbledore doubted Erwin knew what pure blood meant, so he explained, "Mr. Erwin isn't from a pure-blood family, though he is still an aristocrat. Now I must take Mr. Erwin to do some shopping. Time is of the essence. We can chat another time. Old Tom nodded. Of course, please go ahead, Professor Dumbledore. Mr. Erwin the Leaky Cauldron welcomes you. Erwin smiled in gratitude. Dumbledore then led Erwin and the others towards the back alley. As they left, Erwin could still hear the murmurs within the pub. An aristocrat from the Muggle world. So courteous with silver hair, somewhat like the Malfoy family. Impossible. The Malfoys have platinum blonde hair. That gentleman's hair was pure silver. Could he be from a pure blood family in another country? Who knows? Is Hogwarts accepting foreign students now? Forget that. Have you heard that Harry Potter will be attending Hogwarts this year? A smile tugged at Erwin's lips. Pure blood families. He had no interest in that. However, the aristocracy of the wizarding world. That did pique Erwin's interest. In the Muggle world, the Cavendish name was already renowned. As for the wizarding world, it would start with him. The name Cavendish would eventually become the new standard of wizarding nobility. Arriving at the back alley, Dumbledore drew his wand. Elwin couldn't help but steal a few extra glances at the wand's knobby bone-like design. This was the Elder Wand after Dumbledore said, Mr. Elwin, remember my movements carefully. Next time you'll have to enter on your own. First find the third brick above the trash bin, then count 2 bricks horizontally. As he spoke, the Elder Wand tapped against it. In the next instant, the wall seemed to activate a hidden mechanism, layers folding upon themselves to reveal a street beyond. Seeing a scene from films and novels materialize before his very eyes stirred both excitement and curiosity within Elwin. In truth, Elwin was rather curious about the underlying principle. Could this thing possibly be dismantled and taken home? He mused that it had potential. Imagine having such a wall in his bedroom. Tap the second brick to go to the dining room, tap the third for the bathroom, tap the fifth to reach the garden, and so on. Elwin had already conjured up a multitude of clever uses. This was far more convenient than an elevator. Dumbledore tucked away his wand and asked, Well then, have you memorized it? Elwin nodded. I have. But what if this trash bin isn't here anymore? Dumbledore chuckled. An amusing thought. Before you 2 of your senior students they even went so far as to act on it. They carted the bin away. Unfortunately for them, the bin is enchanted with a restoration charm. The moment it leaves its designated spot, it instantly returns. So the problem you're worried about simply doesn't exist. Elwin remarked, Magic is truly wondrous. Dumbledore smiled. All right. In time you'll come to learn even more remarkable magic. This is an entirely new world, and I have every confidence that your intellect and wit will shine brightly within it. Now then, let's first head to Gringotts to exchange some money. Otherwise you won't be able to buy anything in Diagon Alley today. Elwin nodded. He then followed behind Dumbledore, walking deeper into Diagon Alley. The alley itself was nothing more than a single street, and at its very end stood the imposing edifice of Gringotts. The entrance to Gringotts consisted of 2 sets of doors. The first set was a pair of massive bronze doors. Flanking them were 2 goblins dressed in ill-fitting uniforms performing their duties as greeters. The second set was a pair of silver doors adorned with delicate golden filigree. Etched upon the doors was a warning. Enter, stranger, but take heed of what awaits. The sin of greed for those who take, but do not earn, must pay most dearly in their turn. So if you seek beneath our floors a treasure that was never yours, thief, you have been warned, beware of finding more than treasure there. Elwin inwardly scoffed. In the original story, this supposedly impenetrable fortress of a bank had been breached more than once, hadn't it? More than anything, Elwin couldn't fathom why these wizards would trust these so-called goblins with their entire life savings. Goblins were greedy. Their avarice had even sparked wars. And crucially, they were a different species. Those not of our kind are bound to have different loyalties. Did these wizards not understand that? Or perhaps they were simply that confident in their ability to keep the goblins in check. Passing through the second set of doors, they entered a vast marble hall. Elwin scanned the room. 100 or so goblins sat behind the long counters, scribbling hastily in massive ledger books. Some weighed coins on scales while others inspected gems through eyepieces. The entire marble hall was resplendent, practically dripping with opulence. The gleam of jewels and gold coins was dazzling. Dumbledore led Elwin directly to the front counter. A goblin wearing spectacles adjusted them on his nose. Upon recognizing the newcomer, he promptly scrambled down from his stool, which was taller than he was. Professor Dumbledore, sir. Welcome to Gringotts. How may I be of service? Dumbledore gave a nod. This is Mr. Elwin. He wishes to exchange some galleons. As for myself, I need to retrieve a few items. The goblin nodded. Understood. Shall I escort you now? Dumbledore looked at Elwin. Will you be all right on your own? Elwin nodded. Of course. Professor, go ahead and attend to your business. I can handle this myself. Dumbledore leaned down, bringing his mouth close to Elwin's ear, and lowered his voice. Goblins are exceedingly greedy. If you find their price unreasonable, feel free to invoke my name. I may be old, but I still carry a certain weight around here. Elwin nodded. Thank you, Professor. Dumbledore offered a smile before following the goblin away. Elwin in turn watched Dumbledore's departing figure. A slight frown creased his brow. He felt that Dumbledore was being a little too kind to him. Shaking off the thought, he waited as another goblin soon approached to attend to him. With Dumbledore's name lending him considerable clout, the exchange of galleons went surprisingly smoothly. Elwin exchanged 2 chests of gold bars for 5,000 galleons. Weighing the coins in his hand, he deemed the rate quite reasonable. Seizing the opportunity while Dumbledore was still away, Elwin began to investigate his system. He hadn't had the chance to examine his golden cheat yet, and now was the perfect time to study it thoroughly, for it would be the very foundation of his standing in the magical world. Elwin mentally called out, "System, are you there?" Ding. The ultimate prestige gacha system is at your service. A flicker of intrigue passed through Elwin at the sound of that voice. The name gave him an inexplicable sense of déjà vu reminiscent of some of those notoriously money-grubbing games from his past life. System, introduce your functions. Ding. This system allows the host to use prestige for gacha draws. Rewards include, but are not limited to, spells, talents, and more. The sole currency of this system is magical world prestige. For the host's convenience, the system has fully digitized the host's current information. Would you like to view it? Elwin didn't hesitate for a moment, mentally commanding the system to display it. The next second, a translucent holographic screen materialized before Elwin glanced around. Neither Old Tom nor the goblins showed any reaction, making it abundantly clear that the screen was visible only to him. Name, Erwin Cavendish. Age 11 years old. Identity, current head of the Cavendish family, incoming Hogwarts student. Talents, transfiguration talent, 310. General spell talent, 410. Dark arts talent, 910. Potions talent, 610. Ancient magic talent, 10. Locked, requires a special method to unlock. Familiar, none. Special skill cards, none. Spell mastery cards, none. Items, none. Current prestige, 50. Gazing at his status panel, Alvin increasingly felt this was akin to a game. But could someone explain why his dark magic talent was 9? Almost maxed out. He had always considered himself a good person. Of course, no good person at the age of 7 could personally gun down a rival gang leader who was trying to seize territory. His arm had certainly suffered for it thanks to the recoil, but that did not detract from the fact that he was a kind soul at heart. Alvin inexplicably felt this system was somewhat unreliable. And what in the world was that ancient magic anyway? Alvin asked the system, but it told him to explore it himself. Alvin scoffed, inwardly pathetic, leaving everything for him to figure out. After closing the system panel, Alvin contacted the system to open the gacha interface. The next moment, streams of light materialized. Subsequently, colorful cards flew out from the void and formed 3 piles before Alvin. The visual effects were dazzling, yet for some reason 4 words echoed persistently in his mind. Ape God activate. Alvin quickly shook his head. Damn it, this was too similar. It had thrown him off. Alvin quickly looked at the 3 card piles. Basic draw cost 100 prestige per draw, 10 draw bundle at 10 discount. 10 draw guarantees a blue reward, 100 draw guarantees a purple reward. Advanced draw cost 1000 prestige per draw, 10 draw bundle at 10 discount. 10 draw guarantees a purple reward, 100 draw guarantees a gold reward. Special draw requires special unlock conditions. Alvin assessed the pools and formed a plan. The basic draw seemed tailored for someone as broke as him. A newbie perk perhaps. As for the special draw, that piqued his interest. System, what does this special draw mean? Explain it. Ding. The special draw can only be unlocked through special means. It's cost effective. The special draw is currently available for the newcomer card pool. Activate the special draw. Alvin's eye. Oh, an unexpected bonus. Activate it now. Ding. The special draw has been replaced with the newcomer draw. Draw limit 10 pulls. Cost free. Alvin was thrilled. He understood, he knew this routine all too well. This was essentially a grand newcomer gift package. It was always like this in novels. It was the key to the protagonist's rise. The system's voice faded. The cards in the special draw pile shifted in color, floating gently before Alvin. He raised his hand and touched the back of a card. Then a shuffling sound echoed. Cards flew up one by one, interwoven with colors of white, green, and blue. 7 cards flew up in succession. Suddenly a flash of purple light streaked by. Alvin's eyes widened. Purple was here. Then the cards began to tremble slightly. 2 sharp sounds cut through the air. A blinding golden light blazed forth. Alvin nearly sat up in excitement. Golden legends, and a double yoke at that. Indeed, he was the chosen one, the ultimate lucky dog. The tale of pulling a dragon with a single draw was being recreated in the magical world. He was truly the child of destiny. Ding. Draw complete. Rewards obtained. White reward, spicy strips, X3. Green reward, a toy doll from the childhood of Grindelwald, the first Dark Lord. Mana enhancement potion, shoddy edition. X2. Blue reward, talent points, X2. Alvin's expression darkened. Spicy strips. Jerky. How is that even appropriate? Should such a thing appear in a transmigrator's cheat system? And the green reward, Grindelwald's toy doll. What was it, enchanted? Cursed? Why would he draw something like that? And critically, it was ranked at the same level as the mana enhancement potion. Alvin had a torrent of complaints to unleash, but he didn't know where to start. Still, the mana enhancement potion was somewhat acceptable. Legend had it that this stuff was terrifyingly. It was said that ancient wizards were so powerful because they consumed it. However, upon reading the details, clearly his face grew even darker. Shoddy edition. Was this even safe to drink? Would it not kill him? What bizarre nonsense was this? Was this gacha pool? He took a couple of deep breaths. At least he had 2 talent points right. And this was only rated blue. According to typical pay-to-win-game logic, its value might not be so simple. Could it serve another purpose later, like an upgraded version? Ding. The host is astute. The system is pleased. Indeed. The host's current talent cap is 10 points. Regular talent points can raise the host's talent to 10. If the host wishes to increase, further advanced talent points are required. 1 advanced talent point can be synthesized from 100 regular talent points. Alvin's lips twitched. Alright, so that's how it works. Indeed, pay-to-win games never shed this skin. Alvin asked, how about this? Give me a benchmark. Let me know the ultimate limit of this talent. At least I'll have some perspective. Using the host's highest dark magic talent as an example, Grindelwald has a dark magic talent of 14 points legendary tier. Alvin understood. So he thought he was a genius, but in reality he was a dud. Alvin was speechless. He continued to check his rewards. He was tired. It was hopeless to max that out. Purple reward, ever-changing garment. This garment never wears out and can change shape, and it has 30% resistance to various spells. Alvin looked at this reward, having completely forgotten the junk from earlier draw. This was good stuff, truly good stuff. With this, even someone like Dumbledore would be weakened by 30% in front of him. This was practically a divine artifact. Alvin's eyes gleamed with intensity. If the purple reward was this precious, then what about the gold? Alvin eagerly looked at his gold reward. Gold reward, unknown egg contains a mysterious life form. If hatched by the host personally, it will become the host's familiar. Hatching method: feed it with the blood of various magical creatures. Current progress 0-100. Alvin stroked his chin. This seemed like a gamble. However, since the system classified it as gold, the contents must be extraordinary. Alvin moved on to the next reward. Gold reward, special passive skill talent category. Mana reserve. The host can store mana that exceeds their maximum capacity as a reserve. When needed, it can be directly tapped to replenish oneself. Alvin was overjoyed. This was formidable. Theoretically, with enough reserve, wouldn't he become a perpetual motion machine? Alvin immediately claimed his rewards. As for the 2 talent points, Elwin pondered for a moment before allocating both to his general spellcasting talent. After all, he needed to build up his strength quickly, and the speed and proficiency with which he mastered spells would determine his power. Subsequently, Elwin called upon the system in his mind and opened the system panel. Name: Erwin Cavendish. Age 11. Status: current head of the Cavendish family, incoming Hogwarts student. Talents: transfiguration talent 310, general spellcasting talent 610, dark arts talent 910, potions talent 610, ancient magic talent 10. Locked, requires a special method to unlock. Familiar: none. Special skill card: mana reserve gold. Spell mastery card: none. Items: big slice of meat x3. Magic enhancement potion watered down version x2. Grindelwald's puppet x1. Shape-shifting travel cloak x1. Mysterious egg x1. Current reputation 50. Elwin nodded in satisfaction. Overall, this system wasn't too bad. All those miscellaneous items could also be stored in the system's reward inventory. As long as he didn't claim them, they wouldn't materialize. Unfortunately, he couldn't store anything that wasn't a system reward. Otherwise, he'd have a portable space, which would be simply wonderful. Elwin closed the gacha interface. The novice draws were quite satisfying, though it was a pity they only came in sets of 10. This novice gift pack was hardly generous. It was rather stingy. But while he supposed he couldn't expect too much from a system with such a small-minded nature. After he finished the tea on the table, Dumbledore returned. Mr. Elwin, my apologies for the wait. Elwin quickly stood up. Professor, you're back. You're too kind. Dumbledore smiled and asked, so, all exchanged successfully? Elwin nodded. Of course, your name carries great weight, Professor. Dumbledore said. In that case, let us be on our way. Elwin nodded and followed Dumbledore out of Gringotts. Standing at the entrance, Dumbledore said, for a young witch or wizard, the most important thing is their wand. It is something that may accompany a wizard for their entire life. Now let us go and find you the perfect wand. Elwin's heart thrummed with excitement. A wand, the weapon of a wizard, was just as crucial as the gun he had carried in his previous life as a scion of a mafia family. Dumbledore led Elwin straight to the most famous shop in Diagon Alley. It was also the starting point for every wizard, Ollivander's wand shop. They had been serving wizards for many years. Wait, that didn't sound... Of course that wasn't important. Standing at the door of Ollivander's, gazing at this iconic Diagon Alley landmark, it was hard to deny the surge of excitement. Dumbledore also seemed a bit nostalgic. I still remember the first time I came here. I was just about your age. It was here that I received my first wand. So many years have passed since then, yet the events of that day feel like they happened yesterday, always surfacing in my mind. As he spoke, Dumbledore even dabbed at his eyes. Elwin was a little speechless. He had forgotten that older people tend to reminisce about the past. After a moment, Dumbledore composed himself and said, Forgive me, Mr. Elwin. As you know, with age comes a fondness for the past. Despite his inner thoughts, Elwin said, It's no trouble at all, Professor. Time is a sharp blade, and while it inflicts wounds, it also leaves behind indelible marks. Memories are sometimes the most precious things we have. Dumbledore nodded, his eyes full of agreement. Mr. Elwin, your insight and your unique metaphors are truly remarkable. Elwin smiled. You flatter me, Professor. Shall we go inside then? Dumbledore said, Of course. You are sure to find the wand that suits you best here. With that, Dumbledore pushed open the door and entered the shop. A series of tinkling bells rang out, followed by the sound of a sliding ladder scraping against the floor. Ollivander poked his head out from between the towering cabinets. Upon seeing Dumbledore, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Professor Dumbledore. It's been a long time. Dumbledore nodded. Indeed it has. Would you mind coming down to help this young wizard find a wand? Ollivander climbed down from the ladder and came to the counter. His gaze settled on Elwin, who gave a slight nod of greeting. Hello, sir. Ollivander remarked with surprise. What impeccable noble etiquette. Tell me, young sir, from which family do you hail? Elwin said Cavendish. Ollivander looked puzzled. Cavendish? I haven't heard of that family. Are you from a foreign pure-blood? Elwin shook his head. No, but I believe you will soon hear the name of the Cavendish family, for I have arrived in the wizarding world. Hearing this, a sharp glint flashed in Dumbledore's eyes, but he quickly concealed it. Ollivander was also taken aback for a moment. Then he chuckled. An interesting new student. I look forward to that day. Now might I have your name? Elwin. Elwin Cavendish. Ollivander nodded. Very well, Mr. Elwin. Tell me which is your wand hand. Elwin raised his right hand. Instantly, a tape measure floated up from the counter, autonomously measuring his height and arm span. It even went so far as to measure his chest and waist. Elwin didn't understand, but he was deeply impressed. What did chest and waist size have to do with using a wand? He could understand the height and arm span. But the chest and waist, was that really necessary? The tape measure retracted and landed on the counter. Ollivander stated, a truly perfect and well-proportioned figure, Miss. Elwin's mouth twitched slightly. So choosing a wand was actually a beauty contest. Ollivander scribbled something on a piece of paper for a moment. Then he pulled a box from under the counter and opened it, taking out a wand from within. Try this one. Ashwood with a core of mountain thunderbird heartstring. Only those who are stubborn and steadfastly brave can wield it. He handed the wand to Elwin. As soon as it was in his hand, Elwin gave it a casual wave. A burst of energy shot out from the wand. It struck the floor nearby, shattering the stone. Elwin frowned. He wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but the wand felt like it was. It was a strange sensation. Elwin handed the wand back to Ollivander. Sir, I don't believe this wand is quite right for me. Mr. Erwin, Ollivander said. Remember this, the wand chooses the wizard, not the other way around. However, you are correct. This wand is not suited for you. Ollivander then retrieved another box from the counter and drew out a wand. Try this one. Cedarwood with a core of cat panther hair. Truth be told, I am not fond of cat panther hair. It is highly unstable and has many limitations, yet it pairs remarkably well with cedar. Those with strong willpower and keen perception are best suited for this wand. Erwin took the wand, following the familiar process. As he swished the wand, a burst of flame erupted from its tip, shooting straight toward the ceiling. Nearby, Dumbledore gave a subtle snap of his fingers. The flames atop the wand were extinguished instantly. Yet Erwin felt that sense of resistance once more. Ollivander snatched the wand away. He placed it back in the box. No, this is not the one. Over the next moments, Erwin tried several more wands, but the feeling of resistance persisted. Ollivander frowned. What a particular customer. In that case, I believe you have but one choice left. Before Erwin could react, Ollivander dashed toward the back of the shop. Erwin was bewildered. Was this old man always so impetuous? After a few minutes of waiting, Ollivander returned, dust clinging to his shoulders and hair, clutching a wooden box layered in grime. He blew on it, scattering the dust. Erwin wrinkled his nose and discreetly stepped back 2 paces. Ollivander opened the box and revealed a wand of peculiar design. It was slimmer than a standard wand, its entire body it bore a striking resemblance to the color of Erwin's hair. Moreover, the handle was wrapped in 2 bands of golden material, quite an elegant sight. This wand, Ollivander said, is made of acacia wood. As for its core, I know not what it is, for it was crafted by my grandfather. Acacia wood is a most peculiar material. It acknowledges but one master in its lifetime, and for any other it will refuse to cast a single spell. Moreover, acacia wood selects only those of true exceptional talent. Thus, once it deems you worthy, it shall unleash terrifying power. This wand was made in passing. My grandfather did not carve a single stroke. The shape was already formed when the core merged with the wood. Try this one. The moment Erwin laid eyes on it, his gaze was utterly captivated. Beyond its exquisite beauty, Erwin felt a tremor in his heart, as if the wand were calling out to him. Instinctively, he raised his hand. The next instant, the wand flew of its own accord into his grasp. Ollivander stared in astonishment. The moment the wand touched his palm, Erwin felt as if his arm and the wand had become one, an extension of his very will. He gave an involuntary flick. Silvery light burst forth from the wand, scattering across Ollivander's shop, sweeping over every shelf. Before Ollivander's horrified gaze, every wand on every wooden rack surged from its box and hovered in the air. The shop was filled with a whirlwind of wands. They trembled gently toward the wand in Erwin's hand, as if in reverence, as if in congratulations. Ollivander was dumbfounded. This is incredible, absolutely incredible. Outside in Diagon Alley, passers-by noticed the commotion in Ollivander's shop and gathered around to witness the rare spectacle. Dumbledore, too, was astonished, for even his elder wand was trembling slightly. With his immense power, he forcibly stilled it. His gaze settled on the wand in Erwin's hand. He knew of acacia wood, but acacia alone could never cause such a stir. The only variable, it seemed, was the unknown core within. Seeing the crowd outside growing, Dumbledore said, "Mr. Erwin, do put away your wand, lest we find ourselves unable to leave." Erwin turned and was startled. A throng of wizards was pressed against the door and windows. No wonder the system had just notified him of rising reputation points. Erwin hastily lowered his arm. As he did, the silvery glow upon the wand began to fade, and the floating wands flew back into their boxes one by one, as if it had all been a mere illusion. "Congratulations, Mr. Erwin," Dumbledore said. "You have chosen a truly remarkable wand." Erwin nodded. Gazing at the wand in his hand, he could not suppress the joy on his face. This wand had truly surprised him. He could sense the extraordinary harmony between them. Most importantly, this wand was password protected. No one but him could use it better than any fingerprint lock. Ollivander exclaimed, "Amazing. In all my years I have never witnessed such a marvel. To think that this wand has finally found its master today." Erwin said, "Thank you, Mr. Ollivander. I apologize for the trouble." "How much for the wand?" Ollivander replied, "No trouble at all. To witness such a wonder is worth it. As for this wand, 10 galleons will do." Erwin nodded, and old Tom behind him promptly paid. Ollivander said, "Mr. Erwin, please use this wand well. I can sense its immense power. I hope to see the day you bring glory to the Cavendish name." Erwin smiled. "I will." Ollivander then retrieved a larger box from the counter. "This is a gift from me. A wand maintenance kit along with a handy wand holster. You can attach it to your arm. When you need your wand, just press this spot, and it will slide right into your hand." Erwin took it. "Thank you so much. I must say this solves a pressing problem." Ollivander smiled. "No need for thanks. It is my honor to assist a young wizard of your—" Dumbledore interjected. "Well, then we ought to be going. There are still other things we need to purchase, or we shall run out of time." Erwin nodded, bid Ollivander farewell, and followed Dumbledore out. Dumbledore mused. "Next we should acquire the textbooks for your first term. Flourish and Blots is our go-to choice." Elvin secretly rolled his eyes. It wasn't exactly a choice of alternatives. There wasn't a second bookshop in Diagon Alley after all. It was no wonder the shops here turned it was all a monopoly. Unlike buying a wand, purchasing books, cauldrons, and other supplies was a completely uneventful process. After paying and leaving, Elvin had acquired his first pet, an owl. Interestingly, it seemed Hogwarts might have a tradition. Every shopping trip with a new student seemed to culminate in a free pet. Elvin's owl was also a gift from Dumbledore, who had jokingly suggested naming it Cockroach Cluster, a suggestion Elvin wisely ignored. Thus a new owl named Poppy joined Elvin's household. Their final stop was Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Although Elvin already possessed the versatile shape-shifting garment, he couldn't exactly explain that to Dumbledore, so buying the necessary robes was unavoidable. With the robes purchased, Elvin's trip to Diagon Alley officially concluded. After Dumbledore escorted Elvin and Tom back to the old residence, Dumbledore said, "Well, that concludes our trip for today. I must be off. Mr. Elvin, I shall see you at Hogwarts." Elvin nodded. "Professor, want you stay for dinner?" Dumbledore shook his head. "No, I have other matters to attend to." Elvin nodded. "Then I won't keep you, Professor. Thank you for your time today. Much appreciated." Dumbledore smiled. "It was not farewell." With that, Dumbledore disapparated on the spot. Elvin watched the space where Dumbledore had stood, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Was he off to deal with the Philosopher's Stone? The stone was still far beyond Elvin's current reach, and honestly he held little interest in it. It was merely a false promise of immortality. After a quick meal, Elvin retreated to his room. Old Tom, meanwhile, was cornered by Rivers, who was eager to pry for information about the magical world. Rivers wouldn't dare ask Elvin directly. Elvin didn't mind. Now that he knew this world was magical, his focus would gradually shift towards the wizarding world. However, the time wasn't right yet. He needed to lay his plans carefully. His men were ordinary people, but of course for most wizards firearms were still lethal. Even Dumbledore, caught off guard, could be taken down by a well-placed sniper shot. Wizards were physically frail. Relying on magic, they might even be weaker than normal humans. So Elvin's ambition to make inroads into the wizarding world wasn't impossible. But before that, he needed to establish a foothold. Slytherin was undoubtedly an excellent choice. The students sorted into Slytherin were mostly from so-called pure-blood families. That was a power he couldn't easily disregard. The only question was, could he be sorted into Slytherin? He was from a thoroughly muggle, though he recalled from the original story that the sorting hat takes the student's own choice into account. He'd worry about that later. There was still time before school started. Matters beyond his control were the ones Elvin disliked pondering. He retrieved the versatile garment from his system reward. It initially took the form of a robe. Elvin slipped it on. Standing before the mirror, he focused his mind, and the garment seamlessly transformed into a black suit. Elvin nodded in satisfaction. Aside from its ability to negate 30% of spell damage, the most pleasing feature was its self-cleaning property. In other words, the clothes never got dirty. For someone with Elvin's severe germophobia, this was nothing short of a godsend. He smoothed the fabric and focused again. The suit instantly shifted into pajamas. Elvin sat on the edge of his bed, intending to browse through the Hogwarts textbooks. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. He quickly stood up, walked to the desk, opened the drawer, and retrieved a manila folder. He laid out the black and white photographs inside on the table. These were the case files on his parents' death. A new question had just occurred to him. All his previous investigations into his parents' death had been from a mundane perspective. But this was a magical world. The cause of his parents' death was bizarre. The scene had yielded no clues whatsoever. Everything about it screamed of unnaturalness. It had become an obsession for Elvin. He was a reincarnated soul. His past life had been as an orphan. Since his birth in this life, his parents' love had bordered on overindulgence. Thus he had truly come to cherish them. The news of their deaths had nearly shattered him. After enjoying just 1 year of family love, his parents were gone. Over the years, Elvin had relentlessly searched for any clue regarding their demise. Yet he had found nothing. But now, knowing this is a magical world, the inexplicable aspects of his parents' death finally seemed to have an explanation. The numerous inconsistencies and impossibilities pointed away from any ordinary person. But what if the culprit was a wizard? If so, everything would fall into place. Only a wizard could possess such power to accomplish such a feat. However, one thing puzzled Elvin. Why would a wizard target his parents who were ordinary muggles? Someone who would attack muggles must be a dark wizard unafraid of the ministry. But if his calculations were right, Voldemort fell the year because he was the same age as Harry Potter. Earlier today at the Leaky Cauldron, had overheard the wizards saying that Harry Potter would be enrolling this year. So it wasn't connected to Voldemort. A rogue dark wizard then. What could be the motive for targeting his parents? Were they hired by a rival family? If any rival family had that kind of capability, Elvin wouldn't have had the chance to bring the Cavendish family to its current state. He would have been dead long ago. The local families in London had either been destroyed by him or driven out. None of them seemed to have that. More importantly, Elvin had already thoroughly investigated these families over the years. The times were turbulent back then, so major conflicts between families were rare, let alone resorting to assassinating another family's patriarch. Elvin gently rubbed his temples. He felt a headache coming on. It felt like he'd found a lead, but this new piece of information only made the mystery more convoluted. He shook his head, deciding to let it go for now. Thinking about it wouldn't yield answers. Once he entered the magical world and integrated himself, he'd have more resources to uncover the truth of that year. For now, he could be 99% certain that the perpetrator was from the magical world. Following this new lead, Elvin was confident. One day he would uncover the entire truth. Erwin pondered for a moment over his upcoming tasks. He realized there was much to be done, whether concerning his parents' affairs or securing a better life for himself. Having grown accustomed to wielding absolute power, the magical world felt like a newly discovered map in a game, one that required careful gradual conquest. Thus, regardless of his ultimate goals, Erwin now had to expand his influence within the magical world. This ambition aligned perfectly with his golden finger. Though Erwin was confident he would one day stand atop the magical world, that would take considerable time. He was not willing to wait. Leaning back in his chair, Erwin closed his eyes, roughly outlining his future plans. Once a clear strategy formed in his mind, he finally remembered his original purpose for the day. He intended to study spells. He picked up the elementary spell compendium from his side and casually flipped it open. At that moment, the system's chime echoed. Ding! Detected host's initial contact with spells. Special spell card pool draw activated. Would you like to replace the current card pool with this special one? Erwin was taken aback, not expecting such a pleasant surprise. Replace. Ding! Replacement successful. The special spell card pool has been activated. This pool exclusively draws spell-related items. As a gift for activation, you receive 50 consecutive draws. Draw now. Erwin was overjoyed. He had truly struck gold. 50 consecutive draws. How exhilarating would that be? Without hesitation, Erwin connected with the system to commence the draws. The familiar deck of cards materialized before him. Erwin immediately selected a 10 draw. Above the deck, the remaining draw count decreased by 10. 4,050. Subsequently, the deck soared into the air. With several swift whooshes, cards flew out one by one. Erwin's eyes widened as he muttered under his breath, gold, gold, gold. Ding! Draw concluded. Rewards distributed. Reward obtained: spell proficiency X 700. Reward obtained: spell Accio X2. Spell levitation charm. Ding! Spell level system unlocked. View now. Before Erwin could grumble about his haul, the system notification seized his attention. Spell levels. Erwin tapped the view button. Spell level 1, initial mastery with a chance of release failure. Spell level 2, requires 100 proficiency to upgrade. Basic mastery allows flawless release. Spell level 3, requires 1000 proficiency to upgrade. Perfect mastery. Your spellcasting becomes more adept, enabling greater effects with minimal magical expenditure. Spell level 4, requires 1000 proficiency to upgrade. Enables non-verbal spellcasting. Spell level 5, requires 1000 proficiency to upgrade. Enables wandless spellcasting. Each duplicate spell card can be converted into 100 proficiency points. Erwin hadn't expected the system to be so user-friendly. The spell levels were certainly clear and straightforward. He now understood why he had drawn duplicate spell cards. It had the flavor of an idle game. With a grasp of the system's mechanics, Erwin resumed drawing cards. Drawing was exhilarating. The more he drew, the more he craved it. In no time, 40 draws had passed. Erwin's expression darkened with each one. Across those 40 draws, he hadn't encountered a single gold tier card. Counting his gains, Accio x13, Levitation Charm x10, Occlumency x6, Expelliarmus x4, Spell Proficiency x700. It wasn't a spectacular haul, but it wasn't a loss either. Despite his poor luck, the spells he obtained were quite practical. For Erwin at his current stage, they were significantly useful. Among them, Occlumency stood out as the most valuable. The system's protection lasted only 3 days, meaning his mind would become vulnerable to intrusion after that period. Erwin had consulted the system to passively defend against Dumbledore's non-wand Legilimency. A level 3 Occlumency would suffice. Similarly, level 3 Occlumency could guard against over 90% of typical Legilimency users. It was absurd that Dumbledore had turned what others considered a peak skill into a passive ability. However, if Dumbledore were to unleash his full power in Legilimency, combining wand and spell with maximum effort, level 5 Occlumency would be required. Since Dumbledore had already probed his mind, he likely wouldn't attempt it again soon. Erwin's real concern lay with others in the wizarding world who favored such invasive magic. Gazing at the remaining 10 draws, Erwin sighed, his hopes dwindling. He decided to let fate take its course. He had given up on the draws. He was convinced this system was designed by Tencent. The probability rates were ridiculously disheartening. The only saving grace was the absence of a thanks for participating option. Otherwise, Head probably have drawn 30 such blanks. It was baffling. Head never considered himself this unlucky. Erwin casually tapped the draw button. In an instant, the deck shuffled with a swift whoosh. Then a brilliant golden light suddenly burst forth. Erwin leaped from his stool. A gold card. He had finally drawn a gold card. By heavens and earth, his luck had finally turned. Yet following the golden glow, a purple light shot out as well. Erwin's eyes lit up, so the good stuff was saved for last. Though the earlier draws had been disappointing, there was indeed a rainbow after the storm. Erwin began to inspect his rewards. Ding! Draw concluded. Rewards distributed. Spell Expelliarmus x3. Spell Shield Charm x2. Spell Expecto Patronum x1. Spell Proficiency x200. Special Pool 50. Draw purple tie. Guarantee reward Unforgivable Curses Grand Pack containing the Killing Curse, Cruciatus Curse, and Imperius Curse. A triple threat pack you shouldn't miss. Gold tier reward Magical Creature Affinity. All magical creatures will be irresistibly drawn to you. From this moment forth you shall be the one and only druid. Erwin was thoroughly satisfied with the results from this final 10 draw. This gold tier reward, though seemingly lacking direct combat enhancement, was deceptively powerful. The magical world was teeming with magical creatures. Many of these creatures were exceptionally formidable, such as thunderbirds and dragons. The true potential of this ability far exceeded Erwin's initial imagination. Erwin absorbed all the spell cards, converting the duplicates into proficiency. As streams of light entered his mind, he instantly mastered the spells. It was truly miraculous. Then Erwin opened his personal interface. Name: Erwin Cavendish. Age: 11. Identity: current head of the Cavendish family, unenrolled new student at Hogwarts. Talents: Transfiguration Talent 310. Standard Spell Talent 610. Dark Arts Talent 910. Potions Talent 610. Ancient Magic Talent 10. Locked, requires a special method to unlock. Pet: none. Special skill cards: Mana Reserve Golden. Magical Creature Affinity Golden. Spell Mastery: Accio, Level 1 Wingardium Leviosa, Level 1 Protego, Level 1 Expelliarmus, Level 1 Occlumency, Level 1 Expecto Patronum, Level 1 Avada Kedavra, Level 1 Imperio, Level 1 Crucio, a Level 1. Magic Proficiency 5100. Items: Spicy Beef Jerky x3. Mana Potion Cheap Version x2. Grindelwald's Puppet x1. Shapeshifting Cloak x1. Mysterious Egg x1. Acacia Wood Wand. Current Reputation 600. Looking at his interface, Erwin nodded with satisfaction. This round of draws had given him a foothold in the magical world. Erwin asked inwardly, "System, can I gain magic proficiency through my own practice?" Ding. Yes, host can gain skill proficiency through personal cultivation. The system is merely a crutch. It cannot replace the host. If that were the case, he didn't need to rush to use the system's proficiency. He could practice on his own first. Erwin tossed the book in his hand aside. Ridiculous. Why read when you can cheat? Who looks down on a cheat? Erwin flicked his wrist, and the wand slid into his hand. Holding his wand, Erwin cleared his throat. His first time casting a spell, he had to admit he was quite excited. Erwin recalled the instructions for the levitation charm in his mind. He swished and flicked, Wingardium Leviosa. Silence. Nothing happened. Erwin's face darkened. Was his first spell really going to fail like this? He was the protagonist after all. Unwilling to accept it, Erwin decided to try again. This time he intended to be more formal. He thought maybe his attitude had been too sloppy before. That must have led to this outcome. Erwin coughed lightly. Then he cast the spell once more. Half an hour passed in the blink of an. Erwin's face was as black as charcoal. A faint aura emanated from him, an aura called resentment. Heaven knows what Erwin had gone through in that half hour. He had cast spells over 50 times in total, and his magical core was completely depleted. His success rate was less than half. Elwin had to admit a fact: it seemed his aptitude truly wasn't that strong. Just as he was feeling frustrated, a bird outside the window kept chirping incessantly. It made Elwin even more annoyed. Already in a bad mood hearing the raucous bird calls, he instinctively swung his wand. Avada Kedavra. Then Elwin was stunned. A beam of green light shot directly. The bird was struck by the green light and fell asleep on the spot. And that sleep was eternal. Elwin seemed to have an inkling of something. The system's talent ratings were terrifyingly accurate. It seemed he had a natural gift for the dark arts. But soon a thought struck Elwin. System is my wand under the trace. Ding. It was initially, but as the host system I am responsible for eliminating all potential risks. Therefore the trace has been removed. That was quite considerate. Now he could experiment with peace of mind. Elwin called out Tom. A knock came at the door. Old Tom the butler pushed it open. What is it, young master? Whenever Elwin was awake, Old Tom would wait by the door ready for any needs he might have. Like now? Elwin said. Where are those two people who came to scout out our territory last time? Tom didn't know why his young master suddenly asked about this. But he quickly replied, Rivers has them locked up. You said last time that they might be useful later, so we shouldn't kill them yet. Elwin nodded. Tell Rivers to bring them here. Now is the time they'll be useful. Old Tom nodded. Very well, young master. He'll go at once. Old Tom turned and left. Elwin intended to test whether his dark arts talent was really that good, whether it was just luck or something else. Half an hour later in the forest not far from the old manor, two people knelt on the ground. Terror was etched across their faces. Rivers had lined them up as if they were chicks. Elwin and Old Tom walked into the woods. Rivers hurried over. Young master. Rivers nodded. Upon seeing Elwin, the two captives quickly shouted, Young master Elwin, please don't kill us. We beg you, don't kill us. Elwin ignored them. Instead, he ordered everyone except Rivers and Old Tom to wait outside the forest. Then Elwin drew his wand. Rivers and Old Tom watched him curiously. Rivers was full of excitement. Through Old Tom, he had learned about the wonders of the magical world. Lowering his voice, Rivers asked, Is the young master going to cast a spell now? Old Tom placed a finger to his lips. Quiet, Rivers. Unless you want the young master's magic to land on you. Hearing this, Rivers fell silent immediately. Elwin pointed his wand at one of the men. Crucio. A dark green light shot from the wand, striking the kneeling man. The next moment, agonizing screams filled the air. Elwin lowered his wand. The man lay on the ground, his face etched with terror and drained of all color. Sweat beaded across his forehead. Elwin frowned. There was something strange. According to the original text, to successfully cast an unforgivable curse, one needed to harbor intense negative emotions. For instance, casting Avada Kedavra required a strong desire to kill. Similarly, Crucio demanded a powerful urge to torture the target. But when he had cast it, he hadn't even thought about that. He just casually waved his wand, and it worked. Was this the bonus of a level 9 dark arts talent? Elwin felt a bit helpless. He really was a good person at heart. Looking at the terrified man on the ground, he had to admit, the unforgivable curses were incredibly handy. Elwin opened his panel to check. He noticed that both the Cruciatus curse and the killing curse had been cast only once, yet they had already directly risen to level 2. Meanwhile, the summoning charm, which he had used so many times, had only just reached level 2. This left Elwin somewhat puzzled. Explain. What's going on? Ding. The amount of proficiency gained per spell cast is related to the host's talent. The higher the host's talent, the more proficiency is gained per cast. Elwin's mouth twitched slightly. Alright, no need to say more. He already understood. This was pushing him down the path of a dark, who would even remember that he was truly a righteous figure. Letting out a sigh, Elwin flicked his wand, sending two Cruciatus curses flying towards those two men. The next moment, screams echoed through the woods once more. Such excellent punching bags were meant to be used well. Half an hour later, under Elwin's tireless efforts, his Cruciatus curse and Imperius curse had both reached level 3. Undoubtedly, this was a massive improvement, one more level, and he could cast them non-verbally. However, Elwin did not continue practicing. As for the reason, those two had already gone mad. Rivers and Old Tom beside him were scared stiff. They had personally witnessed the horrific torment the two had endured. Rivers quietly asked Old Tom beside him, Tom, does the young master have a new hobby now? What a terrifying hobby. Old Tom glared at Rivers. Truly, sometimes he felt so exhausted. Why did he always have such useless teammates around him? How could such words be spoken out loud? Even if he wanted to ask, he should do it privately. Sure enough, the next moment, Elwin's death glare fell upon the two. Old Tom quickly straightened up, pretending to be oblivious to the world. Rivers, not getting a response from Old Tom, puzzledly tugged at Old Tom's sleeve. I'm asking you a question, Old Tom. Old Tom dared not respond to Rivers. Just then, Elwin's voice came over. Rivers, make sure to train your body well during this time. I'm considering whether someone as sturdy as you can endure a few more Cruciatus curses than those two. Don't disappoint me. Rivers tensed up instantly. He turned his head in terror to look at Elwin. Elwin flicked his wrist, Avada Kedavra. Two incantations sounded in succession, and two beams of green light flew towards the two who had already been tortured to madness. Subsequently, their faces rapidly turned ashen. In an instant they lost all signs of life. Rivers was terrified. Young master, I was wrong. Elwin snorted coldly. Let's go. Time to head back. He was of course just scaring Rivers. Rivers was utterly loyal to Elwin, known as Elwin's #1 hyena. His only flaw was his foolishness and sharp tongue. Elwin paid no heed to the corpses in the forest. His subordinates would and they would leave no trace whatsoever. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed by swiftly. The date arrived at August 30th. He hadn't had a single idle day during this half month. He practiced various spells every single day. Consequently, his magical proficiency was skyrocketing. Elwin opened his system panel, checking the spell section. Spell Mastery: Summoning Charm, Level 3 Levitation Charm, Level 3 Shield Charm, Level 3 Expelliarmus, Level 3 Occlumency, Level 1 Expecto Patronum, Level 1 Killing Curse, Level 3 Imperius Curse, Level 4 Cruciatus Curse, Level 4. Magic Proficiency 5100. Yes, this was the fruit of Elwin's relentless efforts over the fortnight. Among them, Expecto Patronum and Occlumency were spells he found no way to practice. As for the other spells, he had trained them all to Level 3. Regarding the Imperius and Cruciatus curses advancing so quickly, Elwin truly had to thank the chaotic state of the Eagle Country. Various villains truly seemed to emerge endlessly. These people were captured by Rivers and brought back to become Elwin's experience points. If given another month, Elwin was confident he could raise all his spells to Level 4, reaching the level of casting entirely without incantations. Unfortunately, time was up. Although Hogwarts started classes on September 1st, the young witches and wizards actually arrived at Hogwarts on the 31st. Classes officially began on September 1st. Today, Elwin planned to give himself a day off and rest. After all, practicing spells every day had been quite tiring. Moreover, his journey to school would take several months, and he needed to delegate family matters. At the very least, he had to ensure the family wouldn't encounter problems during his absence. Looking at his remaining 5,100 magic proficiency points, Elwin pondered for a moment. He spent 2,200 points to raise both Occlumency and Expecto Patronum to Level 3. Elwin had to admit that allocating points was far more comfortable than cultivating on his own. He glanced through the rest of his spells, but there were none left to upgrade. Just as he was about to close the system panel, Elwin suddenly noticed that his reputation value had unknowingly risen to 2,700. This was an unexpected delight. Upon inquiring with the system, it said it was due to the commotion he had caused when buying his wand, which had already spread among wizards on a small scale. Hence he had collected so much reputation value. 2,700 reputation points were just enough for 30 consecutive basic draws. Without hesitation, Elwin immediately started drawing. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Ding. 10 draw session complete. Rewards obtained. Waylong Spicy Strips X, Coca-Cola X3. Socks worn by an unknown entity X2. Blue guaranteed reward talent point X1. Elwin's face instantly darkened. Indeed, he shouldn't have expected anything from the basic draws. A lottery can be down to earth, but it shouldn't be down to the underworld. Seriously, what was up with the socks? Elwin directly took out all those miscellaneous items from the system inventory and tossed them into the trash. Oh wait, not the big meat chunks and Waylong Spicy Strips. Elwin kept those. He hadn't had them in a while, and he was quite craving them. Elwin initiated another 10 draw session. Suddenly a purple light caught his eye. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your luck is exceptional. You've drawn a Quick Quotes Cool X3. Bawang Anti-Hair Loss Shampoo X2. Curry Flavored Body Wash X3. Blue Guaranteed Reward Talent Point X1. Purple Reward Space Ring Nerfed version with 12 cubic meters capacity. Elwin's mouth twitched slightly. He could understand the others, but seriously, what in the world was Curry Flavored Body Wash? Elwin decided not to dwell on it. At least he got a purple reward, which was pretty great, right? And it was a space ring. Although this world had the undetectable extension charm, Elwin didn't know it. He had originally planned to visit Diagon Alley to see if he could buy a trunk enchanted with the undetectable extension. Well now, problem solved. It saved him the trouble. Elwin retrieved the spatial ring without a moment's delay. A ring materialized out of thin air. He gazed upon it cradled in his palm. The ring's face bore a sigil resembling a purple lotus identical to the crest of the Cavendish family. Elwin was instantly enamored. As he slipped it onto his finger, the ring contracted, fitting snugly around his digit. Elwin admired the ring on his index finger. This was truly a remarkable treasure. Subsequently, Elwin activated his final 10 draws. To his astonishment, another streak of purple light flashed before his eyes. Elwin was utterly stunned. Was he this fortunate today? He had already forgotten the frustration he had felt after his first 10-draw session. Only one word echoed in his mind: excitement. Ding. Draw complete. Rewards distributed. Blue Guarantee Reward Talent Point X1. Purple Reward Phantom Shift Set X1. Includes Phantom Shift Spell Card X1. Customized Phantom Shift Opportunity X1. Exclusive Mark X1. Elwin stared at the final purple reward, utterly bewildered. What was this? He chose to extract it immediately. A surge of memories flooded Elwin's mind. Understanding dawned upon him. The spell card needed no explanation. The so-called customized Phantom Shift was akin to the Death Eaters transforming into black mist or the Order of the Phoenix members into white light. a modified version of Phantom Shift crafted specifically for the organization's master. It allowed for instantaneous teleportation and flight. Next was the exclusive mark, a personal sigil for Elwin. Just like Voldemort's Dark Mark or the Order's Phoenix Blessing, its purpose was to activate this special variant of Phantom Shift. Elwin scratched his head, wondering how he was increasingly resembling a Dark Lord. It seemed all he lacked now were devoted followers. Goodness, even the ceremonial marks were prepared. Elwin promptly used his magic proficiency to elevate his Phantom Shift to level 3. Then Elwin touched the point for the customized Phantom Shift. Ding. Customization in progress, please wait. Ding. Customization successful. Would you like to view the effect video? Elwin nodded. So this thing even offered a preview. Excellent. A luminous screen unfurled before Elwin. In the next instant his figure appeared within the projection. The on-screen Elwin's form flickered. The following moment a flash of purple light streaked by. Elwin's body vanished from its spot, and where he had stood a purple lotus bloomed gracefully. Elwin was awestruck. Cool, incredibly cool. He was utterly captivated. Without hesitation, he confirmed the selection. A torrent of knowledge surged into Elwin's mind. The method for using the new Phantom Shift. Compared to the original, it consumed less magic, allowed flight, and enabled instant teleportation. Wasn't this far superior to any flying broom? Next, Elwin prepared to test his mark's capabilities. He summoned Tom into the Tom, extend your arm. Tom obeyed without hesitation, raising his arm. Elwin pressed his wand against it. Tom's face showed no fear, only curiosity. A purple lotus sigil slowly materialized on his arm. Elwin then withdrew his wand. Tom, this is my personal mark. When you feel it grow hot, it means I am summoning you. When you need to contact me, you can call my name towards the mark, and I will sense it. Tom nodded. Unlike the Dark Mark or Phoenix brand, Elwin's mark was a product of the system. It boasted an additional function. Tom could use it to reach Elwin, and Elwin would be instantly aware. Elwin withdrew his wand. All right, go contact the other leaders, and have them come to the old mansion for a meeting. I have some matters to delegate. Tom nodded. He then turned and left. After Tom departed, Elwin tried activating his own mark. It was remarkable. He could even sense old Tom's location. He had to admit this was incredibly useful. It was a pity that old Tom lacked magical ability. Elwin planned to research ways to grant magic to non-magical people once he entered the wizarding world. Or perhaps he could draw some miraculous item from the system. If so, his people could become a formidable family within the wizarding world. Rather than cultivating new subordinates, Elwin preferred to rely on the original members of the Cavendish family, as their loyalty to him was absolute. The meeting was straightforward. Elwin delegated the general tasks. During his absence, old Tom would manage things and contact him if issues arose. For convenience, Elwin had made another trip to Diagon Alley a couple of days prior, purchasing an owl specifically for old Tom to use in contacting him. The next day, August 31st. It was the day Elwin was to depart for Hogwarts. Early in the morning, old Tom helped him pack his belongings. He waited by the door. Elwin emerged from his room with a yawn. Morning, young master. Elwin nodded. Have you prepared everything I asked for? Old Tom nodded. Already, young master. They're in the basement. But do you truly need to bring all these items? Elwin said, better safe than sorry. Let's go take a look. Old Tom nodded. They proceeded to the basement. At the basement entrance, Rivers was already waiting. Upon seeing Elwin, he hurried over. Young master, you're awake. Elwin nodded. Let's go inside. Rivers promptly opened the basement door. As it swung open, the contents piled within came into view. On the floor lay rows of firearms, pistols, AKs, even grenades and RPGs. Piles of gleaming golden bullets were stacked nearby. Rivers remarked, young master, are you planning to expand business in a new territory? You need this many equalizers. This arsenal is enough to support a medium-scale assault. Elwin rolled his eyes. Was this guy an idiot? Tom interjected. Young master, I don't think you need to bring so many. Besides, how would you even carry them all? Elwin waved his hand. The guns and ammunition levitated into the air, streaming into the ring on his finger. Old Tom and Rivers stared in wide-eyed wonder. Incredible magic. Once the basement was cleared, Elwin touched the ring on his finger, feeling an overwhelming surge of security. It wasn't his fault. Every child of the Great Xia, despite living in peace, was influenced by their formidable ancestors and suffered from a chronic lack of firepower. On the way to the station, Erwin allocated his remaining 3 talent points to Dark Arts Talent and Transfiguration. His Dark Arts Talent reached 10 points directly. Further upgrades would require 100 talent points. Erwin wasn't at that level yet. He added points to Transfiguration because his talent there was poor, only 3 points. After adding it became 5, which Erwin estimated should be enough for regular classes. Once at Hogwarts, there would be more chances to add points. He could deal with it when the time came. After all, there were so many young wizards at Hogwarts. They were prime material for At the station entrance, a luxurious Rolls-Royce slowly came to a stop. Passers-by all turned to look, their eyes filled with envy. At the station entrance, a young man, seeing the envy in his girlfriend's eyes, couldn't help but say, "I'll buy a car like this someday. Don't envy others." The woman rolled her eyes. "You? Yeah, right." The young man was about to retort when he suddenly felt a shadow loom over him from behind. He turned around and was so startled, he collapsed to the ground. Behind him stood a giant with a small child beside him. This strange pair was none other than Hagrid and this world's destined protagonist Harry Potter. Seeing he had frightened someone, Hagrid quickly asked, "Are you all right?" But the young man scrambled back in haste. "You stay away." Hagrid pursed his lips. As a half-giant he had endured such looks many times before. But it still stung a little. Harry Potter looked at the Rolls-Royce, a flicker of envy in his eyes quickly suppressed. He was about to enter the wizarding world. He was different from his old self. No matter how rich Muggles were, it had no bearing on him. He didn't need to envy anyone. Having glimpsed the wonders of the magical world, his horizons had broadened. Just then Hagrid slapped his forehead. "Blimey, I forgot something. Harry, you'll have to take the Hogwarts Express on your own. I've got business to attend to." Harry Potter nodded. "Okay, Hagrid." Hagrid said, "Then I'll see you at Hogwarts." A smile of anticipation spread across Harry's face as he nodded vigorously. "See you at Hogwarts." Hagrid then hurriedly turned and left. In the car, Erwin also noticed this peculiar pair. A knowing smile touched his lips. Harry Potter and Hagrid, huh? Interesting. Tom, the butler in the front seat, quickly turned around. "Yes, young master," Erwin said. "Have our people keep an eye on that big fellow. If he runs into any trouble in the Muggle world, no need to be too obvious, just make sure he knows who helped him." Erwin hadn't forgotten about his pet egg. That pet egg needed the blood of magical creatures to hatch. With Hagrid, the keeper of the Forbidden Forest, as an ally, collecting such blood would become much easier. Tom nodded, then got out and opened the door for Erwin. As Erwin stepped out, many people were waiting to see who would emerge from the car. Harry Potter was among them. Seeing Erwin, the crowd marveled. Harry, noticing Erwin's well-tailored suit, looked down at his own clothes. A pang of inferiority hit him. He lowered his head and turned to walk into the station. Erwin adjusted his attire. He said, "All right, you can head back now. I can manage from here." Old Tom bowed. "Very well, young master. Please take care of yourself. If you need anything, please contact me immediately." Erwin waved his hand dismissively, then walked into the station. On the platform, Harry Potter stared at his ticket, utterly bewildered. He had asked several people where platform 9 3/4 was. But the station staff all treated him like he was mad. This left Harry feeling helpless and increasingly anxious. Was he going to be stymied before he even got on the train? That would be truly unfortunate. Just as Harry was at a loss, a voice came from behind him. "You seem to be looking for platform 9 and..." Harry turned and saw the speaker, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He recognized him. It was the young man who had stepped out of that luck. Erwin looked at Harry Potter before him. In truth, he hadn't deliberately sought Harry out. It was just that regarding platform 9 Erwin had found it. But he found the idea of running headfirst into a wall a bit absurd, even though both movies and books described it that way. Erwin believed in seeing things for himself. He needed a test subject. And then Harry Potter, the protagonist, appeared. A very suitable test subject. Harry Potter asked, "Are you a Hogwarts student too?" Erwin nodded. "Yes, that's right. I'm a first year as well." "You look like a first year too. I happen to know how to get to platform 9 3/4. Want me to show you?" Harry beamed. "Thank you so much." "I'm Harry Potter." Erwin nodded. "I'm Erwin Cavendish." Harry paused. "Cavendish?" Erwin smiled. Indeed, the Cavendish family was incredibly famous in London. Even Mr. Potter, who lived in a cupboard, knew of. Erwin said, "Yes, the very same Cavendish you're thinking of." Harry swallowed hard, a hint of awe creeping into his eyes. After all, the Cavendish family's reputation was truly immense. Erwin didn't mind. He walked forward. "If you don't want to miss the train, I suggest you follow me." Hearing this, Harry quickly trotted to catch up with Erwin. Soon, relying on his memory, Erwin located the pillar described in the original story. Erwin pointed to the pillar. "Just push your trolley straight into it, and you'll get there." Harry was stunned. "Into it? Run into it?" Erwin nodded. "Yes, straight into it. You don't have a choice right now, you have to trust me. I'm not in the habit of deceiving people. So will you give it a try, Mr. Potter?" Harry gritted his teeth. He felt Erwin was right. He muttered a quick thanks. Then, pushing his trolley, he charged forward without hesitation. An onlooker might have thought he was rushing to his doom. Erwin was also a bit surprised to see Harry vanish straight into the wall. While this thing was certainly unscientific, with the test done, Erwin didn't hesitate. Just as he was about to charge at the wall himself, he heard a commotion and turned around. The red-haired group, the impecunious Weasley family, had arrived. Erwin had no intention of greeting them. He walked to the center between the two pillars, feeling a surge of magic envelop him. This was when Erwin understood why wizards could pass through walls without being noticed by Muggles. The pillars were enchanted. Any wizard stepping between the pillars would be hidden from Muggle eyes. Comprehending the principle, Erwin strode toward the stone pillars. With a calm, unhurried pace, his figure was swallowed by the wall. The next moment, the scene before him shifted instantly. A steam locomotive stood on the tracks, billowing plumes of white vapor. Wizards passed by, escorting their children to school. Erwin glanced back at the wall. A single spell separated two entirely different worlds. Indeed, the magical world was far from scientific. Erwin made his way directly to the steam train. There was no ticket inspection, and boarding was utterly uneventful. He found an empty compartment, settled into a seat, and leaned back comfortably. Before long, the train began to move. Shortly after the train departed, the compartment door slid open. A head poked in. All the other compartments are full." "Can I?" Erwin, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them at the sound. Red hair. Ugh, a broke blood traitor. No, get out. Ron hadn't expected such a blunt refusal. With one foot already inside the compartment, he was left frozen in awkwardness. Erwin frowned. Closed the door. Ron was furious, but dared not show it. From Erwin's attire alone, it was clear he was not someone to be trifled with. Ron was by nature timid and dim-witted. The only reason he dared to defy Malfoy in the original story was because he had Harry Potter by his side. Now alone against Erwin, he was truly intimidated. He didn't dare cause trouble, and could only slink away. Erwin had never liked Ron. Even when reading the original books, he found him insufferable. Forget about saving face. Had circumstances permitted, Erwin would have shot him. No reason in particular, he simply wanted to. As a transmigrator, why shouldn't he be willful? It wasn't as if he lacked the power to back it up. Erwin closed his eyes intending to resume his rest. Just then the compartment door slid open again. This time Erwin was genuinely annoyed. Was there no end to this? Erwin's finger brushed over his ring, barely suppressing the urge to pull out an AK-47. He opened his eyes. Hello? Sorry to bother you, but have you... Erwin looked at the bushy-haired head poking through the doorway and suppressed his irritation. For Hermione Granger's sake head, among the golden trio, Erwin's favorite was Hermione. Why? Well, it was the actress. Hermione was simply too beautiful. Even though she had grown less attractive later on. Erwin looked her over. Good, she looked exactly like in the movies. I haven't seen it, but I can find it. Want me to help? Hermione gasped in surprise. You can find it. That's wonderful. I've already searched half the train. The chubby boy behind her also looked on with eager anticipation. Erwin flicked his wrist, a faint, barely perceptible glimmer passing over the ring on his finger. He had long since stored his wand inside the dimensional ring. Wasn't this far more convenient? As for that quick-draw wand holster Ollivander had given him, Erwin could only let it gather dust. Erwin turned to Hermione. What's the toad's name? Hermione looked back at the chubby boy. Neville, what's your toad's name? Neville Longbottom hadn't yet discovered his courage. Faced with Erwin's question, he dared not speak up. After Hermione asked, Neville stammered, Trevor. His name is Trevor. Erwin rolled his eyes. So timid. What exactly was he afraid of? With a light flick of his wand, Erwin intoned Accio Trevor. A third-year summoning charm wouldn't fail now. Naturally, Erwin wanted to show off a bit. However, Erwin had overlooked something, or rather had been misled by the novels. After all, every protagonist in those stories encountered this exact scenario, followed by a neat summoning charm. Erwin, of course, had to honor the trope. After all, he was the protagonist too. But had missed one crucial detail: the summoning charm brings objects flying directly to the cat, and that minute had a trajectory. This led to a certain outcome. When Trevor the Toad arrived in front of Erwin, several people arrived with him. At the lead was a head of platinum blonde hair, strikingly similar to Erwin's own silver white. Just from the hair color, Erwin knew exactly who he was. Draco Malfoy, Harry Potter's destined rival. The Platinum Glory, the master of daddy issues. Yet at this moment Malfoy's face was twisted with rage, and on his right cheek was a red mark with what vaguely looked like a toad's leg print. Erwin reckoned it must have been quite a hard slap, given that Trevor, after being dropped to the floor, was hopping around with a limp. Poor thing. Malfoy swept his gaze around the compartment. His eyes landed on Erwin. More precisely on the wand in Erwin's hand. Malfoy sized Erwin up for a moment, pondered briefly, then spoke. Who are you? Erwin was taken aback. Well, Malfoy actually knew how to probe an unknown opponent. Shouldn't he have just launched into a tirade? Damn, Malfoy had grown a brain. Erwin replied, a new Hogwarts student. Malfoy racked his brain, trying to recall Erwin's identity. Judging by his attire and demeanor, he suspected Erwin might be from a pureblood family. Malfoy turned to his two cronies, Goyle and Crabbe. Both shook their heads, indicating they didn't know Erwin either. Erwin found the trio's reaction amusing. Alright, stop racking your brains, kid. I'm not from any pureblood family in your wizarding world. Malfoy was momentarily stunned by this declaration. His already limited brain capacity was completely overloaded by Erwin's single statement. Erwin sighed in exasperation. Shouldn't he be spouting some nonsense right now, giving Erwin a chance to show off and gain some reputation? Why was he just standing there in silence? Erwin felt had been too influenced by those novels. Deciding to skip the formalities, he simply let a flash of light burst from Expelliarmus. In an instant, Malfoy was lifted off his feet, sent flying backward, and crashed heavily onto the floor. Many students in the carriage had gathered to watch the commotion. Harry Potter and Ron were among them. In fact, they had been the first to arrive. Because when Malfoy got slapped by the Toad, had been strutting right outside their compartment door. The very next moment, the speeding Toad had smacked him square in the face. Malfoy struggled to his feet, his eyes filled with confusion. Why did you attack me? Erwin twirled his wand. Because I had a feeling you were about to insult me. The moment Erwin spoke, the entire compartment fell silent. Malfoy stared at him in utter bewilderment, his walnut-sized mind utterly incapable of grasping the meaning behind Erwin's words. Indeed, when he learned that Erwin was not from a pureblood family, he had intended to cause trouble. But heaven knew he truly hadn't planned to resort to insults outright. After all, his upbringing had taught him to tailor his words to his audience. Against someone like a Weasley, he could hurl insults freely, for in Malfoy's eyes, he was far nobler. Yet this Erwin before him failed to evoke such a feeling in Malfoy. The air of distinction radiating from Erwin was simply too extraordinary. He seemed even more noble than the pure-blood families Malfoy knew. And so before his words could even leave his mouth, he was sent flying. Ron and Harry Potter, who had been watching from the sidelines, were equally taken aback by Erwin's words. Ron had been scolded by Erwin and humiliated by Malfoy. Thus in his view neither of them were good people. At this moment, however, Harry Potter's thoughts were the polar opposite. Perhaps it was a matter of first impressions. Erwin had helped him, and he disliked Malfoy as a person. Seeing Erwin discipline Malfoy instinctively endeared him to Erwin. Erwin, of course, was unaware of these thoughts. Had he known, he would have surely cursed his misfortune. A chosen one was nothing but a walking calamity, wasn't he? Goyle and Crabbe, his two lackeys, rushed to Malfoy's side and helped him to his feet. Malfoy's gaze at Erwin was a mix of resentment and fear. After all, the boy had never been struck a day in his life. He had never encountered someone like Erwin who acted without any apparent reason. Yes, to Malfoy, Erwin was precisely that, someone unreasonable and impulsive. Seeing the indignation in Malfoy's eyes, Erwin raised an eyebrow. Looks like you still want to curse at me. As he spoke, he gave his wand a light flick. At the sight, Malfoy was terrified. No, I don't. I didn't mean it. He was genuinely frightened. If the target of a disarming charm holds no weapon, the spell hurls them backward. For a specific example, one might recall a certain unfortunate Death Eater who was blasted away by Hermione in the original story. Though not lethal, crashing to the ground was undeniably painful. Erwin let out an "Oh." Then why aren't you leaving? Malfoy was stunned. He then turned and fled with his two cronies, his speed remarkable, as if a pack of hounds were nipping at his heels. After they left, the other students who had gathered to watch the commotion gradually dispersed. Erwin yawned. Calculating the time, they wouldn't reach Hogwarts for another 2 or 3 hours. He was about to head back to his compartment. Just then an Asian girl approached him. That was a brilliant summoning charm and disarming charm. Are you truly not from a pure-blood family? Your magic is far too proficient. Erwin shook his head. No, I just practiced a bit before the term started. The girl extended her hand. Truly remarkable talent. My name is Zhang Qiu, though of course in the Western style they call me Cho Chong. A smile tugged at Erwin's lips. So it was her. The only Asian character in the original series. And not from the film version either. Judging by her appearance, this was the Zhang Qiu from the novels. Erwin speculated that this world was a fusion of both the books and the films. As for the reason, perhaps it was some special setting due to certain uncontrollable forces. Erwin gave her hand a light brief shake. Hello, I'm Erwin. A pleasure to meet you, Zhang Qiu. This sentence Erwin spoke in Chinese. Zhang Qiu was taken aback for a moment, then exclaimed with delight. You can speak the Xia. Erwin nodded. Xia is a mysterious and ancient nation. In my view, it is the most beautiful country in the world, and the greatest, without exception. Zhang Qiu nodded in agreement. I feel the same way. I do hope you're sorted into Ravenclaw. I'm sure would get along splendidly. Erwin smiled. Perhaps. Just then one of Zhang Qiu's classmates called out to her. Zhang Qiu said, if you get the chance, you're welcome to visit Xia. I have to go now. Erwin nodded. All right, thank you for the invitation. I will come. And when I do, I'll have to trouble you to be my guide. Zhang Qiu laughed. With your level of Xia, you won't need a guide. With that, she trotted off. Erwin watched her retreating figure, marveling at the vitality of youth. Was that Xia you were speaking just now? Erwin turned to see Hermione still standing there. Also rooted to the spot was the timid Neville Longbottom. Erwin nodded. Yes, it was Xia. Well, the toad's been found, so I'm off to rest. Hermione said, I see your compartment only has you in it. I can't be bothered to walk back to mine. Mind if I join? Erwin replied, you may if you can keep quiet. He then walked straight into the compartment. Hermione didn't seem to mind his bluntness. She looked at Neville. Neville, are you coming with us or going back to your own compartment? Neville stammered, I think he'll go back. I'm a bit scared of that gentleman. Hermione didn't bother to persuade him. She just nodded. All right then, but you'd better keep a close eye on your toad. If you lose it again, there won't be another Mr. Erwin to summon it back for you. Neville nodded hurriedly. Hermione had no idea how prophetic her words were. Trevor the Toad's journey of getting lost was just beginning. The grand saga of Where is Trevor was about to unfold across Hogwarts. After Neville left, Hermione walked into the compartment. Erwin was resting. Hermione began. Was that a summoning charm you used? I've read about it. But isn't that a third-year spell? And the disarming charm, isn't that taught in second year? How were you able to cast them, and so skillfully? Erwin felt a headache coming on. He was beginning to regret allowing Hermione to share his compartment. He had forgotten that Miss Granger, besides being a know-it-all, was also an insatiably curious soul. A walking encyclopedia of whys, the very embodiment of relentless questioning. Seeing Erwin not respond, Hermione asked, puzzled, Are you asleep? Why aren't you talking? Am I bothering you? Erwin's face darkened further. Fine. Miss Hermione Granger, you truly live up to your reputation. With a sigh, he opened his eyes. Firstly, I had someone teach me those spells. Secondly, Miss, I'd appreciate it if you could recall what I said before you entered this compartment. Hermione made a sound of realization, recalling what was said before entering the compartment. Did she say anything before entering? She didn't remember, but she didn't pay it much mind. Hermione continued, Did you grow up in the wizarding world? Are your parents wizards too? Elwin sighed, feeling helpless. He thought, well, he didn't want to sleep anyway. Someone nearby was chattering, making it impossible for him to sleep. Besides, it seemed they were almost there. Elwin said, My name is Erwin Cavendish. Is that the Cavendish you're talking about? Hermione's expression suddenly changed. Cavendish. Elwin's eyes lit up, but it seemed like a pleasant surprise. If he could scare Hermione away, he could get some more rest. Elwin nodded. That's right. The very Cavendish you know. However, what happened next was something Elwin could never have anticipated. Hermione said, I heard from my dad that your family ended the era of dark forces in London and established a new order of darkness. Ever since you emerged, the public security in London has improved significantly. Elwin was taken aback. So the Cavendish family had such a good reputation now. Having grown up in a peaceful era, he had never engaged in certain businesses. After he took over Cavendish, some businesses were banned by him. Some gray industries became more gentle and humane. Thus, many workers in those gray industries were grateful to the Cavendish family. Hermione, not receiving a response from Elwin, remained undeterred. She continued, My dad said you are the youngest godfather in history, a legend that cannot be replicated. How did you manage to accomplish so much at such a young age? Elwin wondered. Your dad said. It sounds like he often talks about me. Hermione nodded. Yes. My dad respects you a lot. Because before the Cavendish family appeared, London was very chaotic. My dad is a dentist. He was often harassed by those people collecting protection fees. Sometimes 4 or 5 groups would come in a day. But after the Cavendish family rose to power, they established a management fee that each family needs to pay. It only comes in once a month, and we aren't bothered anymore. My dad is very grateful to you. Elwin realized so that was how it was. If that were the case, maybe he could run for mayor. It seemed he was quite popular. Truly, he was a good person. Hermione continued to speak to herself. By the way, do you have a favorite house? I read that Hogwarts has 4 houses. Why aren't you speaking? Is it because you're not familiar with the 4 houses? I can tell you about them. First, Hermione's words were interrupted as Elwin raised his hand to stop her. What a warm-hearted Miss Granger. Elwin said, I know the 4 houses. No need to introduce them to me. Hermione looked a bit disappointed, feeling she had lost a chance to show. Hermione asked, which house do you want to go to? I really want to go to Gryffindor. The book says that powerful wizards, including the current headmaster of Hogwarts, are all Gryffindors. Oh, and Professor McGonagall, who took me to Diagon Alley to buy things. She's the head of Gryffindor. I truly admire such a cultured and graceful. I also want to become someone like that. Elwin gave a thumbs up. Well done, Miss Granger. She truly had aspirations. Becoming a mature cat lady is not something everyone can handle. However, in the original story, Hermione later became the Minister of Magic, so she must have fulfilled her dream. Elwin said, don't overly trust the books. Is Gryffindor really the strongest? Are there no powerful wizards in the other houses? Each of the 4 houses at Hogwarts has its own characteristics. What suits you is the most important. In my opinion, you are actually most suited for Ravenclaw. That's the realm of academic elites. Gryffindor is just a bunch of little lions. While brave, they are also reckless. Learning isn't that great. You should know that studying requires an atmosphere. Hermione frowned, clearly deep in thought about Elwin's words. Elwin was also curious to see if the unbreakable trio could be separated. Primarily, it was just for fun. As for the so-called powerful wizards from Gryffindor, Elwin did not deny that. But does that mean no powerful wizards come from the other houses? Take Voldemort, for instance. He was from Slytherin. It's just that he couldn't be written in the books. And it was actually quite simple for Gryffindor to produce talented individuals. The sorting at Hogwarts is determined by the sorting hat. Although Elwin didn't know the principle behind the sorting hat. But that thing itself is from Gryffindor. Elwin thought that if the 4 founders had infused their thoughts into the sorting hat, it would not be impossible for Gryffindor to have a bit of self. Thus, well-qualified young wizards being lumped into Gryffindor led to the phenomenon of Gryffindor producing talents. Of course, this was just Elwin's thought. He wasn't sure about the specifics. Hermione said, you're right. But I still don't know what the sorting at Hogwarts actually requires. The book didn't say. I also don't know if I can go to Ravenclaw. Thinking about it makes me worried. Elwin looked at Hermione's troubled little face and found it amusing. Perhaps only a top student like Hermione would think about these things every day, adding so many worries at such a young age. Elwin said the sorting at Hogwarts is simple. It's placed on your head. The hat will tell you which house you should go to. Hermione exclaimed, a hat. Is that accurate? This is a matter that affects your whole life. Isn't it a bit hasty? Elwin replied, it's a hat with thoughts. If you don't mind, you should actually call it great-great-grandfather. This hat has probably existed longer than the earliest generation of your family tree. Hermione exclaimed in surprise, can we really do that? Elwin said, why not give it a try? What do you have to lose? Hermione nodded. You're right. But from what you've said, Ravenclaw is full of top students. What if I can't keep up? I'm a bit worried. Elwin rolled his eyes. Goodness, the know-it-all miss was afraid she couldn't keep up with others. A person who uses a time-turner just to study, more afraid of falling behind. What a cold joke that was. Elwin said, you needn't worry. A wizarding school isn't that different from a muggle one. The only difference is the subjects taught. In fact, many young wizards might not be as studious as muggle children. Those who don't like to learn will be the same no matter where. They won't magically transform from slackers to top students just because they wave a wand. Hermione said, but I come from a muggle family. Shouldn't children from wizarding families have received a good magical education from a young age? I'm so afraid of falling behind. Elvin thought that Hermione must have been from Dachau in her past life. In a place like Eagleland, one wouldn't find such an extreme overachiever. Elvin said, trust me, after you start school you'll find that those kids from wizarding families, they might not even know the simplest spell. Not everyone is as brilliant as I am. Hermione chuckled. Are you praising yourself? Elvin said, I'm just stating the facts. My name is Cavendish. The Cavendishes are exceptional in any world. Hermione looked at Elvin at that moment. If anyone else had said such a thing, Hermione would have scoffed, thinking them arrogant and clueless. Yet coming from Elvin's mouth, she strangely found it perfectly normal. Elvin checked the time and said, all right. The train is about to arrive. Miss Granger, you need to change into your robes. Should I step out? Hermione retorted, Mr. Cavendish, I believe that question doesn't need an answer. Elvin shrugged. There was nothing interesting to see anyway, was there? Was there no trust between people? Besides, it was just putting on a robe. It wasn't like changing into a swimsuit. Nevertheless, Elvin turned and walked out of the compartment, standing by the door with his back to it, waiting quietly. Hermione glanced at Elvin. A smile tugged at her lips. She then began to change into her robes. Moments later, Hermione opened the compartment door. Done. I've changed. You should go change too. They'll wait here. Elvin shook his head. No need. Hermione asked, puzzled. Aren't you going to change into your robe? Elvin snapped his fingers. The next moment, his suit transformed directly into a set of wizard robes. On both cuffs of the robes, there was a lotus emblem embroidered with purple silk thread. Hermione's eyes widened. Is that a spell too? What's the incantation? It's so convenient. Can I learn it? Elvin shook his head. Unfortunately, no. This isn't magic. You could consider it a magical item, nothing more. Hermione looked a bit disappointed. Oh, okay. Just then Hermione noticed the purple lotus emblem on Elvin's cuff. What is that? It's beautiful. Elvin said, it's the Cavendish family crest. Hermione said, it's gorgeous. Is it a lotus? A purple lotus? Elvin nodded. Yes, it's a lotus. In truth, Elvin also didn't understand why the Cavendish family crest was a purple lotus. If it were just a lotus, he could understand it. But in Eagleland's culture, purple didn't hold any particular significance, and neither did the lotus. So the first time Elvin saw the crest, he even thought he had traveled back to Dachau. However, it wasn't a major issue, and Elvin never bothered to investigate. Soon the Hogwarts Express began to slow down, until it finally came to a stop. Through the window, Elvin saw the faint silhouette of a castle in the distance. A smile spread across his lips. Hogwarts finally. Elvin and Hermione got off the train. On the platform, Hagrid was waiting for them. His massive frame was quite imposing. Hermione stared at Hagrid, her eyes full of astonishment. My God, he's so tall. Elvin said, in the wizarding world you'll see many extraordinary things. This is just the beginning. Miss Granger, contain your surprise and prepare for your upcoming sorting. Hermione nodded. Malfoy got off from another carriage. He happened to spot Elvin. An uncontrollable flicker of fear mixed with a hint of anger passed through his eyes. He had been stunned on the train. It wasn't until he returned to his compartment that he slowly recovered. Who was he? Draco Malfoy. His father was a school governor, and he had been hit. Malfoy had already decided to write to his father, the governor, as soon as he got back. He would make Elvin pay for this. As if sensing Malfoy's gaze, Elvin turned his head. Startled, Malfoy quickly lowered his head. A smirk played on Elvin's lips. It seemed Mr. Malfoy hadn't truly learned his lesson. Elvin felt it might be necessary to teach him another one when he had the chance. After all, the Malfoy family was one of Elvin's targets. Dealing with old Malfoy was far more difficult than dealing with the young one. Elvin had no intention of letting this clear and foolish rich kid off the hook. Hagrid clapped his hands. All right. First years form groups of 4 and follow me. He'll take you to the castle by boat. Everything was peaceful on the boats. Soon Hagrid led the group of young wizards to the entrance of the Great Hall. After handing them over to Professor McGonagall, Hagrid turned and left. Before the sequel to Neville's search for Trevor began, Elvin had thought the pre-sorting proceedings would remain this peaceful. But then Neville found his toad on the ground, and Professor McGonagall's face was as dark as coal. These facts told Elvin that the plot was proceeding with a terrifying inertia. The only difference was that Malfoy didn't go to provoke the poor Weasley or their savior, Mr. Harry Potter. Perhaps it was because of the shadow Elvin had cast over him on the... Led by Professor McGonagall, the first years walked into the Great Hall. Inside, the older students were already seated along the long tables, looking at the newcomers with eager anticipation. Elvin could easily guess what they were anticipating. After all, wizards had a nasty habit of not telling the younger generation about the... Having been drenched by the rain themselves, they would tear up others' umbrellas. So the anxious expressions on the new students' faces as they entered the Great Hall were always a delightful treat for them. Above the dais, rows of long tables stretched across the hall. The professors had already taken their seats. Just by looking at their appearances, Elwin could roughly identify who each of them was. There was the gloomy half-blood Prince Snape, with his lank, greasy black hair, and Professor Quirrell, who wore a turban to conceal the visage of the previous Dark Lord that lurked on the back of his head. All the young witches and wizards were curiously taking in the grandeur of the hall. Everything here was a novelty to them, even for those from pureblood families. Hogwarts was steeped in legend, and had produced countless legends of its own. Now they were about to begin their studies here, and one day they too would walk its halls and leave its gates. Perhaps they would become legends themselves, or perhaps they would fade into obscurity. Yet each of their hearts swelled with hope, even our resident know-it-all Miss Granger. Elwin, however, fixed his gaze upon the ghosts floating in the air applauding the newcomers. He had been curious about them, even when reading the original story. Could they be considered a form of immortality? More importantly, how were ghosts even formed? If every witch or wizard who died became a ghost, the original story would have been teeming with them. Yet in truth, only one ghost from a recent era was mentioned in the book's Moaning Myrtle. Just as Elwin was pondering the feasibility of catching a ghost to study, he felt a pair of eyes on him. Startled, he turned his head towards the staff table, seeking the source of the gaze. He found it quickly. To his surprise, the gaze came from none other than Snape. A jolt of alarm went through Elwin. What's going on? According to the original story, shouldn't Snape be staring at Harry Potter? Why was he looking at him instead? Had he mistaken him for someone else? Before Elwin could figure it out, Professor McGonagall stepped forward to a stool placed in front of the hall. She held a roll of parchment in her hand. On the stool lay a wizard's hat that looked incredibly shabby. Hermione whispered, "Is that the sentient hat you were talking about?" Elwin nodded. "Yes, that's the one." Hermione remarked, "It doesn't look any different from a normal hat." But just as the words left her mouth, a rip in the brim of the hat opened wide like a mouth. "You may think him not pretty, but please don't judge me by my looks. If you can find a smarter hat than me, I'll gladly eat myself." A hoarse creaking song began to fill the hall. The first years stared in amazement at the hat that was producing such a racket, their eyes wide with wonder. Elwin, however, furrowed his brow as he looked at the hat on the stool. He felt a sense of disgust. He had a phobia of germs, and this hat it was truly hard for him to accept. It was all greasy and shiny, and worse, some of the students were quite unkempt. Who knows how much hair oil had soaked into it over the years? All that accumulated grime. Oh no, Elwin felt like he was going to be sick. After the sorting hat finished its song, Professor McGonagall unfurled the parchment in her hand and announced, "Next we will proceed with the sorting ceremony. When I call your name, you will come forward, put on the hat, and it will determine which house you belong to." Hannah Abbott. Elwin nearly clapped. Good. It was just as the tropes dictated. Time travelers come and go, but Hannah is forever. She was practically a fixture of the Iron Throne. The ceremony proceeded exactly as Elwin had predicted. The moment the hat touched Hannah Abbott's head, it eagerly shouted, "Hufflepuff." The hat's declaration marked the arrival of another badger. A wave of enthusiastic applause erupted from the Hufflepuff table. Even the other houses offered some polite claps for the peace-loving badgers. Even the ever-proud Slytherins joined in. Professor McGonagall continued down her list. Draco Malfoy. As Malfoy walked past Elwin, he instinctively took a wide berth. Elwin couldn't help but chuckle. The moment the sorting hat touched Malfoy's head, it immediately declared Slytherin. A smug smile spread across Malfoy's face. The Malfoy family was destined for Slytherin, there was never any doubt. In fact, almost all pureblood families were destined for Slytherin, except for some oddballs like the one who could turn into a dog. Just as the poor red-haired Weasleys after Malfoy were destined for Gryffindor. Harry Potter. The moment the name left Professor McGonagall's lips, a sudden hush fell over the great hall. The professors all straightened up slightly in their seats. Elwin noticed that Dumbledore, who had been lounging in his chair, also sat up. A murmur of excitement rippled through the student body. Harry Potter. Those two words carried immense weight in the wizarding world. This time the sorting hat took a bit longer to make its decision. It was deliberating where to place Harry Potter. Elwin, however, suspected the hat was wrestling with whether or not it should put him in Gryffindor. Dumbledore had probably put in a good word for Gryffindor beforehand, but the hat seemed to be hesitating. Elwin had a rather wild theory. If his head originally thought the hat carried the will of Gryffindor and would use its power to place the most talented students into that house, then did that mean Harry's potential was so underwhelming that the hat was reluctant to send him there? Elwin couldn't help but entertain this malicious thought. After all, in the original story, Harry Potter was rather dim. If it weren't for old Dumbledore paving the way for him, he would have died 100 times over. No brains, no real power. He finally escaped the misery of his aunt's house, but instead of studying hard to change his future, he just loafed around all day. If he weren't the protagonist, that guy would have no future at all. The sorting hat was still dithering, and Elwin could distinctly see Dumbledore's fist clench. Elwin guessed that the hat would get a stern talking to from Dumbledore later. In the end, of course, the result was the same as the original story. Harry Potter was sorted into Gryffindor. The Gryffindors went absolutely wild. They cheered and shouted, "We've got Potter! We've got Potter!" Elwin smirked. "Yes, you've got Potter. Let's see if you still remember your cheers and excitement today when you watch your house points drop day after day." Harry Potter was also delighted to be in Gryffindor. After all, with Ron, Dumbledore, and Hagrid all singing its praises, he firmly believed Gryffindor was the best house in the world. After Harry Potter, Professor McGonagall continued calling out names. Soon a few background characters passed by. Then Professor McGonagall called out Hermione Granger. Elwin clearly felt the know-it-all girl beside him stiffen abruptly. If he weren't in the Great Hall of Hogwarts, Elwin would have thought this was some special ceremony. This know-it-all girl was incredibly nervous. Hermione turned to look at Elwin. Elwin said, "It's fine. It's simple. Haven't you already seen it? No need to be nervous." Elwin's words seemed to soothe her effectively. Miss Granger indeed appeared less tense. She stepped onto the platform. Professor McGonagall placed the sorting hat on Hermione's head. Remarkable intellect. A thirst for knowledge, how fitting for Ravenclaw. But you also possess extraordinary courage. Gryffindor seems quite suitable for you as well. Hermione Granger heard the voice from the hat on her head. She felt somewhat uneasy. Her eyes darted around nervously. She asked tentatively, "May I go to Ravenclaw?" The sorting hat asked in confusion, "Ravenclaw? You don't want Gryffindor? Gryffindor suits you perfectly. You'll find like-minded friends." Hermione couldn't believe Elwyn had been right. The hat was indeed open to negotiation. She glanced at the Gryffindor table. Those students didn't look particularly bright. In contrast, Ravenclaw was different. Every one of them seemed cultured at first glance. Students from the Muggle world understood the importance of a good learning atmosphere. "No, I insist. I want Ravenclaw." The sorting hat fell silent for 2 seconds. "Very well. If that's your wish, so be it." The sorting hat bellowed, "Ravenclaw." A thunderous round of applause erupted from the Ravenclaw table. After Hermione took off the sorting hat, her face was full of smiles. She glanced at Elwyn, who gave a slight nod. Hermione skipped over to the Ravenclaw table, where she was warmly welcomed by her seniors. A sharp glint flashed in Elwyn's. His experiment was complete, and he had reached a conclusion. The plot had inertia, but it was not immutable. This discovery filled Elwyn with excitement. A transmigrator's greatest fear was knowing the plot, striving to change it, yet discovering that all events were predetermined, with the inertia of fate pulling everything back on track, rendering all efforts futile, and all schemes and calculations turning to dust in the end. Elwyn had harbored this concern as well. So he conducted an experiment with Hermione. The plot's inertia existed like where life, but it could also be changed, as evidenced by Hermione moving from Gryffindor to Ravenclaw. As Elwyn pondered, a few more students were called up. They were sorted one by one. Soon only Elwyn remained. So was the protagonist, always the last to be called. Professor McGonagall looked at Elwyn. Erwin Cavendish. As his name was called by Professor McGonagall, a stir rippled through the tables of all 4 houses. Some students from the wizarding world didn't know who Elwyn was, but those from the Muggle world were all too familiar with the name. Cavendish. The Cavendish. Who else could it be? In London, someone might dare impersonate Elizabeth, but no one would ever dare impersonate a Cavendish. My God, I'm seeing a real Cavendish. And he'll be our classmate. Cavendish. Is he famous? Of course he's famous. There's a saying in London, when night falls, London belongs to the Cavendishes. So what does he do? He is a legend. A legend of the Muggle world. The young wizards from the Muggle world began chatting animatedly, eagerly educating their neighbors about the Cavendish family's exploits. The other students listened, utterly bewildered. After all, Elwyn's story was truly legendary. Professor McGonagall frowned. Silence. With the professor's intervention, the young wizards finally quieted down. At the Slytherin table, Malfoy had also overheard the chatter from the other houses. He picked up bits and pieces of the conversation. Elwyn was powerful in the Muggle world. One could even say terrifyingly so. But Malfoy dismissed it. No matter what, that was the Muggle world. Wizards naturally looked down upon Muggles, believing their own magical prowess was superior. Yet it was precisely this arrogance that blinded them to the terrifying power Muggles wielded in this age of technology. Their fate, like that of a frog at the bottom of a well, was already sealed. Elwyn ascended the steps. He looked at the sorting hat placed there and couldn't help but frown. The sorting hat said, "Hey, young wizard, what are you waiting for? Sit down and let me see what's in that little head of yours. It'll help you choose the most suitable how." Professor McGonagall also looked at Elwyn, puzzled by his hesitation. "What's the matter, Mr. Cavendish? Sit here, you saw how it's done. There's no danger. It's not difficult for you either." Elwyn shook his head. "No, Professor. For me this is too difficult. This hat is too dirty." The moment Elwyn uttered these words, the hall fell into dead silence. The sorting hat was stunned. Then its mouth gaped open wide. "What did you say? How rude. You dare call me dirty? I, the greatest magical artifact for centuries. You call me dirty?" Elwyn ignored the sorting hat. Instead, he drew his wand. This action startled Professor McGonagall. "Mr. Cavendish, what are you doing?" Elwyn said, "I just think it deserves a bath." With that, he waved his wand. A stream of water appeared out of thin air. It wrapped around the sorting hat. Dumbledore straightened up slightly in his chair. The sorting hat yelped as the water washed over it. Professor McGonagall's eyes lit up. Brilliant silent spellcasting. The cleaning charm. "Mr. Cavendish, you've impressed me." Elwyn gave a slight bow. "Thank you for your praise, Professor." Elwyn, of course, didn't possess the advanced Aguamenti spell. He was able to cast it mainly because, with nothing to do on the train, he had drawn a prize and won a temporary trial card for the Aguamenti charm. Elwyn felt the trial card was destined for the sorting hat. After being doused by the water, the hat visibly wilted. The face on the hat was twitching. Professor McGonagall picked up the sorting hat and gave it a shake. Seeing that it wasn't broken, she felt, after all, the sorting hat had never been subjected to such indignity since its creation. With a flick of her wrist, Professor McGonagall's wand appeared in her hand. A gentle tap sent a breeze through the air, instantly drying the sorting hat. Elwyn took a liking to this spell, far more convenient than a spin dryer. "Now then, Mr. Cavendish," Professor McGonagall said, "shall we proceed with the sorting?" Elwyn gave a slight bow. "Of course, as you wish, Professor." My sincerest apologies for the delay and for any inconvenience caused. Professor McGonagall gave a slight nod. Then please have a seat here. Elwin nodded and sat down on the chair. Professor McGonagall then lifted the sorting hat and placed it over his head. The sorting hat chattered incessantly. How rude. Utterly disgraceful. You are the most ill-mannered young wizard I have ever met. I must have a thorough look at what is going on inside that mind of yours. The moment the hat settled on Elwin's head, it fell silent. Elwin was curious himself. He had always wondered what the true principle behind the sorting hat was. Some said it was advanced legilimency. But if it were merely legilimency, how could it discern the purity of one's bloodline? Did it rely on memories? But what of those who were unaware of their own heritage? Take Voldemort, for instance. He only learned later that he was from one of the Sacred 28. Yet he was placed directly into Slytherin. This proved that the sorting hat could truly sense Voldemort's bloodline. So how did the sorting hat actually operate? Just then the sorting hat lowered its voice. Boy, how do you possess such formidable occlumency? Even I can only catch fragmented whispers. I cannot get a complete view at all. Elwin said, so this is how you sort. It seems you won't be able to help me choose a suitable how. The sorting hat retorted. You are the most intriguing young wizard I have encountered in years. But do not underestimate me. The next moment Elwin suddenly felt a wisp of magic detach from the hat and seep down, burrowing into his body. Elwin's heart stirred. He thought to summon his own magic to expel it, but unexpectedly his magic eerily merged with the foreign wisp upon contact. Just as Elwin was about to question it, the sorting hat suddenly declared, I see. No wonder. I thought as much. In that case, Slytherin. As the hat's words fell, Elwin was stunned. It really was Slytherin. Was he of pure blood? Were his parents actually wizards? Or perhaps had there been wizards in the Cavendish family line? But before Elwin could question the hat further about its meaning, Professor McGonagall had already lifted the hat away. Very well, Mr. Cavendish. Please proceed to the Slytherin table. The feast is about to begin. Elwin had to suppress his curiosity and walk towards the Slytherin table, where a round of applause. After Elwin took his seat, the sorting ceremony came to a complete end. As he sat by the long Slytherin table, many curious glances were cast his way. The Slytherins were equally intrigued. A blonde girl sidled up to Elwin. They say you come from a grand Muggle family. But why are you a pure blood then? Elwin shook his head. Perhaps the sorting hat made a mistake. The blonde girl giggled behind her hand. You're the first person in ages to say the hat is wrong. The sorting hat is never wrong. Elwin countered. Is that so? Why? Everyone makes mistakes, let alone a mere magical artifact. The blonde girl was taken aback. She suddenly realized Elwin's point seemed quite valid. In truth, Elwin himself had no idea what. Admittedly, Slytherin was indeed the house he favored most, but he had never expected to be sorted into it. Slytherin's primary criterion was pure blood status. But what constituted a pure blood? Surely not just the Sacred 28 families. That was a minuscule number. The current wizarding world considered you a pure blood if both your parents were wizards. Elwin scoffed at this notion. It was utterly laughable. For instance, take a pure blood whose parents met and fell in love at Hogwarts. But if those parents were themselves half-bloods, could one claim their child had no Muggle ancestry? By that same logic, Hermione, yet if she were to have children with Ron, those children would be called pure bloods. What a crude and ridiculous classification system. Elwin simply couldn't comprehend it. The Hogwarts feast was lavish, though. It was the only redeeming quality he could find in the house elves. They were excellent cooks and utterly tireless. He just couldn't fathom how such creatures had lost a war. Judging by the house elves, they could perform wandless, silent magic with ease. A snap of the fingers was all it took. Weren't they far more formidable than wizards? Unlike the other three houses where the young students chattered noisily during meals, leaving themselves a mess, the Slytherin table, while having some conversation, was far more refined and courteous overall. This was something Elwin appreciated greatly. It was also the reason he favored Slytherin. Though the self-proclaimed aristocratic pure-blood families had many flaws, they were meticulous about etiquette to maintain their lofty image before others. Compared to the other young wizards, it was like the difference between the senior and junior classes in kindergarten. Still kindergarten, but it saved Elwin a great deal of trouble. After the sumptuous feast, the prefects of each house led the students back to their common rooms. The Slytherin common room was located at the very bottom of Hogwarts. According to the original lore, it was once used to imprison dark wizards and humanoid dark creatures. It was later converted into a common room, featuring two main styles, grim and dim. The windows overlooked the Black Lake, offering a view of its scenery. Of course, it was too dark to see much, but the occasional shadowy shape drifting past was enough to send a shiver down one's spine. Upon entering the common room, the students gathered in the main hall. The Slytherin prefect Grothia clapped her hands. All right, first years. Next we will conduct the Slytherin Hidden Prefect Selection Ceremony. I'm sure many of you are familiar with this Slytherin tradition, a rule unique to our house. The Hidden Prefect. At the door of the headmaster's office, a black bat flew in. Dumbledore, I demand an explanation. Dumbledore set down the sweets in his hand. He looked at Snape and said, sit down first. Don't be hasty, I know what you want to say. But you should know that Hogwarts enrollment is not something we can control. Hogwarts itself will detect suitable young wizards and send out the letters. All we have to do is sign our names. Snape retorted, don't give me that. You and I both know that if you don't sign, he won't have a chance to come to Hogwarts. He won't receive the letter. Dumbledore said, yes, that is indeed true. But do you think he can stay hidden forever? He has magic within him. If it isn't channeled properly, it will form an obscurus. You know full well what an obscurus means. This has never been something we can decide. Snape frowned, but we promised them we would keep this child away from the magical world. Dumbledore shook his head. This is not something we can control. His bloodline has already sealed his fate. His destiny is predetermined, just like his parents. They chose to leave the They chose to break away from their destiny to flee from their fate, but in the end, we all know the outcome. Do you truly believe he can? Even if he doesn't come to Hogwarts, he will be found eventually. He shines too brightly. He is too exceptional. By the time they find him, he won't even have the strength to fight back. So why not let him come to Hogwarts? That way if they ever do find him, at least he'll have a fighting chance. He might even accomplish what no one ever has. A flicker of grief passed through Snape's eyes, but he is their only child, their last remaining hope. They only wanted this boy to live a safe and peaceful life, to ensure that they gave their own lives. And I couldn't even protect their child or fulfill their last wish. Dumbledore sighed. Snape, this isn't your fault, is it? This is what he must go through. It's fate bearing that bloodline. He is destined to walk this path. The help they gave us back then I will never forget. I promise as long as I live I will not let any harm come to this child. Snape looked at Dumbledore, even from them. Dumbledore's face turned resolute. Yes, even from them. No one can lay a hand on a Hogwarts student, and no one can lay a hand on Erwin. This is my promise. Like you, I am filled with remorse for this child. Snape let out a heavy breath. I hope you remember what you said. That child must not come to harm. If that day ever comes, I will die before him. It is what I owe him. Dumbledore said, I believe that day will never come. You will all live, all of you. Now you should head to the Slytherin common room. The selection for the hidden prefects should be starting soon, right? Without you there things might get out of hand. That boy, just like his parents, has never been one to stay out of trouble. Snape did not reply. He swept his robes behind him and departed silently. After Snape left, Dumbledore leaned back in it. The portraits on the walls were unusually quiet. After a moment one of them spoke. Is it him? Dumbledore. Dumbledore nodded yes. Cavendish. The portrait sighed. Dumbledore. You are taking a risk. You know what Cavendish means. Or rather you must understand what would happen if those people ever learned of a Cavendish entering the magical world. You are bringing disaster upon Hogwarts. Compared to them the so-called Dark Lord is nothing but a joke. Dumbledore remains. A faint glint passed behind his spectacles. He knew, of course he knew everything. But he had no choice, he had his own plans. The moment he saw Erwin he had a feeling. Erwin would succeed. The Cavendish line would end their fate in this generation. It was also the only way he could save Erwin's life. Dumbledore looked towards a corner of his office. There was a portrait there covered by a grey cloth. Dumbledore walked up to the portrait. He raised his hand, hesitated, lowered it again. He sighed and turned away. In the Slytherin common room, Croatia announced, allow me to explain the rules of the hidden prefects. Slytherin is unlike other houses, only purebloods are. We value strength and interests. We are also proud. So even I cannot claim to manage Slytherin perfectly. That is where the hidden prefects come in. Each year has a hidden prefect. The hidden prefect is the strongest student of that year. At the start of each school year, there is an opportunity to challenge the hidden prefect. The hidden prefect enjoys the same privileges as a regular prefect. Now let me introduce you to the hidden prefects of Slytherin. Second year hidden prefect Marjorie Helen. Third year hidden prefect Barton Drew. Fourth year Charlotte Teresa. Erwin noted her particularly. She was a female. Fifth year Marcus Flint. He is also the captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team. Sixth year George Greengrass. And finally myself, seventh year Croatia Selwyn. I am also the seventh year hidden prefect and the Slytherin head boy. Erwin observed Croatia. This prefect was rather interesting. Erwin could sense that he possessed magical reserves far exceeding those of typical wizards his age. Selwyn, one of the Sacred 28, huh? A talented individual. Croatia said, all right. Now it's time to choose the first year. The hidden prefect position is determined purely by strength, so we use a dual format. Unknown, and the last one standing on the platform becomes the first year hidden prefect. So new students. Who's first? Although Croatia asked this, his gaze was fixed on Erwin. Erwin's deeds on the train had already spread. While it brought him fame, it also let many students know there was a formidable newcomer whose disarming charms were flying everywhere on the train. Erwin had no intention of missing out on the hidden prefect title. It was a perfect opportunity to gather more prestige. He stepped directly out of the crowd. He walked to the very center. With a flick of his wrist, his wand appeared in his hand. Erwin held his wand against his chest and gave it a slight tap. He bowed his head slightly. Everyone, my name is Erwin Cavendish. Since no one has stepped forward, I'll be the first to claim the platform. The new students exchanged uneasy glances, wanting to step forward but lacking the courage. After all, they were just newly enrolled young wizards. Even if they knew a few simple, their skills were nothing compared to the disarming charm. The prefects nearby observed the scene with a knowing, unbothered air. They had all been through this themselves. In truth, the selection of the first-year Shadow Prefect was the most peaceful, as the young wizards knew hardly any spells at all. Thus whoever stood out, even slightly, would claim the title. This had long been a Slytherin tradition. After waiting 2 or 3 minutes, no one stepped up. Draco, though eager to compete for the Shadow Prefect title, felt a lingering ache in his rear. He was foolish, but not entirely without sense. To be beaten and still charge forward would be sheer madness. Seeing no challengers, Grotia announced, "Since no one dares to challenge, Erwin Cavendish shall be the first year's Shadow Prefect. At the start of the next school year, you will have the right to challenge the Shadow Prefect again. Should you succeed, you will become the new Shadow Prefect. Now let us begin the Shadow Prefect challenges for the other years. Does anyone wish to challenge their Shadow Prefect?" Erwin stepped back to the side. He watched quietly. The upper year students were always more spirited, and a few duels ensued. In the end, the reigning Shadow Prefects successfully defended their positions. Nothing unexpected occurred. Erwin, however, found it thoroughly entertaining. The clash of spells was quite a spectacle. Once the duels concluded, Grotia asked, "Is there no one else who wishes to challenge?" His gaze swept across the room. "Very well. The Shadow Prefect challenge is now concluded. The first year's Shadow Prefect is Erwin Cavendish. The rest of you may return to your dormitories. Erwin, please stay. I'll escort you to your prefect's quarters and inform you of your duties." Erwin nodded in agreement. The little serpents of Slytherin filed out one by one. Grotia said, "Come, I'll show you the way. The prefect's room is a private chamber, a small privilege of the Shadow Prefect." Erwin nodded. "Thank you." Grotia shook his head. "No need for formalities. I've never seen a newcomer like you, not even among the Sacred 28. You arrived with a mastery of the disarming charm, and even performed the water summoning spell non-verbally. You can't imagine how astounded I was." Erwin smiled. "You flatter me. Senior Grotia, holding both the Shadow Prefect and Prefect titles, they'll surely rely on your guidance in Slytherin." Grotia chuckled. "Then you've come to the wrong person. Though I am the 7th-year Shadow Prefect and a Slytherin Prefect, I am merely a pseudo-prefect." Erwin was taken aback. "Pseudo-prefect? What does that mean?" Grotia replied, "Exactly what it sounds like. As I mentioned, Slytherin values strength above all, so the true prefect is determined solely by power." Erwin said, "But aren't you the strongest?" Grotia explained, "I'm in my 7th year. My age is a factor. Though I am the strongest, it's only because of my years. So despite my strength, I can only be called a pseudo-prefect." Erwin was puzzled. "I don't quite understand. By your logic, Slytherin would never have a true prefect." Grotia laughed. "Slytherin is unique. The title of prefect. However, since we're on the topic, let me tell you something fascinating about Slytherin. The Prefect Challenge. It is the only true method of selecting a prefect recognized by all Slytherin students." Erwin grew interested. "Oh, and what is that?" Grotia said, "It's considered a legend within Slytherin. Whether anyone has ever accomplished it remains unknown. This so-called Prefect Challenge can only be initiated by the first year's Shadow Prefect. It requires defeating every other Shadow Prefect in succession before moving up to the 2nd year. If you become the undisputed first prefect, you are recognized as the true prefect of Slytherin. However, I'm sure you can grasp the immense difficulty involved. So in theory, the first prefect does not exist." Erwin said, "I rather like this rule. Can this Prefect Challenge begin at any time?" Grotia was stunned. "You're actually considering it?" Erwin smiled. "It's a privilege of the first year, isn't it? Why not give it a try?" Grotia said. "Well said, Junior. You are only the 2nd person besides that one to ever attempt this." "That one?" Grotia said, "The one whose name must not be spoken." Erwin knew exactly who he meant. Voldemort. It was said that Voldemort had placed a curse upon his name, allowing him to sense anyone who uttered it. He would trace it back like following a thread. Erwin scoffed at the notion. Magic was wondrous, but not to that extent. It was merely a rumor Voldemort spread to instill fear. Otherwise, the Dark Lord would be forever occupied with name tracking. Erwin asked, "Did he succeed?" Grotia shook his head. "No." Erwin grinned. "Then I'm even more determined to try." Grotia led Erwin to a dormitory door and pushed it open. "Very well. I will announce your intention tomorrow. You have a year to challenge the Shadow Prefects of every year. I'm eager to witness the birth of a legend. I look forward to seeing you stand before me." Erwin nodded. That day won't be long in coming. "Good night, Senior." Grotia watched him, feeling a strange premonition that Slytherin's true prefect was about to emerge. He shook his head, dismissing the thought as mere fancy. Such a feat was impossible. A first year defeating the cream of the upper class. The very idea was nonsensical from the start. Back in his room, Erwin surveyed his new quarters. The furnishings were simple, a desk and a bed. The space was generous and clean. After a quick tidy-up and changing the linens, Erwin lay down on the bed. The true prefect of Slytherin, huh? He was genuinely intrigued. His gaze fell upon the Slytherin crest adorning the wall. The silver serpent coiled across the surface. In Erwin's eyes, the serpent slowly shifted its form, morphing until it settled into the shape of a lotus. A smile curved Erwin's lips. A lotus was far more pleasing to the eye. "Slytherin, are you ready to welcome your true prefect?" However, achieving this goal was no simple feat. In the competition among students, one could hardly resort to casting a killing curse. Erwin would find himself locked away in Azkaban the very next day. And without the use of dark arts, his current repertoire of spells was somewhat lacking. Elwin had observed the prefects earlier and had a rough estimate of their abilities. He figured he could currently match a fifth-year prefect in a duel. That was of course excluding the dark arts. If the unforgivable curses were on the table, Elwin could blast these inexperienced students' heads clean off. Elwin pondered for a moment. He wasn't actually at a disadvantage in terms of spells. Mastering more spells did indeed bolster one's combat prowess. But by the same token, mastering one spell perfectly wasn't uncommon. Hadn't our savior in the final book used the disarming charm against Voldemort's killing curse? So although Elwin only had the shield charm and the disarming charm for combat, one for defense, one for offense, if he could master these two perfectly, it would be more than sufficient. However, his magical reserve was a problem. Compared to the senior prefects, he was still lacking in. Just then, Elwin remembered something he had overlooked. He called upon the system and opened his inventory. From it, he retrieved 2 pitch-black bottles. These were the magic enhancement potions budget version that he had won from the last. Elwin had kept forgetting to use them. Staring at the dark bottles, a strange scene kept replaying in his mind. It was a hag with a face full of wrinkles stirring a cauldron of bubbling black liquid with a spoon as tall as herself. She would occasionally let out a sinister grin. Elwin shuddered. Damn it, is this stuff even safe to drink? It feels highly questionable. System, are you sure this won't kill me? Rest assured, host. System products are always reliable. No problem at all. Just drink it. Down it in one gulp for the best effect. Elwin uncorked the bottle and gave it a tentative sniff. To his surprise, there was no pungent smell as he had imagined. Instead, there was a faint, pleasant aroma. Elwin's eyes lit up. He thought for a moment, then it hit him. I get it. This has MSG in it. They added MSG. Elwin was utterly speechless. Was this really a legitimate potion? This was a bottle of chicken soup. Did you brew this, pangolin? Elwin took a deep breath, spinning a good while mentally preparing himself. Then tilting his head back, he downed the entire budget magic enhancement potion in one go. He smacked his lips. Not bad, it was actually quite tasty. This MSG was definitely made in Disya. So pure. After drinking it, Elwin waited for a moment, sensing for any changes. It seemed like nothing had changed. Elwin scratched his head. Could it be that he hadn't drunk enough? This potion was just too watered down. Without further hesitation, Elwin grabbed the other bottle, popped the cork, and took a swig. As the second potion went down, the very next moment, Elwin felt the magic within him begin to churn violently. It was like a pot of water suddenly coming to a... The magic surged through his body. His face gradually flushed red. Startled, Elwin thought, whoa, this stuff has a real kick to it. Ding. Magic power increased. Reached the minimum threshold for system magic visualization. Magic level system now unlocked. Current magic level 2. Continuously increasing. Current highest magic level in the world, level 9. Suppressing the violent surges within him, Elwin forced out the question, highest, is that Dumbledore? Ding. Dumbledore's magic level 7. Elwin was stunned. Stronger than Dumbledore. But before Elwin could voice the questions swirling in his mind, his momentary lapse in concentration caused the magic within him to go completely berserk. Magic erupted from Elwin's body, sweeping through everything around him. The entire Slytherin common room was blasted by the wave of magical force. The young witches and wizards who had just drifted off to sleep were thrown from their beds before they could even react. In an instant, the Slytherin common room was filled with cries of pain and confusion. The next moment, several figures hurried to the entrance of the Slytherin common room. It was a group of Hogwarts professors. Then Dumbledore also appeared at the doorway. Snape's face was grim as he charged into the common room first. The young wizards were in complete disarray, scrambling frantically towards the exit. They didn't know what was happening, but the instinct for self-preservation was strong. They figured they'd be safe once they left the common room. Seeing this, Snape pressed his wand to his throat and bellowed, "Silence! Where are the prefects? Get the students out of the common room." After Snape gave the order, the prefects from each year began to guide the students out in an orderly fashion. All except the first years. Snape frowned. Where is Elwin? Grodor scanned the surroundings, his brow furrowed. Professor Snape. The source of this magical fluctuation seems to be coming from Elwin's room. Snape's expression changed slightly. Get the first years out of here. Grodor nodded. The professors then made their way upstairs to the door of Elwin's room. Dumbledore frowned. A magical outburst. Why would there suddenly be a magical outburst? And this level of magic? It's comparable to a soon-to-graduate wizard. A magical outburst is a stage every witch and wizard goes through. A magical outburst occurs when a young wizard loses control of their magic, causing it to run rampant and wreak havoc. But each witch or wizard only experiences a magical outburst once. Typically, a wizard's magic grows naturally, and the first outburst usually happens around the age of 5 or 6. At that point, the magical energy is channeled and guided after the outburst. Then a few years later, these young wizards are sent to wizarding school. After enrollment, they learn to control their own magic. It grows slowly and never again exceeds their control. Naturally, magical outbursts shouldn't occur again. However, Elwin's situation was different. His magic had increased suddenly due to the magic enhancement potions. His body couldn't adapt to the sudden influx, leading to this second magical outburst. Snape asked, will he be alright? Dumbledore shook his head. Don't worry. It will just cause some damage, and we'll be over soon. He'll be fine. Yet no sooner had Dumbledore spoken than another surge of magic swept through the room, catching even him off guard. The wave of magic rushed past, engulfing the entirety of Hogwarts Castle in an instant. Dumbledore's expression shifted dramatically. Aura-level magical power. Heads of houses, return to your common rooms at once. Let all students out of the castle and maintain order. Professors McGonagall and the others nodded in acknowledgement. They turned and hurried away. Dumbledore frowned, gazing toward Elwin's room. How could a newly enrolled wizard suddenly possess aura-level magical power? Snape's brow furrowed as well. What on earth is going on? Dumbledore pondered for a moment. Could it be the power of bloodline? Snape remarked his parents never exhibited such abilities. Dumbledore seemed equally perplexed. Meanwhile, back in the room. Beside Elwin's ear, the system notification chimed once more. Ding. Magic level reached level 3. As the sound faded, the magical energy within Elwin gradually settled. Elwin was drenched in sweat, panting heavily. Good heavens, so this was the strengthening potion. And this was the watered-down version. How terrifying would the full-strength version be? Elwin opened his eyes and was instantly stunned. The room was incomplete. It looked as if a tornado had swept through. Elwin contacted the system and opened his status panel. Sure enough, beneath his personal information, a new line had appeared. Magic level 3. Elwin asked system, how are magic levels classified? Ding. Magic levels are set by the system for the host's digital convenience. For reference only. Level 1 is uniformly classified as underage young wizard. Level 2 corresponds to adult wizards, though a few exceptional 7th years can achieve it. Level 3 is the standard, or Level 4 is elite or level magic. Level 5 is professor level magic, like the professors at Hogwarts. Level 6 is legendary level magic, represented by figures like Voldemort. Level 7 is epic level magic, represented by Dumbledore, Grindelwald in his prime, and others. Level 8 is mythic level magic, represented by the 4 founders of Hogwarts. Level 9 is god-level magic, represented by death itself. Elwin understood now. So that's how it worked. He was about to ask for more details. But at that moment the door was pushed open directly. Dumbledore and Snape strode in. Elwin was taken aback. He scrambled to his feet. Professor Dumbledore. Professor Snape. What brings you here? Snape said nothing, moving like a black bat, as he swiftly closed the distance to Elwin's side. He then placed a hand on Elwin's shoulder. Elwin's heart tightened. Snape commanded, stay still. I need to examine the magic within you. Hearing this, Elwin's nerves calmed. He didn't know why, but it seemed Snape might actually care about his well-being. After a moment, Snape withdrew his hand. Dumbledore looked towards him. Snape gave a slight shake of his head. Dumbledore let out an almost imperceptible sigh of relief. Then he smiled. Mr. Cavendish, you are the first person to cause such a commotion at Hogwarts. Elwin looked confused. I'm not sure what you mean, Professor. Dumbledore chuckled. Because of you, every new student at Hogwarts is currently waiting outside the castle. Elwin was shocked. He quickly glanced at his system panel. Sure enough, his reputation points were skyrocketing at an incredible rate. In just this short span, his reputation had already surpassed 1,000. It was now at 1,100. Though the pace had slowed, it was still climbing steadily. This was an unexpected bonus. Elwin said, I'm sorry, Headmaster. I had no idea. Dumbledore smiled warmly. This isn't your fault. However, would you like me to help tidy up your dormitory? Elwin replied. Would that be too much trouble for you? Dumbledore waved his hand dismissively. Magic is wonderful. Far more wonderful than you can imagine. For instance, Reparo. The very next instant, every piece of furniture in the room began to shift and restore itself to its original state. Elwin couldn't help but marvel at how convenient spells could be. Elwin gave a slight bow. Thank you very much, Professor. I sincerely apologize for the trouble I've caused today. Dumbledore replied, it's quite all right, my boy. Now get some rest. Your first class tomorrow is Transfiguration, and you should know that Professor McGonagall is very strict. If you're late, I doubt she'll go easy on you just because you're talented. Thank you for the reminder. After Dumbledore and Snape departed, Elwin's brow furrowed. Something was off. Very, very off. Dumbledore and Snape's attitude towards him was far too peculiar. Moreover, Dumbledore hadn't even attempted to investigate the source of his sudden surge in magical power. That was highly unusual for the headmaster. Elwin couldn't help but wonder. Could it be that he had some hidden identity, judging by the Sorting Hat's behavior and the attitudes of Dumbledore and Snape? Elwin felt that his origins might be quite different from what he had assumed. Could he be the lost scion of some pure-blood family? No, that didn't add up. The Sacred 28 didn't include a Cavendish family. Elwin suddenly felt a strong urge to research the history of the Cavendish name. He suspected he might uncover some surprising revelations. Having spent the whole day traveling by train, Elwin was exhausted. After a quick wash, Elwin lay down on his bed and drifted off into a blissful sleep. Unbeknownst to him, his actions had caused quite a stir among the other Hogwarts students. At that very moment, they were all laboriously cleaning up their dormitories. The older students could manage with spells, but the younger ones were having a much harder time. This resulted in Elwin earning the resentment of many young wizards on his very first day. Although the professors hadn't explicitly stated it, snippets of information from Slytherin had leaked out. Most students were able to piece together the truth of what had happened. The wave of magic that had swept through Hogwarts Castle was indeed Elwin's doing. Our protagonist, however, was completely oblivious to this. He was already lost in a sweet dream. The next morning Elwin woke up. He was woken by hunger. Accustomed to a life of having everything provided for him, Elwin found the prospect of having to go to the Great Hall for breakfast rather annoying. After washing up, he stepped out of his room. To his surprise, he found the common room completely empty. Elwin was astonished. It seemed the young wizards of the magical world were surprisingly diligent. Getting up this early, Elwin straightened his robes and strode towards the Great Hall. The hall was unusually crowded. Elwin was taken aback. Could these young witches and wizards all be this diligent? It truly astonished him. However, as he stepped inside, he realized he might have misjudged the situation. Every young witch and wizard, regardless of their year, bore deep dark circles under their eyes. It looked as though smoky eye makeup had become the latest trend at Hogwarts. After the spectacle of the previous night, Elwin was the only one who had managed to sleep soundly. As Elwin appeared, all the young witches and wizards fixed him with resentful stares. The resentment was palpable, rising to the heavens. Even Elwin was taken aback. This resentment was heavier than a ghost's grudge. Even Miss Granger, who had always admired Elwin, now wore a look of profound reproach. To be fair, Elwin had weathered many storms over the years. He had seen all sorts of looks and endured all sorts of trials. But being stared at by so many resentful eyes was a scene he had never encountered before. Elwin made his way towards the Slytherin table. Grodia saw him approaching and laughed. "Junior, you've stirred up quite a commotion. Look at everyone's eyes. You've incurred the wrath of the masses." Elwin shrugged. "Honestly, I didn't intend to cause such a big, but you know, some things are beyond my control." Grodia declared, "All right. Since the main character has arrived, I hereby announce something." With that, Grodia stood up and rapped on the table. "Everyone, as the Slytherin prefect, I declare that Erwin Cavendish, the first-year hidden prefect, will commence the prefect challenge. Starting today, he may challenge the hidden prefects of other years at any time and place. All other hidden prefects, please be prepared for battle." As these words were spoken, a wave of shock rippled through the Slytherin table. A prefect challenge. Someone is actually doing this. By Merlin, I never thought our Slytherin year would be this eventful. I'm already looking forward to it. Of course, there were also first years who were unaware of the prefect challenge, looking puzzled. This included students from Slytherin as well as other houses. Our dear savior, for instance. Harry Potter lowered his voice and asked Ron beside him, "Ron, what is the prefect challenge?" Ron shook his head. No idea. Ron truly lived up to his reputation as the disgrace of the Weasley family. If it weren't for the other Weasley children being exceptionally capable, Ron alone would have been the ruin of the family. A nearby older student took pity on Harry Potter and explained. After all, before classes officially began, Harry Potter's talent for troublemaking hadn't yet manifested, and he was still quite popular. After listening to the senior's explanation, Harry Potter was astonished. "Fight them one by one. How is that even possible?" The senior chuckled. "So, although the Slytherin prefect challenge has always existed, those who have initiated it are few and far between, and no one has ever succeeded. If anyone could actually achieve it, they would become the true uncrowned king of Slytherin." Grodia turned to look at Elwin. "Elwin, say a few words." Elwin nodded. "Seniors, I look forward to learning from you all." Grodia checked the time. "All right, time is almost up. Time for class. Prefects, lead your respective years to their classrooms." "Elwin, your first class is Transfiguration. You should be able to find a Transfiguration class. Be careful of the moving staircases. They often cause trouble." Elwin nodded. The other hidden prefects rose to their feet. In this respect, Slytherin demonstrated more order than the other houses. With hidden prefects leading, tardiness was rarely an issue. This was what Elwin appreciated most about Slytherin, the discipline. The other years gradually filed out. The hidden prefects from other years came over to greet Elwin. Charlotte, the fourth-year hidden prefect, and the only female prefect, approached Elwin. "Junior, I have high hopes for you. I look forward to your challenge." Elwin nodded. "Senior, rest assured. That day will come soon enough." Charlotte smiled and led her fourth years away. Elwin was about to lead the first years away when his path was blocked by a figure. Elwin frowned. Blocking his way was the fifth-year hidden prefect, Marcus Flint. Marcus grinned, the expression made more sinister by his braces. "What an arrogant newbie. A prefect challenge. I hope you make it to me. It'll show you that arrogance is worthless in the face of true power." Elwin had never been one to suffer fools gladly. "Is that so? Too bad your power doesn't seem to be enough. Get out of my way. I have a class to attend." Marcus' face contorted with anger. "Kid, make it to me. I'd love to deal with you personally." Elwin couldn't be bothered to respond. If he weren't worried about ending up in Azkaban on the first day of term, he'd have been tempted to teach him a harsh lesson. Elwin led the group of first years towards the Transfiguration classroom. Before long, they arrived at the location of the infamous. Watching the staircases lurch and shift about erratically as if dancing to some mad tune, Elwin frowned. Hadn't they said these staircases moved according to a set of rules? What were these convulsions supposed to be? The other young witches and wizards were equally baffled. What's wrong with the stairs? How is anyone supposed to find their classroom with this chaos? I've never seen them this restless. What are we supposed to do now? A chorus of young wizards turned their gazes towards Elwin. Elwin pondered for a moment. This sudden, erratic behavior from the stairs. Could it be? A guess formed in Elwin's mind. Then he drew his wand. The other students watched him with intense curiosity. Elwin stated, "I'll say this once. Now give me a path to the transfiguration classroom. Otherwise I'm quite eager to find out if Hogwarts staircases are truly indestructible." The other students were dumbfounded, unsure of what Elwin was doing. Malfoy scoffed, believing Elwin was just making a spectacle of himself. However, in the next moment, to the astonishment of all, the staircases began to rearrange themselves, swiftly forming a direct path to the transfiguration classroom. Elwin's suspicion was confirmed. Hogwarts itself was a sentient castle, and all its fixtures and fittings were part of that conscience. This included the staircases. They had minds of their own. As for why they were acting so strangely, you could think of it as them testing the new faces. Elwin said, "All right, let's go. We're running late." He was the first to step onto the staircase, and the others quickly followed. The transfiguration class was shared by Slytherin and Gryffindor. The Gryffindor students had not yet arrived. As Elwin entered the classroom, the first thing he saw was a gray tabby cat with black stripes lying on the professor's desk. The tabby cat had markings around its eyes that resembled square spectacles. Elwin forcibly suppressed his urge to pet the cat. Elwin would never admit that he simply didn't dare. He walked to the front of the desk and gave a slight bow to Professor McGonagall on the table. Then he turned and returned to his seat. Time passed, and the Gryffindor students gradually filed into the classroom. The power of narrative correction was indeed strong, as evidenced by the present moment. Elwin truly couldn't understand it. That morning he had already seen Harry Potter and Ron in the Great Hall. Why were the two of them late again? Elwin watched as the two of them, grateful that Professor McGonagall hadn't arrived, tried to sneak to their seats. He couldn't help but shake his head. Sure enough, the moment for McGonagall to make her grand entrance had to happen. The next moment, under the astonished gaze of all the young witches and wizards, Professor McGonagall leaped off the desk. In that instant, she transformed back into her human form. That was brilliant. Ron couldn't help but exclaim. "Thank you, Mr. Weasley," Professor McGonagall said coldly. "Perhaps I should turn the two of you into a clock so that you might finally grasp the concept of punctuality." "We got lost. The stairs." Harry Potter began to explain hastily, but before he could finish. "Then perhaps I should turn one of you into a map or a compass so that you can find your way," Professor McGonagall interjected. Professor McGonagall cared not for who they were. Even Harry Potter would not be spared her reprimand. A mistake was a mistake, and she would voice it. She was without a doubt incorruptibly righteous. If one were to ask Elwin who the most terrifying professor at Hogwarts was, it would undoubtedly be Professor McGonagall. She showed absolutely no personal favoritism. Harry Potter and Ron dared not say another word and quickly scurried to their seats. Then Professor McGonagall turned her gaze to Elwin. "So, Mr. Cavendish, how exactly did you recognize me just now?" Elwin stood up and replied, "As a professor at Hogwarts and the head of Gryffindor House, your reputation, Professor McGonagall, is immense. Therefore, your registered animagus form is also part of your public record. As your student, I have of course read it. Furthermore, the markings beside your animagus form's eyes are just like your wise spectacles." "Excellent," Professor McGonagall said with a smile. 5 points to Slytherin for your erudition and for your compliment." Elwin gave a slight bow. "Thank you, Professor." As Elwin sat down, a system notification suddenly chimed in his mind. Ding. "Congratulations, host, for earning 5 points for Slytherin. They have been converted at a set rate into 50 points of prestige balance." Elwin was stunned for a moment, but then his eyes lit up brightly. He felt as if he had discovered a crucial loophole. Could house points at Hogwarts be used as prestige? And at a rate of 10 toon? If that were the case. Elwin's lips curled into a smile. Witches and wizards of Hogwarts, prepare to witness the ultimate product of the Chinese education system, the ultimate study warrior. Professor McGonagall turned and walked towards the podium. "Before we begin today's lesson, there are a few things I need to say. Transfiguration is the most dangerous and complex subject you will encounter at Hogwarts. The mysteries of transfiguration are such that some may spend their entire lives without ever grasping them. Therefore, if anyone dares to cause trouble in my class, I trust you are well aware of the consequences." As she spoke, Professor McGonagall reached the front of the desk. She tapped the desk with her wand. In an instant, the desk transformed into a pig with large flapping ears. This display left all the young witches and wizards utterly astounded. Elwin's eyes also lit up with intense interest as he watched the pig sniffing around on the floor. He had always been curious about something. What was the fundamental principle behind transfiguration? It could turn inanimate objects into living beings, and these beings even exhibited the habits of their species. The last time Elwin had seen such a feat, the one who performed it was called Sun Wukong. Professor McGonagall looked at the awestruck expressions of the young witches and wizards, feeling quite satisfied. After all, isn't this moment of public glory what it's all about? Professor McGonagall gave her wand another gentle flick. "Restore." In the next instant, the pig transformed back into the desk. "All right," Professor McGonagall declared. "I've given you a demonstration. Now remember the incantation for this spell, transfiguration. As for the counterspell, you don't need to worry about that for now. Now look at the matchsticks in front of you. The only goal for this lesson is to transform it into a silver needle. If there are no questions, you may begin." The young witches and wizards rubbed their hands in anticipation, ready to experiment. However, Elwin raised his hand. Professor McGonagall turned to look at him. Yes, Mr. Cavendish. Do you have a question? Well, Professor McGonagall, Elwin began. I have a question that has been bothering me ever since I was reading before the term started. Could you help me understand it? Professor McGonagall nodded. Go on. The other students also paused their actions. They looked at Elwin curiously. Elwin gathered his thoughts and said, It's like this, Professor McGonagall. I've always been curious about one thing. For instance, you just transformed the desk into a pig. It's amazing and intricate. But what if while it's a pig, you were to cast transfiguration on it again to turn it back into a desk? Would it then be under a double transfiguration? Or would you consider it as having been subjected to the counterspell? Having finished his question, Elwin looked at Professor McGonagall with anticipation. He genuinely wanted to know the answer to this seemingly recursive nesting doll-like question. Professor McGonagall was also a bit taken aback. She hadn't expected Elwin to ask such an outrageous question. It appeared to be a logical puzzle, but in reality, it was indeed a fundamental question about transfiguration. After a moment's thought, Professor McGonagall said, According to the rules of transfiguration, one cannot cast the spell twice on the... Elwin shook his head. That can't be right, Professor. If that's the case. As he spoke, Elwin drew his wand and pointed it at the matchstick in front of him. Transfiguration. In an instant, the matchstick changed its form, its wooden texture, transforming into a metallic one. Professor McGonagall's eyes lit up. A very fine piece of transfiguration. A bit rough around the edges, but it earns 5 points for your house. Elwin bowed. Thank you, Professor. But my point is I have now performed the transfiguration spell. However, this silver needle has not achieved the final result I desire. So, if I were to cast the spell on it again to refine its shape, that would be permissible, wouldn't it? Since we don't know the counterspell, yet we would need to cast it repeatedly until the needle takes the form we want. Professor McGonagall wore a contemplative expression while Elwin felt as though he had stumbled upon a most intriguing question. He harbored a peculiar fondness for such nested recursive problems. For reasons unknown, questions that resembled infinite loops never failed to captivate his interest. Elwin pressed on. So, if that's the case, suppose I were to cast the transfiguration spell 5 times upon a single matchstick, and it then transformed into the shape I desired. As he spoke, Elwin swished his wand again, and the matchstick's form gradually shifted, ultimately becoming a gleaming silver embroidery needle adorned with intricate patterns. Now, Elwin continued, have I layered 5 instances of transfiguration upon the original spell, or has my proficiency with the spell simply grown? From initially only changing it halfway by the final cast, I was able to perfectly alter the matchstick's form. Professor McGonagall pondered for a moment. Mr. Cavendish, this question, I must admit it has never crossed my mind. However, I find it to be a remarkably fascinating... With that, Professor McGonagall gave her wand a flick. A transfiguration spell was cast upon the silver needle. In the next instant, the needle was transformed into the likeness of a matchstick. Elwin said, Yes, that's precisely the point, Professor McGonagall. I performed the transfiguration spell 5 times on one matchstick, and then you cast it once more. That makes 6 times in total. Yet there is nothing amiss with it. This proves that transfiguration can be applied repeatedly. Similarly, your spell transformed it back into a matchstick. So now, has it truly reverted to its original state, or is it merely a product of another transfiguration? If it has returned to its original form, does that not imply that transfiguration is inherently a magic that encompasses both a spell and its counterspell? Elwin's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had finally discovered the true delight of magic. This was by all accounts a paradox. It was simply too fascinating. Professor McGonagall, too, found herself intrigued. To be honest, Elwin's peculiar way of thinking was something Hogwarts had never witnessed. In fact, the entire magical world had never seen such a thing. Thus, this question had never been considered by anyone. And today it was Elwin who brought it to light. Professor McGonagall crossed her. She had completely forgotten she was in the middle of a lesson. She was now genuinely engrossed in contemplating Elwin's query. Meanwhile, the young witches and wizards were utterly astonished. This is first year. You call this first year? I feel like I've come to the wrong place. How is he in his first year already debating profound topics with the professor? And the topic seems so deep. So, did any of you actually understand what Elwin said? What? What did he say? Did Elwin speak? I couldn't understand a word. Not a single one. I now fully believe he's a perfect Slytherin. Forget the Muggle-born background. I can't believe a word of it. With that level of intellect, how could he possibly come from a Muggle family? Exactly. I suspect he's a hidden heir secretly trained by some grand lineage. Oh, that's an interesting theory. Haven't you lot ever read novels? What's that? The young witches and wizards were successfully led astray from the topic at hand. Harry Potter was equally stunned. He murmured to himself, looking at Elwin. So this is what a true wizard is like. I couldn't comprehend a single word he said. Harry then turned his gaze towards Ron, intending to ask his best friend if he had understood, considering Ron came from a wizarding family. However, as he looked over, Ron appeared to be in a daze, his mouth agape, and eyes wide, clearly having not understood a single word. Harry Potter shook his head in dismay, already beginning to wonder if he had made a mistake in choosing this particular friend. Elwin then said, Professor McGonagall, could you try casting a reversion charm? Professor McGonagall, as if awakening from a trance, replied, "Indeed. You are correct." She then gave her wand a gentle flick. Yet the matchstick remained completely unchanged. Professor McGonagall's brow furrowed in consternation. Elwin too looked as if he had discovered a new continent. As a master of transfiguration, Professor McGonagall was adept at using counterspells. A failure in casting was simply out. The fact that the matchstick remained unaltered could only point to one conclusion: Elwin's theory might very well be correct. Transfiguration is indeed a spell that embodies both the enchantment and its counterspell. Professor McGonagall exclaimed, "Mr. Cavendish, I believe you have stumbled upon something truly remarkable. If your hypothesis proves true, trust me, you will reap benefits beyond your wildest imagination." Elwin responded, "Professor, you are mistaken there." Professor McGonagall looked at him with a puzzled expression. Elwin clarified, "It was under your tutelage that I discovered this." A smile spread across Professor McGonagall's face. Just then, the bell rang, signaling the end of the class. Professor McGonagall suddenly realized she had been teaching. She observed the other young witches and wizards who had already begun chatting animatedly amongst themselves. Professor McGonagall let out a resigned sigh. The difference was palpable. There was no comparison without harm. Compared to Elwin, these young students were certainly lacking. Professor McGonagall announced, "All right. Class dismissed. For those of you who wish to practice, remember to find an older student to supervise you. No practicing on your own." The young witches and wizards nodded hastily. Practice on their own? Absolutely not. They already grumbled about being forced to practice, so voluntary practice was out of the question. Professor McGonagall looked at them, knowing full well they wouldn't practice privately. Perhaps it was for the best, as it at least ensured their safety. What an easy group to manage, truly trouble-free. As the students filed out, Professor McGonagall turned to Elwin. "Well, Elwin, I need to go see Professor Dumbledore now. I can see you have a keen interest in transfiguration, and you certainly have a gift for it. If you would like, once your classes are over for the day, you may come to my office. We can continue our discussion on that question you raised." Elwin's eyes lit up. This was a golden opportunity. Receiving private tutelage from a professor was not an experience everyone got to have. Elwin quickly replied, "Of course I would love to. If it wouldn't be an imposition, I will definitely be there." Professor McGonagall smiled. "Don't worry, my boy, it won't be an imposition at all. I look forward to seeing." Elwin nodded eagerly. Professor McGonagall added, "Oh, by the way, I believe you have a potions class next, don't you? You had better get going. It's almost time." Elwin suddenly remembered. Oh no, he had completely forgotten about that. If he were late for the old bat's class. At the thought of Snape's stern face, Elwin couldn't help but gulp nervously. He had a feeling he might die today. For the first time in his life, Elwin lost his composure. He had told Professor McGonagall about it. Elwin turned and dashed out of the classroom. The potions classroom was on the first floor. The transfiguration classroom, however, was on the 7th floor. Elwin was frantic. He glanced at the long, winding staircase, then at the time. Elwin figured he'd have to act like a rebellious child for once. He pulled out his wand and pointed it at the stairs, demanding, "Give me a path to the potions classroom now." The next moment, the staircase began to shift. A straight passageway appeared. Elwin leaped directly onto it, landing on the banister. With a whoosh, he slid down at incredible speed. The portraits on the walls were astonished. "My goodness, what are you doing?" Merlin's beard. "This young wizard is far too bold. But it looks so fun. Can we find a painter to paint us a staircase like that? I want to try it too." Elwin rolled his eyes. As if. The speed increased rapidly, and the ground was fast approaching. Some timid portraits covered their eyes, not daring to watch. Elwin knew that at this angle he was definitely going to land face first. Elwin wasn't about to let that happen. He snapped his fingers. The next moment his body flew up into the air. A purple lotus bloomed where he had been, and Elwin himself transformed into a wisp of purple smoke, landing gracefully on the ground with a smile on his face. Although Hogwarts didn't allow apparition within its walls, or rather only those registered with the school could use it. Like Dumbledore, for instance, flight derived from apparition was permissible. As Sirius Black said, you can't apparate at Hogwarts. But you can fly. In the Deathly Hallows, the Death Eaters attacked Hogwarts, flying in as a mass of black smoke. After he rushed towards the potions classroom without a moment's pause. He didn't notice that in a classroom on the 2nd floor some Ravenclaw upperclassmen were just stepping out. Among them was Cho Chang. She stared at the fading purple lotus, her eyes full of astonishment. A classmate beside her exclaimed, "What was that?" "Is it magic?" "It's beautiful." That was Elwin. "What kind of spell is that? Why haven't we learned it?" Cho Chang remained silent. That purple lotus was etched into her memory. Meanwhile, Elwin hurriedly reached the potions classroom, but he was still late. As he pushed open the door, all the young witches and wizards turned to look. Snape's brow furrowed as he stared at the entrance. Elwin quickly said, "Sorry, Professor. I'm late." Elwin's heart pounded with anxiety. The old bat was terrifying. However, to Elwin's surprise, Snape's brow quickly relaxed. "Come in. Be on time next time." Elwin was bewildered. Was it really that easy? He began to suspect that maybe he wasn't a Calvin after all, but a Snape. Elwin Snape. That sounded pretty good too. The other students were equally baffled. In the short time Elwin was late, they had already witnessed Snape's terror. His gloomy face was like an eternally frozen ice, sending chills down everyone's spine. In the corner, Ron muttered indignantly, "Why is Snape so lenient with Elwin? Harry Potter, scribbling on a piece of paper, casually replied, "Maybe it's because Snape is the head of Slytherin and Elwin is the secret prefect of Slytherin." Ron retorted, "But Professor McGonagall is nice to him too." Harry put down his quill. He blew on the still wet ink on the paper in front of him. "Maybe it's because Elwin is just that outstanding." Just as Ron was about to say more, a furious roar echoed through the room, and the next moment a dark shadow glided over to them. Yes, glided. He even looked down to see if Snape was standing on a hoverboard that hadn't been invented yet. How on earth did he glide like that? Snape looked down at them from his full height. "Ron Weasley and our dear boy who lived, Harry Potter, what are you two discussing?" His cold, sinister voice made them both shiver. They scrambled to their feet. Ron stammered, "We weren't discussing it." Snape sneered, "Oh, are you saying I misheard? Tell me, is that so?" Ron was on the verge of tears. He couldn't utter a word, his whole body trembling. Harry, gathering his courage, said, "Professor, we were talking about Elwin." Elwin, who was just enjoying the drama, was shocked to be dragged into it. Talking about him. These traitors, were they trying to get him in trouble? Snape whipped his head around, glaring at Harry Potter. When his eyes met Harry's green ones, Snape's gaze softened, a flicker of nostalgia passing through them. However, as his gaze shifted to take in Harry's face, Snape's expression twisted into a barely concealed look of disgust. "Oh, it seems you've already mastered everything you need to know. That's why you have time for idle chatter. So our celebrity Harry Potter, tell me what would happen if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry was baffled. Powdered root of what? Infusion of what? What was all that? Why would you add powder to a liquid? Harry had no choice but to shake his head. A mocking smile curled on Snape's lips. "Oh, you don't know? Then let me ask you another. Mr. Potter, if I needed a bezoar, where would I find one?" Harry shook his head again. Snape's sneer deepened. "One final question then. What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" Harry shook his head once more. "I don't know, Professor." Snape said coldly, "It seems fame doesn't mean everything. Especially when the fame doesn't match the person. So what gave you the courage to not pay attention in my class?" Malfoy's face was nearly cramping from suppressed laughter. Elwin shook his head. This love-hate relationship was just beginning. Poor Harry Potter. Seeing his friend's predicament, Ron finally mustered the courage to say, "Professor, I think you're being unfair to Potter. We haven't learned any of this. How could he possibly know?" Snape whipped around. "For your impertinence, Gryffindor loses 5 points. Elwin, give them the answers." Elwin reluctantly stood up. "The powdered root of asphodel, mixed with wormwood infusion, creates the draught of living death. A bezoar is found in a goat's stomach. As for monkshood and wolfsbane, they are the same plant, just different names for aconite." Elwin finished and sat back down. Snape declared, "Excellent. It seems some students actually bother to prepare for class. Fools are thankfully a minority. Slytherin gains 10 points. Why aren't you all writing this down?" Snape's acerbic tongue showed no signs of relenting. He cast a sidelong glance at Harry Potter. Some individuals, puffed up by their own meager fame, seem to believe they are above the need for instruction. How utterly absurd. Elwin marveled at Snape's verbal onslaught. James Potter must have been quite the scourge in his day. Debts, after all, must be repaid. And now is the time for collection. Harry Potter's face darkened, yet he dared not retort. Especially not with the weight of mocking gazes upon him. His already fragile self-esteem crumpled further, causing his head to droop lower. Thankfully, perhaps finding Harry's lack of response dull, Snape finally lost interest and released him from his verbal grip, gliding back to the podium. Preparing to begin the lesson, Elwin also produced his textbook. He found potions genuinely fascinating. In the wizarding world, mastery of potions was practically synonymous with immense wealth. In Elwin's estimation, Hogwarts boasted 2 true tycoons. The first was Severus Snape. A potions master of his caliber, setting aside his own brews, commanded a fortune simply from the countless individuals who paid exorbitant sums for his expertise in crafting specific elixirs. The second was Hagrid. As keeper of keys and grounds, he held dominion over the Forbidden Forest. The number of magical creatures residing within its depths was a mystery. Every day Hagrid would stroll through the woods, casually collecting items that would be priceless treasures beyond the forest's edge. Unlike Transfiguration, the first potions lesson was steeped in theoretical knowledge. Successfully brewing a potion was far more complex than merely tossing ingredients into a cauldron and hoping for a miracle. It demanded a strong foundation of theoretical understanding. Factors such as flame intensity and precise timing were critical considerations. One could fairly say that every true potions master was a genuine scholar, and Snape was undoubtedly the most exceptional among them. Of course, he seized every opportunity to display his expertise, and throughout the lesson his caustic wit was on full glorious display. Harry Potter became the teacher's pet in the worst possible way, frequently called upon to answer questions. To be fair, Harry's own lack of preparation was partly to blame. He retained none of the material just covered. He hadn't been paying attention, giving Snape ample ammunition. In stark contrast stood Elwin. When Harry failed Snape, the young witches' and wizards' minds soon began to spin with the lesson's rhythm. 5 points from Gryffindor, 5 points to Slytherin. This suited Elwin perfectly. In that single class, the old bat had shockingly manipulated a 30-point swing. The blatant abuse of power was almost laughable. Of course, Elwin had no complaints. Elwin was quite satisfied with this turn of events. He had certainly profited. Finally, the potions class came to an end, much to the relief of the Gryffindors and the delight of the Slytherins. The moment Snape dismissed them, the Gryffindors fled the room as if a pack of hounds were at their heels. The Slytherins, immensely pleased, followed suit. Once the classroom had emptied, Elwin approached the podium. Snape, who was gathering his materials, noticed Elwin's approach and inquired, "Elwin, is there something else?" Elwin began, "Yes, Professor. I felt it necessary to explain the reason for my tardiness." Snape responded, "Professor McGonagall has already informed me. She mentioned you demonstrated remarkable talent in transfiguration and uncovered something quite extraordinary." Elwin was taken aback. McGonagall had told him. When could that have happened? Goodness, did you two have a private conversation? Are you in a group chat? Elwin managed, "Thank you for the compliment, Professor." Snape waved a dismissive hand. "If there's nothing else, off to the Great Hall with you. You have classes this afternoon." Elwin hesitated, pondering Snape's attitude towards him. He then ventured cautiously, "Professor, I have a deep interest in potions. Would it be possible to seek your guidance if I encounter any difficulties?" Snape's movements paused momentarily. Elwin's heart pounded with a mixture of hope and anxiety. Potions mastery was integral to his future plans. To receive Snape's tutelage would be an immense stroke of fortune. Regardless of one's opinion of Snape's character in the realm of potions, he was a true master. At that moment, Snape finished securing his belongings and stated flatly, "Dragon's blood." Elwin blinked, confused. "I'm sorry, Professor, I don't follow." Snape elaborated, "The password to my office is Dragon's blood. Come by after dinner. You can assist me with some basic potion preparations." With that, Snape turned and swept out of the room. A grin spread across Elwin's face. A personal tutor secured. He gathered his own things, whistling a cheerful tune as he headed for lunch. In just one morning, Elwin had acquired 2 private tutors. This was fantastic news. Upon reaching the Great Hall, he took a seat at the Slytherin table and began to eat with a pang of homesickness hit Elwin. Unaccustomed to British cuisine, he had specifically hired 2 Chinese chefs. Elwin mused that he should find time to chat with the house eels to see if they could master the art of Chinese cooking. He was desperately craving a bowl of spicy mouthshuang. After a satisfying meal, Elwin rubbed his full stomach. Feeling content and energized, he decided it was time for some entertainment. Why not start his prefect challenge today? He turned his gaze towards the second-year section of the table. Barton Drew, the second-year prefect, was chatting with a friend. A sudden chill ran down Barton's spine. He turned to find Elwin's stare fixed on him. His heart skipped a beat. Surely this guy wasn't going to challenge him right now? Elwin stood and walked over to Barton. "Greetings, Senior. I, Erwin Cavendish, first-year prefect, hereby challenge you to a Barton offered a wry smile. He should have guessed. News of Elwin traveled fast. From his flawless, disarming charm to his silent, wandless, scouring charm on the sorting hat, not to mention the bizarre magical surge from the previous night. Every tale only added to Elwin's growing legend. Barton, a mere second year, felt a deep sense of unease facing him. But the rules were the rules. He couldn't back down. He rose to his feet, offered a formal bow, and declared, "I accept your challenge." The commotion at the Slytherin table drew the attention of students from other houses. For the young witches and wizards, this was the most thrilling entertainment they could hope for, given their lack of other diversions. Even some professors on the dais took notice. Professor McGonagall frowned. "I've always said this Slytherin tradition should be it's far too dangerous." Snape remained silent. Dumbledore chuckled. "But this is the very spirit of youth, isn't it? Slytherin certainly knows how to keep things interesting. Let's go and see the spectacle." Even if Dumbledore hadn't said anything, Snape would have had to go. After all, this was a dual challenge, and young wizards had no sense of restraint in their spells, so as head of house, Snape needed to keep a watchful eye. By the Black Lake, a considerable number of students had already gathered. Snape and a few other professors stood to the side observing. Grodia glanced back at his own head of house. Snape gave a slight nod. Grodia stepped to the center. Slytherin Prefect Challenge. The challenger is Erwin Cavendish. Elwin stepped out from the crowd, taking his place on Grodia's left. Grodia nodded, then continued, the defender second year's secret prefect Barton Drew. Barton moved to Grodia's right side. A chorus of second years shouted, "You can do it, Barton." "Yeah. Don't let Cavendish take you down so easily." "Ha ha ha." Barton's already dark face darkened further. Before the duel had even begun, they had already decided he would lose. Barton felt a surge of displeasure. He felt the need to prove himself, at least to withstand 2 moves. Indeed, he didn't truly believe he had a chance of winning. Grodia beckoned to them. They approached the center wands, already drawn. Grodia stepped back 2 paces. Elwin and Barton raised their wands to their chests, bowing to each other. Then they turned and retreated to a safe distance. As Elwin walked back, a persistent image lingered in his mind, a scene from Tom and Jerry where Tom and Jerry dueled under Wild West rules. Yet as they walked away, Tom, abandoning honor, followed Jerry with his gun. The scene was comical. Elwin didn't know why, but that's what came to mind. Once they were in position, they turned to face each other. The next moment, Barton shouted, "Protego." But before his words could even fade, a faster incantation cut through the air. Expelliarmus. A curse flew directly at Barton. In the blink of an eye, before anyone could react, Barton's wand flew from his hand, landing hilt first in the soft earth by the lake. It all happened so quickly that the younger students were left stunned. Only the fifth years and above along with the professors had seen Elwin's precise movement. Dumbledore remarked in awe what a masterful disarming charm. Both the speed of the incantation and the accuracy of the spell are impeccable. Elwin's proficiency with standard spells had reached the third tier. With nonverbal wandless casting, he had pushed these spells to their absolute limit. Naturally it was flawless. A flicker of surprise passed through Snape's eyes. Grotius studied Elwin. He could have performed that disarming charm himself, and it would have been no worse than Elwin's. But that was the problem. He could match it, but not surpass it. Just yesterday Grotia had thought Elwin was merely experiencing the possibility of him actually dueling him had never crossed his mind. The difficulty was too immense. Yet now he genuinely believed Elwin was capable of achieving that unprecedented feat. Barton stared at his empty hand, not quite comprehending. Was that it? Had he lost? It had been far too quick. Defeated in a single move. Barton shook his head with a wry smile. I concede. Elwin smiled. You honor me, senior. Barton shook his head. I didn't hold back. I truly couldn't beat you. Elwin didn't elaborate. No one outside of Dacia could understand the humility ingrained in its people. It was a form of cultivation. Clearly Westerners could not grasp it. The surrounding students were also disappointed, having expected a close match only to see it end in a single blow. At the same time, they had gained a profound respect for Elwin's strength. He didn't seem like a first year at all. Grotia approached Elwin. Well, want to continue? Elwin thought for a moment and shook his head. No, we'll pass. The lunch break is short and I'd like to rest. Grotia nodded. All right, it's your choice. You may begin whenever you're ready. They'll be waiting. Elwin offered a small smile. The students gradually dispersed. To Elwin's surprise, Barton remained. Elwin asked, what's the matter? Is something else on? Barton hesitated for a moment, then said, can I learn from you? Elwin looked at Barton, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He saw ambition in Barton's gaze. Elwin's interest was piqued. You seem eager to grow stronger. You're only a second year, why the rush? Barton hesitated. Elwin smiled. It seems you have a story to tell. If you want to learn from me, you must be willing to offer something in return. And right now you can't even tell me. Barton quickly interjected. It's not like that. All right. Actually my real name is Barton Yaxley. Elwin was taken aback. Yaxley, the Yaxley family from the Sacred 28. The one dealing in potions and magical creature materials. Barton nodded. Yes. Elwin asked, but why do you go by Duru? Barton said with a bitter smile, I'm a bastard. I have my mother's surname. Elwin understood. A tale of family drama. Interesting. Elwin asked, oh, so what's your goal in getting stronger? To fight for power? Or to claim the position of family heir? Barton was a bit startled. How did you know? Elwin rolled his eyes. Isn't this how it always goes in novels, movies, and TV shows? Such a classic trope. Barton said, I don't care about the Yaxley family's wealth or status. I just want recognition. I don't want to be known as the bastard son. So, I need to become strong enough that my brothers have to take me seriously. Elwin understood. An ambitious bastard not seeking power or wealth, but only a title, a form of recognition. This was a rather niche story. Elwin asked, so how do you expect me to help? Barton said, you are incredibly strong. I want to become as strong as you. Elwin smiled. Then the question is, why should I help you? Or rather, what can you offer me? Barton thought for a moment. I don't know. I have no money and I can't access the family business. Elwin smiled. I don't care about any of that. What I want is your loyalty. Your loyalty will earn you everything you desire. Perhaps even more than just recognition. I can help you secure the position of the Yaxley family head. Barton was taken aback. I don't have such grand ambitions. Elwin's lips curled upward. He looked like a little demon with horns growing from his head. Is it that you don't have grand ambitions, or that you dare not even dream of them? Barton felt as if everything about him had been seen through. After hesitating for a moment, he said, I dare not dream of it. I just want them to acknowledge me. Elwin chuckled. Ambition is a fine thing. Since you have ambition, why not let it swell even further? Trust me, you will get everything you desire. Because I said so. Barton looked at Elwin. Yaxley is an old pureblood family. You can't bring them down. Elwin retorted. What's the matter? Afraid to take the gamble. If you lack the courage to bet, then this is your ceiling. Elwin's piercing gaze deeply stung Barton's fragile heart. He clenched his fists. No, I haven't. I have never lacked courage. Elwin smirked. See that? A young wizard of this age full of hot blood. How touching. Elwin declared, the Cavendish family never boasts. Stand with me, and I will grant you everything you desire. This is no empty promise. Once the dust settles, you will have all you want. Barton looked at Elwin, his fists clenching, and finally he clenched them tight once more. Elwin did not rush him. Young wizards of this age may be bold, but they are also prone to especially someone like Barton, a bastard. The family's authority weighed heavily on his heart. After a long while, Barton knelt on. He grasped the edge of Elwin's robes. I pledge you my loyalty. Elwin smiled. He was pleased. A pleasant surprise. Truly, Barton was a pleasant surprise. Not because of his power, but because of his lineage. With a member of a pure-blood family, even a bastard Elwin now had a justifiable reason to move against them. Elwin placed his hand upon Barton's head. Good. I accept your fealty. Now extend your arm. Barton was confused, but did not hesitate. He offered his arm to Elwin. Elwin's wand tapped directly onto Barton's forearm. The next moment, a lotus mark began to bloom. Barton stared in astonishment. Elwin explained the mark's function to him. Barton was shocked. This reminded him of something. The dark mark. He felt he had boarded a pirate ship. But the cabin door was already sealed shut. There was no getting off now. Elwin gently raised his hand, and Barton rose to his feet. Elwin said, "All right. You may go for now. I will find you later." Barton nodded and turned to leave. Elwin stood by the Black Lake. Slytherin truly was the most suitable house for him. The Yaxley family, dealing primarily in potions, must have amassed great wealth. However, Elwin needed to deliberate on how to handle them. After all, they were a pure-blood family, not one to be trifled with lightly. He needed to scheme. Elwin tucked away his wand and walked towards Hogwarts Castle. As he entered the corridor, he heard a commotion. Elwin frowned. Malfoy. That voice was unmistakable. He walked forward and turned the corner to see Malfoy and his cronies gathered. They were pointing and laughing at a figure. The target of their mockery was Hagrid, who was tending to the plants in the circular garden. Hagrid ignored their jeers. He was used to it. "Is this what your family taught you? To mock others?" Malfoy's face darkened, and he turned to see who dared interfere. However, upon seeing Elwin's face, a wave of panic washed over him. The incident on the train was still fresh in his memory, especially after Elwin's duel with Barton, where Barton was utterly helpless. Malfoy didn't even dare to utter. He scurried away with his group of followers. Elwin approached Hagrid. "I apologize for the rudeness of those young wizards from my house." Hagrid hastily put down his shears, looking flustered. He had never experienced such a scene. Because of his size, he had been mocked countless times. He had grown used to it. It was a known joke among the students, Hagrid and the squib caretaker Filch. Hagrid waved his hands dismissively, and "No, it's all right." Elwin smiled. "They are young. I hope you won't hold it against them. By the way, I'm Erwin Cavendish. Pleased to meet you." Hagrid was stunned. "Cavendish?" Elwin nodded. "Yes. Why do you seem surprised?" Hagrid explained. "I was helped by a Muggle family in London once. Without them, I'd have had a lot of trouble. They said they were from the Cavendish family, and that their young master was studying at Hogwarts." "Was that you?" Elwin chuckled. "Well, it seems we were destined to meet. There is only one Cavendish in London, and that's mine." Hagrid said, "Then I must properly thank you." Elwin waved his hand. "That's not necessary. It's enough that you don't hold a grudge against my classmates." Hagrid insisted, "It's not the same thing. I should thank you. Would you like to visit my hut? I can offer you some rock cakes. Trust me, you'll love the taste." Hagrid said this with some apprehension, as he could tell Elwin was of high status. And a Slytherin at that. Elwin said, "I would love to, Hagrid. But I have class now. However, I will take you up on that offer sometime. I look forward to those rock cakes." Hagrid beamed. Right. You should get to class. I look forward to your visit. My hut is right at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Just head towards it, and you'll see." Elwin nodded. "All right. He'll be off then." Hagrid nodded. Elwin smirked. He had established a connection with Hagrid. A supplier secured. As for the rock cakes, Elwin had little interest. After all, an average person could hardly bite into those things. Elwin felt his experience at Hogwarts was going splendidly. Every step was unfolding exactly as he had planned. Everything was going smoothly. Elwin made his way to the flying class grounds. Yes, his next lesson was flying. Honestly, he couldn't understand why wizards rode brooms. Didn't they chafe? It can be said that among all the courses at Hogwarts, flying class is the least interesting to Elwin. He even finds divination more appealing than this. Elwin simply cannot understand the joy of sitting on a broomstick. He arrived at the empty space outside the greenhouse. The class had yet to begin. However, many students from Slytherin and Gryffindor had already gathered. Every little wizard wore an excited expression. Flying is indeed a lifelong dream for humanity. Whenever the topic of soaring into the sky arises, it seems that everyone, regardless of size, would be delighted. The little wizards who were actively discussing strangely fell into a brief silence. Elwin paid them no mind, and instead approached Malfoy. Frowning at Malfoy, Elwin saw him swallow hard, revealing a hint of fear. "What are you going to do?" "My dad is a school board member. Don't mess around." Elwin chuckled. "What's with you? Can't you talk without your dad?" Elwin said, "Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. I feel the need to tell you something. I don't care what you're like at home, nor does it matter if your dad is a board member. You are in Slytherin, so your every word and action reflects on Slytherin's reputation. I hope you think about your identity. A pure-blood family is not merely a matter of blood. It is something that is passed down through generations. The position you hold today is not due to your platinum hair, but because of your family's ancestors. So for the sake of Slytherin and your family, mind your demeanor. Nobility is not just spoken, it is reflected in your actions." Malfoy lowered his head, afraid to speak. He wanted to retort, but he felt that Elwin had a point. Of course, the main reason was that he didn't dare to argue back. Elwin looked at the other Slytherin students around. "What I said today applies not only to Malfoy. It also includes all of you. Don't bring shame to Slytherin, nor to your families. Don't act like reckless lions every day. Remember, you are Slytherin." The Slytherin students may not have absorbed everything else, but as soon as Gryffindor was mentioned, they would become very attentive and obedient. The little wizard slightly bowed. "Yes, Prefect." Elwin nodded in satisfaction. Turning his head, he saw a group of little lions glaring back at him. Elwin looked at Ron. "What about you?" Ron was stunned. Where's the elegance we talked about? Where's the decorum? How can you curse? Ron wanted to retort, but found that Elvin had somehow gained a wand. Ron could only lower his head in grievance. He felt a bit indignant. Everyone was glaring at each other. Why was he the one being cursed? Elvin shot Ron a disdainful glance. He didn't even know why, but he just found Ron irritating. He was even driven to curse. Such a sin, truly a sin. It affected his decorum as a cadvant. Ron truly deserved to be scolded. Elvin saw Madame Hooch approaching from afar, with a bunch of tattered broomsticks floating beside her. Elvin clapped his hands. All right, it's time for class. Find your places and stand properly. The Slytherin students quickly sprang into action. In no time they were lined up. In contrast, those little lions were like a chaotic flock of sheep. Madame Hooch also witnessed this scene. She couldn't help but marvel that when it comes to discipline, Slytherin was indeed superior. Madame Hooch waved her wand. Brooms scattered and landed at the feet of each little wizard. All right, children, let's prepare for your first flying lesson at Hogwarts. Upon hearing this, both Slytherin and Gryffindor little wizards were filled with excitement. Madame Hooch smiled. This wasn't her first time witnessing such a scene. Every little wizard taking their first flying lesson looked like this. Madame Hooch said, but before that I need to see how talented you are in flying. Do you see the broomstick by your feet? Raise your right hand over the broom and shout up. As soon as Madame Hooch finished speaking, a little wizard couldn't hold back. Up. The first call. Elvin noticed that only the broomstick by Harry Potter's feet soared into the air. Madame Hooch's gaze flashed with surprise as she looked at Harry Potter. The broomstick next to Malfoy took off a short distance before. As for the other little wizards, including Elvin, the broomstick at their feet remained completely still. Elvin's face turned dark. So does the absence of talent on the system panel mean that there is simply no talent at all? Elvin looked at the broom on the ground. I'll give you one more chance. Otherwise I will turn you into one of today's fireplace fuels. Madame Hooch quickly interjected, Mr. Elvin, you shouldn't do that. You must be gentle and infuse some emotion. However, before Madame Hooch could finish her sentence, the broom on the ground suddenly shot up into Elvin's hand. Madame Hooch was taken aback. Elvin said, it seems that these magical objects sometimes require some special methods. Madame Hooch's mouth twitched slightly. She was left speechless. She had never seen such a scene before. After Elvin succeeded, only one person remained who had not succeeded: Ron Weasley. Feeling all eyes on him, Ron felt his face burn. He wanted to be noticed, but not in this way. Thinking of the method Elvin had just used, Ron felt he could try it too. So he mimicked it exactly. However, things turned out differently than Ron expected. His broom was clearly a tough nut to crack. After being threatened, the broomstick acted like a stubborn mule. With a solid thump, it swung directly into Ron's face. In an instant, a red mark appeared on Ron's nose. He covered his nose and howled in pain. The little wizards around burst into laughter. Madame Hooch asked worriedly, do you need to go to the infirmary? Ron shook his head. He didn't want to miss the flying class. Madame Hooch said no more. All right. Now sit astride your broom, hold on tightly, and when I blow the whistle, push off the ground. Then stabilize your position and gently land. Do you all understand? The young witches and wizards nodded in unison, straddling their broomsticks. Meanwhile, Alvin discreetly drew his wand. If all went according to the usual script, their dear Neville Longbottom was about to stir up another calamity. Neville never failed to disappoint, as evidenced right now. The moment he mounted his broom, he wobbled and rose unsteadily into the air. Madame Hooch had just produced her whistle, but before she could blow it, Neville startled her. Mr. Longbottom, what do you think you're doing? Get down at once. The other students grumbled in annoyance, for they were on the verge of experiencing flight for the first time, and Neville's antics were delaying them. Madame Hooch's stern command and the complaints of his peers instantly flustered Neville. Instead of descending, a fumbled maneuver sent him rocketing straight upward. Alvin sighed. Indeed, Neville never failed to disappoint. Sometimes Alvin wondered if Neville was genuinely slower than the average child. Alvin flicked his wand. Accio, Neville. The summoning charm was the best solution he could think of. As the incantation was up, Neville was yanked through the air toward Alvin as if seized by an invisible hand. As mentioned before, the summoning charm doesn't teleport its target directly through space. It requires a flight path. So strictly speaking, the summoning charm could even be employed as an offensive spell. For instance, Neville hurtled toward Alvin like a cannonball. The Slytherins, being clever, had instinctively parted to either side the moment Alvin acted, having witnessed Malfoy get hit by a toad before. Some quick-witted Gryffindors followed suit. But in this world there are always fools. Take Ron, for instance, who was entirely focused on gawking at his housemate's misfortune. Harry Potter didn't even have a chance to warn him before the next moment. Neville's plump form slammed directly into Ron. With a startled yelp, Ron was sent flying. Alvin hastily cut the spell. He then quickly stepped back twice. With a heavy thud, Neville landed squarely on the spot Alvin had just vacated, kicking up a cloud of dust. Alvin waved his hand to clear the dust before him. All the young wizards and witches turned their gaze to the center. Neville looked around with a bewildered expression, as if he hadn't yet grasped what had happened. Madame Hooch breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Alvin, thanks to your actions, Mr. Longbottom has been spared a disaster. 10 points to Slytherin. Alvin gave a slight bow. Thank you for your generosity. However, Madame Hooch, Neville is fine, but the one underneath him might be dying. Madam Hooch was taken aback. Only then did she notice another person beneath Neville. Harry Potter cried out. At that moment their impoverished friend Ron Weasley was already rolling his eyes back. Neville's weight was hardly a joke. Combined with the fall from the sky and the acceleration due to gravity, Alvin figured Ron was only alive because he was so poor. Being poor builds a tough constitution. Look at how poor Sarazoa was. From this perspective, being too wealthy didn't seem so great either. Neville finally realized the ground beneath him felt soft. No wonder the fall hadn't hurt at all. Neville even wiggled his bottom to test the feeling. Ron's eyes rolled back even further, nearly vanishing entirely into his skull. Even Alvin was shocked. Did these two have a grudge? Or was Neville not as simple as he appeared? Could he be a schemer? Using this chance for revenge, Alvin said, "Neville, if you don't get off now, the cushion under you is going to die." Only then did Neville snap out of it, yelping in surprise as he scrambled to his feet. Only with Neville off could Ron draw a breath of fresh air. His chest heaved violently. Madam Hooch sighed in relief. At least he was still alive. Ron had broken 2 ribs. He lay sprawled in the indentation. He wouldn't be attending flying lessons for a while. Of course, this had nothing to do with Alvin. He had never been particularly interested in flying lessons anyway. Madam Hooch took Ron to the hospital wing. With Alvin's involvement, the course of events had shifted considerably. For instance, it was Ron, not Neville, who ended up in the medical wing. After Madam Hooch left, the young wizards and witches were eager to sneak in a quick flight. After all, some had boasted about riding flying brooms before, so they wanted to show off. Malfoy was among them. However, catching the dangerous glint in Alvin's eye, Malfoy quickly abandoned that notion. Unlike the Slytherins, Gryffindor never lacked reckless little lions. Alvin had no authority over them anyway, and without Hermione there to lecture them, these little lions couldn't resist the temptation any longer. As the first one soared into the air, it was like a fuse had been lit among the Gryffindors. In the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 little lions were soaring through the sky. Alvin ignored them, knowing full well that someone would soon teach them a lesson. Sure enough, within 2 minutes Professor McGonagall stormed onto the field fuming. "How dare you!" She flicked her wand several times. One by one the little lions were hoisted into the air like kittens scruffed by the neck, suspended beside Professor McGonagall. She said coldly, Each of you will deduct 20 points from Gryffindor." With 6 of them in total, Gryffindor lost 120 points in one fell swoop. This meant that on the very first day of school these little lions had drained their house's hourglass dry. It was only thanks to the points older Gryffindor students had earned earlier that they didn't fall into negative numbers. The contrast between the reckless Gryffindors and the disciplined Slytherins was... Professor McGonagall felt exhausted. Why couldn't she have a student like Alvin? One who could manage the other young wizards and save the professor some trouble. Could she perhaps transfer Alvin to Gryffindor? The little lions wore crestfallen faces, while the Slytherins were all smirks and amusement. The rivalry between the lions and the snakes was nothing new. Seeing Gryffindor humiliated was a sheer delight for Slytherin. In the afternoon, there was another lesson in the history of magic. It was the only class among the 4 of the day that was not attended jointly by Slytherin and Gryffindor. In this class, the Slytherin students found themselves alongside Ravenclaw. The entire lesson seemed to become a stage for Hermione and Elwin. Together, they earned 50 points for their respective houses through a single history of magic lecture. Professor Cuthbert Binns, the ghostly instructor, beamed with delight. After all, everyone adores brilliant students. As the class came to an end, on the way to the Great Hall, Hermione walked alongside Elwin, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. "Elwin, I can't thank you enough. Ravenclaw is absolutely perfect for me. The older students, they've shown me the true joy of learning. I adore this atmosphere so much." Elwin smiled. "So the best fit is what matters most. Congratulations, Hermione, on finding the house that truly suits you." Hermione nodded. "By the way, I borrowed a book from a senior. It's packed with information about the magical world. Would you like to see it? It's too heavy for me to carry around, so it's in the common room. If you want, once I've finished reading it, you can come and borrow it." Elwin, recalling the dictionary-sized tomes Hermione typically read, quickly waved his hand. "No need. You enjoy it yourself." Hermione let out a hint of disappointment in her voice. Not being able to share knowledge was truly a shame. Elwin's mouth twitched slightly. Indeed, a genius is a genius wherever they go. Always astonishingly so. And the most terrifying thing of all is when a genius tries to pull you into their world of relentless study. After a quick meal in the Great Hall, Elwin didn't return to the Slytherin common room. Instead, he made his way to Professor McGonagall's office. "Professor McGonagall, are you there?" "It's Elwin." The office door swung open slowly. Professor McGonagall sat at her desk wearing round-framed glasses. She was busy writing and gestured for him to sit. "Elwin, have a seat. Let me just finish preparing tomorrow's lesson, and then we can talk." Elwin nodded, taking in the office's decor. Bathed in warm amber light, the room was lined with... The shelves were packed to the brim with books. Judging by the visible wear and tear on their spines, Professor McGonagall consulted them. It was clear why Hermione held McGonagall in such high esteem. The two were remarkably alike, both incredibly diligent and meticulous in their work. A mountain of books also covered McGonagall's desk, so tall that Elwin could barely see her behind them. About half an hour later, McGonagall straightened up, rubbing her shoulders. "I'm not as young as I used to be." Elwin spoke up. "Professor McGonagall, would you like me to give you a massage? A Muggle technique. It's excellent for relieving fatigue. McGonagall looked surprised. Is there such a thing? Elwin smiled and walked behind her. As he gently pressed on her shoulders, McGonagall closed her eyes in comfort. Amazing. I do feel much less tense. Elwin explained. You spend so much time at your desk, so there's strain in your neck and shoulders. This is something magic can't quite. McGonagall nodded. Fascinating. Elwin continued. The Muggle world is advancing quickly. They lack magic, but they've used their ingenuity to create substitutes for it. McGonagall mused. It seems I should learn more about the Muggle world. Alright, I feel much better now. Please have a seat. Let's discuss your discovery. Elwin returned to his chair. McGonagall began. I've looked into your theory about transfiguration having its own incantations and counter curses. Your hypothesis is likely correct. However, to be rigorous, you'll need to conduct more experiments to confirm it. But I'm fairly confident. You should start drafting a paper. When the time comes, I can help you get it published in your name in a scholarly journal. After that, the Transfiguration Society can work to validate your theory. If it's confirmed, trust me, the rewards will be substantial. Elwin replied, Thank you, Professor. He'll get on it. McGonagall nodded. Good. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. He'll help you refine it. Elwin smiled. I'm truly grateful, Professor McGonagall. To be honest, my grasp of transfiguration isn't that deep. It was just a passing thought. If I had to do this all on my own, I'd be quite nervous. McGonagall said, You have great talent, I can see that. If you're genuinely interested in transfiguration, I could teach you. That is if you're willing. Elwin stood up. I would be honored. McGonagall opened a drawer and pulled out a notebook. This was my notebook from my own school days. Over the years, as my understanding deepened, I've added to it. You can take it and look through it. It contains my insights on transfiguration. Elwin accepted it with both hands as if it were a precious treasure. This was McGonagall's personal notebook after all. In the original story, Dumbledore and McGonagall were undoubtedly the two greatest transfiguration masters. At the very least, Elwin had never seen anyone else turn a desk into a pig. McGonagall added, You are the most talented young wizard I've ever met. You are exceptional. So if you truly have a passion for transfiguration, I believe you can achieve great things in this field. Elwin gave a slight bow. Thank you, Professor. I won't let you down. McGonagall nodded. Good. Now you should head back. If you have any questions, come and ask me. But remember, don't attempt anything beyond your current abilities. If you want to experiment, come to me first. Elwin nodded. Understood, Professor. Please get some rest. After leaving her office, Elwin flipped through the notebook, his eyes gleaming with growing excitement. This was practically a treasure trove of transfiguration knowledge. It detailed McGonagall's understanding of the subject, progressing from the basics to the most advanced concept. In other words, this notebook was a ladder to becoming a transfiguration master. Carefully tucking it away, Elwin headed straight for Snape's quarters. Standing at the entrance to Snape's office, Elwin took 2 deep breaths. Facing Snape was always a nerve-wracking prospect. After all, it was Snape, the Black Bat of Hogwarts. Who could possibly remain calm in his presence? Elwin certainly couldn't. Dragon's blood, he whispered. The office door swung open. Inside, it was deathly quiet, almost eerily so. The atmosphere was a stark contrast to the warmth of McGonagall's office. Elwin could have sworn he felt a chill wind brush past him. Elwin couldn't help but shiver. When would Snape ever rid himself of this morbid sense of terror? It was utterly absurd. No wonder everyone thought Snape was a villain. Partly because Snape was as venomous as a serpent, and partly because the man truly exuded an overwhelming aura of gloom. Elwin couldn't understand why Professor Snape couldn't just live a little more like a normal human being. Why must he constantly seal himself off from the world? Just as Elwin was lost in thought, a voice echoed from within. Are you going to? Elwin quickly called out, Coming. Upon entering the office, he found it to be the polar opposite of Professor McGonagall's. If McGonagall's office resembled a cozy, warm bedroom, then Snape's was like the laboratory of a mad scientist. Shelves on both sides were lined with various ingredients. Clear glass jars held macabre specimens suspended in fluid, and the air was thick with the pungent scent of potions. It wasn't necessarily foul, but it was certainly far from pleasant. Snape stood before a cauldron, its contents bubbling and gurgling ominously. Elwin stood quietly to one side, not daring to disturb Snape. Before long, the bubbles in the cauldron gradually subsided. Then Snape picked up a small glass vial from the side. He opened a small spigot at the base of the cauldron, and a single drop of pink liquid fell into the bottle. Snape let out a soft sigh of relief. He stoppered the bottle and placed it aside with great care. This piqued Elwin's curiosity. Judging by Snape's demeanor, this potion must be quite precious. Snape said, What are you standing there for? Come over here and help me process these ingredients. Elwin nodded hastily and went to Snape's side to begin working. Snape watched him for a moment, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. But it was quickly concealed. Elwin carefully handled the herbs, terrified of making a single mistake that would give Snape a reason to unleash his scathing tongue. Fortunately, it seemed Snape was testing his skills, as the ingredients were not difficult to process. Elwin had also read about these procedures in his textbooks. Seeing that Elwin's technique was proficient, Snape stopped watching and busied himself with his own work. Elwin hesitated for a moment before speaking. Professor. Snape paused his work. What is it? Elwin asked. I wanted to know, is there any potion that can grant magical abilities to someone without magic? Snape frowned. No. If such a thing existed, it would be strictly forbidden. Why do you ask? Elwin shook his head. Nothing. Just curious. Snape said, granting magic to a non-magical person is beyond the scope of any potion. However, legends say that during Merlin's time wizards practiced a different kind of magic, relying more on prayer or pacts with. It is said that someone once obtained magical power through such an exchange. Elwin said Merlin's time. That sounds like nothing more than. Snape said perhaps. Yet there were rumors that during Grindelwald's reign he enabled a childhood friend of his, a muggle, to gain magical powers. But the truth of those rumors is uncertain. Elwin's pupils contracted slightly. Grindelwald. Elwin had asked this question for the sake of the Cavendish family. Their loyalty had already been cultivated. If Elwin intended to make a move on the wizarding world, the Cavendish family would be the optimal choice, far better than seeking out new followers. Snape said, do not go seeking after such things. These matters are beyond your reach. Even if a method exists, it is undoubtedly forbidden. If you have no desire to visit Azkaban, then suppress these thoughts. Elwin nodded quickly and focused on the potion ingredients. Snape glanced at Elwin, a flicker of remembrance in his eyes. Once upon a time, the previous head of the Cavendish family had been just the same. They had worked together at a single workstation, brewing potions side by side. Those days were among the few times Snape had felt true happiness. But alas, everything had changed. The enemies of the Cavendish family were beyond Snape's power to confront. Even Dumbledore's intervention had only served to prevent them from harming Elwin directly. Most crucially, no one could intervene in these affairs. It was the fate of the Cavendish family, a destiny that neither Dumbledore nor Snape could alter. Every time he thought of this, Snape felt a pang of pain in his heart. And now their child had once again entered the wizarding world. Once again, the fate of the Cavendish family had been set in motion. Snape was powerless to change it. He clenched his fist. This time, no matter what happened, Elwin absolutely must not come to harm. Even if it cost him his own life, he would protect Elwin. Even if he couldn't change the Cavendish fate. Even if it was like a moth diving into a flame, he would still do it without hesitation. For the sake of a promise. And for the sake of a rare friendship. Feeling a persistent gaze upon him, while processing the ingredients, Elwin turned his head. What is it, Professor Snape? Am I doing? Snape looked away. No. You're doing well. You should head back now. It's getting late. Elwin nodded. He took off his gloves. Then, Professor Snape, can I come back tomorrow? Snape nodded. However, your technique is still quite rudimentary. Take this and study it. I expect to see some improvement tomorrow. I would hate to see my ingredients wasted by your clumsy hands. Elwin quickly took the book, said his goodbyes, and hurried out of the office. Once outside, Elwin glanced at the book. Indeed, it was the Half-Blood Prince's diary. Excellent. In a single night, he had acquired the knowledge of both his tutors. How could he not soar to great heights now? When he returned to the common room, the other students had already retired. Elwin went to his own room. He sat at his desk and began to study. The combined wisdom of two professors was too precious to waste on sleep. He was at heart a lover of learning. Time ticked by. Just then a clear tapping sound came from the window. Elwin turned to look. An owl was pecking at the glass. Elwin opened the window, fed the owl a bit of food from his stash, and then took the letter it carried. The letter was from Old Tom. It stated that following Elwin's instructions, he had purchased a shop in Diagon Alley and was inquiring about. Ever since Old Tom was marked by Elwin, despite lacking magic himself, the standard Muggle-repelling charms had become ineffective. In truth, one might liken Old Tom to a squib now. Thus he was able to go to Diagon Alley to assist Elwin with his affairs. Folding the letter, Elwin pondered for a moment. He hadn't quite decided what to do with the shop. Perhaps it was an innate inclination from his Xia heritage. Whenever he arrived somewhere new, Elwin felt the need to establish a business to find peace of mind. He stood by the window, lost in. Currently at Hogwarts, he realized that the most abundant and readily accessible resources for profit were magical creature materials and potions from the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid surely possessed a considerable stock. From his window, Elwin could vaguely discern Hagrid's hut in the darkness. He mulled it over. Unable to sleep, he decided to visit Hagrid, discuss matters, and see if they could strike a deal. With that thought, Elwin's form flickered, transforming into a wisp of violet smoke that sped towards the Forbidden Forest. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment atop the highest tower of Hogwarts, Dumbledore watched the violet smoke depart, a smile gracing his lips. Truly a wizard full of secrets, or perhaps it's a trait of the Cavendish family. Apparition is not a skill one expects from someone your age. I wonder if Snape would be tempted to introduce you to his old friend. I'm sure he'd be quite surprised to see you. Dumbledore's mind wandered, lost in memories of a love long past. Elwin landed before Hagrid's hut. Beyond the dark forest, the hut was the sole beacon of light, making it impossible to miss. Approaching the door, he knocked. A clatter sounded from within. Who? Is it? The voice sounded startled. Elwin scratched his head, wondering if Hagrid was engaged in some handicraft, given his. It's me, Hagrid. Erwin Cavendish. The wooden door swung open quickly, revealing Hagrid, whose face showed both surprise and barely concealed excitement. Oh, Elwin, what brings you here at this hour? Elwin chuckled. I couldn't sleep, so I thought I'd come to see you. You did invite me, didn't you? Is this a bad time? I could always come back another day. Hagrid shook his head. No, it's just surprising you know. I rarely get visitors let alone at this hour. Elwin smiled. Then would you invite me in? Hagrid hastily replied, of course. Please come in. Elwin stepped inside. Despite Hagrid's rough exterior, the room, though cluttered, was clean and free of unpleasant. Elwin found a seat, and Hagrid poured him a drink. Looking at the dark green liquid, Elwin felt little inclination to taste it. Hagrid remarked, Elwin, you shouldn't be here at this hour. You should be asleep. Elwin laughed. Hogwarts is never short of students wandering the night, isn't it? Hagrid scratched his head. I suppose that's true. Elwin continued, I'm here on business. I need magical creature materials, or potions. Do you have any? Hagrid replied, of course. I have plenty. I collect them whenever I patrol the Forbidden Forest. If you need them, I'll give them to you. What do you need? Elwin clarified. You misunderstand, Hagrid. I'm not asking for a gift. I need a large quantity. I have a shop in Diagon Alley and plan to sell these materials. So I'd like to buy them from you. Hagrid said, oh, I see. Well, I don't know if I have enough for you. Come with me. He led Elwin outside to a smaller adjacent shed. Hagrid opened the door. It's all in here. See if it's enough. Elwin took the oil lamp from Hagrid and shone it inside. Elwin was instantly stunned. Good heavens. The place was packed. Dried potion ingredients were tied into bundles. They were strewn about carelessly. He even spotted a bundle of white hair that, despite its age, still emanated a faint, holy glow. That was unicorn hair, and this fellow had a whole bundle of it. Hagrid asked, I don't know if this is enough for you. If not, I can take another stroll through the forest. Elwin said, it's enough. More than enough. But a lot of this has lost its potency due to poor storage. Why haven't you sold it? Hagrid explained, most shops are run by pureblood families who drive the prices down. So you see. Elwin nodded, realizing that capitalists exist in every world. They'll take it all. They'll pay you the market rate. Does that work for you, Hagrid? Hagrid waved his hands dismissively. No need. The market rate is too high. You wouldn't make a profit. Elwin chuckled. Don't worry. If I'm buying, they'll definitely find a way to profit. They'll take all your future materials too. They'll come by once a week, so save up your fines. Hagrid nodded. No problem. I can gather a lot on a single trip to the forest. Elwin smiled. Indeed, Hagrid was wealthy in assets, just not in liquid currency. Now it was Elwin's gain. There was significant value in all these materials. Elwin then asked, and what if I needed specific ingredients from the forest? Could you procure them for me? Hagrid replied, I could manage most things, I think. What do you have in mind? Elwin said, nothing specific for now, just inquiring. Back in the main hut, Elwin calculated the value of the goods and paid Hagrid promptly. But transporting such a large quantity of goods posed a challenge. Noticing Elwin's troubled look, Hagrid asked, what's the matter? Elwin confessed, I'm just wondering how to get all this to Diagon Alley. Hagrid scratched his head. Well, I could help with that if you'd like. Elwin's eyes lit up. Really? That would be a tremendous help. Hagrid nodded. Sure. Just leave me the address and I'll deliver it. Elwin quickly provided it. From now on you can deliver the goods. I'll arrange for someone to meet you. After leaving Hagrid's hut, Elwin abandoned the idea of venturing into the Forbidden Forest at night. To be fair, it wasn't a necessity. Elwin truly had no desire to sneak into the Forbidden Forest in the dead of night. Did he think it was some easy place to stroll into? That was the Forbidden Forest, the most dangerous place in Hogwarts bar none. Especially now that a faceless man was lurking around Hogwarts. Although according to the original plot, the faceless man had yet to think about entering the forest to hunt unicorns. But who knew if an accident might occur? After all, Elwin had already tested it. The plot could be changed. Elwin walked towards he passed by the Black Lake and crossed the courtyard. Hogwarts at night had a different kind of scenery. If daytime Hogwarts was a vibrant school of wizardry, then nighttime Hogwarts was like a beast waiting to devour. In the darkness, it opened its blood-red maw, waiting for a poor lost lamb to feed itself, especially knowing that Hogwarts itself was a colossal magical artifact. Upon reaching the corridor, looking at the statues lined up on both sides, Elwin couldn't help but feel curious. These things could be considered the core defensive force of Hogwarts. In the original story, under Professor McGonagall's wand, these things could come to life to fight enemies. They were quite formidable. Just as Elwin was observing these statues, suddenly Elwin's heart skipped a beat. He flicked his wrist, and a wand appeared in his hand. Protego. A faint purple armor enveloped Elwin, looking somewhat ethereal. But the shape of the armor was already vaguely discernible. The moment Protego was cast, a flash of colored light characteristic of a spell slammed into Elwin. It was then neutralized by the shield charm. Elwin reacted swiftly, pointing his wand at the darkness with his right hand, while a grenade materialized in his left. Who's there? From the darkness, footsteps echoed. Mr. Cavendish, shouldn't you be asleep at this hour? Why are you wandering the corridors? Elwin frowned. As the figure emerged, an elegant bat came to a stop, not far from Professor Snape. Elwin was puzzled. What was Snape's deal appearing in the middle of the night and attacking directly? Was this reasonable? But feeling the drain on his shield charm, it seemed Snape hadn't used much force. A spell like that would only cause a bit of pain at most with no lasting consequences. Snape said, put that thing in your hand away. You should know it can't hurt me. Elwin remained noncommittal. He put the grenade away. However, he kept his wand firmly in his hand. Instead of relaxing, he gripped it even tighter. Snape naturally noticed Elwin's action. A glint of appreciation flashed, yet he said, when facing an enemy you cannot match. While maintaining vigilance you must also understand the art of feigning. Elwin gave a slight bow. Professor, I understand your lesson. Snape glanced in the direction Elwin had come from. Did you go to the Forbidden Forest? Elwin shook his head. No, I just want to see Hagrid. A sneer touched Snape's lips. Clearly it had become a habit for Snape regardless of who he was facing. I find it hard to believe you're the type to make friends. Especially with a half-giant. Elwin smiled. Professor, that seems a bit prejudiced. In fact, I quite enjoy making friends. As they say in Dachau, more friends mean more paths. Snape snorted coldly. I hadn't noticed that Mr. Cavendish, who caused such a stir at Hogwarts upon arrival, also enjoys studying Dachau culture. Elwin said, Professor, you suddenly attacked and stopped me. Surely it wasn't just to mock me. My being out after hours isn't— I admit my mistake. Snape said, out after hours. What's wrong with that? Hogwarts students have never lacked for night. However, as a Slytherin, if your purpose for being out at night is merely for fun and reckless adventure like those foolish lions, then you as a prefect would disappoint me greatly. So tell me the truth. Mr. Cavendish, what is your purpose for being out tonight? Elwin said, of course, Professor. I am a Slytherin. Everything is for the greater good. I bought a shop in Diagon Alley, so I need to sell some magical creature materials or potions. And Hagrid, as the keeper of the keys and grounds, has plenty of such things. Elwin didn't see any need to hide it. It wasn't anything shameful. Most importantly, Elwin was curious if he could get Snape on his side. If possible, that would be a huge win. Of course, this wasn't something to rush. Snape let out an almost imperceptible sigh of relief. Good. It's good that you remember you're a Slytherin. Being out at night is fine, but the way you were just strolling around, I'd advise against it. Otherwise, if you get caught and lose points for Slytherin, I think you know what will happen to you. Elwin nodded. I understand, Professor. Snape waved his hand. Now go back to bed. Elwin nodded. As he turned to leave, Snape added, stay out of the Forbidden Forest for the time being. Elwin paused briefly. Without asking further questions, he nodded and walked away. Snape watched Elwin leave. He sighed. There was a mix of disappointment and appreciation. Disappointment because he saw Elwin's wariness towards him, feeling a pang of hurt that Elwin didn't put away his wand even as he walked away. Appreciation for the very same reason. Snape stood in the corridor watching Elwin's retreating figure. You have a fine child there. He will be better than any of us. Arriving at the entrance to the Slytherin common room, Elwin finally relaxed. He put his wand. Despite Snape's consistently good attitude towards him, Elwin couldn't afford to let his guard down. It was a habit of his. Having survived in London and grown the Cavendish family to its current state, at such a young age, Elwin never relied on luck. He knew very well to stay vigilant against anyone, even those who seemed friendly. After all, he had been burned before, nearly paying with his life. It was ruthless, but it ensured his survival. Arriving at the common room, Elwin did not hurry back to his own dormitory. Instead, he settled onto a sofa before the fireplace, replaying Snape's words in his mind. Ever since his arrival at Hogwarts, far too many things had seemed unsettlingly strange. Snape's attitude, Dumbledore's demeanor. If it were only Dumbledore, Elwin, drawing on his understanding of the man, might have guessed the headmaster intended him to act as a guardian of sorts for Harry Potter. But coupled with Snape's behavior, Elwin was thoroughly baffled. Only one possibility presented itself to his mind: his own parents were not ordinary people. Or rather, it was highly likely his parents had once been wizards themselves. Otherwise, his sorting into Slytherin made no sense. Nor could he explain why Snape treated him with such favor. But if his parents were wizards, why had they left the magical world? From what Elwin understood, the wizarding world was quite intriguing. Not every Hogwarts graduate chose to remain within it. Upon graduation, witches and wizards faced the dilemma of employment. The most accomplished could secure positions at the Ministry of Magic, becoming aurors or taking desk jobs. These were the ones who stayed, but opportunities were finite. Many wizards found themselves jobless, leading to a multitude of destitute individuals. Some, unwilling to part with their wands, eked out a living in places like Knockturn Alley. They struggled daily just to survive. Others chose to snap their wands, register with the ministry, forswear magic for life, and be cast out into the Muggle world to become office drones. So never underestimate anyone around you. That seemingly insignificant clerk might once have been a wizard. His own parents, he surmised, fit this pattern. They had left the magical realm. Not, of course, because they couldn't make a living there. Given the Cavendish family's deep pockets, even without working, his parents could have lived lavishly by exchanging gold for galleons. Surely no one believed Elwin had built his current standing from scratch. It was the Cavendish legacy that laid the foundation. Otherwise, Elwin could never have expanded the family's influence so rapidly in just a few years. Yet a glaring mystery remained. Elwin was now fairly certain that his parents' deaths had been orchestrated by someone from the magical world. According to the unwritten laws of wizardkind, once a wand was snapped, all grudges were to be forgotten. No retaliation was permitted, for wizards inherently looked down upon muggles. It was a disdain rooted in the very essence of their being. Thus no wizard would deign to seek vengeance against muggles. So why would one target his parents? Elwin couldn't fathom it, and worse, he had no one to ask. Dumbledore and Snape surely knew, but he doubted they would tell him. If they could have, they'd have done so already. This pursuit of truth was one of the reasons he had opened his shop in Diagon Alley. He needed to know everything. Leaning back on the sofa, Elwin felt a headache coming on. He had transmigrated into a children's magical tale, so why did it feel like it was spiraling into a court intrigue drama? It was truly vexing. He loathed matters slipping beyond his control. Oh, Elwin, what are you doing here? Elwin looked towards the voice and saw Grodia. He smiled. Prefect still awake at this hour. Grodia took a seat on the... You're awake too, aren't you? I just finished patrolling the dormitories and was on my way back. I didn't notice you weren't in your bed. Elwin said couldn't sleep, so I came out for a bit. Grodia nodded. I see. Fancy a chat. I think I can be a good listener. Elwin shook his head. That won't be necessary. I'm merely sleepless, not troubled by affairs of the heart, like some other young wizards burdened with countless worries. Grodia chuckled. True. I've seen plenty of that. Elwin added. By the way, I never asked Prefect. Are you from the Selwyn family? Grodia nodded. Yes. You've heard of the Selwyns. Elwin smiled. I'm familiar with the names of the Sacred 28. Grodia waved a hand dismissively. Oh, come on. The Sacred 28 is just a title now. Not many are still active. Take my family for instance, in this generation. I'm the only Selwyn left. We only have 2 shops barely keeping us afloat. A hint of derision flickered across Grodia's face. Elwin was somewhat taken aback. It seemed this sole heir of the Selwyn family held a certain disdain for the pure-blood families. That was rather interesting. But then again it made sense. The Sacred 28 was now a hollow title. Apart from a few families with remaining assets, many others seemed to be on the verge of fading into obscurity. Take the Abbotts, for example. The current heir is Hannah Abbott, who sits on the throne of the Hufflepuff Common Room. She's already a half-blood. The Black family, once Sirius dies, will see its line end completely. The only ones who can still hold their heads high are a select few, like the Malfoys and the Yaxleys. Though they call it the Sacred 28, not even 8 families maintain their former glory. Even the Hogwarts Board of Governors has only 1 seat held by a pure-blood family, the Malfoys. Yet despite this, these pure-blood families remain insufferably proud. What exactly they have to be proud of is beyond me. Grodia said, enough about me. I'm more curious about you, Junior. What is your... Elwin replied, Cavendish. My surname is Cavendish. Grodia said, there's no Cavendish in the wizarding world. I've even checked. Before you there was no record of the name Cavendish anywhere. Not even among Hogwarts' past graduates. Elwin smiled. Maybe the Sorting Hat made a mistake. Who knows? Grodia said, that's not the first time you've said that. The Sorting Hat doesn't make mistakes. Since you're unwilling to say Junior, then let it be. It's late and I must rest. You should too. If I remember correctly, you have a defense against the Dark Arts class tomorrow. I think it will be an unforgettable experience for you. After Grodia left, Elwin stretched lazily. Defense against the Dark Arts, huh? The Faceless One. He was genuinely curious about that. After returning to his dormitory, Elwin first wrote a reply to Old Tom updating him on Hagrid's situation before sending the letter off with an owl. Then Elwin took the mysterious egg and several porcelain vials from his backpack, all of which he had requested from Hagrid. These vials contained the blood of magical creatures, including a small vial of unicorn blood. Of course, this was not obtained by slaughtering a unicorn. Rather, Hagrid had once encountered an injured unicorn and collected a bit of its blood. When Elwin mentioned needing blood from magical creatures, Hagrid gave it to him. Hagrid didn't consider whether Elwin might use the unicorn blood for nefarious purposes. His fondness for Elwin was currently immense. Elwin shook the vial, watching the silver blood sway within. It even clung to the sides. If this were wine, it would certainly be a thought struck Elwin. According to the original lore, unicorns are pure messengers, the very spirits of nature. Therefore their blood carries a curse. All who seek to harm a unicorn are afflicted by it. Thus, despite the many uses of unicorn blood, few dare to seek it out except for formidable figures like Voldemort. But what if, and Elwin was just hypothesizing, what if he were to secretly slip a drop of unicorn blood to someone when they weren't? Would that person also be cursed by the unicorn? Could this be used as a weapon? Elwin suddenly felt this was a highly intriguing subject for research. If it were truly viable, could it be used as a poison? Shaking his head, Elwin cast aside these chaotic thoughts. He couldn't entertain such notions. He felt he was increasingly showing potential as a villain. Elwin uncorked the vial. The starlight from outside seemed drawn to the unicorn blood swirling around the porcelain bottle. It was a beautiful sight. Elwin dripped the unicorn blood onto the egg before him. The silver blood was absorbed instantly upon contact with the mysterious egg. Elwin quickly checked the egg's information. Mysterious egg requires the blood of magical creatures to hatch. Current hatching progress, 2,100. So 1 drop of unicorn blood counts for 2 points of progress. Elwin glanced at the vial in his hand. Unicorn blood was already hard to come by. Obtaining it was extremely difficult. The blood in this vial would only yield 7 or 8 drops. Elwin continued to drip the unicorn blood onto the egg. As the progress increased, after 5 drops, the 6th drop was not absorbed by the egg, but slid down its outer shell. With a quick hand, Elwin caught it back into the vial. What's this? Being picky, Elwin looked at the egg stalled at 10% progress. After a moment's thought, he wondered if each type of magical creature's blood had an absorption limit. He continued his experiments, trying blood from 2 other magical creatures. Elwin eventually reached a conclusion. Unicorn blood contributed 2% progress per drop, but it could only add up to a maximum of 10%. Other magical creatures' blood contributed 1% per drop, with a maximum of 5%. This meant the strength of the magical creature influenced the progress gained. The saturation limit was 5 drops for each type. The egg's progress was now at 20%. This meant that if he used ordinary magical creatures, Erwin would need 16 more types. But if he could find creatures with blood as potent as the unicorns, he'd only need 8 more. That didn't seem too difficult. Erwin put the egg away. He was incredibly curious about what was inside. The system always produced quality items. Erwin was full of anticipation. Lying in bed, he still couldn't sleep. The more thoughts churned in his mind, the more elusive sleep became. With a sigh, Erwin opened his system panel. Name: Erwin Cavendish. Age: 11. Magic level 3. Identity: current head of the Cavendish family, first-year Hogwarts student. Secret: first-year prefect of Slytherin. Talents: Transfiguration, talent 5, Standard spell talent 610, Dark arts talent 1010, Potions talent 610, Ancient magic talent 10. Locked: requires special means to unlock. Pet: none. Special skill cards: mana reserve gold. Magical creature: affinity gold. Spell mastery: Accio, level 3 Leviosa, level 3 Protego, level 3 Expelliarmus, level 3 Occlumency, level 3 Expecto Patronum, level 3 Apparition, Purple Lotus Custom Edition, level 3 Avada Kedavra, level 3 Imperio, level 4 Crucio, level 4. Magic proficiency 1800. Items: Grindelwald's Puppet X1, Shapeshifting Cloak X1, Mysterious Egg X1 20100, Acacia Wand, Space Ring Nerfed version X1. Current reputation 2700. Erwin's eyes lit up as he saw his reputation points. Oh, I've accumulated this much. He could go gambling again. These were the opportunities he had saved up since arriving at Hogwarts. Indeed, Hogwarts was truly a treasure trove. These young wizards were also prime targets. Erwin was quite satisfied with this. Hogwarts, truly a blessed land. Erwin opened the gacha interface. Since he had reputation points, he was naturally going to use them. His arsenal was still too limited. Erwin immediately initiated a 10 pull. Ding. 10 pull complete, rewards obtained. Blue guarantee, reward talent point X1. Erwin's mouth twitched. As expected, the gacha never fails to disappoint. It's all just junk. Only one guaranteed reward. Isn't that a bit too ridiculous? However, Erwin had been through this many times. He was used to the system's behavior. Better than nothing, at least he got 2 bags of spicy sticks. They'd do for a snack. Erwin tore open the bag and took a fierce bite, as if he were gnawing on the system's very bones. Soon a bag of spicy sticks was gone. Erwin threw the wrapper away. Without hesitation, he initiated another 10 pull. Whoosh, whoosh, cards flew up. The next moment, Erwin's eyes widened. Purple. And 2 of them. Erwin was thrilled. Indeed, gamblers don't lose every day and kids don't cry. Gambling was truly the best way to change one's fate. Ding. 10 pull complete, rewards obtained. Blue guarantee, reward talent point X1. Purple reward, Sectum Semper spell. 100 pull, purple guarantee, reward, fully automated potion production, line X1. Erwin understood now, so that's how it was. He had thought his luck had turned. Turns out it was just the guarantee. Well, that was fine. At least he got 2 purples. But what was this fully automated potion production line all about? Erwin opened the item's detailed description. Fully automated potion production line. This production line is a magical artifact capable of recording 5 potion recipes and brewing methods. A person must brew a potion on this line once, and it will automatically record the process. Afterwards, simply add ingredients, and it will produce potions automatically. Free your hands. Mass-produce potions from this moment on. Current production efficiency 1 bottle every 3 hours. Erwin's eyes gleamed. This is good, this is a great item. No wonder it's called a production line. With this, he could easily set up a fully automated potion factory. But it requires someone to brew a potion on it first. A name instantly popped into Erwin's mind: Snape. If he could get Snape to brew a batch of Felix Felicis on it, then as long as he had the ingredients, he could get a bottle of Felix Felicis every 3 hours. That stuff sells for a fortune. Erwin could almost feel the galleons raining down on him. He quickly stored the production line in his space ring. He needed to keep this safe and find a way to get Snape to use it. However, figuring out how to get Snape's help would require some careful thought. As for the other purple reward, Sectum Sempra, it was a pleasant surprise. Snape had recorded this spell in the diary he gave Erwin. It was a spell Snape had created himself, and it was practically his signature. It was also the offensive spell Erwin needed most right. Without the option of using the unforgivable curses, Erwin's offensive options were too limited. But with Sectum Sempra, things would be different. Erwin immediately claimed the rewards. He then looked at his remaining 1,800 magic proficiency points, and directly leveled Sectum Sempra up to level 3. Finally, Erwin took the 2 guaranteed talent points. He put 1 point into his transfiguration talent, raising it from 510 to 610. He put the remaining point into his potions talent. Gazing upon his new interface, Alvin nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, as one blessed by fortune, only by spending could one ascend to the pinnacle of life. Look at this luxurious interface now. He was no weaker than some ordinary aurors, let alone a mere 5th-year student. Though he knew few spells, many in the magical world specialized in just one. Take Harry Potter for instance, who spent his whole life dueling with Expelliarmus. And Voldemort, who spent his life fighting with the killing curse. Wait, that's not right. How could Harry Potter be compared to Voldemort? What a sin, what a sin. It truly was an insult to our beloved Dark Lord. Closing his personal interface, Alvin began to ponder the feasibility of directly asking Snape to brew a batch of Felix Felicis. After much thought, Alvin realized this was simply an impossible task. First, he couldn't explain why he wanted Snape to brew potions using this thing that looked utterly different from. To put it vividly, this automated potion production line resembled a clay pot, given Snape's temperament. Anyone who dared to bring a bizarre object for him to brew with would learn the true meaning of cruelty. The very thought was terrifying. Thus this first step stumped Alvin. Running his fingers through his silver-white hair, he felt a throbbing headache. Snape, oh Snape, what a troublesome fellow. As for brewing it himself, although his talent seemed decent now, he was certainly far inferior to Snape. One must know that potions brewed by different people with different techniques yielded vastly different results. Why was Snape hailed as a potion master? Because his potions were recognized by the market for their efficacy and impeccable quality. Moreover, the most crucial issue was that Alvin lacked the ingredients. The Forbidden Forest wasn't all-encompassing, it lacked many. Some ingredients weren't even sold on the market. Only potion masters held stocks, sourced from adventurers who sold their finds to them. Fair prices and excellent reputations. Clearly Alvin didn't have that reputation now. Most critically, Alvin himself wasn't sure if he would even pay an adventurer, one with no family living on the edge of death daily, whose disappearance would go unnoticed, for a precious material. After all, strictly speaking, Alvin was on the dark side. Felix Felicis brewed with Ashwinder eggs, Sapophoris bean juice, murtlap, tentacles, thyme, tincture, rue powder, and augury eggshells. This was a hot commodity priced exorbitantly high. If he could get Snape to brew it once, he'd never worry about sales. Just gather materials and let the automated production run. The more Alvin thought, the more he imagined countless galleons waving at him. No shop sold this stuff. Even if one did, it would be a treasured centerpiece. On one hand, it was extremely difficult to brew. On the other, the ingredients were incredibly rare. So if the Cavendish family could offer Felix Felicis, they'd surely forge a grand path in Diagon Alley. Yet the most formidable aspect of the potion production line was far more than that. Its true terror lay in its production efficiency. One bottle every 3 hours. Regardless of the potion, it only took 3 hours. Take Polyjuice potion for example. It required a month to brew. But on the production line, it could be done in just 3 hours. What did that mean? Mass-producing Felix Felicis was no longer a dream. Though it was merely a purple tire reward in Alvin's eyes, it was truly on par with a golden one. Lost in these wild thoughts, Alvin drifted into a deep sleep. In his dream, he found himself in a dungeon. Torches lined both sides of the corridor, extending into the depths. Alvin couldn't control his body, as if pulled by an unseen force, walking toward the deepest part of the dungeon. Soon he reached the depths. Hiding in the shadows, he peered out. Several cages stood there, most of them empty. Only 3 adjacent cells held prisoners. These figures huddled in the shadows, their faces indistinguishable. But the bloodstains on their bodies told a tale of torment. At the cell doors stood several figures, shrouded in black robes. One of them spoke, "Still haven't extracted it." Another shook his head, "No, this is merely a hypothesis. Whether it succeeds, no one can say for sure. Time is running out. That child, he's already gone to Hogwarts. I've received word that he's exceptional. More talented than his parents, more talented than them too. At the same age, even they couldn't match him. So they sense the threat. The extraction must succeed. Once it does, we'll go after that child." "Understood. These people won't last much longer. I need more test subjects. Go capture some." "Fine. Leave that to me. They'll handle it. You just need to show me results. I want to see you succeed." Alvin hid in the shadows, utterly bewildered. These people seemed to be conducting some sinister ritual. That child. Alvin froze. Could they possibly be talking about him? Wizards were a superstitious lot, but perhaps they had reason to be. Because divination, though seemingly absurd, held a grain of truth. Moreover, some wizards' dreams weren't random. They were prophecies or warnings of the future. And now, dreaming of this, Alvin couldn't help but think along those lines. So someone had set their sights on him. What did he have that they wanted? What made him different? Was it connected to his parents' death? What did these people truly want? Lost in thought, Alvin's foot shifted slightly. A faint sound echoed. "Who's there?" Alvin's face turned pale, and he bolted, glancing back over his shoulder. Alvin was stunned. The 2 robed figures had somehow produced long staves, each topped with a crystal orb. At that moment, arcs of electricity crackled across the orbs. The next instant, a bolt of lightning shot straight toward Alvin. Alvin couldn't dodge. He could only watch as the electric light hurtled toward him. The next moment, Erwin jolted awake. He sprang up from the bed, gasping for air, his face utterly pale. His hair was plastered to his forehead with sweat. He glanced around, finding himself still in the Slytherin prefect's lounge. His heart steadied slightly. What was that just now? Magic. Wielding lightning. Yang Yongji. Disc off track. Erwin sat on the bed, not even noticing the blanket slipping to the floor. Was it just a dream? It felt so real. Even now, Erwin could recall the faint sting prickling his skin as the lightning struck. After splashing water on his face, Erwin finally calmed down. In that instant he truly felt as if he were about to die. It was terrifying. Erwin stepped out of the prefect's lounge. It was too early, the young witches and wizards were still lost in sweet dreams. Erwin decided to take a walk to clear his mind. Having just faced death, he needed time to adjust. He walked into the corridor breathing in the fresh morning air. It had just rained, and the air was cool yet refreshing. As the chilly air filled his lungs, Erwin felt his emotions ease. Just then a voice rang out, "Erwin, you should be asleep at this hour. Why are you here?" Erwin knew who it was without turning around. That gloomy voice belonged to none other than Snape. Erwin wondered if Snape had his eye on him. Why did he always appear out of nowhere? Erwin turned. "Professor, good morning." Snape said, "You're not old enough to suffer from it." Erwin smiled. "I woke up so I came out." Snape studied Erwin, frowning slightly. "I sense some instability in your emotions. Has something happened?" Erwin asked, "Professor, if a wizard dreams a complete, an incredibly vivid dream, what would that signify?" Snape frowned. "Dreams. Generally wizards with a talent for prophecy might foresee reality through some dreams. However, their dreams are usually vague. Truly vivid ones could only be seen through special means, or if one is controlled or influenced witnessing current events. But your Legilimency is decent, so that shouldn't be the case." Erwin nodded. "Is that so? But could someone with prophetic talent dream a vivid dream?" Snape was about to deny it, but then a thought struck him, and his expression shifted. "What did you dream of?" Erwin recounted his dream. Snape's face turned grim. "Are you certain the person you saw wielded a wand like a scepter topped with a crystal ball?" Erwin nodded. "Yes. I'm sure." "What is it, Professor? Is there something special about that wand?" Snape said, "Do not dwell on these matters. Settle down, study hard at Hogwarts, and strive to improve yourself." Erwin looked at Snape. "Professor, do you know something about my parents? Were they wizards?" Snape hesitated for a moment. "Yes, they were exceptional wizards." Erwin pressed. "Then why did they return to the Muggle world? And why would someone attack them? Who killed them?" Snape sighed, gazing at Erwin's face and his silver-white hair. He longed to tell Erwin everything. At that moment another voice chimed in. "Up so early are we?" Erwin frowned and turned to see Dumbledore. Hearing Dumbledore's voice, Snape seemed to snap back to reality. Dumbledore approached them. "Snape, it's about time. You should prepare. Ring the bell soon to wake the students." Snape nodded, gave Erwin a deep look, and then turned and left. Erwin's expression darkened. "Professor Dumbledore, it seems you deliberately prevented Professor Snape from telling me the truth." Dumbledore chuckled. "Did I? I wouldn't know. I just arrived and have no idea what you were discussing." For the first time, Erwin didn't respond with a smile. His face remained cold. "Professor Dumbledore, I respect you, but you must understand how important this is to me. I need to know the truth about my parents." Dumbledore's smile faded entirely. "And what would you do if you knew? Your current strength is barely enough to keep you alive, let alone seek revenge. The more you know, the greater the danger to you. Your parents were both my students. I would never harm them, just as I would never harm you." Erwin argued. "Danger? Can't Hogwarts protect my safety?" Dumbledore shook his head. "No. It's not Hogwarts that's safe. It's Hogwarts with me here. But even I am not enough to face them." Erwin was shocked. "Even you can't." Dumbledore smiled. "This world is far more complex than you imagine. You know your parents didn't want you to enter the magical world. So they used special methods to seal your magic. That's why you never had a magical outburst. Of course the seal was harmless, but your seal was broken and Hogwarts sent you your letter. Perhaps it was fate. All you can do now is grow stronger, as strong as you possibly can. Only then can you learn the truth, or rather only then can you continue to live." After speaking, Dumbledore yawned. "I'm getting old. I'm sleepy again. I need to go back for a nap. Erwin, if you can't sleep, head to the Great Hall. Trust me, as the first one there, the house elves will have a pleasant surprise for." With that, Dumbledore turned and left. Erwin watched his retreating figure, his brow furrowed. He wasn't sure if he should trust Dumbledore. Dumbledore seemed like a genial old man. But Erwin, having read the original story, knew full well that Dumbledore was a cunning old fox. Take Lily, for example. Harry Potter's mother. Like Hermione, Lily's family were Muggles. She knew nothing of the magical world until she received her Hogwarts letter. So the question was, where did Lily get the spell she used to protect Harry? A spell of that magnitude, one capable of even rebounding on Voldemort, had never been heard of before Lily's time. So the origin of that spell was quite obvious, wasn't it? It wasn't really Erwin's fault that his thoughts always leaned toward the sinister. He had been deeply influenced by those short video creators and novel authors from his past life. Dumbledore, it had to be admitted, was truly great. But at the same time, one couldn't ignore a certain fact. Dumbledore's scheming nature ran far too deep. Take this matter with Lily, for instance. Erwin refused to believe that Lily could have obtained such a spell through any other means. Some might argue that Lily could have found it in the... But then again, if there was anyone in Hogwarts history who had studied the restricted section more thoroughly than anyone else, it would undoubtedly be Voldemort, wouldn't it? After all, he managed to uncover the method for creating Horcruxes from some obscure corner, which just goes to show how much of the restricted section's collection Voldemort must have devoured. If such a spell truly existed, Voldemort wouldn't have remarked during the Goblet of Fire events that Lily had used some unknown enchantment, making Harry Potter the fortunate survivor who lived. Therefore, even if Lily had found the spell in the restricted section, Dumbledore's hand was definitely at play somewhere in the middle. And here came the most absurd part, the thing Erwin had never been able to comprehend. On paper, Dumbledore's raw power could absolutely crush Voldemort. Otherwise, even at his peak, Voldemort wouldn't have dared to set foot within Hogwarts. So to put it differently, Dumbledore could have killed Voldemort. Yet he deliberately held back. This could only mean one thing: Dumbledore knew that even if he slew Voldemort, he wouldn't be able to completely eradicate him. In other words, the old man knew about the Horcruxes. And that's where the whole Lily and Harry Potter business started to make sense. The old man had likely been laying his schemes out back, then including orchestrating Harry Potter becoming one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. It was all part of Dumbledore's grand design. Folks, just thinking about it sent chills down the spine. How could Erwin ever trust a man like that? Combining both his lives, Erwin hadn't even lived to see 40. Not to mention his previous 30 years were spent in the safest country imaginable, devoid of such intricate conspiracies. The most malicious scheming he ever witnessed was that wasn't even in the same league as Dumbledore, was it? Could you expect a little lamb to trust a wolf? Erwin certainly couldn't. In comparison, although Snape always had a gloomy demeanor, Erwin was quite familiar with his personality. Having read the original books, Erwin knew Snape's true nature. Even though Erwin didn't get the answers he sought directly from Snape's mouth today through the fragments of conversation, he could already guess that his parents' relationship with Snape might not have been so simple. Therefore, Erwin felt that comparatively Snape was more deserving of trust. Walking towards the Great Hall, Erwin continued to mull over the words of both Dumbledore and Snape. Known facts: his parents were once wizards. Later, for some reason, they returned to the Muggle world. Subsequently, they were killed by unknown wizards. Moreover, the wizard who killed his parents was exceptionally powerful, or perhaps backed by a terrifying force. Even Dumbledore, hailed as the greatest white wizard, needed to tread carefully. This was precisely the kind of scenario absent from the original books. Such an out-of-syllabus problem was the hardest to solve. For their own safety, his parents had sealed his magic using certain methods to prevent him from becoming an obscurial or suffering from magic. He was destined to be an ordinary person, yet for unknown reasons the seal shattered. He was detected by Hogwarts and was admitted into Hogwarts. It seemed clear, but the crucial mysteries remained unanswered. Who was the enemy? How did the seal on him break? Upon reaching the Great Hall, Erwin still couldn't figure it out. In fact, the more he thought, the more confused he became. He had arrived a bit early, and the hall was deserted. Erwin sat down at the long table, reasoning that since the truth was out there, it would eventually come to light. Dumbledore had made one excellent point. Since the enemy was so powerful and terrifying, knowing the truth now wouldn't change a thing for Erwin. In that case, there was really no point in adding unnecessary worries. He might as well enjoy a hearty breakfast. However, after waiting for a while, the table remained empty. The usual spectacle of food appearing the moment he sat down did not repeat. Erwin was dumbfounded. So was the surprise that old coot Dumbledore mentioned, just arriving early and getting no food. Just as Erwin was lost in such thoughts, a figure suddenly materialized right beside him. Erwin was startled. His wand instantly appeared in his hand. What the heck? As the starlight faded, a small figure emerged, her face full of terror. I'm so sorry, noble wizard sir. Maggie didn't mean to startle you. Maggie is a bad elf. I must punish myself. With that, the house elf directly slammed its big head against the table. Erwin was utterly stunned. He had read the books and novels, so he knew about the ingrained servility of these house elves, but he hadn't expected it to be this severe. More importantly, what kind of physical constitution did this house elf have? How was it not unconscious after hitting the table like that? Erwin barked, enough. Stop it now. Maggie ignored him and continued banging her head against the table, muttering apologies. Erwin frowned and commanded, I command you in the name of the Slytherin first-year hidden prefect and a student of Hogwarts to stop. Upon hearing this, Maggie seemed to hit a pause button. She immediately ceased her actions and stood there trembling violently. She didn't dare to lift her head to look at Erwin. Erwin sighed and said, all right, calm down. It's not your fault. I overreact. You've already punished yourself and I saw it. That's enough. Now tell me, why did you appear so suddenly? Maggie replied, well, you see, noble prefect, sir. I am the house elf of Hogwarts in charge of breakfast. But you've arrived too early. The standard breakfast isn't ready yet. It'll still take some time. I came to ask what you'd like to eat, so I can prepare a special meal for you first. Erwin understood now. So this was the so-called privilege Dumbledore had mentioned. A private meal from the house elves. But Erwin quickly shook his head. Even if they were house elves, they were still foreign elves. They wouldn't know how to make what he truly craved. Erwin said, never mind. Just prepare something for me. They'll have a simple bite. What I really want you probably wouldn't know how to make. Upon hearing this, Maggie's face instantly fell with sorrow. Maggie is useless. Maggie is truly the most useless little elf. Even the esteemed wizard refuses to tell Maggie his needs. Maggie must punish herself. With that, she made to slam herself against the table again. Erwin was astonished. Good heavens, how did that wizard manage to instill such deep servility in this elf? Wasn't this more effective than any so-called PUA? Could it be that some wizards were also well-versed in psychology? Erwin suddenly found himself intrigued by this. Seeing Maggie about to crash into the table, Erwin shouted, enough, Maggie. I did not ask you to punish yourself. You shouldn't act on your own. Erwin knew that these elves were inherently servile, so speaking to them with gentle kindness was futile. like a certain despicable, shameless, disgusting, repulsive island race that one wished to eradicate entirely. Inherently servile, inherently vile, with base bloodlines, and only under harsh oppression did they feel a twisted sense of pleasure. Their very nature was etched with debasement. Hearing this, Maggie quickly halted her movement, bowing her head even lower. I'm so sorry, esteemed prefect. Maggie was wrong. Elwin waved his hand dismissively. Enough. Since you wish to know, ID like some youtiao and soy milk. Can you make them? Maggie was taken aback. Then she looked up. It was the first time Maggie had directly faced Elwin since her arrival. Sir, Maggie can make them. This surprised Elwin. You can? Then go make some, and let me have a taste. Maggie nodded, snapped her fingers, and vanished. Before long, 2 golden youtiao and a bowl of soy milk were placed before Elwin. He observed their golden, fluffy texture. Alum. It even contained alum. Elwin was dumbfounded. Who could tell him why a foreign house elf could make youtiao and crucially added the essential alum? Beside the plate lay a pair of chopsticks. Elwin picked them up and took a bite. Yes, this was the authentic taste. Maggie watched Elwin expectantly. Elwin asked, you can even make youtiao? Can all elves make it? Maggie shook her head. Maggie once served a wizard family from Daxiao. That's where Maggie learned. They were the best masters Maggie ever had. They were polite and taught Maggie many things. They were refined and gentle. But after saying this, Maggie's expression suddenly changed. Maggie is a bad elf. Maggie is discussing her masters. Seeing Maggie about to fall into her self-flagellating ways again, Elwin quickly stopped her. Stop. I don't want accompaniment, just answer my questions. Maggie nodded. Elwin asked, since you served a Daxiao wizard family, why didn't you leave with them? Maggie replied, it wasn't possible. The masters returned to Daxiao. Daxiao doesn't permit servants like house elves. Their homes use Tianluo girls and flower fairies. They are all free. According to the masters, Daxiao does not restrict any intelligent being. So taking Maggie along would have been This was the first time Elwin had heard of Daxiao. So Tianluo girls really existed. And they didn't restrict any intelligent being. That was indeed the Daxiao way. Humane and noble. Soon Elwin finished the 2 youtiao and the bowl of soy milk. He wiped his mouth with satisfaction. Maggie, can you make other Daxiao dishes? Maggie said Maggie can. Is the master not full yet? Maggie can also make. Would you like some? Elwin shook his head. I'm full. However, for future meals I wish to have Daxiao cuisine. If you have the time, could you prepare it? Maggie quickly replied. As long as you need it, I can do it. Elwin smiled. All right. Go about your business. My meals are your responsibility from now on. Maggie bowed respectfully, then cleared the dishes and vanished. A smile crept onto Elwin's lips. An unexpected gain, truly an unexpected gain. He hadn't expected to find a chef. This was a delightful turn of events. After his satisfying meal, Elwin didn't rush to leave the Great Hall. He still needed to lead the Slytherin students to their classroom before class. With time to spare, Elwin took out Professor McGonagall's notebook. He began to read it carefully. He still had a research project pending after all. He would need to write a paper for Professor McGonagall later. He intended to have Professor McGonagall publish it for him. He wouldn't pass up such free prestige. Gradually, the Great Hall began to fill with students. Slytherin students passing by Elwin would soften their footsteps, fearful of disturbing him. Having defeated the second-year hidden prefect yesterday, Elwin now effectively served as the hidden prefect for both the first and second years of Slytherin. The original second-year hidden prefect Barton now seemed more like Elwin's deputy. The students, out of reverence, naturally remained quiet. Even some upper-year students wouldn't provoke Elwin without cause. This created a strange situation. The Slytherin table was extraordinarily quiet. Students from other houses upon entering were also unconsciously affected by this quiet atmosphere. Unsure of what was happening, they too remained silent. People are, after all, followers. When the professors arrived at the hall, they were baffled. Good heavens, what had gotten into Hogwarts today? The Great Hall was quieter than a classroom. How could this be? Meanwhile, Elwin, deeply engrossed in McGonagall's notes, was completely oblivious to the commotion around him. He was now utterly focused on her notes. Indeed, Professor McGonagall was truly a master of transfiguration. Even just reading these notes, Elwin felt he was learning a great deal. The professors at the high table were also quite quiet. After all, it was a rare chance to have a peaceful meal. Elwin, with his single action, had turned the Hogwarts Great Hall into a study. Professor McGonagall noticed Elwin reading and recognized her own notebook. The admiration in her eyes was unmistakable. A student like this, intelligent, talented, and diligent, was exactly the kind Professor McGonagall adored. A student like this should be her personal disciple. At this thought, Professor McGonagall couldn't help but glance at Snape and let out a huff. She expressed her displeasure. Snape was bewildered. What on earth? What had he done to provoke this aging cat lady? Snape was utterly bewildered. After pondering for a long while, he still couldn't figure out what he had done to offend this elderly cat-eared woman. However, Snape had no intention of asking. On one hand, Snape didn't place much importance on such matters. On the other hand, to be perfectly honest, if it weren't absolutely necessary, Snape truly preferred to avoid dealings with the elderly cat-eared woman. The truth was, the elderly cat-eared woman was far too principled. So much so that ordinary people dared not provoke her. Let alone someone like Snape, who was something of a semi-autistic recluse. Time slipped by drop by drop. The young witches and wizards from other houses had mostly already departed. From Slytherin, aside from the first years, everyone else had also left. The group of young wizards exchanged uneasy glances. Seeing that class time was drawing near, they wished to remind Elwin, but dared not speak up. The professors present finally understood the situation. The unusual behavior of these young wizards and the silence of the Great Hall today. Its root cause was now clear. Snape glanced at the time. Elwin. Elwin was pulled from the world of books by Snape's voice. He turned to look. What is it, Professor? Snape said, mind the time. You need to lead your first-year classmates to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom now. It was only then that Elwin noticed the Great Hall was empty. Elwin said, my apologies, Professor. I was rather absorbed. I'm on my way now. Elwin found it odd that the young wizards hadn't reminded him. It had turned rather awkward. Elwin said, oh, everyone, let's head to class. With that, Elwin stood up. The group of Slytherin first years hastily rose to their feet as well. Although Malfoy was seething inside, he also stood up. He had already called his father, yet old Malfoy showed no intention whatsoever of taking action against Elwin. For reasons unknown, he had even strictly ordered young Malfoy not to provoke Elwin. So young Malfoy dared not cause any trouble. The Slytherin first years arranged themselves into two lines, and Elwin walked through the middle of them, taking the lead. The young wizards quickly fell and stepped behind him. Up on the dais, several professors witnessed this scene, somewhat astonished. A glint of sharp light flashed through Dumbledore's eyes. Was Elwin's prestige within Slytherin already this profound? Snape was also somewhat surprised inwardly. However, upon reflection, he found it only natural. The respect these Slytherin first years held for Elwin was not merely due to his status as the hidden prefect. It was something Elwin had forged with his own hands. Slytherin prized interests above all, yet also revered strength above all. Thus, to conquer these little serpents, one must possess formidable power. This was also one of the reasons the rule of the hidden prefect came to be. Elwin led the group of young wizards toward the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Those floating staircases, ever since Elwin had threatened them yesterday, had realized he was not to be trifled with. So today they were exceptionally well behaved. How wondrous Hogwarts was. Elwin adored things that knew how to avoid harm and seek good fortune. After all, Elwin had always been a civilized man, and he truly detested resorting to threats. How rude that would be. After Elwin and the group of first years settled into the classroom, half of the seats were already occupied. Today's Defense Against the Dark Arts class was shared. Hogwarts course scheduling was quite intriguing. It deliberately mixed the four houses together for classes as often as possible, so that young wizards from different houses could get to know. It had to be said in this regard, Hogwarts truly excelled in its pedagogical arrangements. Elwin waved his hand, and the Slytherin first years found their seats. Having settled the Slytherin first years, Elwin intended to find a seat for himself. Scanning the room, he noticed that the optimal spot remaining was only one. It just so happened to be right next to our dear Miss Know-It-All. Sitting near the middle, being too far forward, would expose him to the stench of garlic emanating from Quirrell, that Voldemort parasite. Sitting too far back, however, would make it inconvenient to score points. It had to be said, Elwin truly had it rough. After taking his seat, Hermione whispered, "What were you reading in the Great Hall so absorbed?" Elwin replied, "Nothing much. Just some knowledge on transfiguration. Quite fascinating." Hermione said, "I see. By the way, I heard from an upperclassman that Defense Against the Dark Arts is the most interesting course at Hogwarts, and in the higher years there are even opportunities for practical combat." Elwin said, "Undeniably, Defense Against the Dark Arts is quite interesting. However, I advise you not to hold too high expectations. The Defense Against the Dark Arts professor changes every year. Perhaps the professor before we enrolled was indeed competent. But as for Professor Quirrell, you'll see soon enough." Hermione said, "I think I've heard something about that from the upperclassmen." Elwin didn't elaborate further. How should one put it? The Defense Against the Dark Arts course at Hogwarts had truly seen its fair share of tribulations. First year had Quirrell, second year had Lockhart, fourth year had Fake Moody, and fifth year had Umbridge. All of them were professors who could teach next to nothing. One couldn't help but feel distressed for the students of Hogwarts. No wonder it was said that the years following Harry Potter's enrollment marked the lowest point in Defense Against the Dark Arts performance for Hogwarts students. With professors like these, how could anyone expect decent results? Dong dong dong. Several chimes of the bell rang out. It was also the signal for the start of classes at Hogwarts. As the bell's echo faded, our professor for this lesson, Professor Quirrell, walked in through the small side door of the classroom. As Professor Quirrell entered, a wave of garlic odor began to waft through the classroom. Elwin couldn't help but furrow his brow. Even that was considered being restrained. Some of the young wizards had already started murmuring amongst themselves. Hermione pinched her nose and whispered, "While it's improper to criticize a professor, I truly cannot understand. Why does Professor Quirrell reek so strongly of garlic?" Elwin shrugged. In truth, that smell might not be garlic at all. Rather, it was the stench emanating from Voldemort. Somehow or other, Voldemort had managed to make himself smell so foul. These odors merely bore a striking resemblance to garlic, which coincidentally fit Quirrell's persona, allowing Voldemort to conceal himself even better. In fact, this Professor Quirrell was also a tragic figure. Truth be told, compared to the incompetent buffoons who came after him, he was genuinely considered a cut above. First, consider his credentials. Professor Quirrell was quite renowned in the wizarding world, and the reason for his fame was his brilliance. As mentioned in the original text, Professor Quirrell was actually quite outstanding. His theoretical knowledge was exceptionally solid. In the field of defense against the dark arts, he was deemed an excellent professor. Such were the evaluations in the original works. Moreover, Quirrell was quite ambitious. However, it was precisely this ambition that led to his downfall. Before arriving at Hogwarts, Professor Quirrell had already begun preparing for his teaching post. He aspired to be a successful professor. So he ventured into the dark forests of Albania. The dark forest earned its name because it was teeming with dark creatures and dark wizards. In the dark forest, Professor Quirrell found himself in trouble, encountering several vampires and a witch. It was unclear what torments he endured. He was conquered by Voldemort and became his puppet. After arriving at Hogwarts, he began to fear everything and developed a stutter. His former excellence had vanished, leaving him a cowardly and helpless man. According to Hagrid, Professor Quirrell was a clever man who had done well in his studies and achieved, but he was also an unfortunate fellow. He fell into trouble and crisis, which drastically changed his temperament. Yet despite his current cowardly state, he was still more than capable of teaching young wizards. Although the students would mock him, Professor Quirrell stepped onto the podium. Stammering, he began, "Good morning, everyone. Please open your books to page 2. Quirrell's stuttering tone, coupled with a slight accent, unsurprisingly caused the young wizards in the room to burst into laughter. Elwin furrowed his brow, casting a glance towards the Slytherin students. Noticing Elwin's gaze, the Slytherins immediately fell silent, and the Ravenclaws gradually quieted down as well. Professor Quirrell shot Elwin a grateful look. Although he was used to the ridicule, this was the first time someone had stood up for him. He was well aware that the laughter disappearing from the classroom was all thanks to Elwin. It was also thanks to Erwin's solid foundation. Quirrell had taken a great liking to Erwin. In a single class, Erwin once again swept up 30 points. After class, Quirrell hurried away in a fluster. Our Miss Know-It-All, however, pursed her lips. "I think it's utterly unfair." Erwin packed his books and chuckled. "Oh, and what seems unfair to you, Miss Granger?" Hermione retorted. "I knew many of those answers too." I raised my hand as well. "But Professor Quirrell only calls on you even when you don't bother to raise yours." Erwin found this amusing. "Is that all?" Hermione said. "I always feel so inadequate around you. The professors all adore you. You're just too brilliant." Erwin replied, "Don't overthink it. It's just a fluke. Perhaps Professor Quirrell is too shy to call on you. You know how nervous he is." Hermione sighed. "Maybe you're right." Erwin added, "All right. You should head to your history of magic class. Our next lesson is herbology. We only have a 20-minute break. Don't you want to grab a drink, or we'll take care of personal matters?" Hermione scooped up her books. "Almost forgot. I'm off then." With that, she dashed away. Erwin watched her retreating figure and shook his head. Such a sensitive and fragile young witch. Erwin leaned back against his stool, waiting for the Slytherin students who had gone to the restroom. He still had to lead them to the greenhouses for herbology. Such was the duty of a prefect. Soon the Slytherins trickled back. Erwin announced, "Let's go. Off to the greenhouses. Make sure you have your books. Herbology is Hansen. Some of these plants can be dangerous, so I expect you all to listen carefully. No freelancing. Understood?" The group of Slytherins nodded hastily. Erwin cast a pointed glance at Malfoy. Yes, that remark was directed squarely at Malfoy. After all, Malfoy's intellect. Well, let's not even go there. They arrived. Some students were already milling about outside, a chaotic mess. He didn't even need to check the timetable. One look at that disorderly rout. Erwin knew exactly who his partner class would be. Gryffindor. Only Gryffindor could be this disorganized. Always in a state of utter chaos. Utterly exasperating. The herbology professor was Pomona Sprout. She seemed kind of plump, motherly figure. She was also the head of Hufflepuff House. But despite her gentle demeanor, one didn't become a head of house on kindness alone. This professor, who looked like a kindly grandmother, possessed formidable power. Before the final battle, she joined forces with the Ravenclaw head Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall to drive out Snape. Of course, one can't rule out Snape holding back, but her performance was equally terrifying. The spells she cast were all nonverbal. During the final battle, she single-handedly shielded all of Hufflepuff's students. Her combat prowess was like a one-man army, akin to a legendary warrior. Her wand flashed brilliantly, but compared to her combat skills, her mastery of herbology was even more awe-inspiring. In the magical world, no one could claim to be her equal in that field. After all, she was the one who could tend to the Whomping Willow. Professor Sprout stood before the greenhouse, clapping her hands. "All right, young witches and wizards. Before we begin, I must tell you all. Today we will be transplanting sloth snake grass, known as the most cunning plant. So you must watch my movements carefully and follow them precisely. Don't get creative, or if these little darlings bite you, don't say, 'I didn't warn you.'" The students were stunned. Bite. Were they in the right class? Had they stumbled into a care of magical creatures lesson by mistake? No, first years didn't have that subject. Ignoring the murmuring students, Professor Sprout led them straight into the greenhouse. Inside, 3 long tables were lined with pots. In each pot, sloth snake grass writhed restlessly. From a distance, they looked like snakes burying their heads in the soil. That was the origin of the plant's name. Erwin made no effort to hide the disdain in his eyes. "These things are truly ugly." Professor Sprout clapped her hands again, explaining the transplanting process. Then she asked, "Can anyone tell me what the use of snake grass is?" Erwin raised his hand. Professor Sprout beamed. "Erwin, go ahead." "Snake grass," said Erwin, "is commonly used in the preparation of antidotes. While it cannot completely neutralize a toxin, it can delay the onset of its effects for over 70% of cases. It buys one time to await rescue." Professor Sprout clapped her hands. "Excellent. Well said, Mr. Erwin. Congratulations, your erudition earns 5 points for Slytherin." Erwin gave a slight bow. "Thank you for your generosity, Professor." Professor Sprout waved a hand. "Now then, Mr. Erwin has just clearly explained the uses of snake grass to everyone. Many witches and wizards who venture into the wild carry snake grass potions. This is to deal with unknown toxins. You see, the wilderness is fraught with peril. Furthermore, the magical world is teeming with creatures, and naturally a great many of them are poisonous. Even the most cautious wizard cannot possibly prepare an antidote for every eventuality. In such situations, the existence of snake grass potion becomes essential. According to recorded literature, snake grass potion has afforded many wizards the opportunity for rescue, saving countless lives." After explaining snake grass, Professor Sprout personally demonstrated its transplantation. As she pulled the snake grass from its root system was exposed to the air. The reason snake grass is so named is precisely because of its root, which is also the part used for medicinal purposes. The root consists of a single main taproot resembling a snake's head. Moreover, this thing can bite. While it's neither lethal nor dangerous if one's technique is improper. A bite can be quite painful. Therefore, upon extracting the snake grass, one must immediately secure its root. Otherwise, a single bite is an experience of such peculiar agony that no one could ever forget it. Everything seemed to be proceeding smoothly, and Erwin began to believe the lesson would pass by without incident. But then someone was about to teach him a valuable lesson. One can always rely on Gryffindor's talent for causing trouble. Or rather, one can always rely on the existence of individuals with woefully underdeveloped brains. Take for instance the clumsy Neville and the incompetent, disobedient Ron. The first cry of agony came from none other than Ron. Perhaps these snake grass plants had grown accustomed to dealing with young witches and wizards. They circumvented Ron's gloved hand and bit him directly on the arm. Ron yelped in pain. His cry startled Neville, who was carefully tending to his own plant. This was followed by another scream. The commotion drew the attention of the other students. In an instant, a chorus of cries erupted from all directions. Erwin, he noticed that some Slytherin students were also getting distracted. "Stay focused. Do not let external disturbances affect your concentration. Tend to the snake grass in your hands." The Slytherin students snapped back to attention, hurriedly refocusing on the plants before them. Professor Sprout looked at the chaotic Gryffindor students, then at the Slytherins, and felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her. The disparity was truly immense. In the past, Slytherin students hadn't been this easy to manage either. After all, they were young witches and wizards at an age prone to mischief. But this cohort of Slytherins was entirely different. In the staff room, the professors often discussed these students. They all knew the reason for this transformation in Slytherin. Consequently, the professors were lavish in their praise for Erwin. This had led to Snape, who never used to set foot in the staff room, now spending every free moment there during breaks. He claimed it was for reading. However, she had never known Snape to have the ability to read a book upside down. The heads of the other houses repeatedly expressed their envy at Snape having secured a student like Erwin. Yet it remained mere envy. Although transferring houses was possible at Hogwarts, Snape would never release him. Honestly, Snape would push the air of an old friend, the most exceptional new student in Slytherin's history, into another house. Even someone with the brain of a troll wouldn't do such a thing. Despite the eventful lesson, it was ultimately completed successfully. After class, the Slytherin students gathered in small groups. They laughed at Gryffindor's predicament. Erwin didn't stop them. After all, the rivalry between Slytherin and Gryffindor dated back to the time of the founders. The two houses had been at odds for ages, neither willing to yield to the other. Erwin held no particular fondness for Gryffindor either. Naturally, he wasn't about to play the villain and curb the Slytherin students' amusement. At noon in the Great Hall, the young witches and wizards concluded their morning studies and prepared for lunch. It was undeniably their favorite time of the day. As Dumbledore rang a small bell on the staff table, dishes of food materialized along the long tables. However, today something was amiss. The food appeared as usual, but the space in front of Erwin was empty. The Slytherin students were bewildered. They turned to look at Erwin. Students from other houses also took notice. At the Gryffindor table, Ron said, with satisfaction, "Even the food refuses to serve the evil Slytherins. Clearly Hogwarts is a place of justice." Harry Potter rolled his eyes. These past few days he had begun to suspect that Malfoy's words weren't entirely baseless. The friend he had chosen might not be very bright. James Potter and Lily had both been highly talented. While Harry hadn't inherited their prowess, he was still considered average among young witches and wizards. But these last 2 days, thanks to Ron, he had endured far too much. It was tough, as school was truly tough. He had to guard against Snape's sharp tongue, and also against the various mishaps Ron kept stirring up. One misstep could genuinely put his life in danger. He couldn't even tell if Ron's animosity was truly directed at Slytherin, or simply born of pure jealousy towards Erwin. Indeed, in Harry's view, it was jealousy. Because he himself was also jealous. jealous of Erwin's popularity, jealous of Erwin's excellence. The professors on the dais also noticed the commotion. Snape's face instantly turned grim. How dare the house elves of Hogwarts treat someone differently? How dare they not prepare food for Erwin? Do they have a death wish? Though Snape was a spy among the Death Eaters, one must not forget. Snape had only defected to Dumbledore later. Initially, he was a genuine Death Eater. Thus Snape was never a soft-hearted man. A cold, murderous intent had already begun to ripple within him. Yet Elwin showed no reaction at all. Instead, he felt a sense of anticipation. He knew perfectly well why there was no food before him. It was because he was about to taste the dashia cuisine he had been longing for. Indeed, the very next moment, the table transformed once again. Dish after dish appeared. 4 dishes and a soup, a standard dashia spread. There was a bowl of rice and a pair of chopsticks. The young witches and wizards were stunned. Snape's eyes widened as well. To be fair, in all his years at Hogwarts, he had never known the house elves possessed such skill. Yes, it was preferential treatment, but it turned out they were the ones being singled out. Dumbledore gazed at the meal on Elwin's table. He chuckled and said, "It seems our Mr. Elwin is quite popular even among the house elves." The other professors wore smiles as well. Hogwarts never denied privilege. Only by being truly exceptional could one earn it. That was the way of Hogwarts. If you had the talent, you could attain anything you desired. Dashia cuisine was renowned for its perfect balance of color, aroma, and taste. Though the surrounding students couldn't sample it, the mere presentation and the faint wafting fragrance were enough to whet their appetites. At the Gryffindor table, Ron's eyes burned with jealousy. Those vile Slytherins. Their privileges have even begun to influence the Hogwarts elves. This is unfair. Harry Potter chimed in. Indeed, it's unfair. I want this kind of unfairness too. He was equally envious. Although many in the magical world called him the Chosen One and regarded him with reverence, he had once imagined making a grand name. Even during the sorting, he had felt he was special, destined for greatness. But reality had dealt him a harsh blow. Within just 2 days at Hogwarts, he had nearly drained his house's points. Compared to him, Elwin seemed like the real savior. Harry looked down at his own meal. Honestly, compared to what was before Elwin, the feast he usually considered plentiful now seemed utterly insignificant. Elwin sniffed the air. Perfect, the aroma was authentic. Damn, the house elves even knew how to make gobera. He picked up a piece and took a bite. Damn, the dashia recipes had leaked. This gobera was surprisingly authentic. The surrounding Slytherin students were already drooping. Finally, a brave student approached. Prefect Elwin. What is this? Elwin smiled. Dashia cuisine. Care for a taste? The Slytherin student's eyes lit up. Really? Then I won't be polite. With that, he stabbed a piece of gobera with his fork. Elwin was taken aback. You asked for permission, but strike without waiting. Why even bother asking? Is this how you respect your prefect? The sweet and tangy flavor was something these poor foreigners had never experienced. The perfectly balanced starch coating the tart sweet sauce and the natural sweetness of the meat combined to create a taste they had never imagined. It was utterly irresistible. The young wizard's eyes narrowed in bliss. This is amazing. Elwin now truly believed the cooking master anime wasn't lying. People really did cry when they tasted something divine. What poor souls these foreigners were. The other Slytherin students stared intently at the gobera before Elwin, their eyes filled with longing. Elwin sighed. Fine. He waved his hand. Anyone who wants to try, come on over. The moment he spoke, the students rushed forward eagerly. Elwin frowned. Manners. Mind your manners. Do you think you're Gryffindors? The Gryffindors' faces darkened once more. Elwin reveled in his sweeping remarks, especially aimed at those little lions. From the podium, Professor McGonagall rolled her eyes. Although Elwin's words were harsh, she had to admit, thinking of her own house's students. Professor McGonagall reluctantly realized that Elwin might just be right. There was no harm without comparison. Of course, if anyone else had said such a thing, she would have felt compelled to argue. But if it was Elwin saying it, then it was fine. Elwin was her beloved protege after all. What? You call that double standards? Yes, it was double standards. So what? If you have a problem, take it up with the great cat lady. Just ask the statue wielding the 3-meter blade. ITLL, knock that dog head right off your shoulders. There were so many Slytherin students, yet only a few pieces of gobera. Soon the plate before Elwin was wiped clean. Indeed, these little Slytherin nobles maintained their decorum. They didn't fight over it, but they certainly didn't show any restraint either. Even Malfoy snuck a piece. His 2 gluttonous cronies were even more outrageous. They managed to spear 2 pieces at once with a single fork. What skill? Like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles with cutlery. With the gobera gone, the students turned their attention to the other dishes before Elwin. Before he could even react, all the dishes had been divided and devoured. Even the soup was completely gone. Elwin's face darkened, and still many students hadn't gotten a taste. They stood in line looking at Elwin with hopeful eyes. Elwin sighed. Forget it. He drew his wand and tapped the long table twice. The next moment, a figure appeared. Greetings, noble prefect. Your servant Meggie is at your service. Elwin said. Meggie, prepare some more dashia dishes and bring them to the table. As you can see, my lunch has been taken by them. I haven't even eaten yet. Meggie nodded. Of course. Honorable wizards, please wait a moment. With that, Meggie vanished on the spot. The students at other tables watched Elwin's actions, their eyes gleaming with realization. So that's how it worked. Was the long table some kind of summoning device? Could you actually order food? At the Gryffindor table, Ron was the first to try. He wanted chicken legs big ones. He took out his wand and tapped the table. 1 second, 2 seconds. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Nothing happened. Ron's face flushed red. He tapped harder and harder. Come out. Why won't you come out? Students from other houses watched the spectacle. The other Weasleys' faces turned red as well. Even the mischievous twins couldn't bear to watch. Just then a voice cut through. You're going to poke someone's eye out with that wand. You're not Elwin. Ron, already feeling humiliated, glared at the speaker. It was Hermione. Mind your own business. You self-righteous know-it-all. Always sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. Hermione's temper flared at these words. She had never thought highly of Ron, having overheard him speaking ill of Alvin behind his back on more than one occasion. Her long-held disdain for Ron finally boiled over, and she retorted sharply. Rising to her feet, she declared, What did I say something wrong? You're just an attention seeker. Yes, I'm talking about you. It's laughable that you'd even compare yourself to Alvin. You're not worthy. Ron's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. Hermione's words only deepened his humiliation. Young wizards often speak without restraint, and her verbal jabs struck him with surgical precision. The truth is a sharp blade that wounds deeply. Ron knew he could never match Alvin's prowess, yet he still harbored fantasies of being the center of attention. Aware of his own limitations, he had latched onto Harry Potter the moment he arrived at Hogwarts, hoping that associating with the famous boy would eventually bring him some measure of fame. But then Alvin had appeared, an unexpected variable. Now even Harry Potter was being overshadowed. Resentment towards Alvin had been festering within him for some time. Yet he dared not confront Alvin directly. He could only mutter complaints behind his back. Like a rat, he scurried in the shadows, whispering in the dark, never daring to step into the light. Ron had no money, no talent, and no brains. In a war of words, 10 of him combined would be no match for Hermione. In any school, a top student isn't always the most popular, except perhaps right before exams. Especially not our dear Miss No. Her innate pride naturally bred dislike among her peers. She had experienced ostracism even back in her Muggle school. This had honed her sharp tongue. Before Ron could even get a word in, Hermione unleashed a torrent of verbal attacks, each one hitting its mark with deadly accuracy. Ron's face grew redder and redder. If this were a comic, steam would be billowing from his ears by now. The whispers and jeers from the other students pushed him over the edge. The thin thread of his rationality finally snapped. Furious, Ron whipped out his wand. He'll teach you a lesson. Hermione was momentarily stunned, having never been in a duel before. She was slow to react, but Alvin was not. Expelliarmus, he cried out instantly. The next moment Ron was blasted off his feet, crashing heavily against the Great Hall's wall. Alvin's expression turned icy. The other 3 Weasley siblings, Percy the prefect and the twins Fred and George, rushed over to their younger brother. Are you alright, Ron? Percy asked. Ron shook his head, his face pale. Fred and George, however, wore mocking grins. Our dear brother, why on earth did you pull out your wand? Do you even know any spells yet? And in the Great Hall of all places. How amusing. Ron ignored his gawking brothers. Up on the staff table, the sudden commotion had brought the professors to their feet. Professor Filius Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw, usually amiable, now wore a rare expression of anger. He knew of Hermione's brilliance. She had earned numerous points for Ravenclaw. While many points were won by his own students in class, few first years displayed such remarkable intellect. Flitwick held Hermione in high regard. And now a Gryffindor student had dared to point a wand at a fellow student. How dare he? Flitwick fumed. How dare he point his wand at his own classmate? Snape added, his voice dripping with severity. This is a serious matter. Pointing a wand at a fellow student, and in the Great Hall no less. All over a mere quarrel. This is the most heinous act since the founding of Hogwarts. Although I doubt that Ron Weasley with a mind like a pig's could possibly know any spells. But that does not diminish the severity of this offense. Professor McGonagall's face was grim. Ronald Weasley. How could you? Pointing your wand at a fellow student. 50 points from Gryffindor. Hearing McGonagall's decree, Ron's face drained of all color. 50 points. He hadn't earned a single point all term, and now he had cost his house dearly. He could only imagine the wrath of his fellow Gryffindors. He glanced around, and indeed his housemates were staring at him with every single one of them glared at Ron with venomous looks. He couldn't help but shiver. Even Percy's expression was sour. After dealing with Ron, McGonagall turned to Alvin. As for you, Mr. Elwin, your quick thinking averted a potential crisis. Therefore 30 points to Slytherin. Alvin gave a slight bow in gratitude. This was an unexpected bonus. In truth, when he acted, Alvin had reasoned that Ron, with his pig-headed stupidity, couldn't possibly have mastered any real magic yet. He knew no spells at all. While other first years might have dabbled in self-taught magic out of curiosity, Ron was different. He wouldn't have bothered, not for lack of interest, but for sheer lack of intellect. He simply couldn't learn. After offering his thanks to McGonagall, Alvin turned his gaze towards Ron. Prefect Percy, he said coldly, I suggest you keep a tighter rein on your brother. Otherwise I will be forced to intervene. And if I do, I can't guarantee he'll remain in one piece. My patience has its limits. I'm telling you this as the unofficial head boy of Slytherin. Consider it a warning. Percy's face darkened. No one enjoys being threatened, but he knew his brother was in the wrong today. I will, he conceded. Alvin cast a contemptuous glance at Ron. Utter waste of space. He then lowered his hand in a placating gesture. Sit down. Continue your meal. Without a moment's hesitation, the Slytherins returned to their seats. Their unified movement was so precise, one might have mistaken them for students from a disciplined academy in the East. Soon the house elf Maggie added a selection of Eastern dishes to the Slytherin table. The young Slytherins eagerly began to sample the unfamiliar cuisine. As for Ron, who cared? Just as Alvin had said, he was a waste of space. No one paid him any heed. The Slytherins, those little serpents, were too busy enjoying their first taste of Eastern food, with Maggie having prepared several extra dishes. The little snakes feasted with great relish. Prefect Alvin, could we have these dishes at our table from now on? They're delicious. Alvin smiled. That's not a question for me. Elwin tapped the table again. McGee appeared, bowing low. Noble sir, McGee is at your service. What is your bidding? Elwin said, those dashia dishes of yours. Everyone loves them. Perhaps you could teach the other elves so that from now on we can all have some dashia dishes on our table. Good things are meant to be shared. McGee was taken aback. Of course, but should we share them with the other houses? The other young wizards were stunned. Wait, you're discussing this preferential treatment so openly without even considering how the people involved might feel, saying it right to their faces. Aren't they people? Don't their lives matter? Elwin smiled. Of course. We are all classmates, so we should share the good McGee said, very well, no problem. I am happy to oblige. Elwin waved a hand. All right, off you go. McGee nodded, snapped his fingers, and vanished. The wizards from other houses looked at Elwin with gratitude. They had all smelled the aroma of the dashia dishes. They had been craving it, and now Elwin was giving them a chance to taste it. They hadn't yet realized that these house elves belonged to Hogwarts, not to Elwin's household. Yet they were already feeling grateful to him, and no one sensed anything amiss. It was truly absurd. After returning, McGee also arranged dashia dishes for the other houses' tables. A host of young wizards ate with unrestrained relish. The cuisine from dashia conquered everyone's taste buds. Even the professors couldn't resist ordering dashia dishes from the house. Elwin hadn't expected that his momentary craving would lead to dashia dishes strangely appearing on Hogwarts' menu from then on. Nor would Elwin have imagined just how astonished certain special visitors would be by these dashia dishes. It would also become a legendary tale. But that was a story for later. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Elwin let out 2 burps. It had been a long time since Head had dashia cuisine. He had accidentally overeaten. Dashia food was perfect in every way except that it was all too easy to overindulge. Since he was so full, Elwin decided on some post-dinner entertainment. Elwin stood up. Instantly, all eyes in the great hall were fixed on him, each gaze filled with anticipation. A smile curled at the corner of Elwin's mouth. He knew exactly what they were anticipating. And in the entire hall, only one person felt completely different. His mood was heavy. It was Marjorie Helen, the hidden prefect of Slytherin's 3rd year. Elwin walked along the long table to the 3rd year section. He stopped before Marjorie Helen. Hello, Senior Helen. I.L. Cavendish, hidden prefect of the 1st year, hereby challenge you for your prefect position. Marjorie Helen sighed inwardly. This day had finally come. He knew he was no match for Elwin. That disarming charm of Elwin's was something he couldn't block. But to concede without a fight would be a truly disgraceful shame. Marjorie stood up. I accept your challenge. The surrounding young wizards began to cheer, for this was precisely the kind of spectacle they relished. Grodyar stood up with a smile. All right, the usual rules then. We'll meet by the Black Lake. A group of Slytherin students hurried towards the lake. Students from other houses were not to be outdone. At the staff table, Snape frowned. He'll go and observe. With that, he rose and swept out of the hall like a great bat. Professor McGonagall looked at Dumbledore. Shouldn't we go as well? Dumbledore had just popped the last piece of sweet and sour pork into his mouth. He was still savoring the flavor. This sweet and tangy taste was far superior to cockroach clusters. He felt rather enamored with it. He was contemplating whether to ask the house elves for another plate when he heard McGonagall's voice. Not necessary, Dumbledore said. Snape will be enough. Of course, if you're interested, you may go and watch. After all, Elwin is the most likely candidate to become Slytherin's true prefect. As Dumbledore finished speaking, the other professors promptly left. They also enjoyed such excitement. Hogwarts was wonderful, but it was simply too uneventful. After the professors departed, the great hall emptied out. A glint of sharp light flashed in Dumbledore's eyes. A perfect opportunity. Dumbledore snapped his fingers, summoning a house elf. Before long, a steaming plate of sweet and sour pork appeared on his table. Dumbledore began to savor it with delight. Despite his age, his appetite was truly remarkable. By the Black Lake, a crowd of young wizards had gathered surrounding the shore. Fortunately, the professor's authority still held sway. The students yielded the best viewing spots. In the center of the crowd, Elwin and Marjorie stood facing each other. Marjorie clutched his wand, his palm already sweating, a trace of nervousness on his face. In contrast, Elwin appeared complete. His wand was held between his middle and ring fingers, a stance reminiscent of Voldemort's own, exuding elegance and composure. Marjorie said, Elwin, I know my own skill. I may not be a match for you, but I just want to see exactly how much I fall short. Elwin smiled. You flatter me, Senior. After all, you come from a pure-blood family. Please enlighten me. Marjorie asked, puzzled. You know my background. Elwin replied, Of course, Senior, you are quite well known. To be precise, Marjorie hailed from the Burke family, one of the Sacred 28. However, it was his mother who was a Burke. The Burke family had suffered great losses, and its sole remaining heir was Marjorie's mother. Consequently, they had abandoned many strict traditions, such as forbidding marriage outside pure bloodlines, for there was simply no one left to enforce them. It was considered a vanished pure-blood family. So Marjorie's father wasn't even seen as marrying into the family, and naturally Marjorie didn't take the Burke surname. Marjorie nodded, offering a bow to Elwin. Elwin returned the gesture. Then they turned and walked in opposite directions before coming to a halt. Grodyar gave the signal to begin. Immediately Elwin struck first. Expelliarmus. Marjorie was quick to respond, firing a disarming charm of his own. Compared to Barton, Marjorie was certainly more skilled, superior in both casting speed, and the two spells collided in midair, but it was clear Elwin's spell was stronger as the point of impact was noticeably closer to Marjorie. Elwin reacted swiftly. His first strike missed, but his next attack was already underway, the same disarming charm. Marjorie's eyes widened. He couldn't react in time. Protego. However, Marjorie's shield charm was not proficient enough to block Elwin's disarming charm. The next moment Marjorie was blasted off his feet and slammed onto the ground. Elwin let out a breath. How should he put it? She had some skill, but not much. Still, she was certainly stronger than the average young wizard. After all, she was the hidden prefect of Slytherin. Elwin gave a slight bow. Well fought. I win. Marjorie refused the help of her friend beside her. She stood up on her own. There was a hint of disappointment on her face, but not overwhelming. After all, she had anticipated this outcome. So losing came as no surprise. Marjorie bowed. I lost. Congratulations, Prefect Elwin. Elwin said, You're too kind, Senior. There will be many things I'll need your help with in the future. I just hope you won't hold a grudge and refuse. Elwin, polite and unassuming, easily won the favor of many, like those watching from the sidelines. Although Elwin had just arrived at Hogwarts, he had already accomplished quite a bit in just these 2 days. Combined with Elwin's usual amiability towards everyone except Gryffindor, it was hard for other young wizards not to take a liking to him. Gloria came before Elwin. Congratulations. Junior, you've won again. I think the day you stand before me is not far off. There's still some time, go rest for a bit. There are classes this afternoon. Elwin said, Thank you, Prefect Gloria, but I think it's still quite early today. I plan to challenge another hidden prefect. Elwin turned his gaze to the Slytherin crowd. His eyes landed on a female young wizard. Charlotte Teresa, Slytherin's only female hidden prefect, and also the only prefect not from the sacred 28 pureblood families. Charlotte smiled. She stepped out from the crowd. I thought I'd have to wait until tomorrow. I didn't expect you'd be challenging me today, Junior. Elwin chuckled. Might as well take advantage of a full stomach. If I'm no match for you, Senior, I'll at least be able to take a few more hits. Charlotte covered her mouth and laughed. You're too modest, Junior. Just like those humble people from Sia. I wouldn't dare to hit you. That disarming charm of yours is terrifyingly skilled. Elwin said, You flatter me, Senior. Charlotte's smile gradually faded. However, I am a fourth-year hidden prefect after all. I can't just yield without a fight. So I, Charlotte Teresa, fourth-year hidden prefect of Slytherin. Accept your challenge. A rare look of seriousness appeared on Elwin's face. Among the 7 hidden prefects of Slytherin, excluding Elwin himself. Of the 6 hidden prefects, only 2 truly posed a threat in Elwin's eyes. Gloria, well, that goes without saying. A 7th-year hidden prefect. His age alone gave him an advantage. Besides, he was the legitimate son of the Selwyn family, receiving an excellent education from a young age. The Selwyn family was quite peculiar. It was said their fortune was built on dark dealings. If one were to compare them, they'd be like those assassin families from the movies. Though they had cleaned up their act since their family traditions remained. Gloria, a person who never appeared in the original story. As the sole legitimate son of the Selwyn family, he had been trained since childhood. He simply couldn't be compared to the greenhorns at school. He genuinely possessed combat prowess. Of course, Elwin was confident he could fight him now. After all, Elwin was playing with cheats. Natives can never beat cheaters, that's an eternal truth. Besides Gloria, the other person Elwin couldn't see through was Charlotte. This female prefect, not from a pure-blood family, was easygoing and Slytherin polite to everyone. Yet it was precisely this person who, upon their first meeting, gave Elwin an inexplicable sense of crisis. It was an instinct honed through years of blood and tears. Like a beast sensing a threatening enemy, this feeling of crisis arose. And Charlotte gave Elwin that feeling. This made Elwin deeply curious about this female prefect. A wizard not from a pure-blood family, who logically could only learn what the school taught. Yet Charlotte managed to secure her position as prefect in Slytherin, where purebloods reigned supreme. That in itself was those from pure-blood families, even if not educated before enrollment, were influenced by their environment and guided by their families. You had to admit they were stronger than the average wizard. How could hard work ever match generations of inheritance? So Elwin had always regarded this sole female hidden prefect with utmost importance. Today he finally had the chance to gauge her strength. The two bowed to each other, then stepped back to create distance. Once they took their stances, Gloria waved his hand. Begin. The moment the word left his mouth, Charlotte's voice rang out, Immobilis. Defindo. 2 rapid incantations followed. In the next instant, 2 spells flew towards Elwin. Elwin's pupils contracted slightly. Such fast spellcasting. Elwin flicked his wand. Protego. He only had time to cast a shield charm. He felt his body being restrained, and the next moment the spell slammed into the somewhat solidified purple shield shimmering before. With a soft thud, Elwin staggered back 2 steps. He didn't dare waste any time. The moment the restraint vanished, he dodged to the side. Expelliarmus. Sure enough, just as he left his spot, a red light shot towards where he had been. It struck the ground harmlessly. The watching students were stunned. Was this a true duel between wizards? The speed of those incantations. Did they rent their mouths by the minute? The observing professors were also taken aback. Snape frowned. His gaze rested on Charlotte. Was she holding back, or had no one ever pushed her to reveal her full strength? This level of skill was comparable to an average Auror. Gloria, standing nearby, was also impressed. He looked at Charlotte, shock evident in his heart. He had never known she possessed such ability. Elwin flicked his wand. Expelliarmus. A streak of purple light flashed toward Charlotte. Protego. Charlotte reacted swiftly, casting her shield charm. But she didn't just stand her ground, she quickly moved to the side. Elwin's disarming charm struck her shoulder. Charlotte halted her movement, looking at Elwin with a hint of surprise. Although she could tell from Erwin's strikes that his skill was considerable, she hadn't anticipated that his magical power would be so formidable, nor that the curses he cast would carry such devastating force. Even the shield charm she had honed through practical combat couldn't fully neutralize the impact of Erwin's disarming spell. Erwin pressed on his wand, continuing its fluke. Another disarming spell shot forth. Charlotte darted sideways, and Erwin mirrored her movement. Impedimenta. Suddenly 2 thick vines erupted from the ground before Erwin, blocking his path. Erwin's brow furrowed. This was the disadvantage of having a limited repertoire of spells. Erwin had only 2 options: eliminate the vines, or turn and flee in another direction. However, Charlotte had no intention of giving him a choice. Petrificus totalis. The curse flew from Charlotte's wand, aimed directly at the space behind Erwin. If he turned now, he would walk straight into it. Erwin marveled at Charlotte's combat instincts. Left with no choice, he abandoned his restraint. Sectum Sempra. He aimed the spell at the vines before him. The next moment, translucent razor-sharp blades materialized on the vines, slicing them apart as if they were paper. Erwin surged through the gap. The young witches and wizards watching were stunned. What spell was that? Sectum Sempra. I think I read about it in a book. It's said to be a spell invented by Professor Snape. I've heard of it. It's an incredibly dangerous curse. I can't believe Erwin has already mastered it. Even the Slytherins felt the Sectum Sempra. Being purebloods, they were well acquainted with its infamous reputation. It was Snape's signature spell. Charlotte was taken aback by this display. Her attack rhythm faltered for a brief moment. Several professors also looked surprised, turning their gazes towards Snape. Professor McGonagall spoke coldly. Snape. Erwin is talented, but a curse this dangerous shouldn't be taught to him at this stage. Snape remained silent. In truth, he was just as taken aback. He had, of course, recorded the incantation and technique for Sectum Sempra in his journal. But that was content for later. There was no way Erwin should have gotten to it so quickly. Could he have skipped ahead? Professor McGonagall insisted. I believe we should stop this duel. Sectum Sempra is far too dangerous. Snape, it is the Slytherin way. Our duel cannot be interrupted. Besides, Sectum Sempra has a counter curse. He'll be fine. Erwin knows what he's doing. He wouldn't use that spell on Charlotte directly. If he intended to, he would have done so from the start. Hearing this, Professor McGonagall relented. Her concern for the students was genuine, but she understood the Slytherin code. No one could interfere. Moreover, she trusted Erwin. After evading Charlotte's attack, Erwin's wand continued its work without pause. He sent out another disarming spell, but Charlotte had already anticipated it and dodged. At that moment, Erwin sensed a sharp prickle of danger from behind. He instinctively cast Sectum Sempra. As he turned, he saw a severed piece of the vine being sliced cleanly in 2 right in front of him. The 2 halves flew past him on either side. Erwin was startled. What was that? He looked at Charlotte, whose face showed a flicker of Erwin thought for a moment, and then it hit him. The levitation charm. Charlotte had mastered the nonverbal levitation charm. She had been controlling the severed vines to hurl them at him. Her combat experience was terrifying. But since she had failed, it was now his turn. Erwin flicked his wrist, ready to launch an attack. But at that moment, Charlotte simply lowered her wand. She raised her right hand, fist clenched against her chest. I concede. Erwin's motion froze. Charlotte smiled. I lose. You wouldn't be so petty as to attack me now, would you? I'm quite afraid of pain. Erwin frowned. Why? Charlotte replied. I'm running low on magical energy. You've countered all my attacks, and there's no point in continuing. I can no longer dodge your disarming spells. And with Sectum Sempra at your command, if you had used it from the start, I wouldn't have been able to avoid an attack so imperceptible. So I was defeated from the beginning. There's no need to drag this out. I'd rather not give a demonstration of an aerial performance. Erwin studied Charlotte, a flicker of doubt in his mind. Charlotte's expression remained composed, a smile on her face. Well then. Congratulations. From now on, you'll also be a prefect for our 4th year. Of course, that's after you defeat the others. Future prefect, I have faith in you. Erwin gave a slight bow. Thank you, senior. Charlotte chuckled and walked back to but the looks from the surrounding students towards Charlotte had changed. Wariness, fear, and envy. Charlotte had successfully proved her seamless spell transitions, casting speed, and silent levitation charm were feats few could replicate. Erwin turned his gaze towards Marcus Flint, whose face was grim. Senior will see you tomorrow at noon. Marcus froze for a moment, then let out a cold snort and turned away. He had seen enough. He knew he couldn't beat either Charlotte or Erwin. Now he had to figure out how to hold on to his unofficial prefect position. A smirk played on Erwin's lips. He hadn't forgotten how Marcus that fool had provoked him, now that the opportunity had arisen. Erwin wasn't about to let it slip. Grodia approached him. I didn't expect you to have mastered Sectum Sempra. That's quite a surprise. It seems I'd have a tough time against you as well. Erwin replied, You flatter me, Senior. I can sense your strength. I just wonder if you'll give it your all when I stand before you. I'm truly curious to see your real power. Grodia laughed. You'll see. Erwin met his gaze, and the two exchanged a knowing smile. To any onlooker, they would have seemed like the closest of friends, not two individuals on the verge of a duel. With the duel over, the students began to disperse. Just then a black bat glided silently to a stop before Erwin. Come with me. After skimming through the comments and seeing some questions from my dear readers, I'll address them one by one. First, regarding the Eagle issue. Well, that was indeed my mistake. Hey Race, what happened that day on a whim? I wanted to write a Hogwarts fanfiction, and for the life of me, I couldn't recall the proper code name for that country. In a daze, Eagle popped into my head. It wasn't until the next day when I came to my senses that I realized something was off. But I was afraid of missing a spot if I tried to change it, so I just left it as it was. Secondly, regarding the Cavendish family, some readers have guessed correctly. It's modeled after a real-world family, of course the most prominent one in history. I just made some modifications. After all, coming up with foreign names isn't exactly a pleasant or easy task. Oh right, and there's the matter of typos. I usually write after work and I have 2 other books to update, so sometimes I type too fast and typos slip through. If you spot any, please point them out. They'll fix them as soon as possible. There's also the question about the female lead. Let's put it to a vote. Whether you prefer multiple love interests, a single one, or none at all, I can write it. Finally, I wish all readers a swift visit from the owl tapping at your window. Even if we're past that age, a flash of green light can still take you anywhere. Elwin shrugged. Well, our dear Bat Professor has come calling. Although Elwin had anticipated this the moment he first used Sectum Sempra. But now that Snape was actually here for him, Elwin still felt his heart racing. Granted, Snape had always treated him quite well. But mind you, this was Snape after all. Elwin was bold, sure, but not bold enough to disregard Snape. As everyone knows, there are only 2 people at Hogwarts you absolutely must not offend. The first one, our dear Poppy Pomfrey, because your safety rests in her hands. Let's just say at this magical school called Hogwarts, danger is a constant companion. Whether it's playing Quidditch or practicing spells, there's always an element of risk. Not to mention, amidst these dangers there are those who seem keen on adding a few extra hazards, like the Weasley troublemaking duo for instance. And the other person is Snape. Offend Snape, and he'll show you the true meaning of blatant vindictiveness. Elwin followed Snape straight to his office. Snape gave his sleeve a flick, and the office door slammed shut on its own. Elwin's eyes lit up. Wow, an automatic door, what a great feature. Snape settled into his chair. Tell me, when did you master Sectum Sempra? Elwin scratched his head. Snape said, last night. You had just gotten my journal. Did you skip ahead? Elwin quickly shook his head. No, not at all. I have a good memory, so I managed to memorize a lot of the content. Afterwards I planned to slowly digest it all. That's just my way of reading. So I came across the spell you left behind and tried practicing it. Snape asked, how long did you practice? Elwin hesitated for a moment. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. Or an hour. Could be anything. Snape's face darkened. Every single word reeked of deception. But Snape also understood one thing. That Elwin truly hadn't taken long to learn the spell. Snape let out a cold snort. Don't get cocky just because you've achieved something. Learning spells quickly isn't that impressive. Elwin nodded eagerly. With the office door tightly shut, he knew he had to agree with whatever Snape said. Even if Snape claimed to be Merlin himself, Elwin would nod without hesitation. Yes, you're absolutely right, you're Merlin's father. Snape, seeing Elwin being so cooperative, was quite pleased. Look at this student, so much better than that Potter kid. Much easier on the eyes too. It's only because Harry Potter has those green eyes. Otherwise Snape would have shown this child of his old acquaintance what true cruelty really. Of course it was already quite cruel now, at least that's how Elwin felt. But Snape seemed to think he hadn't even really tried yet. What a terrible. Snape said, from now on use Sectum Sempra sparingly. After all, it is fundamentally a dark art. Even though it doesn't require you to fill your heart with negative emotions like other dark spells, its lethality is too great. It's not suitable for duels against fellow students. Elwin nodded. I understand, Professor. However, my repertoire of spells is quite limited. Today I had no choice but to resort to Sectum Sempra. Elwin felt his meaning was clear enough. His attitude was obvious too. In just 2 words, teach me. With things put so plainly, the normal course of events would be for Snape to give Elwin some private tutoring and teach him a bunch of spells, saving Elwin the trouble of his usual lottery methods. What a delightful prospect. Elwin was all ready to be fed knowledge. He was a student after all, learning from a professor wasn't shameful. However, Snape gave Elwin a look full of meaning. Don't try these little tricks with me. Until you've finished your prefect challenge, I won't be teaching you any spells privately. Sectum Sempra was something you found yourself. My original intention was to teach you how to handle potions, and help me work more efficiently, that's all. These are the rules. You need to earn that position with your own strength. Elwin scratched his head. Why did Slytherin have so many rules? Absolutely ridiculous. Elwin asked, Professor, I'm curious who came up with all these rules. Snape said Salazar Slytherin. The founder of Slytherin House, one of the 4 great founders of Hogwarts. You should know what the core principle of Slytherin House is. You've probably also heard of Salazar Slytherin's views on young wizards. In his view, a wizard must improve step by step, and only the strong can survive. So when Salazar Slytherin was around, Slytherin was like an arena. Only the strong could rule everything. Elwin was taken aback. Wow, this ancient ancestor of the wizarding world was a bit extreme. No wonder he was ostracized by the other 3 founders. This was essentially just breeding conflict. Still, the results were undeniably effective. Students who came out of Slytherin were far superior in combat compared to those from the other 3 houses. Although many of these formidable figures only lived on in memory and never made it into the history books. Just goes to show every coin has 2 sides. This survival of the fittest method in school created powerful wizards, but once they left they couldn't help but carry that mindset with them, putting interests first, and the strong always prevail. Elwin nodded. All right, Professor, I understand. Snape pondered for a moment, then asked, do you have a grudge against Marcus Flint V? Elwin replied, not exactly a grudge. It's just that he lacks manners. And he's quite ugly. Snape spent several minutes trying to fathom what kind of reason ugly could be. He began to wonder if he was getting too old to keep up with the thinking of the new generation of young wizards. Snape said, don't go too far. In the contest for the hidden prefect position, being too ruthless will do you no good. Elwin smiled. Of course. Rest assured, Professor, I am a very easygoing. In fact, I don't care much for physical confrontation. Oh, I prefer to influence others through reason. Of course, if they refuse to listen to my reasoning, I wouldn't mind helping them understand for what is strength, for if not to make others more receptive to your words. Snape heard this rationale for the first time. He mulled it over, feeling it was somehow off, yet it held a strange logic. He waved a hand. Enough. Go rest. Don't be late for this afternoon's class. If you cause Slytherin to lose points due to tardiness, you know the consequences. Elwin spread his hands. Of course. You've said that before, Professor. Elwin turned to leave. Just then Snape called out, Elwin, if you have the ability to secure this prefect position, trust me, your gains will far exceed your imagination. The prefect of Slytherin, with all its rules. Such a complex challenge system. It's not merely about status. Elwin paused mid-step, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Don't worry, Professor. If Slytherin needs a hidden prefect, then its name shall be Cavendish. Elwin pushed open the door and left the office. Snape watched Elwin's retreating figure, momentarily lost in thought. So similar, so very similar. 11 years ago, another Cavendish had left his office, just like that, full of vigor and radiating confidence. Unfortunately, that person never returned. Leaving Snape's office, Elwin headed towards the Slytherin common room. Hold back. That was out of the question. Not only would he not hold back, but Elwin intended to teach Marcus a lesson he would never forget. Elwin never considered himself a vindictive person. However, he was a fair one. If others treated him well, he would reciprocate with. But if someone provoked him, Elwin would use every means necessary to ensure they received a lesson they would remember for a lifetime. This too seemed like a form of fairness. Perhaps. And there was another crucial point. As someone who had undergone 9 years of compulsory education, he had learned a very practical little trick. This trick was called carrot and stick. Being perpetually good-natured only made others perceive one as amiable. Some might follow someone because of their kindness. But along with kindness, you must also command respect and instill fear. Respect and fear combined form a concept known as unwavering loyalty. Fortunately, there was now a perfect target for him to establish his authority. Poor little buck-toothed prince. Those singled out as examples often bear the brunt of the initial blow. Upon returning to the common room, he found a crowd of young wizards gathered in the hall, all animatedly discussing Elwin's earlier duel. After all, for these young wizards, it was their only topic of conversation. How pitiful not even having decent gossip to share. The common room door opened. Elwin walked in. The room instantly fell silent. Several students who had been lounging on the sofas quickly stood up upon seeing him. They hastily made way for him. Elwin didn't stand on ceremony. He sat down on the sofa and gestured with his hand. Everyone please sit. No need to be so tense. I don't bite. Are your books ready? Class starts in an hour. Haven't you all rested a bit? The young wizards, initially intimidated by Elwin's prowess, grew bolder upon hearing his words. Prefect, we're all ready. We won't let Slytherin down. We're not like those foolish lions. Elwin smiled and chatted with the young wizards for a while. He was being so approachable. Walking towards the history of magic classroom, Elwin mentally patted himself on the back. Truly, he was exceptional, powerful, and yet so down-to-earth. Undoubtedly, he was the paragon of virtue. However, at that moment, a sudden system notification sound rang out. Elwin's figure froze in place. Ding. Detected that the host's current reputation in Slytherin perfectly aligns with the Dark Lord persona. Awarding title 4th Generation Dark Lord Reserve. Equipping this title will increase intimidation by 20% and enhance dark arts power by 20%. Esteemed Dark Lord, please strive for full promotion. All of Hogwarts shall be your subjects. Elwin's face darkened instantly. Slander, this was slander. What Dark Lord? Where did it see a Dark Lord in him? Weren't his actions those of a righteous person? Just because he was deliberately acting for his own hidden goals, it couldn't negate everything right. Did it mean that the affability shown by righteous figures was always without purpose? Were there such foolish people in the world? Elwin didn't believe it. Everything one does is absolutely driven by an inner purpose. Anyway, Elwin refused to admit he was a Dark Lord. Equipped title. He was just trying it out, just testing it, not that he acknowledged himself as a Dark Lord. Yes, that's right, no problem. The surrounding first-year wizards were initially curious why Elwin had suddenly stopped. But suddenly they felt that Elwin seemed different. They even found it hard to look directly at him. Elwin swept his gaze across them. Every young wizard whose eyes met Elwin's involuntarily lowered their gaze. Even the proud bearer of our platinum glory, the father-calling expert Draco, was no exception. Elwin nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, although the title didn't quite match his persona, its effects were rather impressive. In that case, forgiving the system wasn't entirely out of the question. Elwin even began mentally communicating with the system to inquire about title upgrade methods. However, the answer he received was still for him to explore on his own. Truly, the system was quite useless. Other people's systems could dominate everything. Defeating Voldemort at the drop of a hat. And look at him, he hadn't even seen Voldemort's face yet. Failure, a disgrace to all transmigrators. To clarify, the author's world building for readers here is an explanation of the setting. The concept of magic power is borrowed from other books and games designed to give readers a clear sense of the protagonist's overall strength. Of course, magic power is not everything, it is merely the mana pool. True strength is tied to compatibility and mastery of. Secondly, in this story, magic power grows with age unless one consumes potions. Even the protagonist must abide by this rule. Even the protagonist must rely on potions for growth, a constraint to prevent the story from spiraling out of control. Without such limits, I fear I might lose control and make the protagonist overpowered. Thirdly, the tiers of magic power. This follows from the second point. Some readers claim the four founders are stronger than gods, but without witnessing their battles, I cannot confirm. However, in my view, the founders cannot surpass the Deathly Hallows Master, as their abilities differ fundamentally. The founders' powers remain within the realm of magic. Even summoning a meteor is a form of magic, but death is different. It operates on rules. In Xinxia terms, death governs the laws of reality. Moreover, in this setting, longer life means greater magic power. So logically, the founders cannot exceed death. These are the author's personal interpretations. J.K. Rowling's original works are vague on such details, so fan fiction is about expanding one's imagination. These quirky rules simply make the story easier to follow. If you dislike it, feel free to stop reading. There's no need for harsh words on your way out. If it's not to your taste, just move on. With that said, let's begin the story. After testing the power of his title, though he hadn't yet tried its amplification magic, Elwin found the added authority quite useful. But suddenly Elwin sensed something amiss. Fourth generation Dark Lord. Elwin stared at the fourth generation label before his title. Damn, is this a counterfeit? System, come out. Yes, host. The first Dark Lord was Grindelwald, the second Voldemort. Why is this title the fourth? Did you add another transmigrator? Ding. Host, figure it out yourself. The system never errs. Also, Grindelwald wasn't the first Dark Lord. Elwin's pupils contracted. Grindelwald wasn't the first Dark Lord. Then who was? Salazar Slytherin. No, despite Slytherin's ruthlessness, he never earned the title. As far as Elwin knew, magical history had no such figure. Puzzled, Elwin headed to class, still pondering the identity of the first Dark Lord as he took his seat. Even as Professor Cuthbert Binns the Ghost entered the classroom, Elwin remained lost in thought. Watching the professor drone on about tedious facts, Elwin's eyes lit up. He didn't know, but someone else might. Professor Cuthbert Binns, the oldest teacher at Hogwarts, had been teaching since the school's founding. He was the only one alive who had seen the four founders, a rare experience indeed. Though his current lectures on magical history were dull, putting students to sleep, it hadn't always been so. Years ago, the first lesson for new Hogwarts students was magical history. In Hogwarts A History, there's a passage. It describes students reluctantly leaving Binns' class near lunch, all excited. His lessons first opened their eyes to the mysteries of magic, sparking boundless wonder. The reason his teaching has become lifeless is simple. Who can stay passionate after 1,000 years of work? Still, Binns remains the foremost expert on magical history, having witnessed it firsthand. As Binns lectured from the book, Elwin raised his hand. Professor. His voice roused the drowsy students, and Binns looked up in surprise. Accustomed to silence and sleeping students, he was startled to see a raised hand. You're Erwin Cavendish, right? Other professors have mentioned you. They say you're excellent. What's the matter? Elwin replied, Professor, I don't mean to interrupt, but I read an intriguing book with some details I'm curious about. As Hogwarts' most learned scholar, I'd like to ask you. I wanted to ask you. Flattery works on everyone, even a ghost. The old professor's translucent face softened visibly. Oh, what is your question, Mr. Elwin? The shift in address showed his improved mood. Elwin said, the book I read claims there was a Dark Lord before Grindelwald. I find that odd as my knowledge doesn't cover this. As he spoke, the other students perked up for getting sleep. This was big news. Binns replied, oh, you must have read an ancient text. Modern books wouldn't mention such things. Elwin's eyes gleamed. So such a person did exist. Can you tell me about them, Professor? Professor Binns nodded. Very well, I shall tell you. In fact, this person is exceedingly ancient, or rather no one can truly prove he ever existed. For the era he belonged to is far too distant. He was a figure from the time of Merlin. According to the original text, Merlin was a student of Slytherin, but if we reckon from the time of King Arthur, Merlin's era should be centuries apart from that of the founders. Professor Binns continued, in that age Merlin encountered a man. The name of this man has been lost to time, but his power was immense. Even Merlin himself nearly perished at his hands. In the end, Merlin, utilizing his gift as a dragon tongue, and with the aid of the last great dragon, defeated this man. And this man became known as the first Dark Lord. After his defeat by Merlin, the man vanished. Many claimed he was dead. Yet another tale suggests he journeyed elsewhere researching new magics to stage a return. Regardless, his power was undeniable. However, these are all legends. For no one can verify that this man truly existed. Perhaps only Merlin himself knew the truth. Alas, Merlin disappeared. No one knows where he went, and thus no one knows the true story. Even I have only gleaned fragments from ancient tomes. Elwin nodded. Others might not be able to prove it, but Elwin knew this person was real. Otherwise the system wouldn't have called him the fourth Dark Lord. Just then, Elwin spotted a crucial detail. Professor Binns, you said Merlin disappeared. He didn't die. Professor Binns replied, unknown. However, Merlin did visit Hogwarts shortly after its founding. The four founders met him. What happened afterward, I do not know. Merlin refused a teaching post at Hogwarts and left. No one has seen him since. Elwin was astounded. Merlin met the founders. That meant Merlin was already several hundred years old back then. If he were alive today, good heavens, nearly 2,000 years old, his magical power would be unimaginably vast. Most crucially, if Merlin truly, then he must have mastered immortality. Elwin's eyes gleamed. Immortality. Of course he had thought about it. Who wouldn't want to live forever? Only a fool wouldn't. But Elwin knew it was just a fleeting thought. He was a mere 11-year-old unable to even defeat Voldemort, and he was thinking about immortality. Ridiculous. Professor Binns, seeing the eager faces of the young witches and wizards, seemed to rediscover a long-lost passion for teaching. It seems you all enjoy this story. The young witches and wizards nodded frantically. They loved any story. As long as it meant escaping the tedium of the history of magic lesson, they were happy. Professor Binns said, very well then. I shall tell you more about that unknown being. Some knowledge might be beyond your years, but there's no harm in hearing it. You know the unforgivable curses, don't you? Elwin, please explain. Elwin stood up. The Imperius Curse, the Cruciatus Curse, and the Killing Curse. These three curses are the ultimate dark magic. Using any of them guarantees a one-way ticket to Azkaban. Professor Binns nodded. Correct, very well said, and quite comprehensive. 5 points to Slytherin. The moment these words were spoken, every student froze. Whether from Slytherin or the Hufflepuffs, they all stared at Professor Binns in disbelief. There was a saying at Hogwarts from Professor Binns: you would never receive a single point. Because Professor Binns never asked questions, he only lectured. So even our Miss Know-It-All yesterday didn't earn a single point in history. And Erwin Cavendish had just earned 5 points from Professor Binns. Such rare points. The Slytherins felt they should frame these 5 points and hang them on the wall, telling the other houses, see this. This is our hidden prefect, the one who earned points from Professor Binns. Elwin was also quite surprised. In fact, he had given up on earning points in history of magic. Professor Binns chuckled. What's the matter? I do believe I have the authority to award points. Elwin nodded. Of course. It is your prerogative, Professor. Thank you for your generosity. Professor Binns said, you deserve it, my boy. He gestured for Elwin. He then continued, regarding the unforgivable curses, there are many theories. Some say they were created by the masters of the Deathly Hallows, the three brothers who cheated. Others believe they were created by someone else. But these speculations have all been refuted. However, the four founders once had a conjecture. They believe the unforgivable curses were most likely created by this forgotten first Dark Lord, crafted to counter Merlin after his defeat. Elwin raised his hand. Professor Binns nodded. Mr. Elwin, you may speak freely. In my class, if you have a question, just ask. No need to raise your hand. Elwin said, Professor Binns, I've heard that the spells used by ancient wizards were completely different. It wasn't until the founders appeared that modern spells were developed from ancient magic for the purpose of better teaching. Professor Binns said, that's correct. When Hogwarts was first established, the founders, along with many teachers and wizards, created the current spell-casting methods from ancient magic. After all, ancient magic, while immensely powerful, required a sacrifice. You had to give something of equal value in exchange. Elwin said, if that's the case, then what was the point of creating the unforgivable curses? Ancient magic was far more powerful. The Dark Lord shouldn't have done such a thing. Professor Binns said, that I do not know. Or rather, no one can know. The era is too distant. But such immensely powerful and evil dark magic could only have been created by someone with extraordinary achievements in the dark. Besides the first Dark Lord, there was no one else capable of it at that time. Erwin nodded. At that moment the bell for the end of class rang. Professor Binns was taken aback. My, how time flies during today's lesson. I haven't felt this way in a long time. Erwin, if there's anything else you wish to know, you are most welcome to visit my office for a chat. Oh, and do remember to knock when you arrive. My office has no password, I usually just pass through the walls. I doubt you'd want that ability just yet. Erwin's lips twitched slightly. He must be dreaming. Had actually seen the ghost professor crack a joke. How absurd. Erwin gave a slight bow. Thank you, Professor. I'm most grateful. Professor Binns waved a hand, then floated up and drifted straight through the classroom wall. Erwin had to admit being a ghost did seem rather convenient. Erwin gathered his books and left the classroom. The afternoon's second lesson was Charms, Erwin's first Charms class since arriving. Typically, Professor Flitwick wouldn't teach any spells in the first lesson, focusing instead on theoretical knowledge. After all, charms could be quite dangerous. Take Neville Longbottom, for instance. Any charm that reached his hands was destined to become a blasting curse. It was utterly absurd and terrifying. Yet from another perspective, one could argue it was a unique talent. A talent exclusively Neville's. In that light, Neville was quite the gifted individual. However, Erwin preferred to keep his distance from such talent. Let him be a menace to others. Erwin would rather not be caught in the Fortunately, the first Charms lesson was shared with Ravenclaw. Erwin led the Slytherin students into the classroom just as the bell rang. The left side of the classroom was already filled with Ravenclaw students. Their lateness wasn't Erwin's fault, though. It was all thanks to those two foolish lackeys of Draco's. Good heavens, he couldn't fathom how any student could still get lost on the way to the bathroom 2 days into the term. Erwin figured they should be grateful for their blood status. Otherwise, with brains like theirs, they wouldn't even qualify as ingredients for the Forbidden Forest. Some magical creatures would worry about catching their stupidity. The Slytherins took their seats. As luck would have it, the only remaining seat was once again right next to Hermione. Erwin paid it no mind. He sat down. Professor Flitwick entered through the front door and stepped onto the podium, barely reaching its height. However, for a master of charms like him, this was hardly an issue. With a delicate flick of his finger, Flitwick rose gracefully into the air, landing softly on the podium. Erwin's pupils contracted slightly. Bloody hell, what a move. A silent, wandless levitation charm cast upon himself. Such mastery of magic, truly worthy of the title Charms Master. Indeed, you could always trust Hogwarts faculty selection. Lockhart, of course, was the exception. The young witches and wizards gaped, and one couldn't fault them for their amazement. Even Erwin had to admit Flitwick's display was remarkably cool. Standing upon the podium, Flitwick clasped his hands behind his back. All right, everyone. Though this isn't our first meeting, allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Phileas Flitwick, your charms instructor, and also the head of Ravenclaw House. The Ravenclaw students immediately burst into applause. Hermione clapped with particular enthusiasm. The Slytherins, however, turned to look at Erwin. He raised his hands and clapped, prompting the rest of the little snakes to follow suit. Flitwick nodded approvingly. Thank you, everyone. Now, before we officially begin, I'd like to ask, does any of you know what spell I just used? Erwin and Hermione raised their hands simultaneously. Erwin wasn't about to pass up such a prime opportunity to earn points. Flitwick glanced at the two raised hands. Pointing a finger tipped with a sharp nail at Hermione, he said, Miss Granger, would you care to answer? Hermione replied, it was a levitation charm. And it was a silent, wandless one. Flitwick nodded. Correct. Miss Granger, 5 points to Ravenclaw. Hermione's face lit up with excitement. In truth, her joy wasn't from the points themselves, but because she had finally managed to snatch a question from Erwin for the first time. Erwin didn't think much of it. There would be plenty more opportunities to earn points. 5 points were nothing. However, in the time that followed, Erwin truly experienced the disparity of this world. He got a taste of what Hermione must have felt. Bloody hell, Flitwick was openly playing favorites. Snape, please crawl out of that, Flitwick. Erwin could almost swear he was seeing things. This was practically another Snape. In half an hour, Flitwick had asked 4 questions. Both Erwin and Hermione raised their hands each time. Yet Flitwick called on Hermione 3 times, and only once, perhaps out of embarrassment, did he call on Erwin. Erwin managed to earn a paltry 5 points. So much for impartial professors. Please replace every professor except Snape with Professor McGonagall. As for why Snape was exempt, well, that was obvious. He was biased in Erwin's favor. The Slytherin students had noticed the favoritism too. Their faces fell. Erwin couldn't be bothered to raise his hand anymore. It seemed he'd have to forget about earning points in Charms class whenever it was shared with Ravenclaw. Erwin didn't dwell on it. A head of house favoring their own students wasn't a big deal. Besides, he had another purpose for attending today's lesson. Soon the class was nearing its end. With half an hour remaining, Flitwick paused his lecture. All right. That concludes today's lesson. Now for a question and answer session. Does anyone have any questions? Erwin was the first to raise his hand. Flitwick gestured towards him. Mr. Cavendish, what is it? Erwin asked. Professor, I was wondering if there's a charm that allows people to communicate with each other regardless of the distance between them. This was Erwin's primary goal for the day. It was about his purple lotus mark. He was looking for a way to, metaphorically speaking, install a phone card on it. Or rather, a way to grant it a communication function. Flitwick looked puzzled. Communicate with each other? Erwin nodded. Yes. Flitwick frowned in thought. As far as I know, there's no such magic in the wizarding world. Erwin felt a pang of disappointment. There wasn't one. Wait, actually, I think there might be. Where did I read that? Flitwick paced back and forth on the podium for a moment. I remember now. I've seen it before. There's a spell called the messenger charm, but it has many limitations. And it's not as convenient as owls. So it was abandoned by wizards. Elwin's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected it to actually exist. Elwin said, Professor, could you tell me about this spell? Flitwick said, I read about it in a book once. But I can't recall the specifics. Let me check when I get back. He'll tell you in the next class. Elwin nodded. Thank you, Professor. Elwin felt a flicker of anticipation. If he could attach a communication device to his purple lotus mark, many things would become far more convenient. As for the limitations Flitwick mentioned, Elwin figured he'd overcome what he could and find a way around the rest. He was determined to learn this spell. As for it being less convenient than owls, what a joke. These wizards had no creativity. If Elwin could truly master it and make it widespread, he'd set up his own communication network and monopolize the industry. Scared yet? After class, Elwin packed up his things ready to head to the Great Hall for his dacia cuisine. Just then the platinum blonde glory, the infamous daddy caller Malfoy, approached his table. Elwin furrowed his brow. With a flick of his wrist, his wand was in hand. Malfoy flinched, recalling the bizarre reason had been hit on the train. He quickly said, Prefect, I mean no harm. Seeing Elwin's knitted brows, Malfoy hastily added, and I don't intend to insult. Elwin said, get to the point. Malfoy breathed a sigh of relief and said, well, I need some help. Elwin was stunned. He nearly dropped his wand. Had he just woken up? Or was this still a dream and he was still asleep? A dream within a dream. Inception. He heard right, didn't he? The daddy caller Malfoy said he needed help. And he came to Elwin of all people saying he needed help. Elwin's first thought was that this was a scheme. Come on, the platinum blonde glory would never need help and he'd never seek it from an enemy. That would be a disgrace to the Malfoy name. Malfoy noticed Elwin's gaze and his face visibly reddened. Fine, if you don't want to, I'll find someone else. With that, Malfoy turned to leave. Elwin said, stop right there. Come on, spill it. Elwin was genuinely curious. Too curious to let this go. For Malfoy to come to him meant whatever he needed help with was far more important than his animosity toward Elwin. Malfoy said, it's Professor McGonagall's assignment. Turning a matchstick into a needle. I've tried for ages, but I just can't get it right. So, Elwin understood. This was a request for tutoring. Malfoy actually wanted to study. Something was off more than a little, but then a thought struck Elwin. There was a transfiguration class tomorrow, and it was with Gryffindor. So Malfoy's goal. Elwin looked at Malfoy. It was confirmed. The guy was planning to outshine Harry Potter and show off. Truly a match made in heaven for their love-hate dynamic. It was too good to watch. Elwin was convinced these two had to end up together or had have to learn how to brew amortentia. Malfoy felt uneasy under Elwin's gaze. Just as he was about to turn and leave, Elwin said, wait for me in the common room tonight. He'll come teach you after I get back from Professor Snape's. Malfoy was taken aback. You'd really teach me? Elwin smiled. Why not? All right. Off to the Great Hall, dinner's about to start. Elwin kept one thought to himself. He loved watching this kind of drama. He could already imagine how insufferable Malfoy would be if he managed to outshine Potter. Hogwarts' daily life was too dull, and Elwin was willing to put in a little effort to entertain himself. No other reason, just for the fun of it. Elwin worried. Will people say I'm sucking up to Malfoy? How nerve-wracking. In the Great Hall, Elwin savored his dacia cuisine, feeling a profound sense of contentment. Unlike usual, this time dacia dishes had appeared on the tables of all four houses and the professor's table. Elwin noticed the dishes in front of Dumbledore. Shredded pork with fish flavor. So the old man had definitely gotten himself a private meal. Tomorrow he'd have that too. After dinner, Elwin went to Snape's office as usual to help with potions. Having read Snape's diary, his technique was now more precise. Still mastering it required more practice. Snape was inwardly pleased, but showed nothing on his face. After all, he had a persona to maintain. After finishing the day's work, Elwin returned to the Slytherin common room. As soon as he entered, he heard Malfoy practicing a spell. Elwin followed the sound. Malfoy was sitting on the sofa. On the table lay a needle that was half metal, half wooden stick. Well, let's call it a needle for now. Elwin clicked his tongue in amazement. Look at that. That's what you call a bond. A bond born of Malfoy and Harry Potter. Truly moving. Elwin wiped the corner of his eye so touched he nearly cried. Of course he wouldn't admit it was just a yawn. When Malfoy saw Elwin return, he quickly stood up. Elwin waved a hand. Sit down. Let me see you cast it. Malfoy nodded and recited the incantation. He tapped his wand on the matchstick and a tiny portion of the wooden end turned. Elwin said, your incantation and wand movement are correct. The only problem is your magic. You're channeling too little power into it. Malfoy said, so if I channel more magic, it'll work. Elwin said, seriously, no. Malfoy's face darkened instantly. Was he being toyed with? Did his life mean nothing? Just messing with him? Elwin continued, because you're still missing the most crucial thing, practice. You're channeling less magic because you know that too much would cause the matchstick to fail. So you need to gradually increase the flow bit by bit until you find the threshold. It takes practice to get there. Having studied McGonagall's notes, Elwin could easily pinpoint Malfoy's issue. In short, he was too cautious. Look at Seamus, he went all out. Sure, it exploded, but at least he dared to try right. Malfoy was just too timid. Malfoy nodded, half understanding. As he raised his wand to try again, Elwin said, hold on. Then Elwin stood up and took several steps back. All right, you can begin now. Elwin was a man of great adventurous spirit. At least that was what he believed of himself, but he was also a man who cherished his life. As the saying goes, a wise man does not stand beneath a crumbling wall. Clearly in Elwin's view, Malfoy, who was about to cast a spell, was precisely such a crumbling wall. Elwin naturally kept his distance. He was afraid of getting splattered with blood. Oh no, that wasn't right. How could he speak of his little toy in such a way? How rude of him. With this thought, Elwin felt a pang of guilt. He took 2 more steps back. Malfoy watched Elwin's movements with a look of utter confusion. After all, although their dear godfather had an impressive lineage, he was unaware that overloading a spell with magic power could cause. It was a rather obscure condition except for Mr. Seamus, of course. Malfoy gripped his wand and cleared his throat. His face was full of anticipation. He looked quite serious. With a flick of his wand and a whispered incantation, the next moment, boom. Unsurprisingly, the matchstick exploded. Malfoy's face was instantly blackened, and his platinum blonde hair was covered in a layer of dark soot. Elwin felt relieved. He was truly too clever. He had retreated to a safe distance. This kind of spatial awareness was no joke. Not everyone could do it. Whether it was due to the explosion or because the dear Mr. Malfoy was not pleased, his face was unbelievably dark. Malfoy instantly flew into a rage. Cavendish, how dare you trick me? He lunged towards Elwin, forgetting in his fury the disparity in their strength. Elwin whipped out his wand, pointing it directly at Malfoy. Stay right there. Don't move. If you get so much as a speck of soot on my clothes, I swear I will shove you into a toilet and let the water flush out that pig brain of yours. Malfoy looked at the silver-white wand in Elwin's hand, and his rationality returned instantly. It must be said, when you hold the truth, your words carry weight. Elwin said, trick you. I'm not that idle. Exceeding the magic output threshold causes the magic to lose control and explode. Haven't you learned that? Obviously you channeled too much magic. Why didn't you just add a little at a time, trying slowly step by step? Malfoy was stunned. Was that so? Had he learned that? When? Could it be that the professor had secretly tutored the others while he was eating, and had left him out? Elwin said, I've given you the solution. Honestly, I didn't expect you to be this foolish. To pour all your magic in at once. Malfoy, you truly disappoint me. A trace of pity appeared on Elwin's face. He looked like a stern mentor witnessing his disciple's failure, feeling the helplessness of seeing potential wasted. Malfoy, that's not it. I'm sorry, Prefect. I didn't mean to. I must have gotten distracted. I'm sorry, give me another chance. I can do it. Elwin waved his hand dismissively. Try again. I hope you can master it quickly. After all, we are Slytherin, and you are someone I hold in high regard. Hearing this, Malfoy felt an inexplicable surge of motivation. He didn't know that this force was called inspirational chicken soup. Malfoy nodded firmly. Yes, I can do it. He turned around, grabbed a new matchstick, and began practicing again. Elwin smirked. Look at that, such an innocent young wizard. He truly loved Hogwarts. With just a bit of acting and a little bit of experience, you can make a young wizard obedient, even if he is the proud Malfoy. Of course, this trick wasn't Elwin's original idea. He learned it from short videos. Who says you can't learn anything from scrolling on your phone? Look how effective it was. Learning has no bounds. The ancients were right. Malfoy was quite talented, and with Elwin's guidance his progress was remarkable. At 11 o'clock at night, Malfoy used his remaining magic to cast a transfiguration spell. The matchstick on the table transformed into a silver needle. It even had some beautiful engravings looking quite exquisite. Malfoy exclaimed in surprise, I did it. I did it. Elwin nodded. Well done. Malfoy, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. I believe you'll amaze everyone in tomorrow's transfiguration. Malfoy looked at Elwin with immense gratitude. At this moment, all past grievances and punishments were forgotten. All he knew was that his success was thanks to Elwin's help. Malfoy crossed his hands over his chest and made a strange gesture. Prefect Elwin Draco Malfoy, thanks you again. Elwin waved his hand. Glad you've learned it. I'm tired too. I'm heading back to rest. As he reached the staircase, Elwin felt he needed to put a final period on his performance. Elwin stood on the stairs, turned, and looked down at Malfoy. Draco, I look forward to your performance in Transfiguration class tomorrow. Slytherin is honored by you. With that, Elwin turned and left, catching a glimpse of Malfoy's face filled with reverence and excitement. Perfect period, placed flawless. Please award the next Best Actor trophy to Elwin. He truly deserves it. After returning to his bedroom, Elwin changed his bedsheets, as usual, and lay down to sleep. He planned to have a peaceful night's rest. No mischief, no other plans. He was still young and needed his sleep for growing. Soon he drifted off into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, back in his dormitory, Malfoy was ecstatic. He had learned it, he had finally mastered it. He was already looking forward to tomorrow when Professor McGonagall would check their work. He would succeed immediately. Then he'd say something to Harry Potter. What tone should he use? What posture? Malfoy began to envision the whole scene in his mind. It must be said Malfoy's obsession with Harry Potter ran deep. And Harry Potter was truly a fortunate one. Look how many people were thinking about him. Although they were all men. But did that matter? In this country, anything was possible. Elwin, meanwhile, slept soundly. He didn't dream of anything bizarre. Most importantly, he wasn't being chased in his dreams. It was pure bliss. When the wake-up bell rang, Elwin stretched and freshened up, ready for class. He was eager to see the day's entertainment. His only source of amusement in Hogwarts, Mr. Draco Malfoy, what surprises would he bring today? Arriving at the Great Hall for breakfast, Erwin suddenly realized that Hogwarts had more surprises in store for him than he ever imagined. The house elf Maggie could actually make xiaomian. And not just any xiaomian. It was dressed with red chili oil and sprinkled with peanuts. The detail was simply impeccable. Erwin savored every bite of the noodles, utterly content. This he thought was truly living. House elves were wonderful. He wondered if he could negotiate with Hogwarts to take. This elf's culinary skill surpassed even the chefs Erwin had hired. Of course, that was partly due to his current location. Finding a truly skilled dacha cuisine chef was nearly impossible. After a hearty meal, Erwin led the first-year Slytherins to their transfiguration class. Malfoy was already brimming with energy. He had been in a state of extreme excitement the entire way. No, that wasn't quite right. Ever since Erwin had seen him in the Great Hall, the boy had been buzzing with energy. His eager expression was impossible to conceal, leading many to believe he had lost his mind. Once inside the classroom, Erwin unusually chose a seat in the middle back area, the optimal viewing spot as taught by Professor McGonagall. From here, Erwin could see everyone in the room at a glance, including Malfoy picked a seat in the very first row, leaving the other students baffled. In McGonagall's class, everyone except top students like Erwin and Hermione usually tried to sit as far back as possible. So why was Malfoy voluntarily moving to the front today? Once settled, Malfoy predictably fixed his gaze directly on Harry Potter. His eyes were full of provocation. Harry Potter was equally confused, rolled his eyes, ignored Malfoy, and turned back to continue his conversation with Ron. A flash of anger crossed Malfoy's face. Erwin was stunned. Jealousy? Was that jealousy? It seemed his suspicions were right. Malfoy's feelings for Harry Potter were far from simple. This hidden romantic subplot was finally confirmed for Erwin. He felt he could start shipping them right away. It was perfect, absolutely perfect. Soon after, Professor McGonagall entered the classroom and silence fell instantly. She announced, "Before we begin, let me check your homework. Let me see how well you've all practiced. Although I didn't make it mandatory, I do hope someone will surprise me." As she spoke, Professor McGonagall's gaze drifted towards Erwin. After all, she believed he was the only one in the room capable of performing a complete transfiguration. However, in the next moment, something astonishing happened to everyone. Malfoy raised his hand high. His expression was that of a triumphant general returning from battle, ready to be rewarded. His eyes burned with excitement, anticipation, and urgency. Professor McGonagall looked at Malfoy with surprise and uncertainty. Had she woken up on the wrong side of bed? Was Erwin somehow inhabiting Malfoy's body? What was happening? She walked over to him. "What's the matter, Malfoy? Do you need to use the restroom?" Erwin nearly burst out laughing. The most absurd part was that McGonagall wasn't joking. She genuinely believed that was Malfoy's reputation for you. Malfoy was taken aback. "Huh? The restroom? No, that's not it. You said you check our homework, and I've finished mine." Professor McGonagall was surprised. "You finished it?" Malfoy nodded. "Well then, let's see what you can do," she said. Malfoy drew his wand, ready to begin. McGonagall paused for a moment, then took 2 steps back. Erwin couldn't contain himself any longer. This was too funny. Had McGonagall suddenly developed a talent for comedy? Malfoy, however, was oblivious to her actions. He was completely focused on the matchstick on the desk, determined to make a stunning impression. He recalled Erwin's words from yesterday. He was a Slytherin. He was Malfoy, and the Platinum Glory was his to defend. Meanwhile, from the Gryffindor side, Ron had resumed his annoying habit of whispering behind others' backs. However, given McGonagall's authority, Ron only dared to speak in hushed tones. Leaning close to Harry Potter, Ron whispered, "Those sly Slytherins have thought of another way to show off." In reality, Ron's intellect and vocabulary wouldn't normally include a word like show off, but he had remembered it after being scolded by Hermione yesterday. Truly, life offers lessons everywhere, even if some lessons come unexpectedly and uninvited. Harry Potter smiled. He didn't believe Malfoy could succeed either. He could accept Erwin's success, but Malfoy? Absolutely not. After all, Mr. Potter was proud. He was the boy who lived. If he couldn't outshine Erwin, he certainly wasn't going to be outdone by anyone else. What he didn't realize was that among the Hogwarts first years, he was in the upper tier for starting point, but only average in natural talent, and even lower in effort. Plenty of others were better than him. Malfoy swished his wand and murmured the incantation. Professor McGonagall nodded. To her surprise, she couldn't find fault with either his technique or his spell. The matchstick on the desk transformed, and a silver needle appeared in its place. Malfoy was ecstatic. McGonagall stepped forward and picked up the needle. She examined it closely, her eyes betraying her astonishment. Malfoy had actually succeeded. The other students stared in disbelief. The Slytherins were equally shocked. So this was it. Malfoy had been secretly working hard behind their backs. How could the class slacker betray them like this? Malfoy's 2 cronies in particular were utterly bewildered, feeling a deep sense of betrayal. Ron and Harry Potter were also. Had Malfoy actually done it? Malfoy, beaming with pride, turned to look at Ron and Harry Potter, his eyes full of defiance. Harry Potter noticed Malfoy's gaze and lowered his head. Malfoy's smugness grew. He had won. Malfoy was in high spirits. Professor McGonagall set the needle down. "Well done, Malfoy. 10 points to Slytherin." Malfoy was overjoyed. He had actually earned points for his house. Erwin, having enjoyed the spectacle, was pleased as well. Just then, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Malfoy has earned 10 house points under your guidance. You have gained 100 prestige points. Keep up the good work. The debate over whether the protagonist should have a love interest has been intense. As for this matter, whether it's multiple heroines, a single heroine, or none at all, it must wait until adulthood to be decided. Moreover, let me put it this way. Characters like Hermione, Cho, and Fleur, even if the author doesn't claim them, will never belong to anyone else. They won't end up with anyone even in their old age. Any male who could have a connection with a female character is out of the question. Even pets must be female. Elwin's eyes widened. So that's how it works. System, what does this mean? Does this rule apply to everyone, or just to Malfoy? Ding. It applies to everyone. As long as a wizard earns house points under your guidance, you will receive achievement points as a reward. This isn't limited to individuals, nor to houses. It's not even limited to the school. Elwin's eyes lit up. Great. So there was this kind of gameplay. If that's the case then. Elwin felt he had found the best way to farm points. As for whether it would be tough on those young wizards, Elwin simply didn't care. What he was doing was a good deed. Helping the young wizards improve would also serve as nourishment for his own growth. What boundless merit. Elwin even felt like a great benefactor. However, he still needed to figure out how to operate this for maximum benefit. Most importantly, how could he tie this to himself? Otherwise, if he worked hard for nothing and couldn't harvest achievement points, wouldn't that be a huge loss? The class passed by quickly. As it ended, Professor McGonagall was about to leave. Elwin rushed to the front of the podium. Professor McGonagall. Wait a moment. Professor McGonagall put down her teaching materials. Oh, it's Elwin. What's the matter? I noticed you seemed a bit distracted in class earlier. Are you having a problem? Is there an issue with the materials I asked you to organize? Elwin shook his head. No, not at all. I've almost finished organizing. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I should be able to hand in my essay by the end of the week at the latest. Professor McGonagall nodded. Then what is it? Elwin said, It's like this, Professor McGonagall. Since I've arrived at Hogwarts, I've noticed a problem. Our free time is simply... This isn't conducive to improving our academic performance. Professor McGonagall was stunned. What was she hearing? Such unfamiliar words, a young wizard actually caring about grades. Professor McGonagall looked at Elwin as if she were looking at a treasure. She said, So what do you suggest? Elwin said, Well, I think that every evening young wizards waste a lot of time playing and chatting. Or if they can't sleep, they go exploring at night. This isn't good for the Order of Hogwarts either. I'm sure you wouldn't want to see that, Professor McGonagall. So hey, raise my idea. We could introduce mandatory morning and evening study sessions. Professor McGonagall's eyes lit up. Oh, morning and evening study sessions, that sounds very interesting. Tell me more. Elwin said. I think we could start morning study at 6 o'clock, letting the young wizards memorize things like the history. You know, studies have shown that memory is best in the morning. Professor McGonagall said, Is that so? An interesting idea, though my mind does seem sharper in the morning. Elwin said, Exactly, Professor. So the morning time absolutely shouldn't be wasted. After morning reading, having breakfast, and then starting the morning classes is perfect. And waking up 2 hours earlier would also prevent the problem of not feeling hungry right after waking up. I notice a lot of food is left over at breakfast. That's such a waste. I don't think it's good. Professor McGonagall nodded. She agreed with Elwin's point. She just hadn't found a good way to change it. Elwin's words undoubtedly provided her with a new line of thought. Professor McGonagall said, Elwin, your method is indeed very good. But wouldn't it be a bit too early? At 6 o'clock, wouldn't a lack of sleep affect the quality of learning? Elwin said, Professor, I've considered that. Actually, there was a study in the Muggle world that says 8 hours of sleep a day is sufficient for a normal person. It's enough to dispel the day's fatigue. Sleeping too long can actually make one feel more tired. Professor McGonagall nodded. 8 hours, that means the young wizards would have to go to bed around 9 or 10 o'clock. They might find it hard to fall asleep. You should be well aware of that. Elwin said, Of course, Professor McGonagall. After all, I'm a student of this age too, so I know that people my age lack self-control. They need a little help with some tactics. So I've come up with a solution. Professor McGonagall's face showed anticipation. Look, what a good student. Able to help the professor solve problems. Elwin said, We could add evening study sessions. The time between dinner and bedtime is mostly empty. Young wizards mostly use this time to play or explore at night. It violates school rules and is dangerous. But if we add evening study sessions, it would be different. They wouldn't have time to play. Also, students gathering together can exchange ideas. It would definitely be beneficial for improving grades. The time between dinner and 9 o'clock can be perfectly used for evening study. And after studying, the students will surely be tired. By then, they'll definitely want to sleep as soon as they... It also ensures they get enough sleep. Professor McGonagall's eyes grew brighter. I must say, Elwin, these ideas of yours are simply brilliant. You must have put a lot of thought into this. It's very considerate of you to think of all this to help other young wizards. Professor McGonagall was growing fonder of Elwin by the minute. Elwin said, You flatter me, Professor. It's the least I could do. We're all classmates. I just thought of this after arriving at Hogwarts a few days ago. You know, I'm very keen on considering others. Some might think I'm being nosy, but my intentions are good. Upon hearing this, Professor McGonagall's eyes reddened. Child, No one thinks you're being nosy. What you've said is truly useful. I think all Hogwarts students should thank you. You've helped them find a more efficient way to study. Elwin lowered his head slightly, afraid Professor McGonagall might see the smile on his lips. Was this hard? Wasn't it just transplanting the educational methods from the Great Sia? Check out exam-oriented education, check out the rat race. Originally, it was just Elwin competing against all the first years alone. But now that Head discovered this new system for farming points, what was there to hesitate about? Of course, everyone had to get in on the competition. As for whether the other young wizards would thank him, Elwin figured He'd be lucky if they didn't try to hit him with Avada Kedavra thank him. Huh. But that was beside the point. Erwin could stand tall between heaven and earth and declare with his hand on his heart that he did it all for the young witches and wizards. Of course, his own desire to grow stronger was just a tiny minuscule part of the reason. His primary goal was to contribute to the students of Hogwarts. Yes, he was truly that great. That selfless. Erwin felt his own image towering higher. Moved he was. Tears. Erwin bowed slightly. Professor, these are all things I should do. I am a student of Hogwarts and a student of Slytherin. It is my duty to help my fellow students become better. I hope every witch and wizard who leaves Hogwarts will be the best they can be. Professor McGonagall's eyes reddened with emotion. Moved, truly moved. Look at what a model student looks like. This is exactly what a model student looks like. What does a worry-free student look like? This is what a worry-free student looks like. Professor McGonagall said, Erwin, I see all the consideration you have for Hogwarts. Believe me, you are the most outstanding student I have ever met. Bar none. If all other students were like you, I would have nothing to worry about. I will discuss your suggestions with the other professors. Then we will deliberate. Erwin said, All right, I'll leave it to you then, Professor I believe the other professors will be more than willing to agree. Professor McGonagall said, Of course. I share your sentiments. Now time is almost up. You should get ready for your next class. The students are waiting for you. If I recall correctly, your next class is potions. Erwin turned to look. He saw many students still in the classroom. Not just Slytherins, but Gryffindors too. However, these students were now staring at Erwin with looks of sheer terror. They had all heard what Erwin had just said. Just listening to it was terrifying enough. What kind of horrifying schedule was that? They had never experienced such an infernal routine in their entire lives. At this moment, the Erwin who proposed this idea seemed to morph in their eyes. His features began to blur. His hair vanished, his nose vanished. His skin turned a ghastly pale. Oh, this was Voldemort incarnate. Erwin, however, paid these students no mind. It was only the beginning. There were bound to be some who couldn't adapt. That was perfectly normal. After all, the schedule and work ethic of the Great Sia were something they couldn't possibly understand. But this was only temporary. Erwin was confident they would quickly get used to it. Erwin was a good teacher. He could instruct these young wizards. Of course, if they proved unwilling to listen to reason, he also knew a thing or two about fisticuffs. Erwin bid farewell to Professor McGonagall and led the Slytherin students out of the Transfiguration classroom. The students were silent as they walked to the potions classroom. Staring at Erwin's back, they felt an increasing sense of dread. What kind of evil person could possibly conceive of morning and evening study sessions? This resulted in an unprecedented silence in potions class that day. Although the atmosphere was usually tense due to Snape's presence today, it was exceptionally heavy. Our perceptive Professor Snape immediately noticed the anomaly. He furrowed his brow, but said nothing. The Gryffindor students were likely frightened by Erwin's proposal as well. They were also very quiet. This saved Snape a lot of trouble. Of course, in potions, being quiet wasn't enough. For instance, Mr. Neville Longbottom still managed to brew a potion of devastating potency. Harry and Ron, sitting nearby, also suffered the consequences. Erwin didn't know any counter curses like finite incantatum or similar spells. So he didn't step in to show off. Of course, even if he could, he probably wouldn't have. The foolish little lion needed to endure hardship to grow. The great Erwin sacrificed so much. He was even willing to bear the reputation of not helping his fellow students. There wasn't much else to say about the potions class. The Gryffindors' performance was as expected. No surprises there. And Erwin, who had so rapidly accumulated 30 points, seemed to be getting everyone used to it. If Erwin ever failed to earn points for the school in a day, that would be the real surprise. Even Erwin himself was starting to feel a bit Snape's favoritism was just too blatant. Even Flitwick, when biased, would only give 5 points at a time. But Snape, he gave 10 points at a time. The most terrifying part was that Snape didn't even try to hide it. For instance, after Erwin finished brewing his potion and wiped down his table, Snape would directly award him 10 points. It even made Erwin himself feel awkward. But you know what? You have to admit it was a highly efficient way to earn points. Looking at his reputation score, which had climbed back up to 2,700, Erwin could proudly say that his achievements were all due to his own hard work. As for the system, merely a tool. After class, Erwin packed up his things ready to leave. Suddenly a shadow loomed over him, blocking the sunlight. Erwin's mouth twitched slightly. That familiar way of appearing. That shadow's sheer size could only belong to one person. Erwin put on a charming smile. What's the matter, dear professor? Snape didn't speak. Instead, he looked at the other students. These students were full of curiosity, hoping to overhear some gossip. Snape's cold, drawling voice echoed out. Is packing up so difficult for you all? What's the matter? Has your troll-like brain forgotten how to clean a cauldron? Or do you not wish to leave my classroom? A shiver ran through the students. They quickly sped up their packing. Snape turned his head to look at Harry Potter. Mr. Potter, is there something wrong with your hands? What were you listening to in class? I said you need to clean the cauldron properly. You didn't hear a single word. 5 points from Gryffindor. Harry Potter's face turned green. This was a totally unprovoked disaster. The other students hadn't cleaned theirs either. Malfoy's face was a mask of pure glee. But with past experience, Harry Potter didn't dare utter a single word of protest. Soon, all the students had left the classroom. Then Snape looked at Erwin. Did something happen in your last class? Erwin was taken aback. He hadn't expected Snape to keep him behind for this. Erwin told Snape what he had discussed with Professor McGonagall. Snape looked at Erwin suspiciously. What are you plotting now? Erwin immediately became anxious. Professor, you can't say that. I'm only thinking about our studies. What ulterior motives could I possibly have? Snape gave Erwin a meaningful look. You are a most authentic Slytherin. Slytherins have never been known for selfless dedication. Whatever scheme you're brewing, remember this Hogwarts is Dumbledore's Hogwarts. Don't push your luck. With that, Snape turned and drifted away. Yes, drifted again. Erwin was astonished. Was there no professor at Hogwarts who made a normal entrance? One crashes through walls, one drifts around, one turns into a cat, and one arrives in a rumbling carriage. Oh, forgive me, Professor Sprout, no offense intended. After Snape drifted away, Erwin breathed a sigh of relief. Honestly, even he felt the pressure drop whenever he was around. Erwin whistled as he packed up his belongings, washing his cauldron meticulously. After all had paid for it, and he was a paragon of frugality. Residual potion could corrode the cauldron, and that would be such a waste. Once everything was tidy, Erwin left the classroom, closing the door. Such a responsible student was truly a rare sight. This delay had cost him a good half hour. Erwin figured the younger students would be nearly done with their meal by now. He wondered if Maggie had saved him anything to eat. However, the moment Erwin stepped into the Great Hall, he was taken aback. Every single student had their eyes fixed on him. Even the older students. Their gazes held confusion, fear, and even a hint of hostility. Erwin was utterly baffled. He walked over to the Slytherin table. Charlotte scooted over, looking him up and down. Erwin tapped the table. Several dishes appeared. Erwin picked up a napkin and wiped his chopsticks, asking casually, "Why are you staring at me like that?" Charlotte said, "Oh, nothing. I just wanted to see what the son of the devil looks like." Erwin was stunned. "My dad has a secret identity." Charlotte chuckled. "The whole of Hogwarts is buzzing with it. They say you're the devil's son because no ordinary person would ever come up with the idea of morning and evening study sessions. So how on earth did you think of something so terrifying?" Erwin finally understood. So that was it. These kids spread rumors faster than fiendfire. Erwin said, "Don't you think the study sessions are a good idea?" Charlotte shrugged. "Maybe only you think so. Though I heard the Ravenclaws are pretty happy about it. You know how they are. They absolutely love to study." Erwin looked over at the Ravenclaw table. Sure enough, Hermione looked thrilled, and the other Ravenclaw students also wore expressions of pure excitement. "See, it's not so bad," Erwin said. Charlotte shook her head at a loss for words. Erwin picked up a piece of fried pork with his chopsticks and asked, "Have Malfoy and the others finished and left? Why are there so few first years here?" Charlotte was taken aback. "They never came to the Great Hall. Aren't you the one in charge of the first years? Didn't you send them off to do something else?" Erwin was confused. "No, I didn't." He glanced over at the Gryffindor table. He noticed some first years were missing from there too. A sudden ominous feeling washed over him, as if something terrible was about to happen. Just then Professor McGonagall stormed into the Great Hall. Her face was ashen, and the fury radiating from her seemed ready to blow the roof off the castle. Behind her were 2 lines of first years. One line of Slytherins led by Malfoy, who looked pretty worse for wear. His face was covered in blotchy bruises. The other line was Gryffindors, led by our dear boy who lived. His glasses were shattered, but he didn't look as bad as Malfoy. However, Ron, standing behind Harry, was a different story. His face was so swollen, he looked like a life-size troll figurine. If it weren't for the red hair, Erwin wouldn't have recognized him. The other students also bore various injuries. The Great Hall fell silent instantly. McGonagall's face was livid. Dumbledore hastily grabbed a piece of sweet and sour pork before reluctantly setting down his cutlery. "Minerva, what is the meaning of this?" The other professors looked over curiously. McGonagall said coldly they dared to engage in a brawl. With their fists. Good heavens, I have never seen such students in all my years. This has never happened since the founding of Hogwarts. Erwin was shocked too. Bloody hell. They had a brawl. And they didn't invite him. Had missed out on all the fun. Just like that. Erwin shoveled a huge mouthful of rice into his mouth to express his displeasure. Dumbledore's expression also shifted slightly. This was truly unprecedented at Hogwarts. A first. Dumbledore was at a loss for how to handle it. He turned to Snape. "Severus, what do you make of this?" Snape's face was equally cold. "Erwin." Erwin, who had been enjoying the spectacle, was startled. Did someone just call him? And it was Snape. Erwin quickly stood up. "Professor, I'm here," Snape said. "This is the first-year class you're responsible for." Erwin was dumbfounded. How was this his fault? Wasn't it Snape who had driven them out? Wasn't it Snape who had kept him behind? Why was he the one taking the blame? But seeing Snape's icy glare, Erwin didn't dare say a word. My apologies, Professor. I will handle it. Snape let out a cold snort, but said nothing more. Professor McGonagall shot Elwin a look before turning back to the students. Because of your actions, Slytherin and Gryffindor will each lose 100 points. The students gasped in horror. Malfoy quickly protested, No, Professor McGonagall. You can't do this. They started it. Silence, Malfoy. Haven't you caused enough shame? Where is your noble upbringing? Elwin barked. Malfoy immediately shut his mouth, not daring to speak. Professor McGonagall gave her wand a flick. The hourglasses representing Slytherin and Gryffindor points rapidly drained. Slytherin was okay. They had a little left. But Gryffindor's hourglass was completely emptied. Not a speck remained. McGonagall waved her hand, dismissing the students. Harry and the others trudged back to the Gryffindor table looking dejected. As for the Slytherin first years, they came to stand behind Elwin. They stood there quietly, not daring to lift their heads, let alone take a seat. Elwin ignored them and continued eating. Soon he had finished everything on the table. Elwin let out a burp, set down his chopsticks and rose. Turning to look at the group of young wizards led by Malfoy. You lot have truly surprised me. You actually resorted to fighting. And with your fists. Good heavens, do you have any idea how astonished I was when Professor McGonagall told me you were brawling with your fists? A student of Hogwarts fighting with fists. The group of young Slytherins lowered their heads, not daring to utter a single word in protest. Elwin said, So Master Malfoy, tell me, is this the refinement of the Malfoy family, brawling like common savages with your fists? Is this the pride of the pure blood? Is this the upbringing you were given? Malfoy was left speechless. Elwin continued, Slytherin, you have lost 100 points because of... Before the House Cup is decided, I expect to see you earn 200 points for Slytherin. By any means necessary. If you fail, I will personally teach you what a real punch feels like. The young Slytherins murmured nervously, not daring to make a sound, yet all believing this was an impossible task. But Elwin gave them no chance to voice their objections. He said coldly, Get out of here and go eat. What are you standing around for, making a spectacle of yourselves, eh? The young Slytherins quickly scrambled to find seats, sat down, and buried their heads in their food, not daring to say a word. Charlotte sidled up to Elwin and remarked with a smile, You certainly gave those little ones a fright. Elwin snorted. If they knew what fear was, they wouldn't have gone looking for trouble. It's utterly disgraceful. Professor Snape probably wants to poison them all. Charlotte stifled a laugh. At the Gryffindor table, Percy watched Elwin's authority within Slytherin with naked envy. Coming from a poor background, Percy harbored a deep fascination with power. Even as a Gryffindor prefect, his house was a chaotic mess. He yearned for the same command Elwin had, where no one dared to sit or eat before he spoke. Charlotte asked, By the way, are you continuing your prefect challenge today? There are many people waiting for it. Elwin replied, Of course, as I said yesterday. And besides, I'm in a foul mood right now, and I need an outlet. Charlotte laughed. Well, it seems someone is in, but truly you are a Slytherin through and through. Charlotte, of course, had no idea that Elwin's bad mood wasn't because Slytherin had disgraced itself, but because those fools had gone to fight without inviting him and had missed all the excitement. That was what truly angered Elwin. He stood up abruptly and fixed his gaze on Marcus Flint, who sat at the end of the table with a dark, sullen expression. You dog, wait for me by the Black Lake. Marcus' face grew even darker. He stood up. Do you really think you've already won, Cavendish? You will pay for your arrogance. With that, he turned and stalked off, followed hastily by the fifth years behind him. Elwin curled his lip. He talked a big game, but he still went obediently. The other students who had been waiting to watch the duel also stirred into action. Within moments, the great hall was emptied of 7/10 of its occupants. Malfoy and his group quickened their pace of eating. Elwin rose, smoothing the folds in his robes that had creased from sitting. He then strode towards the hall's exit. Behind him, Charlotte hurried to catch up. Elwin looked at her with a puzzled frown. Why do you keep... Charlotte said, I lost to you. That makes you my prefect now, doesn't it? It's only natural for me to follow you. Isn't that right? Elwin furrowed his brow, sensing that this woman didn't seem entirely trustworthy. It felt like she was deliberately trying to get close to him. Could she be coveting his handsome looks? Indeed, this face of his was bound to cause him trouble. Elwin was often captivated by his own reflection. Apart from hearing about a mysterious group called Readers before he transmigrated, he had never encountered anyone more handsome than himself. Even male beauty could be a curse. Elwin sighed to himself as he walked towards the Black Lake, ready to teach someone a lesson. By the time he arrived, the best viewing spots around the lake were already occupied by students. Seeing Elwin approach, the crowd parted to make way for him. He walked straight into the center of the circle. Marcus and Grodia were already waiting there. Marcus' face was icy cold, his eyes filled with malice as he looked at Elwin. Grodia, however, offered Elwin a smile. Elwin stood to Grodia's right. Grodia announced, All right. All the main players are here. The 5th stage prefect challenge officially begins. Both parties bow. Marcus said coldly, I will not bow to him. Let's just start. A cold glint flashed in Elwin's eye. This bastard truly has a death wish. He really should be grateful for civilized society and for Azkaban. Otherwise, a green flash of light would already be on its way to his face. Grodia also frowned. Marcus, this is the rule. Marcus ignored him completely, showing no intention of bowing. Grodia's expression turned cold as well. Elwin said, All right, prefect. Allow me to handle this. Grodia looked at Elwin. He then lowered his voice and said, Elwin, teach him a lesson. Elwin smiled. Don't worry, Prefect. This will be a lesson he'll never forget. Grodius stepped back from the center. Marcus drew his wand. Cavendish, I told you you'd pay for your arrogance. Elwin nodded. Yes, I know. Now bow to me. Marcus sneered. In your dreams. Elwin let out a sigh. Some people just refuse to behave. The very next moment his expression turned grim. With a flick of his wrist his wand appeared in his hand. A torrent of magical power erupted from him, surging towards Marcus. The force of Elwin's magic unleashed at full strength was truly terrifying. He focused this explosive wave of power directly onto Marcus. Marcus' face changed instantly. Elwin's voice was like ice as he commanded, I said. This technique was inspired by Elwin's viewing of the Dark Lord in a film. As it turns out, it's quite effective. The young wizards around him were utterly astounded. How terrifying. Is this Elwin's true power? Can a student really possess such magical prowess? Meanwhile, a sharp glint flickered in Charlotte's eyes. She seemed lost in thought. Grody's expression also shifted subtly. Such overwhelming magic. Still, he believed he stood a chance against Elwin. After all, a wizard's strength isn't solely determined by their magical output. Marcus' face was etched with fear. He finally grasped the chasm between their abilities. In this state, even moving a finger seemed a distant hope. Surprise flickered in Elwin's eyes. Was Marcus truly this was he refusing to bow? Elwin was unaware that his first use of this technique lacked finesse. Marcus wasn't unwilling to bow, he was utterly incapable of it. He couldn't move at all. Finally, with a sharp crack, Marcus' leg gave way under the sheer pressure of Elwin's aura. That crisp crack was audible to nearly everyone present. Pain and terror contorted Marcus' face, but the oppressive aura held him in place. He couldn't utter a single word. Elwin was shocked. Could Marcus' bones really be this tough? This wasn't apparent in the original story. Truly, Slytherins were made of stern stuff. Even a background character like this one displayed such spine. Elwin found himself gaining a sliver of respect for Marcus. A true man. Good, very good. Elwin acknowledged Marcus. He withdrew his aura. The next moment, a series of agonized screams erupted. My leg. My leg. I yield. Take me to the infirmary. Please, I'll never oppose you again. I surrender. The sudden reversal nearly gave Elwin whiplash. He stood there stunned, taking a full 3 or 4 minutes to piece together what had just happened. So this fool had been rendered speechless by his own pressure all along. A wave of disappointment washed over Elwin. It seemed his expectations had been misplaced. Seeing Elwin's silence only deepened Marcus' panic. The look in Elwin's eyes seemed to offer no promise of mercy. Marcus was scared out of his wits. Please, Prefect Elwin, I was wrong. I truly was. Forgive me, I'm willing to submit. Please, spare me. The watching students unconsciously regarded Elwin with newfound fear. A few of Marcus' close wanted to take him to the infirmary, but dared not approach. They could only watch Elwin with anxious eyes. Elwin sighed. You disappoint me. I thought you had some ability. Yet you can't even withstand my magical pressure. What right do you have to claim loyalty to me? Slytherin demands elites, and so do I. Marcus, you are too weak. So weak that I have no desire to strike you down. They'll give you a chance to improve. If you can ever catch a glimpse of my back, then I will grant you the opportunity to follow me. With that, Elwin turned away, his figure appearing somewhat forlorn, like a venerable elder disappointed by a wayward junior. In the eyes of the young wizards, Elwin seemed to tower even taller in that moment. Marcus was stunned, staring at Elwin's retreating. He suddenly felt a pang of inadequacy. He had disappointed Elwin and lost the chance to even become his follower. Elwin had clearly given him a chance to prove himself, yet his power was so pitifully low. Too weak to withstand Elwin's pressure, what right did he have to be called a pure blood? Elwin waved a hand. Take him to the infirmary. Marcus' friends who had been anxiously waiting rushed over. They lifted Marcus, ready to leave. But Marcus called out, wait. He then looked at Elwin's back and said, I'm sorry. My strength is lacking, but I will remember your words today. One day I will see your back. Thank you for your mercy. I apologize for my arrogance and my challenge. Elwin didn't turn around, merely raising a hand in a dismissive wave. A faint sigh drifted to everyone's ears. From the Ravenclaw group, Hermione watched Elwin's solitary back and felt a pang of sympathy. Had he been carrying this burden for so long, struggling for his family, for survival? And after arriving at Hogwarts, searching for worthy opponents, pushing others to improve. For the glory of Slytherin. He bore so much. A thought crystallized in Hermione's mind. She needed to become exceptional, extraordinarily so. Only then could she truly help him. Not for any grand purpose, but simply to be there for him when he felt weary. Even if it was just a small, insignificant gesture. As long as it eased his burden, it would be enough. Elwin stood by the edge of the Black Lake. His gaze fixed on the water, a hint of anxiety creeping in. Had his act been convincing enough? Why wasn't there any reaction? Should he turn around now? Would that break his persona? What on earth was happening behind him? As Elwin's mind raced, he heard footsteps approaching. A quick sideways glance revealed a group of Slytherins. Students from all years 1st through 5th. They stopped behind Elwin and bowed deeply. Charlotte stepped forward. Standing behind him, she said, Prefect, you should rest now. A slight smile tugged at Elwin's lips. It seemed to have worked well. Indeed, Voldemort's path was flawed, as was Grindelwald's. Pure oppression only breeds rebellion. Only by establishing authority when necessary, showing occasional leniency, and carefully crafting one's image could a Dark Lord truly succeed. Wait, no. He wasn't a Dark Lord. He simply wanted to bring order to Hogwarts and to ensure the little snakes had better prospects after. What was wrong with that? He was selfless, he was great. Ding. Detected that the host's actions perfectly align with the characteristics of a Dark Lord. Detected that the host has earned the admiration of over 70% of the young wizards in Slytherin. Title upgraded. Current title: the 4th Dark Lord's debut. Title bonus increased by 5%. Erwin cursed inwardly, his patience wearing thin. Are you stupid? Huh. Twice now you've slapped me in the face twice. Did this damn reward really have to come right now? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Idiot. Ding. Host's mental fortitude has shattered. The host may choose not to claim the reward, and the system may revoke the title. Huh. Equip the title right now this instant. Ding. Title equipped successfully. Well, it did smell sweet. Erwin slowly turned around. Charlotte, standing at the forefront, felt a shiver run through her heart. She quickly lowered her head, not daring to meet Erwin's gaze. She felt his authority had grown even more profound. The group of younger serpents also bowed their proud heads. Erwin nodded with satisfaction. Perfect, this was the feeling he wanted. He swept his gaze across the room. They were all serpents from the 1st to the 5th year. The 6th and 7th years stood aside. Erwin hadn't dealt with them yet. They hadn't been subjugated. In fact, Erwin felt this was like a game. He needed to fight his way up, defeating one boss at a time. And with each boss defeated, their underlings would defect to his side. This wasn't just because he had beaten their hidden prefect, but because his strength had earned their genuine respect. Erwin finally understood why Slytherin had this seemingly impossible prefect challenge. To conquer everyone through sheer power. Then you were the undisputed prefect of Slytherin. Survival of the fittest, the strong claim the throne. Erwin absolutely loved Slytherin for this. Let's go, Erwin said. The serpents parted, forming a path. Erwin walked through the middle with Charlotte and the other former hidden prefects following behind him. Behind them came the rest of the Slytherin serpents. The other onlooking students quickly scrambled out of the way, letting the procession of serpents pass. At this moment, Slytherin's unity was at an unprecedented high. The 6th and 7th year Slytherins exchanged bewildered glances. Somehow they saw a reflection of themselves in the crowd. The lions, who were usually locked in fierce rivalry with the serpents, now kept their distance, not daring to stand in their way. They even suspected that if they got in the way, they'd be trampled by the united serpents. From the shadows, Snape watched Erwin leading the group. His gaze was momentarily distant. Just then a voice came from behind him. Truly remarkable. Even I have never seen Slytherin. Snape didn't even turn his head, knowing exactly who had arrived. A sneer touched his lips. What's the matter, Headmaster Dumbledore? Has your ridiculous paranoia flared up? Don't forget he's a Cavendish. Dumbledore said. I know, Severus. There's no need for such defensiveness. You know I bear no ill will towards that boy. I will protect him. It's what we owe him. Snape scoffed. Is that so? You promised me you'd protect Lily too. But what happened? Lily died. Because you trusted someone you shouldn't have. And she died because of it. Dumbledore faltered. I'm sorry, Severus. I didn't want that. I never imagined. Enough, Dumbledore. Snape cut him off. I don't want to hear another I never imagined from you. You say that every time. It was the same with Cavendish's parents. We all knew what he was up against, something more terrifying than Voldemort. I said they shouldn't leave Hogwarts, but what was your answer? You told me you'd protect them, that they'd be safe. Just like Lily, they trusted you completely, and you betrayed that trust. Dumbledore fell silent. Snape's voice was cold. And now you want to use their son too. Dumbledore, I will not allow you to have any designs on him. I will protect him, it's what I owe his parents. Even if it's you, if you try to use him, I will draw my wand against you. Believe me, Dumbledore, do not doubt my resolve. Dumbledore said, I don't, Severus. I have never had such a thought. Snape sneered. Is that so? Then explain why you interrupted me the other day when I was about to tell Erwin the truth. Aren't you afraid he'll hate you once he learns of it? Or become wary of you? You can't hide this from me, Dumbledore. Dumbledore sighed. I know you don't trust me. Time will prove my intentions, Severus. With that, Dumbledore snapped his fingers and vanished from the spot. Snape stared at the space where he had been. His face was full of contempt. Trust Dumbledore. When it came to Erwin, Snape would never trust Dumbledore. How can one trust a man with a track record like his? Snape's robes billowed as he swept away. Before entering the castle, Erwin caught a glimpse of the scene from the corner of his eye. He saw Snape and Dumbledore talking. A sharp glint flashed in Erwin's eyes. It seemed that some things were more complicated than he had imagined. This attempt to probe Dumbledore hadn't yielded the expected results. Having read the original story, Erwin was not a reckless man. If he didn't consider the consequences, how could he have built the Cavendish family to this extent? He was well aware of the Old Bee's character. From a righteous perspective, the Old Bee was indeed a great man, laying out a plan with his own life to destroy Voldemort and bring peace to the wizarding world. How moving. At the thought, Erwin felt like he might cry again. So touching. But the Old Bee was also a very cunning man. He had taught someone like Voldemort and personally defeated Grindelwald. So he was very sensitive to Dark Lords. and Slytherin as the cradle of dark wizards, producing someone as outrageous as Erwin, even more so than Voldemort, was something the Old Bee couldn't accept in Erwin's view. So Erwin had stirred up all this trouble to probe the Old Bee's limits. But to his surprise, the Old Bee hadn't even attempted to. This puzzled Erwin greatly. Was the Old Bee really not afraid he'd become the next Dark Lord? Or did he have other plans? Erwin had a year to complete the Slytherin Prefect Challenge, but had fought his way to the 6th year in just a few days, all to see what Dumbledore's attitude truly was. Based on Erwin's experience with novels and films, Dumbledore should have summoned him, whether to win him over or to test him. Erwin had already devised a response, but the Old Bee simply ignored him. That made Erwin's mind race with speculation. Humans are strange creatures. When you brace for an attack that never comes, it leaves a lingering sense of anticlimax. Erwin found himself in exactly that predicament. It left him feeling oddly dispirited. In the common room, Erwin lounged on a sofa staring up at the ceiling. The fireplace blazed warmly. That was one advantage of the Slytherin common room. You could never tell whether it was day or night outside. To catch some sunlight, you had two options: leave the common room or head to the upper dormitories, though only the top floor rose above the waterline to see the sun. And the top floor was reserved for prefects' quarters. At least Slytherin had some above-water space that caught the light. Otherwise, Erwin wouldn't even have a place to air his quilt. Westerners would never understand the noble obsession of the great Xia with airing quilts. Just as Erwin was about to close his eyes and rest until class, a figure crept furtively toward him. Erwin didn't even glance over, maintaining his posture as he said, "Malfoy, are you plotting to assassinate me, or what?" Malfoy's footsteps faltered, a flicker of embarrassment crossing his face. Erwin continued, "If you have something to say, spit it out." Malfoy said, "I came to apologize." Erwin's interest peaked. He sat up straight. "Oh, an apology?" Malfoy said, "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have fought with Ron and the others. I brought shame to Slytherin." Erwin nodded. Quite the reflection. But you've got one. Do you think I'm angry about the fight itself?" Malfoy blinked. "Aren't you?" Erwin glanced around the common room, where several young wizards, including those who had brawled with Malfoy's group, were present. Erwin said, "Since you're here, let me tell you where my anger truly lies. Fighting isn't the real issue. What truly infuriates me is that you outnumbered those foolish lions, yet some of you still— and the most absurd part, you actually got caught by Professor McGonagall." Malfoy scratched his head, explaining, "Those Gryffindors are just too strong." Erwin said, "Because they're poor, so they have to do everything themselves. In the process, their bodies got trained. Meanwhile, you've been pampered since childhood. Naturally, your physique can't match theirs. Yet you failed to see that. You used your weakness against their strength." "Malfoy, is your head filled with gillyweed?" Malfoy lowered his head. Hearing Erwin's words, he realized he had done something utterly foolish. Erwin continued, "Remember, we are Slytherins. We are noble, elegant. Outsiders say we stop at nothing. But we are simply seeking the path to success. There's only one goal, yet many roads led there. We are not evil, we simply don't need to trudge through muddy, thorny paths like those fools. Our starting point is already a grand boulevard. So when faced with problems, use your heads. Those brains of yours will rust if you— pure-blood wizards actually choosing to brawl with a bunch of muscle-headed, simple-minded lions. That's your stupidest move yet." The young wizards dared not lift their heads under the scolding. Malfoy said, "But we don't know enough spells. We've mastered too few." Erwin felt a surge of delight. Perfect. He hadn't expected the boy to be such a natural straight man. Look how cooperative he was. Erwin's words hadn't been wasted after all. Erwin said, "The Compendium of Beginner Spells. Everyone should have a copy. Can't you read it yourselves? Isn't that just your own lack of effort? Did I master these spells by magic? I don't need practice. We are strong, we are noble, because of our power. If you want to defend Slytherin's glory, then you must make yourself stronger. Glory is meant to be defended. An inherited status without matching strength will eventually be surpassed. How many of the sacred 28 remain now? You know the answer in your hearts. Isn't that a lesson from history?" A hush fell over the young wizards. Not just the first years, but even some upperclassmen bowed their heads. Seeing the moment was ripe, Erwin stood and said, "I'm not saying this to condemn you for me coming to Slytherin. It's an honor. I would defend Slytherin's glory with my life. And I hope you share that same conviction. Prove to everyone with your strength that Slytherin's glory is a throne forged from power." A wave of fervor surged through the— it felt as though some unseen force had poured into their bodies. Every one of them clenched their fists. Then from somewhere in the crowd, a voice rang out first, "For Slytherin." In the next instant, every young wizard in the common room raised their fists high. For Slytherin. Even Erwin hadn't expected such a powerful response. He was beginning to understand that failed art student now. This was the art of rhetoric, pure and simple. Erwin raised his fist to his chest. "Everyone for Slytherin, we must grow. Defending Slytherin's glory is our solemn duty." The young wizards pounded their fists against their chests. Even some snakes who had been resting in their dorms emerged. Hearing Erwin's words and caught up in the fervor, they all placed their fists over their hearts, chanting Slytherin's name. Fortunately, the Slytherin common room was situated beneath the Black Lake. Otherwise, Erwin reckoned even Dumbledore would have come to see what the commotion was about. The sheer noise startled even Erwin himself. Erwin raised a hand to quiet them. The chanting ceased. Erwin said, though my own power is limited for Slytherin's sake, I welcome anyone with questions. If I can't answer, you can go to the upperclassmen prefects. If they can't, go to the professors. That's my humble contribution to Slytherin. I hope one day to see every Slytherin rise like dragons. I hope to see Slytherin students sweep every point in every... I hope we can make Slytherin the strongest house in Hogwarts. That is our glory. The young serpents felt a fire burning in their chests. It ignited, blazing instantly. Excitement and fervor surged through every young wizard. Erwin observed the fervor in these young wizards' eyes with satisfaction. How innocent they were. He truly adored wizards. They were naive, even the Slytherins. They were easily swayed. Yet it was precisely this innocence that made them so pure at heart. It was easy to make them strive for a lifetime over a seemingly noble cause. This was the charm of a failed art student. Erwin had an epiphany. He had found his true calling. He announced, I'm sure many of you already know. I proposed the idea of morning and evening study sessions to Professor McGonagall. I know many of you don't understand and are even resentful. You think I'm wasting your rest and leisure time. That's all right, I don't blame you. I don't expect everyone to understand my motives. But I am willing to bear all the criticism, all for one purpose. Intensive study will make us make Slytherin stronger. One day, the glory of Slytherin will spread across every inch of the wizarding world. Erwin tilted his head back, gazing at the ceiling, his eyes glistening with emotion. His face showed excitement, but also the sorrow and frustration of being misunderstood. The young wizard's eyes reddened. Their prefect had done so much for them. Meanwhile, they had been silently blaming him. But now they understood. Everything Erwin did was for their own good. He willingly bore all the misunderstanding and scrutiny, all to make Slytherin stronger. A tear escaped the corner of his eye unbidden. Prefect Erwin, I understand now, I'm sorry. I swear on the name of the Malfoy family. I will work hard, I will become strong. For Slytherin, for our prefect. For everything I hold dear. The other young wizards quickly voiced their agreement. Many from pureblood families swore on their family names. Gratitude and excitement shone in every young wizard's eyes. Erwin nodded, walked over to Malfoy, and placed a hand on his shoulder. Malfoy bowed his head slightly. In the past, their proud Draco would never have done such a thing. Yet now his heart was filled with nothing but respect and gratitude for Erwin. He was willing to lower his proud head. Erwin said, I believe in you all. Each and every one of you is the pride of Slytherin. Years from now I will think of you, and I will still be proud to have been your prefect. You are all exceptional. So I believe, as long as you are here, the glory of Slytherin will never fade. Malfoy felt a surge of strength course through his body. The other young wizards felt the same. Erwin was so brilliant, so dazzling. And he said he would be proud to be their prefect. This was more exhilarating than anything. Erwin said, all right, time for class. The great Slytherin is never late. The young wizards nodded firmly, then parted ways to let Erwin leave first. On the staircase, two figures were observing the commotion in the common room. They had heard Erwin's speech. Charlotte smirked, murmuring, interesting. Most interesting. Is this what they mean by being a successor? How fascinating. No wonder they said you'd be a born leader. It seems my 4 years at Hogwarts weren't wasted. I finally found you. Charlotte watched as Erwin, surrounded by his serpents, left the common room. She then led her fourth-year students to class. Besides Charlotte, another figure was watching the scene. Grodia, the seventh-year hidden prefect, and the nominal head prefect of Slytherin. A seventh-year student beside him said, Prefect, are you just going to watch? Erwin's influence in Slytherin is already great. Grodia chuckled. Isn't that only natural? He initiated the prefect challenge and fought his way up. If anyone in Slytherin can complete this challenge, it's Erwin. You're quite magnanimous. Aren't you afraid he'll defeat you? Grodia replied, his victory over me is inevitable. His magical power is terrifying. I can match him now only because I know more spells and am more agile in combat. But if he learns more spells, defeating me will be easy for him. Prefect, are you truly content with this? If you'd had 1 more year back, then you might have completed the challenge in your second year. Grodia shook his head. As you said, a second-year me was useless. Erwin is a born leader. In my 7 years at Hogwarts, I've never seen Slytherin this united. Our serpents are ambitious, but they are too proud. Proud to the point of being lazy, refusing to submit to one another. So compared to other houses, we should be the strongest, but our lack of unity holds us back. But now with Erwin here, I can already see it. For the next 7 years, only our green banners will hang in the Great Hall at the end of term. Fine if you say so. So before I graduate, they'll have a new boss. Well, at least it won't be for long. I really can't stomach calling an underclassman prefect. Grodia smiled. That's where you're wrong. You might be calling him prefect for a whole year. Anyway, we should get to class. With that, Grodia turned and headed downstairs. The seventh-year student behind him froze for a moment, then realization dawned. His eyes widened in shock. Did this mean Erwin wouldn't challenge Grodia until the end of the term? And from what Grodia implied, he couldn't win, which meant they, the 7th years, would soon have a first-year prefect. No way, prefect. You've got to hold your ground, he yelled, chasing after Grodia. Meanwhile, Erwin led the Slytherins towards the charms classroom. Erwin walked at the front with the young wizards forming 2 neat lines behind him. Not a single whisper was exchanged along the way. Each walked with unwavering determination, looking less like students and more like pilgrims on a sacred journey. Students from other houses were stunned by the sight. Had Hogwarts been reformed into a military academy? When did this happen? No one told them. On the way, the other young wizards quickly moved aside upon seeing this group of little snakes clearing the path to let them pass first. The little snakes, to their own surprise, felt a swell of pride. They arrived at the charms classroom. This lesson was shared with the Badgers of Hufflepuff. Had it been Ravenclaw, Elwin could have easily earned some house points. After all, Flitwick couldn't possibly single out only Slytherin, could he? Bold words, but dare he test the sharpness of my Snape's sword? They arrived at the charms classroom. Elwin led his group of little snakes to their seats. Soon the little badgers trickled into the classroom. The class bell rang. Flitwick entered and once again performed magic without uttering a single word or making a sound. He hopped directly onto his desk. His movements were so practiced that Elwin wondered if Flitwick taught the levitation charm first because it was the foundational spell or simply because it was his own specialty. As usual, during the second lesson, the young wizards were not yet allowed to cast spells directly. It wasn't that simple. The students needed to memorize the incantations and wand movements thoroughly before they could formally cast. So after Elwin was pulled out as a demonstration model reciting the incantation and showing the gestures, Flitwick let the young wizards practice on their own while he watched from the side, observing the students as they began using their hands in place of wands to practice the spell. Flitwick then said, "Elwin, come here." Elwin's eyes lit up and he walked directly to the edge of the podium. Flitwick said, "About your question last time. I've done some research and found a spell for you. Or rather, it's more of a ritual similar to the Fidelius charm. I went back and looked through some books and found a spell for you. More than a spell, it's a ritual similar to the Fidelius charm. See for yourself." With that, Flitwick's sharp finger tapped a book beside him. The book flipped open by itself and floated into Elwin quickly caught it. "Your command of magic is truly astonishing, Professor." Flitwick's face showed a hint of pride. After all, his skill in casting spells was indeed formidable, renowned throughout the magical world. Of course, this was specifically speaking to his spellcasting ability. Elwin looked down at the book in his hands. It was thick and heavy, and the pages had yellowed with age, clearly having seen many years. It was filled with spells. Beside many of them were annotations, clearly Flitwick's own notes. Elwin's eyes gleamed with envy. This thing, like Professor McGonagall's notes or Snape's diary, was undoubtedly an SS Retire artifact. Flitwick's sharp fingernail pointed to one particular spell. "This is it, the telepathy charm. It's quite obscure. Very few in the magical world even know of its existence. As you requested, it's meant for communication. But no one uses it because it has many restrictions. First, both parties' magical cores must be perfectly attuned, originating from the same source. That single condition makes it nearly impossible." Elwin frowned. "But what about the one who originally invented it?" Flitwick said, "I researched it. The inventors were a pair of conjoined twins who were later separated through magical means. But their magical signatures were identical because before the separation, they were one person. Even identical twins can't. So even though the spell exists, no one can use it." Elwin nodded. "Professor, could I borrow this book?" Flitwick said, "I'm sorry, Elwin. This book is off limits. It contains too many spells, many of which are too dangerous for someone your age. Not that I doubt your abilities, of course, but some of these spells are extremely perilous. However, if you'd like, you are welcome to visit my office. You can browse it in your spare time, and you can ask me if you have any questions." Elwin understood and wasn't surprised by the offer. Given the book's weight, it must contain a vast number of spells, perhaps even a significant amount of dark magic. It was the kind of book that couldn't simply be placed in the restricted section. Still, getting Flitwick's permission to read it in his office was it was also in a way like gaining a private tutor. Elwin said, "Thank you so much, Professor." Flitwick waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. Your idea for the morning and evening study sessions is excellent. The Ravenclaw students love them. I can see that you are a student with a true passion for knowledge. It's a pity you were sorted into Slytherin. In fact, I suspect the sorting hat might have gotten a bit damp and malfunctioned. You should have been in. I think I should find the time to speak with Dumbledore about having you transferred." Elwin's lips twitched slightly. This old man was quite I just wanted a tutor, and he's trying to poach me outright. Sectum Sempra, which nearly became the fourth unforgivable curse, was primed and ready on Snape's wand. Elwin said, "Thank you for your high regard." Flitwick waved his hand. "Have you memorized this spell? I don't think it will be of much use to you since no one can actually cast it." Elwin nodded. "I've memorized it, Professor Flitwick. Thank you again for your help." Flitwick said, "It's no trouble. Now go back to your seat and practice. And if you could please help the other students. You know how troublesome it is for me to keep hopping on and off this desk." Elwin smiled. "Of course it would be my honor." After returning to his seat, some of the little snakes, who had overheard Flitwick, came forward to ask for his guidance. Elwin was happy to help, teaching them patiently. Elwin was, after all, a responsible prefect. As for the house points the younger wizards would earn later, that was just a bonus. He definitely wasn't doing this solely for the points. Some of the Hufflepuff Badgers also looked tempted, wanting to ask Elwin for help. But they hesitated, held back by Elwin's reputation and that of Slytherin. Seeing this, Elwin thought, this won't do. Wasn't this just disrupting unity? Hogwarts is my home, and we are all one big family. Every member of the family is a fine friend. No, they were all family. How could Elwin play favorites? He looked at the little badgers. "If you have questions, you can come to me as well. We are all classmates, we shouldn't be constrained by our houses. We'll be together for the next few years. After Elwin's words, two brave badgers plucked up the courage to ask him about the angle and force of the wand movement. Elwin answered them all. This emboldened the rest of the badgers, and they all came forward. At the lectern, Flitwick paid no mind to the class, growing somewhat noisy as students flocked to ask Erwin for guidance. Instead, he watched Erwin with a gratified look. Look at him, what an exemplary student. So dependable, so considerate. Excelling in his own abilities while still finding time to help his peers. A student like this belongs in Ravenclaw. Though Ravenclaw already boasted an exceptional student like Hermione, who would ever complain about having too many bright minds. Flitwick was once again convinced the sorting hat must have malfunctioned. It was the only explanation for placing such a Ravenclaw-minded student into Slytherin. A student this innocent thrown into an environment like Slytherin. Wouldn't he be taken advantage of? Flitwick once again entertained the thought of seeking out Dumbledore. Meanwhile, Erwin, while instructing the young witches and wizards, was contemplating the matter of the telepathic spell. This spell was unusable by others primarily because it required perfectly identical magical essence. Even between twins, there were always subtle differences in their magic. No matter how insignificant the difference, a difference remained. However, this limitation didn't seem to apply to Erwin at all. As mentioned before, Erwin's violet lotus mark was a product of the system, granting it some rather unique properties. Take the dark mark for instance. The dark mark served three functions. The first allowed Death Eaters to transform into that dark shadowy form and fly about. A customized feature for the second function enabled Voldemort to sense the location of his Death Eaters through the dark mark. The third function was that Death Eaters could use the dark mark to contact Voldemort. Not through voice or video calls, but simply by activating the mark, which Voldemort would sense. To put it simply, it was like a notification to him: your friend is now online. Yes, merely an online status. All three of these functions were present in Erwin's violet lotus. However, compared to the dark mark, Erwin's violet lotus mark possessed one additional significant function. Erwin could infuse his magical energy directly into the violet lotus mark. This feature was installed by the system, designed to allow Erwin to wield absolute control over the life and death of anyone bearing his violet lotus mark through that infused magic. Should anyone harbor ill intentions, Erwin could detonate that magical energy instantly. Take old Tom for example. He was able to enter Diagon Alley because the magical energy from Erwin's mark on his arm elevated him from the ranks of muggles to the status of a squib. Although he couldn't wield magic himself, the residual power from Erwin granted him immunity to muggle-repelling charms. And it was precisely because of this function that Erwin discovered he could truly utilize the telepathic spell. The magic all stemmed from the same source, his own. Wasn't that the very definition of identical magical essence? Most crucially, this ability was impossible for others to replicate. Magic naturally dissipates over time. Yet Erwin's system-enhanced violet lotus mark could seal the magic within, preventing its decay. Even if Voldemort understood the principle, he still couldn't achieve it. One could say this telepathic spell was essentially tailor-made for Erwin. Nevertheless, the theory was established. As for whether it would actually succeed, Erwin felt he needed to find a suitable test subject. Erwin was a cautious man. As the saying goes, true knowledge comes from experimentation. Every new product requires rigorous testing before its debut. But who should be the test subject? Erwin found himself in a dilemma. A Slytherin student. He had just established an image of a selfless prefect by introducing the violet lotus mark. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem quite righteous. Especially given how notorious such marks were in the wizarding world. The infamy of the dark mark was common knowledge. This could easily jeopardize Erwin's carefully crafted persona. The little snakes were young, but they weren't foolish. What about his sole follower Barton? That seemed inappropriate as well. Barton was integral to Erwin's future plans regarding the purebloods. What if he accidentally killed him? That would be a loss outweighing. In other words, Barton still had utility. He could die, but not right now. Most importantly, experimentation carried risks, so Erwin couldn't choose a young witch or wizard. If he actually managed to kill one of them, he'd truly end up in Azkaban. So who else was there? Especially while he couldn't leave Hogwarts. Hagrid. No, the big oaf was his supplier. He couldn't die either. Just then a gleam of inspiration flashed in Erwin's eyes. Who said the test subject had to be human? Suddenly, Erwin's thoughts became clear. It seemed a trip to the Forbidden Forest was in order. Giant spiders, centaurs. Weren't they the perfect experimental subjects? No guilt if they died and no utility lost. Erwin had confirmed his experimental target. He would take a stroll through surely the creatures of the Forbidden Forest would welcome Erwin. After all, he possessed the ability of magical creature affinity. He had never even tested it before. After Charms class came herbology, where nothing particularly noteworthy occurred. The joint lesson with Ravenclaw offered no excitement whatsoever. The entire afternoon of classes was rather dull. Erwin had to admit he genuinely missed Gryffindor. Without them, it seemed like a lot of the fun had vanished. That evening in the Great Hall after dinner, Erwin was summoned to Professor McGonagall's office. Have a seat, Erwin. Erwin nodded. Without being overly formal, he took a seat. Professor McGonagall, is this about the morning and evening study sessions? McGonagall nodded yes. Indeed, the professors are quite supportive. However, there's one issue. If we hold these study sessions, the professors won't be able to manage their time effectively. Erwin smiled. This was exactly what he had been waiting for McGonagall to come to him. Erwin said, Professor McGonagall. Hey, race, what I was thinking. The professors are already exhausted after a full day of teaching, and they still need to prepare lessons. Study sessions, self-study, in essence, should be about independent learning. I believe we can have the prefects take charge of guidance. Younger students can consult senior students or exchange ideas with their classmates to promote learning. Ultimately, study sessions are meant for consolidating what was learned that day. The professor's role isn't crucial since we can't expect them to teach new material right. Students wouldn't be able to absorb that much knowledge anyway. McGonagall nodded. I see. Now that you've explained it, I understand. An excellent approach. I'm truly curious about what goes on inside that head of yours. If that's the case, we can proceed with implementing the study sessions. It's Thursday today, so let's start trying it out next week. A smile curled at the corners of Erwin's mouth. Done. The path to gaining points lay wide open before him. Young witches and wizards, did you lose 1 hour of free time or 2 hours of free time, or will you have no free time at all from now on? After leaving Professor McGonagall's office, Elvin went to Snape's office as usual. Helping Snape these days was truly beneficial for Elvin. Many herbs were ones that Elvin at this stage could not even touch. However, here with Snape, he could operate on each one. Moreover, he didn't have to worry about waste. Elvin carefully cut the roots of the herbs in his hands and gently set them aside. Afterward, he let out a sigh of relief. He couldn't afford to be careless. The item he was handling could explode. Elvin never understood why the potions in the magical world were so dangerous. They used all sorts of bizarre herbs. Some could bite, some could scream, and some could explode. Compared to these terrifying effects, all poisonous herbs seemed like mild varieties. Snape nodded in satisfaction. Elvin's technique was becoming increasing. Moreover, even when handling the most dangerous herbs these days, he had not made any mistakes. Although his technique was still raw, Elvin's capacity for learning indeed amazed Snape. As long as he got the hang of it, Elvin quickly became familiar. This made Snape feel that Elvin was born for potion making. Elvin took off his dragonhide gloves. All right, Professor Snape. If there's nothing else, I plan to head back now. Snape frowned. He glanced at Elvin, saying, You seem quite anxious today. Snape felt puzzled. Usually Elvin wouldn't leave his office before 11 or 12. Even after finishing his work, Elvin would observe Snape's potion-making process from the side. Especially the details, which were experiences only a master potion maker would possess. Elvin certainly wouldn't miss out. Hearing Snape's words, he hurriedly replied, No, not at all. I just feel a bit tired today. Snape looked at Elvin suspiciously, feeling that Elvin must have some ulterior motive. Snape waved his hand. If you're tired, go back and rest. Take a good look at the notes I gave you, especially the section on the awakening potion. Come back tomorrow, and you'll be making it yourself. Elvin's eyes brightened. Was Snape planning to guide him in potion making? This was good news. Although the awakening potion was just a basic potion, since Snape could teach him this. How far could the Felix Felicis be? Sooner or later, head empty Snape's knowledge. Elvin nodded. Okay, Professor, I understand. After saying that, Elvin turned and left Snape's office. Snape watched Elvin's departing figure, thought for a moment, and continued with the potion he was working on. However, he slightly quickened his pace. After Elvin left Snape's office, he did not rush to the Forbidden Forest. Instead, he first returned to the Slytherin common room. For a midnight adventure, one had to wait until the dead of night. It was too early. The young wizards were still awake. After all, young people tend to be more energetic. However, they could only enjoy these. Starting next Monday, they would experience the pain of not getting enough sleep that all students of Great Summer had endured. Tisk tisk, thinking about it really made one feel sympathetic. The reason Elvin wanted to return early was that he needed to rest for a while. After all, it was the Forbidden Forest. Even he couldn't just recklessly barge in without care. Inside, there were all sorts of strange things. The dangers were numerous. Elvin needed to ensure he had ample energy. After calling out the password, the door to the common room opened. Elvin walked into the common room. Some young wizards chatting in the hall stood up when they saw Elvin. They respectfully bowed head. Boy. Elvin waved his hand. Keep chatting. I'm going to rest first. Don't stay up too late. The young wizards nodded in agreement. Late at night, Elvin opened his eyes from bed. He yawned and listened carefully. It was silent. Elvin stretched. It was time to get busy with important matters. As a head boy, Elvin was indeed very busy, bearing too much at such a young age. Arriving at the window, Elvin pushed it open. Then his form flickered and transformed into a plume of purple smoke flying towards the Forbidden Forest. As he passed Hagrid's hut, the lights were still on inside. Elvin flew low and did not disturb the keeper of the Forbidden Forest. In the midst of his hurried flight, Elvin did not see. In the Hogwarts headmaster's office, Dumbledore stood by the window watching him. In the darkness, a ray of light reflected off Dumbledore's glasses under the moonlight. Just like his father, he chose to venture into the Forbidden Forest for his first night adventure. What a bold little fellow. On the wall, a portrait spoke. You've seen him go into the Forbidden Forest. Why are you still here? Why not stop him? Is the Forbidden Forest a place for little wizards, eh? Dumbledore picked up a honeydew treat from the side and popped it into his mouth, his eyes squinting in satisfaction. What a marvelous treat from Great Summer. Hogwarts has such little house elves. I can't believe I never knew. I feel like I've missed out on so much. Elvin's safety is something I never have to worry about. Someone will naturally be restless. Dumbledore watched the plume of smoke flying out from the castle. He shook his head, yawned lightly, and snapped his fingers. He changed into a somewhat comical-looking set of pajamas. Old age, I hope our little Slytherin friend doesn't cause too much of a commotion. This old man really doesn't want to be disturbed while sleeping. The purple smoke descended directly onto the ground of the Forbidden Forest. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Elvin revealed his true form. Elvin stroked his chin. Where do those giant spiders come from? Elvin realized something quite ominous. The Forbidden Forest. He didn't know where to find those spiders. After thinking for a moment, according to the original story, those spiders were deep within the Forbidden. After all, these creatures couldn't be raised on the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest. However, the depths of the Forbidden Forest were also a large area. Just as Elvin was considering what to do, suddenly Elvin heard a faint sound coming from the grass. Curiously, he turned his head to look. In the grass, a green creature stumbled out, bouncing and hopping to Elvin's feet, circling around his feet. Elvin's eyes lit up. He crouched down and extended his hand. The creature jumped directly onto Elvin's hand. A bowtruckle. Why are you here, little one? Elvin pointed at the bowtruckle's leaves with his finger. The bowtruckle rubbed against Elvin's fingertip, its tiny face almost indistinguishable, full of delight. A picture of a bowtruckle. I actually quite like this creature. A bit like Groot, just without the trunk. Erwin knew that his magical creature affinity was at work. Bowtruckles are gentle and shy plants. They possess a fascinating ability to mimic the shape of any leaf. They look quite adorable too. However, if you underestimate them because of their appearance, you would be as their name suggests, their duty is to protect. They guard the trees that yield wand-making materials. Hence their combat prowess is far from negligible. If anyone wishes to harvest wand materials, they must first obtain the bowtruckle's consent. Of course, as long as you don't intend to uproot the tree entirely, the bowtruckle isn't necessarily opposed. In short, this little creature has a wonderful temperament. It is also one of the few magical creatures that can communicate with wizards. However, getting one to approach a human on its own is virtually impossible. Most notably, a bowtruckle would never leave the tree it protects. The fact that it came to Erwin now was clearly due to his magical creature. The bowtruckle waved its tiny branches, gently brushing them against Erwin's hand. A smile involuntarily spread across Erwin's face. Little one, I'm looking for acromantulas. Have you seen any? Upon hearing this, the bowtruckle immediately began waving its branches frantically. Its small face showed signs of anxiety, and it let out a series of urgent squeaks. To Erwin's astonishment, he could understand the little creature's words. Erwin said, I know they're dangerous, but I'm not weak either. Will you take me to them? The bowtruckle hesitated for a moment. Then it nodded gently. It jumped down from Erwin's palm, stumbled upon landing, but quickly got up, shaking the dirt from its body. It scurried forward on its root-like legs. Erwin couldn't help but chuckle. This little thing was strangely endearing. Erwin followed the bowtruckle deeper into the Forbidden Forest. The little one hopped along merrily, pausing now and then. It pointed to some herbs on the ground, clearly indicating Erwin should pick them. Erwin didn't stand on ceremony and gathered them all. He even discovered a large patch of moonlight grass. Indeed, the Forbidden Forest was a treasure trove, and this little bowtruckle was a gem in its own right. The little one was well on its way to becoming a treasure-hunting companion. As the bowtruckle led Erwin deeper, the surrounding light dimmed. Towering trees blocked the moonlight, leaving only scattered beams to filter through. According to typical novel conventions and the original storyline, Erwin should have used a Lumos charm at this point. With a flick, the next moment a flashlight appeared in his hand. Why waste magical energy on a Lumos charm? Besides, Erwin had never even learned it. Ever since he'd gotten his cheat ability, Erwin had grown lazy and hadn't picked up a book in ages. It was undeniable how much such an advantage could erode one's ambition. The bowtruckle curiously hopped onto Erwin's hand, circling the flashlight to examine it from every angle, letting out a few puzzled squeaks. Oh, this. It's a flashlight. You like it? But this one's too big. I have a smaller one. I'll give it to you. With that, Erwin pulled out a tiny trinket-like object. It was less a flashlight and more a small toy that lit up. Erwin attached it to the bowtruckle. There's a button here. Press it, and it lights up. The bowtruckle raised a twig and pressed the button. A soft glow emanated. The little creature hopped twice in Erwin's hand. It was clearly thrilled. Erwin surveyed his surroundings. Webs were beginning to appear in various places. Without a doubt, the acromantula colony was nearby. Erwin said, Little one, you should head back. They'll come visit you when I have time. Play carefully. They'll bring spare batteries next time. The bowtruckle seemed reluctant, nuzzling against Erwin's fingers. Erwin smiled. Be good. They'll come back soon. You can sense my presence. When I return, just come find me. Only then did the bowtruckle nod. It then left, looking back every few steps with evident reluctance. Erwin stood still, watching it depart, before continuing deeper into the forest. After all, the bowtruckle was so small, and the scene of his upcoming experiment probably wouldn't be a pleasant one. What if he scared the little... Erwin was a protagonist after all. He strolled deeper with his flashlight. Something felt off. Shouldn't these acromantulas have the webs around him were growing denser. He was clearly in the heart of their territory. Just then, he swept his flashlight beam forward, and nearly jumped out of his skin. Bloody hell. Behind a large tree, a massive head peeked out furtively. 2 rows of eyes gleamed with an eerie green light. Several hairy spider legs were planted firmly on the ground as it stared at Erwin with curiosity. How the hell did this thing move without making a sound? Where had it even come from? But why hadn't this acromantula attacked him immediately? It seemed this magical creature affinity was having. Erwin suddenly realized that this magical creature affinity ability was far more extraordinary than he had imagined. He waved at the acromantula. Come closer, big fella. The acromantula hesitated, then cautiously approached, stopping at a short distance from Erwin. It watched him warily. Erwin hadn't expected it to actually come. So could his ability let magical creatures understand his words? This was getting interesting. Wasn't this just a super-powered version of Parseltongue? Erwin said, big fella, you can understand me, right? The acromantula nodded. Erwin continued, I need to test a spell. It won't harm you. Can you cooperate with me? No harm. Maybe. Erwin figured it probably wouldn't be a big deal anyway. It was just a message charm. Upon hearing this, the acromantula was startled. It backed away rapidly, clearly terrified. Erwin quickly said, don't be scared. Help me out, and I'll give you some meat. With that, he tossed a large ham from his space ring. This was of course something Erwin had prepared before coming to Hogwarts. He wasn't sure why Head grabbed it. Head just passed by the kitchen, seen it, and stashed it away. As it turned out, it came in handy after all. The acromantula caught the scent of the ham, its massive form stirring with restless hunger. Erwin pressed his advantage on it. Then come closer. This is a delicacy you've never tasted, a premium ham, very expensive. Let me just run my experiment, and it's yours. The spider's legs began to tap the ground impatiently, its willpower crumbling. Finally, it could resist no longer. It crept forward, drawn by the savory aroma, closing the distance with Erwin. His eyes gleamed, and with a flick of his wrist, in an instant the ham vanished. Before the spider could even react, a surge of raw magical force slammed into it. The overwhelming power pinned the acromantula to the ground. Eat, that's all you know how to do. Erwin snarled. A ham that expensive and you think you deserve it? The spider's small mind reeled with confusion, unable to comprehend the human's sudden shift in demeanor. But the acromantula was not one to surrender without a fight. It opened its jaws and shot a thick stream of webbing at Erwin. Erwin leaped aside, dodging the attack with ease. Oh ho! You dare fight back, you little beast. He whipped out his wand. Sectum Sempra. In the next moment, several invisible slashes of energy streaked towards the spider's legs. With a screech of agony, the spider's legs were severed. Erwin nonchalantly cleaned his ear with his pinky, pressing his wand against the creature. Quiet down. Make another sound, and the next curse will be aimed at your head. The acromantula was terrified, its many eyes wide with fear. A demon, a true demon. It pondered, who was the 5x magical creature here? This human was far too brutal. Regret, it should never have been lured out by that irresistible aura. Humans were indeed the most cunning creatures capable of trapping a 5x magical beast. Erwin produced 2 aluminum buckets from his enchanted ring and placed them before the spider. Now I'm going to test my spells. And you're not going to be idle. Spit your venom into these buckets. As much as you can. Don't you dare slack off, or I'll slaughter you. The acromantula was on the verge of tears. It truly shouldn't have left its lair today. This human was a terror. Yet it dared not disobey. It began to pour venom into the buckets, earning a satisfied nod from Erwin. Acromantula venom, a rather valuable commodity. Erwin then circled behind the spider and touched his wand to its body. A purple lotus mark began to form, solidifying quickly. Erwin concentrated. Well, it actually works. It can be etched onto magical creatures. He wondered if this was a unique feature of his purple lotus mark, or if the dark mark could do the same. But that was a trivial matter. Now for the real task. Erwin recalled the messaging spell from Flitwick's book. It was less of a spell, and more like a magical array from the cartoons of his past life. Its purpose was to link identical magical signatures, allowing for communication. Erwin moved his wand slowly, channeling his magic. The magic flowed out and traced intricate patterns onto the purple lotus mark. After a moment he stopped. The mark, now etched with runes, appeared more three-dimensional under. It was quite aesthetically pleasing. Eager to test its function, Erwin closed his eyes and focused his own magic. Instantly he felt a strange connection to the acromantula. A raspy voice echoed in his mind. It hurts. It hurts so much. You evil human. Erwin's face lit up with surprise and delight. That's the spider's voice. It actually works. However, he realized this wasn't quite the effect he was aiming for. He didn't just want a simple communication tool. His plan was to establish a full-fledged communication network across the magical world. He stroked his chin, pondering. He had confirmed the spell's basic function worked. To turn this into a profitable venture, he needed 2 things: a billing system and a way to identify users. For the billing system, Erwin, as a shrewd capitalist, a clever person, had already devised a plan. The purple lotus mark could store his magic, but he noticed that during the messaging spell the power in the spider's mark was consumed. The mark then replenished itself by drawing from the spider's own magic, a unique property of the mark. But if the mark were placed on an inanimate object, this wouldn't happen. External recharging was also impossible. Only the one bearing the mark could channel their own magic into it. This was a special trait of the system's purple lotus mark. So the only missing piece was a phone number. A phone number was needed to distinguish between different marks, so you'd know who you were contacting. How could he achieve this? Elwin thought for a moment. To create something like a phone number, he needed to uniquely identify each mark. What's the simplest way? His eyes lit up. Magic. Of course. Every wizard's magical signature is unique. Even identical twins have subtle differences. Only the conjoined twins who created the spell had perfectly identical magic. Therefore, recording the unique magical signature was the best solution. But how? A rough idea began to form in his mind. What if he infused the user's specific magical signature into the messaging array itself? Would that work? It was worth a try. Elwin turned to look at the giant spider ready for another round of experimentation. To his astonishment, he found the creature was dead. Elwin was furious. How did you die? Some 5x magical creature you are. Utterly pathetic. With a flick of his wand, he cast a banishing charm. He sent the spider's carcass flying. Then he scanned the area with his wand light for a new test subject. Oh, there's another lucky one. He pulled out another ham from his ring and placed it on the ground. Hey there, big fella. Fancy a bite? Elwin moved with practiced ease, luring the acromantula with a piece of aged ham. After all, these creatures were notoriously gluttonous. He was confident he could easily trick one into becoming his test subject. Yet the very next moment something unexpected happened. The acromantula turned tail and began to flee. It moved with astonishing speed. Elwin froze, unable to react for several seconds. What the hell? It ran. He realized the acromantula must have witnessed him deceiving its companion earlier. That was why it fled so swiftly. Indeed, one should never have an audience when doing something nefarious. It was quite detrimental to his plans for a second attempt. Elwin waved his hand, stowing the ham away. It was rather expensive after all. He couldn't afford to waste it. Think you can escape me, you little rascal, eh? Beast, where do you think you're running off to? With that, Elwin's form flickered, and a plume of purple smoke rose into the air, chasing after the direction the acromantula had fled. In the span of a few uttered lines, the acromantula had already put considerable distance between them. Elwin pursued it deeper and deeper into the forbidden forest. Arriving at a clearing, Elwin landed, the purple smoke slowly dissipating. He surveyed his surroundings. The spiderwebs on the trees were noticeably more numerous. Many large trees were riddled with gaping holes. Elwin felt a sense of familiarity. Oh, he remembered now. This was the lair of the acromantulas from the original story. It was the place where that one. What was its name? Ah yes, Aragog resided. Just then, from within one of the tree hollows, an acromantula noticeably larger than the average one crawled out. Elwin knew this was Aragog. As Aragog made his appearance, more acromantulas began to emerge from the surrounding tree hollows. Soon Elwin was surrounded. Aragog spoke, "Little wizard, this is no place for you. Why have you come here?" Elwin raised his hand, intending to point at the acromantula he had chased here as an explanation. However, to his dismay, he realized these spiders all looked exactly the same. Resigned, Elwin lowered his hand. "I'm testing a new spell. I've reached a critical point, but that acromantula ran away. So could you provide me with one of your kind for my experiment?" Aragog fell silent. He was intelligent, certainly, but this request was utterly bewildering. Asking for a test subject right in front of an entire colony. This little wizard truly didn't take them seriously. They were spiders, acromantulas, 5x classified magical creatures. Was there no respect left? Had the outside world changed so drastically? Were acromantulas no longer feared? Before Aragog could even process this, Elwin said, "Oh right, one more thing. Get me some venom." As he spoke, he flipped his palm over. The next moment, a bunch of aluminum buckets clattered onto the ground. Elwin had prepared them in advance. He knew acromantulas dwelled in the forbidden forest, and that how could Elwin pass up such an opportunity? As a successful capitalist, plucking a feather from every goose that passed was his modus. Aragog's voice rang with anger. "Little wizard, you go too far. I have promised Hagrid I would not harm humans. Leave now, and I shall pretend this never happened. Otherwise, I guarantee, even if you are a student of Hogwarts, you will not leave here alive." Elwin waved his hand dismissively. "No need for such a temper. I'm trying to negotiate nicely with you. Just let me finish my experiment. And give me some venom, and it'll be on my way. Honestly, I don't even like it here. It stinks." Aragog began to pace, his massive legs thudding against the ground. "You are too insolent. You brought this upon yourself. My children haven't tasted flesh in a long time. Since you refuse to leave, you can stay and become their meal. It won't fill their bellies, but at least they'll get a taste." As Aragog finished, the surrounding acromantulas began to creep towards Elwin, their hunger palpable. Their massive fangs gleamed with a cold light. Elwin let out a sigh. "You know I try to be reasonable with you. Why are you so—" As he spoke, Elwin flicked his wrist. In the next instant, 2 grenades appeared in his hands. With this many spiders, using spells would be impractical. It would be a terrible waste of magical energy. Besides, he didn't even know any area effect spells. Aragog eyed the grenades in Elwin's hands. He scoffed. "What? You plan to fight with those 2 little things? Do young wizards not even carry wands anymore?" Elwin shook his head. What an ignorant spider. And ugly too. Compared to this, the spider spirits from Journey to the West were far more aesthetically pleasing. Why was there such a vast difference between Eastern and Western mythology? Elwin pulled the pins from the grenades and hurled them. The grenades tumbled through the air, emitting a sharp clatter before landing on the ground. One curious acromantula ambled over to inspect them. The next moment, a deafening boom erupted. Shrapnel from the explosion tore outwards in all directions. As for Elwin, he had already cast a shield charm on himself. Caution was paramount. An accidental injury would be a loss outweighing any gain. Steady, very steady. The acromantula closest to the blast was blown to pieces. Elwin clicked his tongue. What a pity. A perfectly good venom donor gone just like that. Aragog recoiled in shock, instinctively backing away. The explosion had produced flames. And fire was something all living creatures instinctively feared. What is this? Some new kind of magical artifact. Elwin sneered. You ignorant fool. Magic my ass. Have another too. With that he flipped both hands, revealing two more thunderous explosions. Several more acromantulas were sent flying. Elwin rubbed his chin. This was a bit slow, wasn't it? And not quite satisfying enough. Aragog was terrified, now cowering behind a wall of his kin. As he was about to speak, he suddenly saw a strange contraption appear before Elwin. A thick cylindrical barrel with several smaller tubes attached. It was mounted on a stand, and the barrel was shielded by two metal plates. Elwin stood behind the shields. My dear magical creatures, feast your eyes on the M134 minigun. Oh, and it also goes by the name the Bodhisattva get. This thing took a lot of effort to get. If it weren't for this gun mount, I wouldn't even be able to use it. As Erwin's words fell, the 6 barrels of the minigun began to spin. The next moment, bullets transformed into streaks of red light, flying toward the acromantulas. The bullets swept forth, piercing through the bodies of the acromantulas, even penetrating the surrounding trees. On the ground, spent shell casings clattered with a metallic ring. A smile curled at the corner of Erwin's mouth, his eyes brimming with a sinister light. This was a man's toy. This was art. A multitude of acromantulas were riddled with bullets. Charred circular bullet holes were left on their bodies. The cries of the acromantulas grew increasingly wretched. The curve of Erwin's smile widened. He was so tired, truly exhausted. Since arriving at Hogwarts, it was do this, don't do that, and he always held back, fearing he might strike too hard. He desperately needed to. These spiders were truly good people. Under Erwin's control, the minigun didn't reach its maximum rate of fire, only about 200 rounds per minute. Otherwise, Erwin wouldn't have been able to control it at all. This thing, even a fully trained Special Forces soldier, could only manage about 2,000 rounds per minute, and hold it steady for maybe 2 minutes. After all, this weapon was designed to take down targets flying in the sky. Even so, Erwin indulged himself for over a minute. Finally, he couldn't help but release his grip. His hands ached from the vibration. Erwin stepped out from behind his shield. The area in front of him had been thoroughly raked by gunfire. The tree trunks were riddled with scars. The remains of numerous acromantulas were scattered about, broken and torn. Erwin frowned in disgust. The remaining acromantulas cowered on the ground, trembling. Erwin shouted, "Hey, big spider. Still alive. Come out and Aragog raised his head from the ground, his legs shaking. You are a devil." Erwin spread his hands. "Maybe, but that's not important. Now will you cooperate with me?" Aragog asked, "What exactly do you want?" Erwin replied, "Didn't I say? I just want to test a spell. And collect some venom on the side." Aragog was furious. 3 of his children were dead, slain by Erwin's strange way. Seeing Aragog's silence, Erwin frowned. Still unwilling. "You're really asking for death." With that, he prepared to unleash his merciful Gatling Bodhisattva once more. Aragog quickly pleaded, "I'll do it. I'll do it. Whatever you want. Just don't use that weapon again." Erwin nodded with satisfaction. "That's better. I came to talk with sincerity, but you forced me to resort to force. Now pick up that aluminum bucket and start producing venom for me." Aragog let out a sigh. It didn't dare to resist. It just wanted to send Erwin away as quickly as possible. This was simply a demon. Several acromantulas scurried to the aluminum bucket, pulling it towards them with their silk. They began to drip venom into it. Erwin frowned. "Is that going to empty? Hang yourselves from the tree and let it drip. Empty yourselves completely." Aragog was stunned. Was this even a person? Erwin said coldly, "Did you not hear me?" Aragog flinched and roared, "Do as he says. Hurry." The acromantulas hastily shot silk to hoist themselves up. Then they hung upside down, letting the venom flow down. From a distance, it looked like some bizarre production line. Erwin was quite pleased. That was the way to drain them properly. Then Erwin cast his gaze upon Aragog. "What are you waiting for?" Aragog was taken aback. "I have to produce venom too." Erwin was surprised. "Aren't you an acromantula?" Aragog had no retort, and could only hoist itself onto the tree as well. Erwin looked at the acromantulas hanging from the trees, now producing venom, and felt immense satisfaction. He then picked a lucky one. "You? Come here." The acromantula Erwin pointed at shuffled its legs nervously as it approached him. It pressed its body flat against the ground. Erwin appreciated its compliance. See, magical creatures were actually easier to deal with than people. Erwin drew his wand and began his experiment. The initial steps were the same as before, except when he was drawing the message charm. Erwin extracted a wisp of the acromantula's magic and combined it with his own to form a new kind of pigment. He began to inscribe the message charm. Soon the lines were complete. Erwin patted the acromantula on the head. "Hey, big fella. Still alive?" The poor acromantula raised its head and nodded vigorously. Erwin grinned. Truly, he was a genius. The experiment was a success. Erwin patted the acromantula's head again. "Good boy. You've been a great help." The acromantula was somewhat excited. It had survived. But the next moment Erwin's wand touched its head. Sectum Sempra. Instantly the Acromantula was slain. Aragog was frantic. Why? Why did you kill it? I already had them cooperate with you. Why do you keep slaughtering my children? Erwin brought a finger to his lips. Chill. Quiet. You have so many children, this one is just a minor issue. Aragog trembled with rage. Erwin frowned. Stop shaking. If you spill my venom on the ground, trust me, your entire colony will disappear. Aragog stared at Erwin, not doubting a single word. Erwin said with satisfaction, that's right. Well, it's getting late. Hurry up and keep producing venom until my bucket is full, then I can go back to sleep. Aragog protested, impossible. This bucket is too big. My children don't have enough venom stored to fill it. Erwin asked, puzzled, is that so? Aragog replied, I can help you fill it, but they truly can't. However, I have many children, together they can fill these buckets for you. Erwin pondered for a moment. I think you're lying to me. I need to verify that. How will you verify it? Erwin's lips curled into a smile. Simple. He waved his wand. Sectum Sempra. Instantly the thorax of another nearby Acromantula was ripped open. The creature let out a pained cry. It twitched a few times, and then went still. Erwin walked over to the dead Acromantula, waved his wand, and a green venom sac flew out from its chest cavity. Erwin took out an aluminum bucket and poured all the venom from the sac into it. In no time the bucket was full. Erwin laughed. See, you were lying to me after all. Aragog said, if all the venom is drained from the venom sacs they will die. You cannot do this. Erwin smiled. In the dark forest his smile seemed particularly radiant. But what does your death have to do with me? However, since you've been so cooperative today, I won't be too harsh. Forget it, just fill these aluminum buckets for me, and well call it even. After all, I've always been a magnanimous person. Aragog breathed a sigh of relief, choosing not to dwell on the fact that Erwin had just killed another of its children. After all, it could always lay more eggs and create more offspring. The dead ones were simply dead. It wasn't long before 3 shifts of Acromantulas had worked in rotation, filling the aluminum buckets to the brim. The venom of a living Acromantula was quite valuable. Aragog said, now can you leave? Its voice sounded somewhat weak, for it had also expelled a significant amount of venom. The toll on its body was immense. Erwin asked with a hint of confusion, leave. But you haven't filled the buckets yet. Aragog was taken aback. We've clearly filled them. Erwin waved his hand, making the buckets disappear. My apologies for not being clear. I have more buckets. As he spoke, he waved his hand once more. The next moment, an even greater number of aluminum buckets than before materialized on the ground. Aragog was furious. You? Erwin's smile instantly vanished. Me? What about me? Aragog could only swallow its anger. Nothing. Is this the last batch? Erwin nodded. Of course. Don't worry, I'm known for my good reputation. Everyone. Aragog was beyond exasperation. Half an hour later, Erwin collected the buckets with great satisfaction. On the ground, the Acromantulas were barely breathing, utterly weak. Erwin said, all right. Thank you for your generosity, Aragog. We'll be back next week. I hope you all eat well and recuperate properly during this time. With that, Erwin turned and left. Aragog watched his retreating figure, its eyes burning with hatred. Yet it was completely powerless against him. It had to move away immediately and urgently. Erwin whistled a tune as he left the Acromantula's habitat. Today had been a massive windfall. With this much venom, he could sell it for a hefty sum. If he released it all at once, he might even cause inflation in the Acromantula. Just after Erwin left, the dark shadow appeared exactly where he had been standing. Aragog was startled, looking up in shock. Snape ignored Aragog, his gaze fixed on the discarded bullet casing on the ground. He waved his hand, and the casing vanished instantly. He stared in the direction Erwin had gone, his expression complex. After a moment, Snape let out a sigh. He turned to Aragog. Watch your tongue. Know what to say and what not to say. Otherwise, I will personally exterminate your entire colony. Understood? Aragog nodded hastily. Snape's form flickered, dissolving into a wisp of black mist and disappearing. Aragog was on the verge of tears. What in the name of Merlin had the Acromantulas ever done to deserve this? It had to move even if the gods themselves tried to stop it. Meanwhile, Erwin was oblivious to Snape's threat to Aragog. He was preoccupied with how to run his new venture, the Unicom Company. If he pulled it off, its significance would be monumental. At the very least, owls could be put out of a job. Honestly, Erwin missed the soup made from owl meat. It was truly delicious. If owls were no longer needed for mail, he could enjoy that soup more often. Of course, that was a secondary concern. The potential profits from the Unicom Company were immense. To establish his family's foothold, he needed a business that was nearly a monopoly. If the Unicom Company really took off, it would become the very foundation of the Cavendish family's standing in the magical world. Back in his dormitory, Erwin took out the pet egg. He then dripped the Acromantula blood he had collected onto it, gaining another 5% progress. Erwin was quite pleased with this pace. He had already asked Hagrid to help him collect blood from magical creatures. With so many animals in the Forbidden Forest, Erwin figured it wouldn't be long before he filled the progress bar completely. He was rather curious about this pet. After a busy night, Erwin was quite tired. After changing his bedsheets, he lay down and fell into a deep sleep. At that same moment, Snape had just returned to his office. He tossed the bullet casing he had collected from the Forbidden Forest into a drawer, then sat in his chair, staring blankly. His mind couldn't help but replay the almost maniacal expression on Erwin's face in the forest. He murmured, "Is this your true face?" Snape closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep right there in the chair. Friday was a joyous day for all the young witches and wizards, for the next 2 days would bring them a holiday. More importantly, Saturday would also see Hogwarts' first Quidditch match. For Erwin, today was nothing special. Well, if one had to say, he was rather busy. He was rushing to finish his essay, which he had to submit to Professor McGonagall before the feast. He also had to hustle for points in class. He was undoubtedly the busiest person in all of Hogwarts. As the day's lessons ended, just before the final History of Magic class concluded, Erwin finally finished his essay. Multitasking was incredibly taxing on the brain. Fortunately, Erwin was a good student, so our dear ghost professor didn't mind him writing his transfiguration essay during History of Magic. If it had been Snape's class. Well, if it were Snape, Erwin wouldn't have dared. Before the feast, Erwin went to Professor McGonagall's office and handed her his essay. Professor McGonagall took the essay, glanced through it, and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. However, some parts aren't detailed enough, and the arguments have some issues. But it's fine, I can help you revise it. Erwin said, "I'm truly grateful, Professor McGonagall. I'd be in a real bind without a professor like you." Professor McGonagall was quite pleased with his words. "All right, Erwin, go have dinner. The Friday feast is usually the most sumptuous of the week. I think it will be to your liking." Erwin nodded. "Yes, Professor McGonagall." After leaving her office, Erwin was very satisfied with his performance. The flaws in the essay were of course intentionally left. Otherwise, how could he get Professor McGonagall to revise it and add her name as a co-author? The world isn't just about fighting and magic. It's about social graces and connections. Even someone as upright as Professor McGonagall has a sliver of vanity. Dragons compare their hoards of treasure, so why wouldn't people? After the meal, Erwin headed straight to Snape's office. He deftly input the password, or rather uttered the passphrase. The office door swung open, and Erwin stepped inside. A pungent odor immediately assailed his senses, causing him to instinctively wave a hand before his face. As he dispersed the unpleasant smell, he asked, "Professor Snape, what are you brewing?" "It's so acrid." Snape ignored Erwin, his gaze fixed intently on the cauldron before him. Inside the cauldron, a pitch-black mass bubbled and gurgled ominously. Erwin involuntarily shuddered. It seemed sinister, terrifying. Was Snape concocting some kind of poison? Seeing Snape's concentration, Erwin chose not to interrupt. He moved to the side, opened the Half-Blood Prince's diary, and began to read. After about half an hour, Snape finished brewing his... Erwin clearly saw Snape let out a sigh of relief, his face relaxing. He then poured the dark viscous liquid from the cauldron into a bottle. He handed the bottle to Erwin, who took it curiously. "Where should I put this, Professor?" Erwin asked. "Drink it," Snape commanded. Erwin was stunned. He stared at the ink-black potion in the bottle. Drink it. This was meant to be drunk. Would he drop dead the moment it touched his lips? Was this really meant for consumption? Snape frowned. "Drink it, and you'll discover its effects. Be quick, I still need to brew a potion for clearing the mind." Erwin's face darkened. It seemed he didn't really have a choice. He gently swirled the bottle. Given Snape's attitude towards him, he probably didn't intend to kill him. Moreover, if Snape truly wanted him dead, he wouldn't resort to such a method. Erwin tilted his head back, a look of utter resignation on his face, and downed the potion in one go. The moment the potion touched his lips, a wave of bitterness flooded his taste buds. Erwin couldn't help but frown. "Drink it all," Snape said. "Don't leave a single drop." Erwin emptied the bottle, smacking his lips. Honestly, it was absolutely foul. Just as Erwin wondered about the potion's effects, he felt a surge of power erupt within him. The next moment, Erwin felt a strange, inexplicable agitation within him being forcibly suppressed. His expression changed drastically. "This is..." Erwin was filled with shock. In truth, he had always harbored a secret he might be a pervert. No, that wasn't quite accurate either. It was more accurate to say Erwin had a near-pathological craving for killing. Only old Tom knew this secret. Although Erwin considered himself a good person, he did possess a peculiar fondness for taking the lives of others. He had kept this secret hidden deep within his heart. Since arriving at Hogwarts, he had deliberately tried to suppress this desire. His ruthless attack on the Acromantula yesterday was due to this very reason. He could no longer hold it back. Erwin had always believed this was some unknown protective mechanism his body had developed from growing up in the shadows. After all, in his line of work, if you weren't ruthless, you wouldn't survive. However, it now seemed that wasn't the case. Snape's potion could suppress this urge, and more importantly, Snape knew about it. Erwin looked at Snape, utterly confused. He didn't understand how Snape knew about his condition, or how he could brew a potion to suppress it. Wariness crept into his eyes, and beneath his robes his hands silently closed around his acacia wood wand. Snape glanced at Erwin's concealed hand, a flicker of sorrow passing through his eyes before he quickly masked it. "No need to be so tense. If I wanted to harm you, given your current magical abilities, you wouldn't stand a chance against me, even with all your weapons. I've told you this before. As for your craving for killing, it's because of your bloodline." Erwin asked, puzzled. "Bloodline?" Snape nodded. "There are things I cannot tell you right now. It wouldn't be good for you. All you need to know is that the potion you just drank can suppress the side effects of your bloodline. You must come to me every week for a dose. Erwin said, I don't understand. Professor Snape, since you know about my situation, you should know that I can suppress it on my own. Snape said, the reason you can suppress it is because of your age. Without the potion's aid by next year, you won't be able to control it anymore. Erwin frowned. Did my father have this condition? Snape shook his head. No, you are different from your father. His bloodline wasn't pure enough. You, however, are a fusion of both your father's and your mother's bloodlines. You will understand when you're older. For now, knowing too much will serve you no purpose. Erwin was silent for a moment. Professor, why are you helping me? A person like me must be dangerous, right? Why help me and let me stay at Hogwarts? Snape replied, Dumbledore knows about your situation. You didn't really think no one knew you went into the Forbidden Forest, did you? Erwin, you are arrogant to your core. You used Muggle weapons, but failed to cover your tracks, confident that even if someone knew, they couldn't trace it back to you. But only you have the ability to use Muggle weapons and bypass everyone to enter the Forbidden Forest. You appear cautious, but in reality you're used to being in control, so you dismiss many things. Cast aside your arrogance, or you will pay a heavy price for it. Erwin fell silent. Arrogant? Perhaps he was. Especially when he got riled up, he felt a sense that all beings should grovel at his feet. Nothing could stir the slightest ripple in him. He would subconsciously overlook details he usually deemed important. It was like a berserker in a game, explosive in power, but with a mind wiped clean. Erwin gave a slight bow. I will remember that, Professor. Snape nodded, then, after a moment's hesitation, said, You can trust, I will never harm you. But you must not trust Dumbledore. He has his own ideals and aspirations, and to achieve them, he would sacrifice anything. Erwin looked at Snape in surprise, not because of what he said, but because Snape chose to tell him all this. The old bee was certainly not to be trusted. In Erwin's view, the old bee and Grindelwald were cut from the same cloth. No wonder they ended up together. Their only difference lay in their methods of handling matters. Grindelwald favored coercion, while Dumbledore favored persuasion. Both were idealists. It was only that Dumbledore's philosophy proved more palatable to the masses, and he ultimately triumphed over Grindelwald. Thus Dumbledore became the White Wizard and Grindelwald the Dark Wizard. But did Grindelwald truly commit any wrong? He did not. Was he not also striving for a brighter future for all wizards? In this world, ultimately the victor writes the truth. Erwin had long seen through this truth. What surprised him was that Snape would share such thoughts with him. This made Erwin ponder once again the weight he held in Snape's estimation. It seemed his parents, who had met the Grim Reaper so early, shared a rather deep bond with Snape. Sasuke, Naruto. Erwin quickly shook his head. Wrong channel, wrong channel. Snape said, enough. Come over and brew the potion. I hope you have memorized the method for preparing the invigoration draft by heart. Erwin nodded. I will do my best, Professor. Erwin rubbed his hands together eagerly, finally beginning his private lessons with the potion's master. Erwin sat down and began the process. Snape watched his every move closely from the side. Both were exceedingly cautious. The invigoration draft was not particularly difficult, yet it was a potion that truly tested one's skill. It demanded extreme precision in the proportions of ingredients and the control of heat. It had strict requirements. One could say the draft was basic, but one could never claim it was simple. It was a paradox. The invigoration draft was typically part of the fifth-year exams at Hogwarts. An ordinary young witch or wizard could earn a high score just by successfully brewing it. As Erwin worked, Snape guided him from the side. Snape was quite pleased with Erwin's performance, though his movements were still raw, and his pace was slow, yet every step was flawless. Snape felt a deep sense of satisfaction, a feeling that his legacy would continue. Under Snape's guidance, Erwin's pace gradually quickened. Soon he successfully brewed a batch of the invigoration draft. Snape nodded. Acceptable. Brew 2 more batches to familiarize yourself with what I just taught you. Erwin nodded. For potions masters, their most treasured possessions were the little techniques they employed during brewing. For instance, Erwin would never have thought on his own that adding wormwood when purifying the shrivel fig solution could make it more potent. These were the exclusive tricks of every potions master, things never taught in classrooms. Time slipped by drop by drop. Before he knew it, it was past midnight. Erwin left Snape's office, his body weary. Brewing potions was truly a mentally You had to constantly watch the bubbles in the cauldron, controlling the heat. A bit too much was wrong, a bit too little was also wrong. No wonder they said every potions master was a recluse. Staring at a pot all day would drive anyone to solitude. It wasn't their fault. And after brewing a potion, Erwin felt utterly exhausted. He didn't want to say a word. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, he saw a group of young wizards still gathered by the fireplace chatting. Seeing Erwin return, they quickly stood up. Prefect, you're back. Erwin nodded, forcing a faint smile. Why aren't you all Tomorrow is the weekend. There's a Quidditch match, we were just discussing it. Erwin nodded. Which houses are playing tomorrow? Draco quickly interjected. It's us Slytherin against Gryffindor. We Slytherins will definitely win. That Potter brat somehow became Gryffinder's seeker. But tomorrow he'll be beaten black and blue. Erwin rolled his eyes. Indeed, whenever Harry Potter was mentioned, Draco was always exceptionally animated. After finishing, Draco looked at Erwin expectantly. Prefect, will you come to watch the match tomorrow? Erwin hesitated for a moment. I expect so. A wave of excitement rippled through the young wizards. Although Erwin wasn't particularly interested in Quidditch, it was the first match of the Hogwarts season. And it was the opening game between the two rival houses Gryffindor and Slytherin. It wouldn't be appropriate for Erwin to be absent. Erwin yawned. All right, get some sleep. It's getting late. Since you want to watch the match, you need to rest well. Otherwise you'll miss it if you can't get up tomorrow. The young wizards nodded quickly. Erwin waved his hand and turned to head upstairs to his room. After changing his bedsheets, he fell asleep quickly. In a daze, Erwin found himself back at the place from his last dream. He was stunned. Dreams could have sequels now. Erwin stared at the dark passage ahead. He thought for a moment. As everyone knew you couldn't die in a dream. Probably. Erwin was incredibly curious. What was the deal with this dream? After thinking it over, he clapped his hands. Let's do it. A man's gotta do what a man's gotta do. Was he going to be scared by some thunder mage in his own dream? Unacceptable. Erwin strode directly into the depths of the passage. The scene was familiar. As he went deeper, torches on the walls on both sides lit up automatically. Quite magical, really. Erwin ignored these details and continued deeper. Soon he arrived at the corner he had discovered last time. Erwin cautiously peeked out. It was quiet. Seemed like no one was there. Erwin listened intently for a moment. And indeed, there was no one. This emboldened Erwin considerably. He stepped out from the shadows and walked towards the cages. As he approached, the contents of the cages came into view. Each cage held a person. However, these people were all huddled in the corners looking filthy like savages. Erwin approached one of the cages. A voice came from within. What? Come up with another method to break me today. Don't waste your time. What's not yours will never be yours. No matter what you do, it's useless. A pipe dream. Erwin scratched his head. Who are you? As Elwin's voice faded, a sudden silence fell over the cages. Then he heard the clinking of chains. The sound of chains came from all around. Startled, Elwin turned to see that every prisoner in every cage had stirred. They moved towards the bars of their cells. A child, eh? No, it's not them. He doesn't have that scent. He seems to be one of the same origin. Is it him? It must be him. Who else could it be in the magical world now? Is it Cavendish? Elwin was taken aback. You know me? The man in the cage before Elwin suddenly became agitated, rushing to the cell door. Are you Cavendish? Elwin nodded. Yes, you recognize me. What's your name? Let me think. Elwin. Is it Elwin? Elwin was even more confused. It's me. How do you know me? And who are you? Where's this place? The man in the cage brushed back his disheveled hair. He glanced at Elwin. Oh, wandering state. You're dreaming, that's how you got here. Elwin was full of questions. He wondered how even a prisoner here could be so mysterious. Was this world really Harry Potter? Had he transmigrated into the wrong one? He recalled reading a novel before, a Harry Potter story with explicit themes, which had a similarly mysterious setting. It even had a demon realm. Had he ended up in that world? Elwin said, Can you skip the useless talk? Tell me, where's this place? Who are you and why do you know me? I don't know where this is either. We were all brought here. All I know is that it's somewhere in Germany. This dream had really taken him overseas. How absurd was that? Elwin asked, Then who are you? We are the Guardians. We are the Guardians of the Air. Elwin scoffed. Guardians? Do you have any idea what a guardian is? Look at yourselves. Guardians of what, a highway? The man in the cage fell silent. If we had faced them heat-in, we wouldn't have been captured. We are your guardians, Cavendish's guardians. Elwin was shocked. Cavendish's guardians. That explained everything. With guardians like these, it was no wonder his parents had died. With this level of skill, his parents' deaths were hardly a surprise. Elwin asked, What is an heir? The man in the cage was silent. Just as he was about to speak, Elwin's form began to flicker. The man said, Your time is almost up. You can't stay here. If you want the truth, you must grow stronger. Come find us. Elwin was furious. Damn it. You could have told me the truth in the time you've spent talking. But as he finished speaking, he felt his consciousness being pulled into a vortex. The next second, Elwin opened his eyes in his bed. His face was livid. Was that guy an idiot? Why all the hesitation and silence? He should have just spit it out. What kind of crappy author writes this, dragging out a main plotline just for money? Elwin pounded his bed frame in frustration. He was thoroughly enraged. Meanwhile, back in the dungeon. Old Holden, the young master, is right. You should have gotten to the point. What were you dawdling for? Old Holden, the man who had spoken with Elwin, said, My fault. I'm just used to it. Honestly, I'll never understand why the old master made you Cavendish's guardian. You'd be better suited for the Houston family, they're just as long-winded as you. Old Holden fell silent, dejected. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor, and two figures in black robes appeared. One of them looked around. Did you feel it? The air. He came again. We can't delay any longer. We must kill him. At his age, he can already project his soul in dreams. He will be our master's greatest threat. Old Holden said coldly, Vile creatures. Are you not afraid the old master will return to settle the score with you? The black-robed man sneered. Let him come back. Our master is the only future. Soon you'll see your little master locked up and well drain what was never rightfully his. With that, the black-robed man turned and left. Old Holden watched their retreating figures. He sighed. Old Holden, do you think the young master will be all right? Old Holden shook his head. I don't know. But his father chose to settle in London, surely considering the presence of Hogwarts. Dumbledore is very powerful. With him around, the young master should be safe. By my reckoning, he should be attending Hogwarts now. As long as he's there, they can't touch him. The men in the cell retreated to their corner and sat down. The dungeon fell into silence once more. Elsewhere, Elwin ran a hand through his messy hair. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. These idiots called themselves guardians. They'd be too slow for highway maintenance, and they call themselves protectors. What kind of fool thought to make such a man a guardian? And who could he possibly protect? At that moment, in some unknown place, a figure couldn't help but sneeze. Someone's thinking of me again, and it feels like a blood relative. Which one is it? Ah, forget it. Damn it, get back in there. If you peek at me sneezing again, I'll hit you with a great Vajra celestial dragon. Tisk no, that trip to Shasha has got me mixing things up. I'll strike you down with a thunderbolt from the heavens, you bastard. As the figure spoke, a sneaky wisp of black mist nearby shuddered and quietly retreated. The figure sighed. The power grows stronger. Don't these new generation wizards know any restraint? How can they not be limited by anything? Elwin was about to go wash up. Just then there was a knock on his door. Elwin opened it to find Charlotte standing there. He asked, puzzled, something up? Charlotte said, it's Quidditch today. The young wizard said you promised to come watch. They're all waiting for you in the common room. I came to see if you were awake. Elwin said, you guys can just go ahead. It's not like I can't find the place. Charlotte shrugged. Can't help it. They want to wait for you. I envy you, you know. You've gained such prestige in Slytherin in just 1 week. I'm starting to wonder if you'll have united all of Slytherin by the end of the Don't speak nonsense, Erwin said hastily. People might think him some kind of villain. Charlotte secretly rolled her eyes. So he still believed he was one of the good guys. After tidying himself up, Erwin smoothed his hair and gazed at his reflection in the mirror with great satisfaction. As expected, he was still remarkably handsome. Indeed, this was none other than Erwin Cavendish. Let's go, he declared. We can't miss the first Quidditch match. Charlotte nodded in agreement. Following behind Erwin, the two made their way down to the common room. Already a number of young witches and wizards had gathered there. Seeing Erwin descend the stairs, they quickly rose to their feet. Good morning, Prefect. Erwin nodded. All right, let's head out. Let's go cheer for the warriors who will bring glory to Slytherin. The group of students was buzzing with excitement. Erwin could understand their enthusiasm. After all, these poor wizards had little in the way of entertainment besides watching a Quidditch match. Erwin mused that selling televisions in the wizarding world might actually be a lucrative venture. Their leisure activities were undeniably scarce. Erwin led the way out of the Slytherin common room with the other students trailing closely behind him. They instinctively arranged themselves into 2 orderly lines. Erwin wasn't sure why, but Slytherin was increasingly resembling a disciplined military unit. Could he really have transformed them into a military academy? The thought filled him with anticipation. Perhaps he could even get them to shave. Only the hidden prefect could retain his hair. Sorry, wrong universe. Meanwhile, at the Hogwarts Quidditch pitch, the stands were already filled with students. Even the professors had arrived, as this was the first Quidditch match of the term. Every professor was in attendance, including old Dumbledore himself. However, his presence was solely to watch Harry Potter's debut match. Murmurs rippled through the stands. Why haven't the Slytherin students arrived? Indeed, this is Slytherin's match today. Why are they all absent? Only a few are here, mostly 6th and 7th years. Over in the Ravenclaw section, Hermione craned her neck, searching for a familiar figure. Cho Chang chuckled at her. Relax, Hermione. Erwin will definitely come. The Slytherins said their prefect promised to attend. Hermione's face flushed instantly. I'm not waiting for him. I'm just admiring the view. Yes, just the view. Cho glanced around the pitch, which offered nothing but empty stands. She shook her head, deciding not to call Hermione out. Everyone has their own secret feelings, and she was no exception. Madame Hooch stepped onto the center of the field. She waved her hand, signaling the teams to enter. The two houses harbored deep-seated animosity, so they immediately glared at each other upon arrival. Harry Potter walked among the Gryffindor group. He scanned the stands, feeling a knot of nervousness in his stomach. Just then his eyes met Dumbledore's, who offered him a reassuring smile. Harry's anxiety instantly subsided. Had Erwin been there, he would have been deeply moved by this display of support. He might have even shed a tear at the sight of such a bond, this encouragement from a mentor. But then he thought of his own mentor. Forget it. Had rather not mention that foolish guardian. He was an absolute imbecile. Madame Hooch positioned herself between the two teams, perhaps wary of a brawl. She began to recite the standard rules. Just as she was about to blow her whistle to start the game, Marcus spoke up. Wait, Madame Hooch. Could we delay the start? Madame Hooch frowned. Why? Marcus replied. Our prefect promised to watch our match today. We want to wait for him. Madame Hooch checked the time, her brow furrowed. But the time has come. Marcus insisted. I must insist, Professor. Marcus' newfound assertiveness could be attributed to one person, Charlotte. She had visited him in the hospital wing under the guise of a checkup. In reality, she had said two things. First, she congratulated him on being the most unfortunate person to cross Erwin. Second, she pointed out that if Erwin could break his leg with a mere surge of magic, he could only imagine the consequences of a full-fledged fight. Slytherins were ambitious, but they also revered strength above all else. Erwin's power had earned the respect of the unruly Marcus. Combined with Charlotte's words, Marcus now believed Erwin was a truly magnanimous person. He admitted to himself that if he were in Erwin's shoes he would have used Sectum Sempra on him without a second thought. Little did he know Erwin had indeed planned to do just that had Snape not intervened beforehand. Erwin was aware of Charlotte's actions though he didn't know her motives. But he held the pragmatic view that a tool was meant to be used, so he didn't care what her goal was as long as she got the job done. Madame Hooch found herself in a dilemma. She turned to the stands. Dumbledore gave a slight nod. Very well, she announced. Well, wait 5 minutes. Marcus nodded in gratitude. And so the first Quidditch match of the term was inexplicably paused. Both teams stood in the center of the field, brooms in hand, waiting in silence. The students in the stands had also heard Marcus' request. They exchanged bewildered glances, but remained silent. Dumbledore observed the students' reactions, a glint of surprise in his eyes. Erwin's authority within Slytherin was understandable. But since when had his influence extended to the other houses? The answer was simple. Since his arrival, Erwin hadn't made any grand gestures to win people over. But it was the subtle details that truly determined success or failure. Ravenclaws who valued knowledge and learning naturally gravitated towards a top student like Erwin. As for Hufflepuff, Erwin's help with the younger Badgers in Charms class had already become well known. His reputation in Hufflepuff was now exceptionally positive, especially since Professor Sprout, who could even handle the Whomping Willow, held him in high regard. As for the little lions, they simply dared not speak. They had all witnessed how Erwin had dealt with Marcus. It was terrifying. These lions were the embodiment of courage, but aside from the likes of Ron, they were brave, not foolish. They knew there were some people they simply couldn't defeat. Just then from the spectator passage, a figure stepped forth. It was Elvin, followed by an army of little serpents. Instantly the young wizards in the stands scrambled to their feet, startling Elvin. What the hell? What were these lot up to? The professors were startled too. The heads of houses eyed their own students with curiosity. In truth, the young wizards themselves had no idea why they stood. Seeing the neatly aligned serpents, they had risen instinctively. Elvin ascended the stands and chose a seat. With a wave of his hand, the young wizards formed 2 neat rows around him. Several 6th and 7th year students watching the match were shoved to the back. They exchanged glances. A 6th year student remarked, "When will Elvin challenge George? I can hardly wait." The other 2 6th years nodded eagerly. As for George Greengrass, the unofficial Slytherin prefect, his face darkened. True, he was no match for Elvin. But did these fools ever consider his feelings when they spoke? They shared the same sentiment. The 7th years meanwhile wore wry smiles. Who would have thought that on the verge of graduation, they'd soon have a new overlord? Grodia had never revealed his full strength, so they couldn't be sure if he could stand against Elvin. After Elvin took his seat, Marcus and the rest of the Slytherin Quidditch team turned and gave a slight bow toward the stands. Prefect, Elvin rose. Good luck, everyone. For the glory of Slytherin. You are true warriors. A surge of invisible strength seemed to they would defend Slytherin's honor. The players roared for Slytherin. The little serpents were swept up in the fervor. They echoed for Slytherin. Students from other houses were dumbfounded. Was this the proper way to cheer at a Quidditch match? They were all Hogwarts students. Why did these Slytherins have so many extra tricks? Ron couldn't stand Elvin stealing the spotlight and wanted to make his presence felt. He shouted for Gryffindor, yet no one paid him any mind. Even the Gryffindor lions looked at him as if he were a fool. Ron's face flushed crimson. Oliver, with the Gryffindor Quidditch captain, scowled. They were usually evenly matched with Slytherin. But now before the match even began, their morale had plummeted. How could they fight like this? The professors turned their gaze toward the Slytherin serpents. A flicker of admiration crossed their eyes. Even our dear old bat, no, our dear Professor Snape, couldn't hide a glimmer of pride. Though he concealed it quickly, Elvin returned to his seat. Maintaining his persona was exhausting. Madame Hooch returned to the center. Then with a sweep of her arm the players took to the air. Madame Hooch placed her foot on the chest on the ground. Lee Jordan, the commentator, both teams are ready. The match is about to begin. Madame Hooch glanced at the players. I expect a fair and spirited contest. With that she kicked the chest. Lee Jordan shouted, now the bludgers are released. And then the golden snitch. Harry Potter locked his eyes on the golden snitch hovering before him. Its wings fluttered. It darted away. Madame Hooch picked up the quaffle and hurled it into the air. Lee Jordan yelled excitedly, the quaffle is thrown. The match has officially begun. Both teams sprang into action. As in the original tale, Angelina of Gryffindor claimed the first goal and scored 10 points. Elvin crossed his arms unimpressed. He wasn't here for Quidditch. What fun was that? What truly intrigued Elvin was this: without Hermione's interference, would Harry Potter die when Quirrell and Snape— oh wait, with Dumbledore around, Harry definitely wouldn't die. What Elvin wondered was whether something else entertaining might unfold. The match grew tense. Elvin watched the players weaving around the stands and felt a renewed distaste for the sport. It was too barbaric. They were all watching from high stands after all. If some idiot crashed into the supports, wouldn't everyone be done for? Utterly absurd. No wonder wizards were few in number. They always found bizarre ways to court death. After Marcus' 2 attempts were blocked by Wood, and the score reached 20 for Gryffindor and 0 for Slytherin, the little serpents— Elvin rolled his eyes. If he knew Marcus, a solution would soon dawn on him. As the saying goes, if you can't solve the problem, then just solve the person causing it. Like now, Wood was a top-notch defender. With him, Slytherin's attacks were stymied. So just take out wood, and it's done. Easy and clean. And it was within the rules, wasn't it? On that note, Elvin rather admired Marcus. That kid's mind worked well when it counted. Elvin liked that. Sure enough, the next moment Marcus smashed a bludger straight into wood. Wood was knocked off his broom before he could react. Without him, Slytherin quickly racked up 20 points. The scores were tied. Elvin's lips curled upward. The real show was about to begin. He fixed his gaze on Harry Potter. Sure enough, Harry had spotted the golden snitch and shot off on the broom Professor McGonagall had given him. But then the next moment Harry's broom went haywire, jerking wildly through the air. Elvin glanced at the professor's box. Sure enough, both Quirrell and Snape were muttering spells. Elvin watched with eager anticipation. Without Hermione's help this time, what would Harry do? Elvin looked at Dumbledore and caught him glancing toward Quirrell, as if sensing Elvin's gaze. Dumbledore turned and offered a smile. Elvin looked away. Of course, Dumbledore knew, damn it. Elvin had suspected as much. Dumbledore's control over Hogwarts was too absolute. How could he not know Quirrell's situation? Even ignoring everything else, Quirrell was a Professor Dumbledore himself had chosen. When something changed so suddenly, he would have to know what happened, out of responsibility to his students, if nothing else. Dumbledore couldn't possibly be unaware of Quirrell's true nature. Thus Voldemort was merely a tool Dumbledore used to foster Harry Potter's growth and reputation. More precisely, Harry Potter was a weapon. A weapon forged to combat Horcruxes. The old fox truly earned his reputation. As Harry Potter's broom swayed with increasing intensity, Elvin's heart brimmed with anticipation. Would Dumbledore intervene? While Quirrell's raw magical power might not match Snape couldn't easily counter Quirrell's long-range spellcasting and interference. A few more shakes and Harry Potter would inevitably fall from his broom. But just then Elvin heard a commotion from the professor's stand. Turning his head, he saw a bludger hurtling straight towards Professor Quirrell. Quirrell's face paled. He stumbled, nearly falling. Elvin was astonished. What? Such a coincidence. But soon Elvin frowned. No, something was profoundly wrong. That bludger couldn't have randomly appeared near Quirrell. And it was clearly targeted. Elvin glanced at Snape. Sure enough, he saw Snape's sleeve twitch. Though the movement was subtle, Elvin caught a glimpse of something protruding, a wand. Elvin was stunned. Impressive, truly impressive Snape. He was dueling in magical prowess while still managing to cast a spell. Was this the caliber of a top professor? Absolutely incredible. The rest of the match unfolded as in the original story. Harry Potter, driven by his reckless courage, dove down and swallowed the golden snitch. Watching Harry Potter cough up the golden snitch, Elvin curled his lip in disgust. That was truly repulsive. Just think of the bacteria on it. Honestly, with his germophobia, Elvin couldn't stomach it. It was too vile. Madame Hooch blew her whistle, and the bell rang. Match over. Harry Potter catches the golden snitch. Gryffindor wins. Cheers erupted from the Gryffindor stands. Ron looked triumphantly at the Slytherin snakes. His gaze landed on Elvin, and he raised an eyebrow in a provocative challenge. However, Elvin didn't even glance his way. This instantly soured Ron's mood. Elvin oblivious to this. He had never cared much for Quidditch. As for Ron, Elvin cared even less. An elephant never concerns itself with ants. Marcus' face was grim. He led the Slytherin players hovering before the Slytherin stands. I'm sorry, Prefect. I let you down. Terrence Higgs, the Slytherin seeker, hung his head. I'm sorry, Prefect. I was cowardly. Marcus glared at Terrence, his expression dark and stormy. Elvin stood up. Enough. This is but a temporary setback. Moreover, the golden snitch is inherently unpredictable. Terrence, you did nothing wrong. Slytherin must always remember to safeguard our own safety, to pursue greater ambitions. Everything is predicated on your survival. The young snakes pondered Elvin's words. Elvin continued, this applies to all of you. Remember, no matter the situation, only by preserving yourself can you secure a better future. I want you to remember this. Never risk your life unless the reward justifies it. Clearly the outcome of a single match is not worth risking your lives for. Terrence's eyes glistened with emotion, his gaze reddening. Thank you, Prefect. Elvin smiled. Regardless, you are all heroes. You are true warriors. Now, little snakes, let's applaud our heroes. Thunderous applause erupted from the Slytherin students, as if they had won the match themselves. Harry Potter watched the resounding applause from Slytherin. For the first time, he envied them. He even felt regret, wondering if he should have listened to the Sorting Hat and gone to Slytherin. Students from other houses also looked at Slytherin and found themselves clapping along. At this moment, the victorious Gryffindor was left unnoticed. Elvin said, all right, go get changed. It's almost dinner time. I doubt you'd want to miss the hearty Saturday lunch. Marcus nodded and led the team away. Elvin casually picked up the newspaper he had spread on the bench, preparing to lead the young snakes from the stands. But at that moment, the sky suddenly darkened. Lightning crackled through the clouds. Elvin stopped and looked up. Dumbledore's expression shifted slightly. Then he soared into the air. All Hogwarts students leave the grounds. Now immediately. Snape turned to Elvin. Elvin, take them away. Elvin nodded. Slytherin students, leave the stands now. Elvin hurried down from the stands. Snape was waiting below. Elvin asked, Professor, why are you here? Snape said, come, I'll lead you out. Elvin nodded. Just then a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. Dumbledore waved his wand. In an instant a blaze of flames erupted. The lightning was consumed. Dumbledore's face turned cold. This is Hogwarts. How dare you? Elvin keenly sensed the surge of magic emanating from Dumbledore. Elvin's expression changed. Dumbledore was angry. The next moment several figures in black robes appeared abruptly in the air. Without any aid they hovered there encircling Dumbledore. Dumbledore, hand him over. Dumbledore's face darkened. This is Hogwarts, not your territory. Leave now and I shall pretend this never happened. The robed figure said, Dumbledore, we have no wish to be your enemy, but he must be handed over. Elvin listened. After a moment's thought, he realized these people were here for revenge. Daring to come to Hogwarts for vengeance. Quite bold. He wondered who the unfortunate soul was. Elvin glanced at the robed figures. Suddenly his pupils constricted. The staff one of them held, a metal staff with a crystal orb on top. Damn, they were here for him. He was the unfortunate one. With this thought Elvin's pace quickened. After all he knew they were here for revenge, and specifically for him. Elvin wasn't insane enough to linger outside. As for facing them he'd no way. These bastards could control lightning. Who knew if their magic even belonged to the conventional magical system? Scouring every spell in Harry Potter, Elvin had never seen anything like this. They weren't opponents he could trifle with. Even if he could win, Elvin wouldn't fight. A wise man doesn't stand beneath a crumbling wall. And these people dared to cause trouble at Hogwarts with Dumbledore present no less. Clearly these bastards possessed some genuine skill. Even Voldemort, our dear noseless gentleman, didn't dare attack Hogwarts until Dumbledore was dead, did he? At his peak Voldemort had conquered all of the magical world. Only Hogwarts remained beyond his reach. Why? Simply because of that absurdly formidable old man Dumbledore. Elvin couldn't gauge exactly how much stronger Dumbledore was than Voldemort. But one thing was certain within the system's magical power ratings as far as Elvin knew, setting aside mythical beings, Dumbledore was. People always said Dumbledore was getting old, his power waning. But Elvin turned to look at Dumbledore in the sky. The Elder Wand was like a flamethrower, blasting out fire relentlessly, turning a perfectly bright noon into something resembling dusk. And they call this old and weak. No way. Elvin reckoned this old man could still crush him even if he tossed aside the wand covered half his mouth and half his magic. And they say his strength is failing. As for Dumbledore's death at Malfoy's hands in the original story, that was obviously a setup. Old Dumbledore had remarkable audacity. He used his own life as a gambit. And the plan was so comprehensive. The Elder Wand submits to whoever defeats its master, so whoever beat Dumbledore would become its new owner. The Elder Wand was buried with Dumbledore. But at the time no one knew its allegiance had shifted to Malfoy. Later Harry Potter defeated, so without the wand even being present it changed owners twice. When Voldemort killed Gregorovitch and dug up the Elder Wand, the wand refused to obey him. Voldemort assumed Snape was its master and killed him. That was Dumbledore's first move, using Snape's death to sow distrust among the. Then the Malfoys realized their son was the one who had actually killed Dumbledore, and thus the true master of the Elder Wand. To protect their son's life, the couple began laying traps for Voldemort. That was Dumbledore's second calculated stroke. In the end, poor Voldemort, wielding a wand that wouldn't obey him, dueled against Harry Potter, the wand's true master. He was utterly crushed. Originally, that plot point seemed utterly unreasonable. How could a Dark Lord lose to a mediocre wizard like Harry Potter? It defied logic. But factoring in the Elder Wand, it made perfect sense. You can't use someone's own weapon against them and expect to win. That was Dumbledore's ultimate scheme. Without anyone realizing it, the Elder Wand had already pledged itself to Harry Potter, sealing Voldemort's defeat. Even having read the original books, Elvin found Dumbledore terrifying. That old bee was a master schemer. Everything fell within his control. He possessed the power to defeat Voldemort, but he couldn't destroy him completely. Because of the Horcruxes. Only Harry Potter himself, a Horcrux, could truly vanquish Voldemort. With a single Elder Wand, Dumbledore dismantled the Death Eaters and eliminated Voldemort entirely. For that, Elvin truly admired him. Setting everything else aside, the old man's sheer audacity was beyond ordinary man. In fact, setting aside personal flaws, Dumbledore was genuinely a great man. After Elvin and Snape had escorted all the Slytherin students into the castle, the negotiation in the air had also concluded. Clearly Dumbledore's attempt had failed. Several black-robed figures raised their staffs and brought them down heavily. The next moment blue barriers materialized, sealing Dumbledore tightly in the center. Elvin was stunned. He must be seeing things, he had to be. This looked eerily similar to the 4 Violet Flames formation from Naruto. Had he wandered onto the wrong set? Dumbledore gazed at the barrier enclosing him. He said, "You intend to fight me with this? You're far from ready. Leave now and I will not strike. As long as I stand at Hogwarts you shall not touch it." One of the black-robed figures replied, "With this alone we wouldn't presume to defeat the renowned Dumbledore. But our goal was never to fight you." As the cloaked figure finished speaking, Dumbledore's expression shifted drastically. He looked down toward Elvin and Snape, who were about to enter the castle. A black-robed figure appearing from nowhere lunged directly at Elvin. Elvin felt a surge of danger. Before he could react, Snape shoved him aside. Snape flicked his sleeve, and his wand materialized in his hand. He swept the wand in rapid succession, casting a barrage of nonverbal spells. Vines erupted in the black-robed figure's path, blocking his advance. Then 3 curses shot toward the figure in quick succession. Sectum Sempra, Levi Corpus, Expelliarmus. Elvin was astounded. Holy shit, my charming professor. What kind of casting speed is this? Unbelievably fast. His wand might as well be a Gatling. Beams of multicolored light whizzed through the air, hammering toward the black-robed figure. Snape shouted back, "Get into the castle." Elvin froze. Hadn't the situation been contained? Why did Snape seem so anxious? Still, Elvin was nothing if not obedient to good advice. Especially when his life was on the line. He didn't even bother to nod in acknowledgement. He turned and bolted. He had just made it through the castle doors. Elvin brushed past several professors. Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, Professor Sprout. All three heads of houses appeared at once. Professor McGonagall said, "Elvin, go calm the students. Leave what's outside to us." Elvin nodded. Watching the three professors stride away, Elvin felt an inexplicable surge of excitement. Damn, this was a big deal. A real spectacle. The grand finale of Harry Potter had kicked off early. Though Erwin wished to observe the battle, he knew it was merely a fleeting thought. This was not a conflict he could involve himself in. Setting aside everything else, even before Erwin saw the crystal orb atop the dark-robed figure's staff flash, once instantly conjuring a magical barrier. All of Snape's spells dissipated harmlessly upon impact. Erwin found this display utterly astonishing. He knew his own shield charm could never achieve such an effect. This wasn't some trivial skirmish. That was Snape after all. Just then Erwin felt an immense surge of magical power erupt across the world. A voice thundered, "You have gone too far." Erwin recognized the voice instantly. It was Dumbledore. For the first time, Erwin truly comprehended Dumbledore's overwhelming might. The sheer magnitude of that magic was terrifying. If Erwin's own magical reserves were a mere puddle, Dumbledore's were an endless ocean. It was simply absurd. Through the corridor's windows, Erwin watched as the entire sky blazed crimson. A piercing cry echoed. The next moment, a phoenix wreathed in flames streaked down from the heavens. Fawkes. Erwin was deeply intrigued by this legendary creature. In the original story, it looked like an overgrown turkey, had few appearances, and its combat prowess was never detailed. Fawkes beat its wings, charging toward the barrier. However, a dark-robed figure appeared, blocking Fawkes' path. The staff in their hand glowed, unleashing a jet of pitch-black energy at the phoenix. Fawkes shrieked, then flapped its wings mightily. Torrents of blazing fire erupted from its body, forming a wall that absorbed. Erwin swallowed hard. Was this the true power of a phoenix? And the original story claimed it held back. This single bird could have decimated half the Death Eaters. It was utterly unbelievable. Erwin made his way toward the Great Hall, watching the spectacle through the glass. By now the battle between Snape, the other professors, and their foes had reached a fever pitch. What had been a single dark-robed figure had somehow multiplied into four, each locked in fierce combat with one of the four house heads. The spells flying through the air were more spectacular than any movie special effect. But where had all these dark-robed figures come from? 6 were holding off Dumbledore, 1 was engaging Fawkes, and 4 were fighting the professors. That made 11 in total. Just where did they all come from? At least they didn't seem to have any more allies, or else who knows who would have stopped them. Yet the thought had barely crossed Erwin's mind when a frantic alarm blared in his head. Ding ding ding. Host dodge. Erwin's body reacted instinctively, throwing himself aside. A bolt of lightning struck the exact spot he had just occupied. A surprised grunt followed. Interesting. You dodged that. It seems you are indeed different. Erwin's back was drenched in cold sweat. Damn it. His own words had jinxed him. There really was another one. Erwin watched as another dark-robed figure emerged from the corridor's shadows. His face darkened. Who are you people? Why are you attacking me? The dark-robed figure sneered. How pathetic. You don't even know who you are. You probably don't know how your parents died, either, do you? Well, it was I who killed them. And now you will die by my hand as well. Erwin's expression remained unchanged. The dark-robed figure chuckled. Interesting. So calm. That's unexpected. Erwin wasn't truly as calm or unruffled as he appeared. But he knew that letting an enemy's words sway your emotions in the heat of battle would only lead to your own demise. He stated, and curious. How did you get into Hogwarts? The school is under Dumbledore's watch. He would know if you entered. The dark-robed figure shrugged. Since you're about to die, I suppose I can tell you. Seeing as I'm in a good mood, it's simple. I have no magical power within me. So the wards Dumbledore set over Hogwarts cannot detect me. Oh, and that's also how your parents ended up dying by my hand. I must admit Dumbledore did protect them quite well back then. What a pity. Erwin's heart stirred. No magical power. How is that possible? Then where did that lightning bolt come from? The dark-robed figure said, enough talk. Time to go. Erwin raised a hand. Wait. Are you just going to kill me like this? I find it hard to believe you went through all this trouble just to assassinate me. There's no reason to attack Hogwarts for that. You must have some other plan for me, right? Would killing me here truly serve your interests? The dark-robed figure replied. You are clever, unlike the others. You're right, we do need you. However, we would accept you either dead or alive. Alive is preferable, but I doubt you'd surrender without a fight. As he spoke, the crystal orb on his staff began to glow. Erwin raised his hand again. Hold on. How do you know I wouldn't surrender without asking me? The dark-robed figure. He suddenly realized that Erwin had a point. Lowering his staff, he asked, so you're saying you're willing to surrender and come with us? A bright, dazzling smile spread across Erwin's face. am willing to surrender to your mother. The next instant with a few sharp clinks, two round objects rolled to a stop at the dark-robed figure's feet. Still processing Erwin's words, he glanced down at the objects with disdain. This is your trump card. 2 iron balls. But then 2 deafening explosions rocked the corridor. Twin plumes of fire engulfed the dark-robed figure. Erwin wasted no time. He flicked his wrist, and his wand appeared in his hand. Expelliarmus. Sectum Sempra. Avada. He stopped himself, using the killing curse within Hogwarts, only as an absolute last resort. Erwin had no desire to end up in Azkaban. In the wizarding world, using any of the 3 unforgivable curses meant a one-way trip to the wizard prison regardless. In the original story, Harry had used Legilimency on Snape, but that was during wartime. In peacetime, no one dared to use them openly, only in secret. Of course, dark wizards were the exception. Erwin, however, was one of the good guys. After casting the curse, Elwin remained uneasy. He raised his wand and cast a shield charm upon himself. Then with a flash of light, his beloved M600 landed on the floor. Elwin ducked directly behind the shield, gripping the trigger with both hands. Then, without hesitation, he pressed it. He wasn't concerned about whether the enemy had been killed by the grenade. To be safe, Elwin decided to saturate the area with bullets first. Caution. His motto was simply caution. A line of fire connected the bullets as they swept Hogwarts. This 1,000-year-old castle never dreamed in its long history that it would one day be baptized by firearms. Spent shell casings clattered to the floor. They struck the ground with a crisp, ringing sound. A faint crimson glow gradually bloomed in Elwin's eyes, and a smile stretched unknowingly across his lips. His silver-white hair swayed as if stirred by an unseen wind. He was entirely consumed by a state of fervor. Outside, the 4 professors locked in combat with the cloaked figures felt their expressions shift dramatically. Professor McGonagall cried out, "What is that sound? Why is there an explosion within the castle?" Only Snape's face changed instantly. His wand flicked continuously, driving back the cloaked figures. "Hold them off. They'll investigate." With that, Snape didn't even wait for a response. He dashed straight towards the castle. In his haste, he transformed into a wisp of black smoke, a technique he almost never used in front of others. It was the unmistakable mark of a Death Eater. Professor McGonagall frowned, watching Snape depart. For him to be this alarmed, a sudden jolt of realization struck McGonagall. Elwin. It had to be Elwin. She knew little of Elwin's past, but she knew the surname Cavendish. She didn't know what that name signified, only that Snape had once been extremely close to Cavendish, Elwin's father. So the only 2 people who could make Snape this anxious were Harry Potter and Elwin, and the only one capable of causing such a commotion was Elwin. With that thought, McGonagall grew anxious herself. Her wand moved faster. She tapped a piece of rubble on the ground. The next moment, a giant made of stone began to reassemble before her, swiftly forming a massive golem. Professors Flitwick and Sprout exchanged a glance. Flitwick exclaimed, "Minerva is getting serious now." Professor Sprout nodded. "Then let's finish this quickly too." Flitwick nodded. The next instant, they fought with unmatched ferocity, spells flying from their wands one after another. Most astonishingly, Flitwick sometimes managed to cast 2 spells at once, while waving his wand, clearly employing both nonverbal and wandless magic simultaneously. This nearly broke the spirits of the 4 cloaked figures. They had never known how terrifying a Hogwarts head of house could be when truly serious. But now they knew. They finally understood that heads of houses at Hogwarts were a completely different breed from ordinary professors. Meanwhile, Elwin was lost in a strange state of mind. He kept pulling the trigger, a layer of spent casings accumulating at his feet. The corridor ahead looked as if a tornado had swept through it. Rubble and debris lay everywhere, dust obscuring the passage, and Snape entered and immediately saw Elwin in his frenzied state. He hurried over. Elwin whipped his head around, his blood-red eyes fixed on Snape, a smile curling at his lips. "Professor Snape, wanna play? It's fun." Snape frowned. He produced a porcelain vial, grabbed Elwin's jaw, and forced the potion down his throat. As the liquid took effect, the crimson light in Elwin's eyes gradually faded. Elwin finally felt the dull ache spreading through his arms. "Ow, ow, ow, it hurts." Snape asked, "How many people have you killed in the Muggle world? How did you break free from the potion's suppression so quickly?" Elwin remained silent. How many had he killed? He didn't know. All he knew was that to survive, he had purged the entire London underworld, many of them by his own hand. Did anyone truly believe he had taken control of London with just his wits? This was the criminal underworld, and Elwin was just a child, without ruthless methods, who would fear him, who would obey him. So the number of his kills was unknown. What he did remember was surviving an assassination attempt when he was 8. At the time, besides Rivers, he had 2 other trusted confidants. They all died that day. Elwin had nearly died as well. He later took matters into his own hands, eradicating the entire family responsible, from the elders down to children of 3 or 4, all perished by his hand. So how could he possibly keep count of all the lives he had taken over the years? Seeing Elwin's silent, Snape let out a sigh. "Fine. I want to ask. Don't dwell on it either." Then Snape turned his gaze towards the corridor as the dust began to settle. On the ground lay something that looked like a body. Why look like? Because it was impossible to discern what it had originally been. It had been utterly shredded by the bullets. Snape waved his wand. The next moment a jet of flame erupted from its tip. The corpse on the floor was instantly incinerated. Then Snape waved his wand again. Reparo. As the incantation left his lips. The corridor ravaged by gunfire began to repair itself. Soon a pristine passage stood before them, with no trace of the bullet-riddled chaos. Snape said, "No matter who asks, you must not speak of today's events. Nor can you admit you killed him. Understand?" Elwin nodded. "I understand, Professor. He said he killed my parents. Is that true?" Snape paused. "What else did he say?" Elwin replied. "He said he had no magical power which allowed him to bypass Dumbledore's defenses and enter Hogwarts. Just like when he killed my parents." A murderous aura erupted from Snape. "So that's it. No wonder. No wonder all those defenses were set up, and they still succeeded. So this is how they did it. Damn it. Damn it." Elwin asked Professor Snape, "Who are they exactly? Why did they want to kill me? Or rather, what do they want from me?" Snape was silent for a moment. "You are not ready to know. Your strength is far too lacking. If you truly manage to become the Slytherin prefect, I might consider telling you more. Now head to the Great Hall. Don't tell anyone about what happened today." Erwin said nothing more upon hearing this, merely spreading his hands in a resigned gesture. In truth, he had grown accustomed to this by now. Everything was always shrouded in secrecy. Of course, Erwin could understand Snape's reasoning. Judging by today's events, the enemies he was destined to face were indeed formidable figures. As the saying goes, the more one knows, the sooner one meets their end. Thus, Snape's reluctance to reveal everything now was likely born from a fear that Erwin might impulsively seek revenge. But Erwin was a man of utmost caution. He would never take any action without absolute certainty. Even with 99% assurance, he would not gamble recklessly, especially not with his own life. At that moment, Professor McGonagall and the others entered the castle. Clearly, the black-robed figures outside had already been dealt with. Upon seeing Erwin, Professor McGonagall immediately asked Erwin, "Are you all right? Did you encounter an enemy?" Erwin nodded. "I'm fine, Professor. A black-robed figure infiltrated the castle and attacked me. Fortunately, Professor Snape arrived in time and disposed of him." Professor McGonagall breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. "In that case, let's head to the Great Hall. The students must be terrified." Erwin asked with confusion, "Professor, don't you need to go assist Professor Dumbledore?" Professor McGonagall said, "Don't worry, Professor Dumbledore will be fine. Come, let's go to the Great Hall." Erwin nodded. Observing Professor McGonagall's expression, Erwin fell into brief contemplation. It seemed she wasn't taking this attack seriously at all. Was it because her own power was so formidable that she felt utterly secure? Within the Great Hall, every student of Hogwarts was gathered. As was the school's tradition, whenever danger threatened, the professors would assemble all students in one place. This served both to facilitate protection and to deny any crisis an opportunity to strike. Such had been the case during the Chamber of Secrets incident and the Death Eater's assault on Hogwarts. Erwin made his way directly to where the Slytherin students were gathered. The young wizards quickly rose to their feet. "Prefect." Erwin nodded. Return to your seats and await dinner. It's nearly mealtime." The young snakes nodded in unison. Not long after, Dumbledore strode into the Great Hall. The young wizards turned to look. Dumbledore chuckled. "It seems I've made it in time for dinner." He walked up to the dais. Then he lightly tapped his finger upon the table. The next moment, an array of dishes materialized upon it. Ever since Erwin had introduced Chinese cuisine to Hogwarts, the school's menu had undergone a transformation. Chinese food had become the main theme. With such an abundance of dishes, one could only wonder if poor creature the house elf was utterly exhausted. Erwin ate with great relish. As for the black-robed figures, and such, they were already forgotten. Was there anything in this world more important than a good meal? Absolutely not. If there were, it would only be if the food weren't delicious enough. But clearly Creature's culinary skills remained as impeccable as ever. After the meal, Erwin made his way to Dumbledore's office. Sweet and sour pork. The next instant, the door to the office swung open. This password had naturally been relayed to Erwin by Dumbledore himself, just as the summons to the office had been. As for this particular password, Erwin truly found it beyond comment. Did the old bee have such an insatiable sweet tooth? He had already tolerated the likes of cockroach clusters and other assorted candies. But now, with the advent of the great Xia cuisine, the old bee had gained a whole new array of inspirations for his passwords. Stepping into the office, Erwin curiously surveyed his surroundings. Come to think of it, this was Erwin's first time in the old bee's office. He took in everything around him. He had to admit Dumbledore's office was quite spacious. And it didn't seem particularly cluttered either. Indeed, the saying, "a tidy, scentless room marks either a crossdresser or a gay man," fit Dumbledore all too perfectly. Dumbledore had yet to return to the office. "Oh, a young wizard. With silver-white hair. Are you a Cavendish?" Erwin turned towards the sound. Several portraits on the walls were now observing him with curiosity. Erwin gave a slight bow. "Greetings, esteemed headmasters. I am Cavendish. Erwin Cavendish." One of the portraits remarked, "The resemblance is striking, truly striking. You look almost exactly like your father. No, you're even more handsome than he was." Erwin looked at the portrait. In the lower left corner, a nameplate read Phineas Nigellus. Erwin realized this was the headmaster famously regarded as the least popular in Hogwarts history. Phineas remarked, When your father stood in this very office, I observed him just the same. Erwin said, my respects to you, esteemed headmaster. Phineas gave a slight nod. A courteous little fellow. You are a true Slytherin by nature. I heard you were attacked today. Erwin nodded. Yes, it was quite perilous. Had it not been for Professor Snape, I fear I would have been in grave danger today. Phineas chuckled. Little one. Polite yet not entirely honest. Are you not aware that all the portraits within the castle communicate with one another? The corridor where you sat, there were portraits there too. Erwin was taken aback. He had indeed forgotten about that. Phineas continued, no matter. I admire your prudence. I am also somewhat acquainted with the Cavendish affairs. I am deeply sorry for what befell your parents. You see, among that generation of Slytherins, I held only 4 in high regard your parents Snape, and... Oh, never mind that. What business brings you to the headmaster's office? Though Phineas trailed off. Erwin knew precisely who he meant. Voldemort. It could only be him. A man too brilliant to be written in the annals of history. Yes, brilliant. That was Erwin's assessment of Voldemort. Setting aside his temperament, could one truly deny the brilliance of his accomplishments? Gifted with astonishing talent and driven by boundless ambition. Pity his judgment was flawed. Had he possessed a sharper mind, the outcome of the war might have been far from... In Erwin's view, Voldemort had committed only one true error, placing his faith in that supposed prophecy. Had Erwin been in that position, he would never have heeded such a prophecy. All fears and crises stem from one's own inadequacy. Erwin said, Headmaster Dumbledore summoned me here. Phineas nodded. I see. Then do have a seat in the office for a while. He should be returning shortly. Erwin sat in the chair gazing at the other portraits as he asked, are the other headmasters not here? Phineas replied, well, you know it's rather dull staying in a painting all the time. So they pop out for a stroll every now and then. Once you're dead, you'll understand. Being stuck in a frame all day is dreadfully boring. Elwin's face darkened. What was this old codger on about? What did he mean by once you're dead? Couldn't he wish him well? Why jump straight to his demise? How rude. Phineas, seeing Elwin's grim expression, chuckled. Seems you're not too fond of hearing about your own death. Elwin retorted, I suppose not. After all, I'm only 11 and death still feels quite distant. If I have a choice, I'd rather stay alive. Phineas nodded. I used to think the same. Anyway, enough of that. I heard you're planning something about morning and evening study sessions. Elwin nodded. Yes, school should be a joyful experience. I once heard a saying, learning brings happiness. I believe adding these sessions will make the young witches and wizards even happier. Phineas rolled his eyes. If I were from your time, I'd be tempted to hit you with a nasty curse. Elwin smiled. Then I suppose I'm quite lucky. Phineas looked at him and said, if, and I say if, it's possible, when the title of prefect. Trust me, you'll reap benefits beyond your imagination. Slytherin in the end belongs to you. I want to witness history, even if it's from within this portrait. Elwin declared solemnly, I will, headmaster. If Slytherin needs a prefect, it will be me. Phineas beamed. Excellent. I like your confidence. I believe you can do it. The day you become prefect, I shall leave this frame and offer my congratulations in person. Elwin gave a slight bow. You shall see that day. As for this so-called most unpopular headmaster, Elwin rather liked him. The Black family wasn't well liked because except for the one before him, none of the headmasters had graduated from Slytherin. As for Slytherin itself, well, those in the know understand. Before Elwin arrived at Hogwarts, Slytherin was indeed unpopular. If you asked every student to pick their favorite house, you'd get no clear answer. Everyone would choose their own. But if you asked them to pick the house they hated most, Slytherin would win by a landslide. That was Slytherin's current state, not exactly hunted by all, but certainly loathed. Fortunately, Elwin appeared. Elwin had subtly influenced and changed much. At least the spoiled heirs who used to love provoking others had now, under his restraint, transformed into courteous gentlemen. Even if they didn't want to, they had to pretend, if only to avoid bringing shame to Slytherin. Despite his short time at Hogwarts, Elwin's impact was already significant. While he was chatting with Headmaster Black, a flutter of wings was heard. The next moment, Fawkes flew in through the window. Then flames erupted from his wings. The flames landed on the floor, and Dumbledore's figure emerged. Elwin exclaimed in awe, Professor, that was brilliant. Phineas rolled his eyes so hard they nearly got stuck. You always love showing off, Dumbledore. Dumbledore's expression remained calm. With a wave of his hand, a gray cloth fell over Phineas' portrait. The next moment, Phineas' muffled curses came through. Blast you. Dumbledore, you're outrageous. How dare you? If not for my useless descendants. How dare you treat me like this? Curse you. Dumbledore's expression stayed serene. He smiled at Elwin. He's old. They do love to make a fuss. So how about it? Fancy trying to bond with a phoenix. You could do this too one day. Elwin quickly waved his hands. Ill pass, headmaster. Elwin knew exactly what a phoenix bond meant. It was a Dumbledore family legacy, setting aside whether head even succeed. If he tried head, owe Dumbledore a favor. As tempting as the phoenix's combat prowess was, it just didn't fit Elwin's style. Dumbledore didn't press the matter. He walked to the desk, took 2 candies from a drawer, ate one himself, and offered the other. Care for one. Elwin shook his head. No thank you, Professor. I'm worried about cavities. Dumbledore narrowed his eyes. Sweetness is truly the happiest taste. It's a pity you don't seem to enjoy sweets. Elwin said. In the Muggle world, scientific studies show that sugar triggers dopamine release. It brings a sense of pleasure, and when you consume sugar your bodus functions are replenished, keeping your brain sharp and alert. In other words, people who eat sweets tend to be smarter. Dumbledore remarked in surprise, is that so? The Muggle world is advancing remarkably fast. The power of technology is truly astonishing. So Mr. Elwin, is the weapon you used in the corridors and the Forbidden Forest also a creation of the Muggle? Elwin wasn't surprised at all that Dumbledore knew about his Gatling Bodhisattva of universal equality and great compassion. If Dumbledore didn't know, that would have been the real surprise. His mastery over Hogwarts was unparalleled in history, even more impressive than the four founders. During the founders' era, they each managed their own domains as equals. None could truly have complete control over the castle they built together. Subsequent headmasters also failed to achieve full control. Only Dumbledore, the man, was simply uncanny. He had mapped out every secret chamber and passageway in Hogwarts, and he had absolute control over the school. Students thought they were sneaking out at night, avoiding everyone. Little did they know Dumbledore was aware of everything. Elwin even suspected the man knew exactly how many fish were in the Black Lake. Keeping anything secret from Dumbledore at Hogwarts was simply impossible. Elwin said, I was just defending myself. A glint of sharp light flashed behind Dumbledore's glasses. Is that so? I hardly think robbing acromantula venom counts as self-defense. Elwin, those weapons of yours are far too dangerous. Erwin's brow furrowed slightly. So Professor, what do you mean? Dumbledore said, your weapons, I will keep them safe for you. You will not encounter the slightest danger at Hogwarts. Erwin scoffed, is that so Professor? Today in the corridor, without these weapons you deem dangerous, you tell me I won't face any danger at Hogwarts. Dumbledore was silent for a moment before saying, that was an accident. Erwin spread his hands. Perhaps. But who can guarantee that such an accident won't happen again? So handing over my weapons. Impossible. Dumbledore said, at Hogwarts they will not come again. That was my condition for letting them go. Erwin shook his head. Professor, I've been managing the family business since I was 6. I will not place my safety in someone else's hands. Dumbledore pondered for a moment. Since you insist, then so be it. But you must promise me that you will not use those weapons unless it is absolutely necessary. Erwin spread his hands. Fine. But if my safety is threatened, I will still use them. Dumbledore nodded. And you must not use those weapons to hunt acromantulas in the Forbidden Forest again. Erwin asked, so did the acromantulas come to complain to you? Dumbledore shook his head. No, the acromantulas have migrated en masse, encroaching on the territory of other magical creatures. The centaurs came to me. Erwin understood. Damn acromantulas. They actually dared to flee. Little cowards who can't take a joke. Erwin said, Headmaster, is this what you wanted to tell me today? Dumbledore shook his head. No, there is something I wish to ask of you. Erwin raised an eyebrow. Oh, the professor actually has a request for me. Dumbledore said, I will be away for a while, perhaps a week or so. I hope you can look after Potter for me. Erwin asked, puzzled. Potter? Harry Potter. Look after him. Dumbledore nodded. Indeed. They are curious about certain things, and that matter is quite dangerous. I hope you can take care of them while I am away. Erwin chuckled. I refuse. Professor, I have no interest in being a babysitter. And with all due respect, Professor, if this matter is as dangerous as you say, you could simply prevent them from investigating it. That shouldn't be difficult for you. Dumbledore shook his head. He needs to grow. Erwin said, so you want me to be a babysitter? Honestly, Professor, this isn't a good idea. Of course, if it's a condition for you granting me your protection at Hogwarts, I might reluctantly accept. Dumbledore was left speechless. In fact, he had indeed considered that. But now that Erwin had said it out loud, he found it awkward to bring it up himself. Dumbledore said, Potter is also your fellow student, isn't he? Erwin shook his head. Professor Dumbledore, I think you've got one thing wrong. I am a Slytherin, the Slytherin prefect. And Harry Potter and his friends are Gryffindors. Looking at the unyielding Erwin, Dumbledore felt a headache coming on. Erwin, I am leaving Hogwarts because of your matter. Do you understand? An old man like me is running around for you, and yet you're unwilling to offer even a little help. Damn, this guy is starting with the moral blackmail. Quite a good move. If it were someone else, they might have been swayed by Dumbledore. But clearly Erwin was not that kind of person. If you have no morals, no one can morally blackmail you. Clearly Erwin belonged to that small group of people utterly devoid of morals. Erwin stood up, bowed 90 degrees. I will remember it. Professor, I am grateful. I will always remember your kindness in my heart. As Erwin finished speaking, a snicker came from the previously covered portrait. Dumbledore didn't expect to see you have your day. Well done, my boy. That's exactly how you should deal with this man. Erwin gave a slight bow. Thank you for the praise, Headmaster Black. Dumbledore's face visibly darkened. This was the first time he had met someone like Erwin. Completely different from his father. Erwin's father was very amiable and enjoyed helping others. Even in Slytherin, he had excellent relations with everyone. Not at all like the infuriating Erwin. After a moment, Dumbledore sighed. State your terms, Erwin. A smile played on Erwin's lips. That's more like it. If you had just talked like this from the start, we would have reached an agreement long ago. Without any benefits, expecting him to work for free. Impossible. Erwin said, I want the permission to apparate within Hogwarts. Dumbledore frowned. Permission to apparate within Hogwarts. What for? Erwin replied, for escape. If I were to encounter a situation like today again, I could just apparate away immediately. After all, now that I know someone wants my life, shouldn't I be more cautious? Dumbledore thought for a moment. I'm just asking you to look after Harry for a week, and you want apparition permission. Seems a bit much, doesn't it? Erwin said, Professor, are you looking to negotiate the price? Dumbledore nodded. Yes, I think we can discuss it. A week of guardianship alone doesn't warrant this price. Erwin said, that's easy to handle. Professor Dumbledore, your intention is to help Harry grow, or whatever scheme you're concocting, the ultimate goal is to serve as a whetstone for Harry. But with all due respect, being in Gryffindor with the people around him is of absolutely no help to his growth. Harry can't learn anything from them, can he? Dumbledore said, Gryffindor is also a prestigious house at Hogwarts. Many great figures have come from Gryffindor. Your statement is a bit hasty. Erwin waved his hand. I admit you're right, Professor. But you must also admit that Harry Potter's taste in friends is truly poor. Take Ron, the one beside him, for example. He's utterly worthless. With a friend like that. There's an old saying in the Great Xia dynasty, learning requires a proper environment. Following Ron, Harry will learn nothing. Grant me the permission to apparate. Once the study sessions start next week, I will invite Harry to the Slytherin study room and teach him. That is my offer. Dumbledore was silent. Harry won't agree. Erwin stood up. That's not my problem. If Harry Potter doesn't want to improve himself, that's his business. My terms have been stated. Professor, please consider it. Oh, I remember, I have matters to attend to this afternoon. So, Professor, they'll be going now. Leaving Dumbledore's office, a smile crept onto Erwin's lips. What if this chosen one became a chosen one who favored Slytherin? That would certainly be interesting, wouldn't it? Erwin found himself looking forward to it. Being a babysitter genuinely held no interest for Alvin. However, if he could find some amusement for himself while performing the task, then it wasn't something he couldn't accept. Most importantly, their dear savior, if utilized well, could prove to be an excellent piece of defensive gear. If he were to involve the savior in certain matters, Dumbledore would undoubtedly protect him. Thus, having the savior under his influence meant having Dumbledore as well. Alvin snapped his fingers. From this perspective, the savior didn't seem so irritating after all. If used properly, the savior was such a convenient tool. Thinking about it, Alvin suddenly felt he might have been a bit hasty. He should have simply agreed to Dumbledore's request. He wondered if old Dumbledore would even dare to grant him the permission to use apparition. Although it might seem like just the permission to use a spell, in reality, it was far more complex. The ability to apparate within Hogwarts was granted only to the 4 founders and successive headmasters. Even professors like Snape lacked the authority to apparate within the castle walls. Once this permission was bestowed, it signified that Hogwarts was left defenseless against that individual. Alvin began to regret his request. It was indeed somewhat unreasonable. Alvin doubted Dumbledore would trust him to such an extent. He feared he might have just pushed away the savior-shaped shield he had been offered. Alvin started pondering what plausible excuse he could use to win back this proverbial shield. At that moment, Alvin suddenly felt a certain restriction shatter within his body. He froze in place. What was this? Alvin snapped his fingers, and the next instant his body transformed into a vortex. Moments later, he found himself standing in his own bedroom. Alvin was stunned. Bloody hell. Old Dumbledore actually granted him the apparition permission. Was it out of trust? That didn't make sense. There was only one person Dumbledore truly trusted, and that was Professor McGonagall. No, to be precise, it was uncertain if Dumbledore even fully trusted McGonagall. Men like Dumbledore only ever had complete faith in themselves. In this regard, Alvin was the same. Yet here he was already planning his next move. Dumbledore simply handed him the apparition permission like that. A smile tugged at Alvin's lips. It seemed his initial assumptions about certain things were off the mark. Shaking his head, Alvin decided not to dwell on it. Being able to apparate within Hogwarts was a good thing. At the very least, he could now leave the school grounds. Staying cooped up in the castle all the time was rather dull. More importantly, he felt uneasy leaving all the Diagon Alley affairs in old Tom's hands. Although Hagrid had become a supplier, the trade in magical creature materials would inevitably encroach upon the interests of pure-blood families. Even though Alvin had sent Tom with plenty of manpower and their equalizer devices. It was after all his first venture in the magical world. He couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. However, he couldn't rush. He'd have to wait until Dumbledore left Hogwarts. Otherwise, what if old Dumbledore decided to revoke his permission? Alvin checked the time. It was still early enough for a nap. Since there was nothing else to do, while Alvin caught up on his sleep, Harry Potter arrived at Dumbledore's office. Before Harry could even knock, the door swung open on its own. Dumbledore sat at his desk, peering over his spectacles at Harry from beneath a rather comical hat. A smile graced his face. Harry, you've arrived. Come in. Harry Potter stepped into the office, his gaze wandering curiously around the room. Dumbledore gestured. Have a seat, Harry. Just let me finish this bit of writing. Harry nodded and obediently sat down. From a portrait, Headmaster Black observed Harry's. He couldn't help but shake his head. Compared to Alvin, he was severely lacking. Was this truly the so-called savior? Had Dumbledore fallen for some kind of scam? Oh, and that unfortunate Voldemort too. He had seen Alvin, one of the finest Slytherin students. Dumbledore scribbled away for quite some time. Then he set down his quill. Harry, how are you finding life at Hogwarts? Harry, who had been lost in thought, was startled by Dumbledore's question. He quickly stood up. Oh yes. It's wonderful, Professor. I've never felt better. Dumbledore gestured for him to No need to be so tense, Harry. I just wanted to have a chat. You know at my age one enjoys company. Care for a lemon drop? Harry quickly accepted. Thank you, Professor. Dumbledore beamed. Indeed, Harry Potter was far more endearing than Alvin. One couldn't share the candy with others, or it would be quite unpleasant. Fortunately, Harry Potter was there to satisfy his urge to share. This left the old bee in high spirits. Dumbledore watched as Harry placed the candy in his mouth. He asked with a smile, well, don't you feel much calmer now? Harry nodded in agreement. Dumbledore then asked, Harry, what do you think of Alvin? Harry was taken aback for a moment. He wondered why Dumbledore was asking him this, but he answered honestly, Alvin. He's incredibly talented. It seems like everyone likes him. Professors, other students, seniors, they all speak highly of him. In class, he always has an answer for everything. It seems like nothing can stump him. Dumbledore nodded. Indeed, Alvin is exceptionally gifted. I share your sentiment. In all my years, I've never encountered a student more outstanding than him, especially one so young. Harry scratched his head. So, he was called here just to acknowledge the gap between them. Thanks, he was already painfully aware. Noticing Harry's crestfallen expression, a glint flashed in Dumbledore's eyes. What's the matter, Harry? You seem troubled. Harry shook his head, remaining silent. Dumbledore said, It's all right, my boy. Young wizards your age often feel insecure. There's no shame in that. Harry hesitated, then confessed. I just feel like I'm a disappointment to everyone. They call me the savior, but I don't see any of my own merits. I can't compare to Alvin in any way. Perhaps he is the real savior, and I'm just a fraud. My child, Dumbledore said. You are not the savior because others sing your praises, but because of the deeds you have truly accomplished. You defeated Voldemort, you ended the darkness of the wizarding world. To everyone you are the savior. Harry Potter asked, really, but why is it that I can't do anything? While Erwin seems capable of everything. Professor, I truly feel a sense of inadequacy. Dumbledore said, if I were your age, I would likely feel the same inadequacy facing Erwin. Harry, I hope you understand the truth. No one is born excellent, including Erwin. Harry Potter asked, then Professor, how can I become as knowledgeable and formidable as Erwin? A smile tugged at Dumbledore's lips. There it was, the hook was set. He truly adored children of this age. In this regard, Dumbledore and Erwin saw eye to eye. Of course, they differed in other ways. For instance, at this moment, comparing himself, Dumbledore found Erwin rather insufferable. Dumbledore said, how to become like Erwin. You need effort and you need guidance. When you're not looking, Erwin seeks out friends to study with and he seeks help from professors. So if you wish to improve, you must work even harder. Of course, blind effort alone is futile. You must also engage with others you ideally find a peer to learn alongside. That is the most efficient way to learn. Harry Potter fell into deep thought. Seeing the opportune moment, Dumbledore spoke. Harry, have you heard about the study sessions? Harry Potter nodded. Yes, Erwin proposed them. At first, many older students were quite displeased. But these past few days, Ravenclaw and Slytherin have been eagerly in. Dumbledore asked, and do you know why they look forward to them? Harry Potter shook his head. Dumbledore said, because they get more, especially during these sessions they can exchange ideas. Their progress will be remarkably swift. Harry Potter's eyes lit up. Then I could study with Ron too. Dumbledore shook his head. You could, but Harry, I suggest you study with Erwin in the Slytherin study room. Because we both know Erwin is the most outstanding of your year. Moreover, Erwin has a knack for helping his classmates. I heard Draco Malfoy successfully learned beginner transfiguration thanks to Erwin's help. Harry Potter recalled the transfiguration classroom. Malfoy's sneering gaze and smug expression. He clenched his fists involuntarily. But, would Erwin even let me study with him? And Slytherin and Gryffindor. Harry Potter's voice trailed off, but the old bee understood his meaning. After a moment of silence, the old bee said, I'll speak to Erwin for you. If it benefits your studies, I doubt he would refuse me. Harry Potter was deeply moved. Could you really, Professor? Dumbledore smiled. Of course. In fact, I have a rather good relationship with Erwin. You know, I was the one who took him to Diagon Alley when he first arrived. Harry Potter said, thank you so much, Professor. Dumbledore said, however, Harry, if I arrange this, you must not back down. You must strive to become better. I have a feeling you will be the pride of Gryffindor. Hearing this, Harry felt a fire ignite within him. If Erwin were here, he would undoubtedly whip out his notebook and jot all of this. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. This Dumbledore was a master of persuasion. Look at those words. Pure art. First, he guides Harry to bring up Erwin, making him dwell on Erwin's excellence and stirring envy within him. Then he stresses the importance of hard work, igniting Harry's desire to improve. After that, he offers to arrange for Harry to learn. This earns Harry's gratitude. Finally, anticipating Harry's impressionable and indecisive nature, he preemptively blocks any path of retreat Harry might take, due to Ron's influence. He caps it off with an inspiring speech. Damn, step by step. It was pure artistry. If Erwin had witnessed this, he'd surely be impressed. Harry left Dumbledore's office, his heart swelling with fervor. As he stepped out, his face was flushed. From sheer excitement. Don't get the wrong idea. If you did, go face the wall. On the wall, Phineas spoke. Dumbledore. After all these years, you still rely on these old tricks to win people over. even when they're just young wizards. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair. I won't deny that. However, compared to Erwin, I think I still have much to learn. You should take some time to get out more. Go see the Slytherin common room, see what it's like now. I think you'll be quite surprised. Phineas snorted. So he's your chosen one. Honestly, he's nowhere near Erwin's level. He falls far short. I wonder what you see in him. Dumbledore remained silent. What did he see in him? He saw a Horcrux. What else could it be? Did he value Harry's indecisiveness, his poor grades, his lack? Seeing Dumbledore's silence, Phineas grew bored. With a flicker of movement, he vanished from the portrait. Soon after, Phineas appeared in the portrait above the Slytherin common room fireplace. The portrait's original occupant cowered trembling. Phineas snorted. I tried being nice, but you just wouldn't listen. Do you need a beating to remember why I became headmaster of Hogwarts? The portrait's owner dared not utter a word. On the verge of tears, Phineas swept his gaze across the young wizards in the common room. They were gathered in small groups discussing their studies. Even Phineas was taken aback. Had it not been for the gloomy, dim surround, he might have thought had stumbled into the Ravenclaw common room. This strange atmosphere was utterly unlike his own school days. You there, the Malfoy's platinum blonde hair was quite conspicuous. So Phineas spotted him immediately. Startled Malfoy turned around. Who are you? Phineas said, an ignorant lad who doesn't even know me. Tell me, where is Erwin? Phineas had come specifically to find Elwin. He paid no mind to the others, simply asking where Elwin was, and being done with it. If Elwin was in his dormitory, he intended to have this Malfoy boy lead him there. However, something Phineas never anticipated occurred. Suddenly a wand appeared in Malfoy's hand, pointed directly at the portrait on the wall. Who exactly are you, and why are you looking for? The next moment the other young wizards noticed the commotion, and in unison drew their wands, aiming them at Phineas in the portrait. Phineas was almost amused into anger. Him, being pointed at by wands of Slytherin students. And at his portrait no less. What was this all about? He was known in his lifetime as the pride of Slytherin. After all, he was the first headmaster to have graduated from. His prestige was indeed solidly established. Yet here he was, this figure of prestige, being targeted by Slytherin students. It was simply absurd. He had always said they should hang more of his portraits in the Slytherin common room. At least then the students would remember him. And now after so long the Slytherin students didn't even recognize him. Though inwardly annoyed, Phineas felt a greater sense of gratification. He also understood why Dumbledore had sent him to check on Slytherin. Slytherin was truly different now. And this change was all brought about by Elwin. Just as the tension was at its peak, a lazy voice drifted over. Elwin, yawning, descended the stairs. What's all the commotion? The young wizards turned to look. Elwin followed their wands to their target and froze. Huh. Headmaster Phineas. Why are you here? You lot, put your wands away this instant. I've told you to read more, but you'd rather go tend to pigs. Haven't you read the history of Hogwarts? Have you not seen the portrait of Headmaster Phineas in the book? Upon hearing this, some of the young wizards who had read the book began to recall vaguely. It seemed this figure truly was their headmaster, the former pride of Slytherin. The only Hogwarts headmaster to have graduated from Slytherin. The young wizards quickly lowered their wands. Elwin descended the stairs and gave a slight bow. My apologies, Headmaster Phineas. They were ignorant and have offended you. Phineas waved a hand dismissively. Forget it. My era is long past. It's only natural they don't remember me. However, you should be teaching them these basic facts. You are their prefect. Elwin replied, Yes, Headmaster. You lot apologize to the headmaster at once. Who taught you to point your wands at the pride of Slytherin? And besides, with your meager skills, do you really think you could harm a portrait with your wands, eh? Use your brains. Phineas' face darkened. So Elwin was scolding the little snakes because they had used the wrong method against. Was this even humanly possible? The young snakes quickly apologized. We're sorry, Headmaster Phineas. Phineas waved his hand. Never mind. Elwin, find a frame, and let's talk in your dormitory. Elwin nodded and scanned the room. Every frame his gaze touched seemed to tense. Elwin thought for a moment. Well, Headmaster, please wait a moment. He'll go find one for you outside. You see, the ones hanging here are all our former Slytherin seniors. It would be too troublesome to move them. With that, Elwin left the common room. He came to a frame and checked the small nameplate at the bottom. Perfect, it was a former Gryffindor student. Elwin said, Senior, would you mind relocating? The figure in the portrait was stunned. What kind of talk was this? Asking him to move right off the bat. Elwin didn't waste words. He pulled out a small knife. Senior, will you move yourself, or shall I destroy your home, and you find a new one? The former Gryffindor senior's face changed instantly. Wicked Slytherin. As expected, you're evil to the core. After saying this, without waiting for Elwin to react, he turned and, in the blink of an eye, he jumped into the neighboring frame, then scurried, without pause, into another one. He was incredibly fast. Elwin carried the now empty frame back to the common room. Here, Headmaster. It's a bit small, but please make do for now. He glanced at the nameplate beneath the frame and was even more pleased. You've done well. Then with a single stride he stepped into the frame. Elwin watched this with great interest. What was the principle behind this? Phineas noticed Elwin's confusion and explained, Don't dwell on useless things. Portraits are different from photographs. Photographs use developing potions. But some portraits that can move freely have a portion of a soul's power extracted into them. Don't get any foolish ideas. For a living person, extracting soul power will affect your rationality and wisdom. Elwin suddenly understood. This was like a different kind of Horcrux, without the same effect, but with a similar principle. As for what Phineas said about affecting one's rationality and wisdom, Elwin knew this all too well. Just look at Voldemort. In the original story, Voldemort as a student was brilliant, so clever, and outstanding. But after creating Horcruxes, his intellect plummeted, and he became irritable and prone to rage like a complete fool. Still, this portrait business was rather intriguing. Elwin felt he might research it if he got the chance, perhaps there would be unexpected gains. This was his sixth sense, and he trusted it greatly. He had a feeling this might prove useful someday. Elwin picked up the frame. You lot continue with your business. Read more, play less. How many times must I say it? After admonishing the little snakes, Elwin carried the frame upstairs. The young snakes looked at each other in bewilderment. They stared at the books on the table, each wearing a wry smile. They really had been trying their best. Elwin carried the frame back to his room. He placed the frame on the table by the window. Phineas gazed out at the scenery and sighed. It's been many years since I was last here. Back then I lived on this very floor in the only spot in the Slytherin common room where one could see the sun. How nostalgic. Elwin said, if you like I can hang the frame here from now on. You're welcome to visit whenever you wish. Phineas looked at Elwin. You little rascal. You must have something you want to ask me with all this flattery. Elwin smiled. You've seen right through me. Actually, I want to know what exactly a Slytherin prefect can gain. Professor Snape also told me that if I became the secret prefect I would receive benefits beyond my imagination. Phineas fell silent for a moment. Actually, I don't know either. Elwin was shocked. What had he just heard? He didn't know either. Phineas said, actually this should be considered an ancient legend of Slytherin. I wonder if you've heard of it. There's a legend at Hogwarts that the four founders left behind their legacies. Elwin nodded. I read about it in a book. It said that after Hogwarts was founded, the four founders each left behind their true legacies. The book mentioned that the only one revealed so far is Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets. People died because of it back then. It was called a taboo. Phineas nodded. I've heard other portraits talk about this, but what if I told you that the Chamber of Secrets is not Slytherin's true legacy? Elwin exclaimed, not Slytherin's legacy. Phineas said, legend has it that in their era the four founders were initially quite ordinary in strength. However, they later obtained something from somewhere. No one knows exactly what. And it was these things that made them the most powerful people of their time and allowed them to establish Hogwarts. And there are rumors that they left this true legacy within Hogwarts. The Hidden Prefects Challenge was created by Slytherin himself. Since then, every head of Slytherin house has passed down the word, if you can conquer the Hidden Prefects Challenge you will obtain Slytherin's true legacy. Elwin asked, puzzled, if that's the case, what about the legacies of the other houses? They don't have a Hidden Prefects Challenge. Phineas shook his head. That I don't know. The legacies left by the four founders couldn't possibly be obtained so easily. However, I have heard an interesting piece of gossip, that Dumbledore actually obtained the complete legacy of Gryffindor. But whether it's true or not I cannot say. After all, Dumbledore himself has never revealed it. Elwin nodded. I see. Thank you, Headmaster. Phineas waved his hand. No need to thank me. It's not a big deal. Besides, I've heard from other portraits that you've already defeated the fifth-year Hidden Prefect. There are only 2 more left before you. You are the most likely person to truly uncover the secret of the Hidden Prefects Challenge. If you ever learn the truth, do tell me. I am quite curious myself. Elwin smiled. Don't worry, Headmaster. I will. Phineas said, alright, I just came to see you. Since I still have some time, why not let me see your skill and spells? Although that muggle weapon you use is quite destructive, you are after all a wizard. Elwin's eyes lit up. Did he mean? He was willing to give him some guidance. This was the headmaster of Hogwarts after all, a man who became headmaster despite graduating from Slytherin. And considering the timeline, it seemed Hogwarts was in a turbulent era during Phineas' tenure. One could only imagine how much dark magic this most disliked headmaster in history must have mastered. Wait, why did he instinctively think of dark magic? How could someone like him, a white wizard, learn such things? Indeed, spending too much time with the sinister Slytherins had tainted him with their wickedness. Who would remember that Elwin was at his core an upright person? Since sin. Elwin said, Headmaster Phineas, could you teach me some Phineas said, spells. Are the ones you're currently learning not enough for you? Elwin said, as you know, the enemies I face are very strong. And they genuinely want my life. So I need some means of self-protection, preferably spells with some offensive power. Phineas understood. You want to learn dark magic. Elwin rubbed his nose. Headmaster, I believe that spells should not be divided into black and white. They are all just means to fight against enemies. It's like weapons in the Muggle world. Take a longsword, for example. Can you say it's black or white? It can take a life, but does that make it evil? So in my view, a spell is like a weapon. It doesn't distinguish between good and evil, black or white. It depends solely on the person who wields it. Upon hearing this, Phineas, a smile spread across his face. Excellent. I was right about you. You are the most exemplary Slytherin. It's a pity I didn't have a young wizard like you during my tenure. If you had spoken those words back, then I'm sure my proposal would have been approved by the others. Elwin asked, puzzled. Proposal? What proposal? Phineas waved his hand dismissively. Oh, it's nothing. Just a small matter. I wanted to change the defense against the dark arts class to a dark arts class. A purely defensive approach is ultimately a lesser path. Elwin was shocked. Wow, headmaster, he really had some radical ideas. This man truly shouldn't be the headmaster of Hogwarts. He should be the headmaster of Durmstrang. Phineas said, at the time I felt that Hogwarts teaching was too lenient. Teaching only the defense against dark arts. How can one think of defending before even facing the enemy? Unfortunately, my proposal was never approved. What a pity. Elwin's lips twitched slightly. Indeed, this man known by all as the most extreme headmaster had his reasons. Durmstrang would be the perfect school for him. That place reveres dark magic. Yet a school that reveres dark magic found the dark magic experiments conducted by the great Grindelwald too dangerous. One can only imagine how extreme the great Grindelwald truly was. Phineas sighed with emotion, seemingly lamenting those who failed to recognize his genius back then. Alright, enough of that. Since you wish to learn dark magic, let me see what level your current mastery of it has reached. Do you know any dark magic? Elwin nodded. Actually, I do know a few. Wait a moment. Then Elwin snapped his fingers. The next instant he appeared on the shore of the Black Lake. Not daring to waste any time, he fished a large fish out of the lake. Then he returned to his bedroom. He placed the large fish on the floor. Mysteriously, he drew the curtains. He pulled out his wand. Avada Kedavra. In his own room, Elwin wasn't afraid of being discovered. The next moment, a beam of purple light shot towards the fish on the floor. In fact, Elwin had no idea why his killing curse had turned purple. It seemed like all his spells had turned purple. Phineas was astonished. Your starting point is this high, eh? Phineas never expected it. Elwin launched a killing curse right away. True, he was just a portrait now, but he was still the headmaster. Couldn't he show some respect? Not even trying to hide it. Elwin scratched his head. My apologies, headmaster. I haven't quite mastered this spell yet. Phineas waved his hand. No, you've mastered it quite well. Trust me, many dark wizards aren't as proficient with the killing curse as you are. Elwin felt embarrassed. Look at this getting praised now. His killing curse was only level 3. There was still room for 2 more levels of improvement. Phineas looked at Elwin and sighed. Truly, if it weren't for his deep admiration of Elwin and the fact that Elwin's words had genuinely touched him, he would be considering what pose to send Elwin to Azkaban in. Phineas said, have you used the killing curse on others? Elwin said, very rarely. You know, this unforgivable curse is a life sentence curse. It can't be used lightly. Phineas was shocked. He actually knew that himself. How surprising. Phineas said, your spell work is quite skilled and your technique is good, but your execution still lacks finesse. In fact, you're using far too much magical power. Elwin asked, puzzled. Too much magical power. Phineas nodded. Take the killing curse you used, for example. You should know its nature well, death upon impact. In most cases, it's undefendable. Given that trait, there's no need to expend so much magic. Remember, in a duel between wizards, every bit of magical power is precious. A defeat could hinge on that very sliver of magic you lack. Elwin nodded. For the next hour, Phineas shared many more tips on spellcasting with Elwin. Elwin absorbed these tips with great relish. This was the hard-earned experience of a top-tier dark wizard. A teacher money couldn't buy. Phineas said, all right. Take some time to digest what I've told you today. He'll come by when I can. You can ask me questions then. Elwin stood up. He bowed. Thank you, headmaster. A smile crept onto Phineas' face. I like you. You're a true Slytherin. I've heard about what you're doing. Slytherin has changed. It needs a leader to restore it to its former glory, and you are the perfect choice. I look forward to the day I see Slytherin return to what it was in my time. The portrait returned to blank. Phineas had left. Just as he said, he was different. Unlike other portraits, he could come and go as he pleased. And Elwin had gained another private tutor. Ding. Congratulations, host, on receiving Phineas guidance. A limited time card pool. The attack spell exclusive card pool. 30 free draws granted. This is a limited time reward pool with a guaranteed gold item at the end. The pool lasts for 1 hour. Please use it promptly, host. Elwin's eyes lit up instantly. Here it comes, here it comes. It's bringing the spells. Truly, you get what you need. And with a guaranteed gold item on top. The system was being incredibly generous. Elwin opened the draw interface directly, with a grand wave of his hand. Come on, draw for me. With a guaranteed gold, what did Elwin have to fear? Just go for it. At worst, there was still that 1 gold guarantee. Ding. 10 draw complete. Congratulations on your rewards. Blasting Curse X2. Freezing Spell X1. Levi Spell Proficiency X, 300. Elwin looked at the rewards. Not bad at all. Blasting Curse could cause a violent explosion on the target. The power was considerable. However, it had a drawback. Upon hitting an object, it would rebound aimlessly. It could end up hurting the caster. Like in the original story when the know-it-all girl used it and snapped Harry's wand in half. As for the freezing spell, it appeared only once in the original. Also used by the know-it-all girl. She used it against those Cornish pixies that Lockhart the Fool had brought in. As for Levicorpus, coincidentally, that was also created by Snape. Elwin continued drawing. Ding. 10 draw complete. Rewards distributed. Elwin's eyes widened. He thought he saw a flash of purple light. He quickly checked the log. Reducio X2. Incarcerus X1. Oppunio X3. Spell Proficiency X, 300. Congratulations on obtaining the purple reward. Fiendfire Grand Pack. Includes Flame Shield, Fire God's Path. Keep striving, young one. The next Grindelwald could be you. Elwin was stunned, shooting up from his stool. His eyes locked onto the purple reward on the virtual screen. Fiendfire Grand Pack Flame, Shield Fire God's Path. Elwin would never forget the scene from the movies. Grindelwald's eerie blue flames, and the battle between the blue flame skeleton and the crimson flame phoenix. Just 2 words breathtaking. Compared to the Fiendfire Pack, those other spells. Were they even spells? They were just toys for kids. In Elwin's heart, he loved Fiendfire even more than the unforgivable curses. Why? Simply because it was cool. Compared to Fiendfire, other spells should just stay away. He was afraid Fiendfire might get the wrong idea. After drawing Fiendfire, Elwin was buzzing with excitement. He loved it, absolutely loved it. He had such an urge to burn something. Shaking his head, Elwin quickly banished that thought. He couldn't go wild. If he set a fire at Hogwarts, he'd be in Azkaban by nightfall. Maybe even next to Sirius Black. He had to stay calm, no showing off. This was Hogwarts with Dumbledore watching over. Play it cool, definitely no showing off. But this was Fiendfire though. Elwin couldn't stop grinning. Honestly, even if the last 10 draws gave nothing. With this Fiendfire and the guaranteed gold reward, Elwin felt it was already worth it. What more could he ask for? Elwin quickly claimed the rewards as if afraid the system might snatch away his Fiendfire pack the next second. The system couldn't help but roll its eyes. This stingy, petty attitude. Such an inexperienced host. Only after claiming the rewards did Elwin finally relax. He casually began the final 10 draw. Ding. 10-pull lottery complete, distributing rewards. Curse proficiency 900. Erwin was stunned. I was joking, you really give nothing else. You just hand over 900 curse proficiency right off the bat. So besides the guaranteed golden reward, I'm just a bald guy. Ding. Golden guaranteed reward drawn. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward directed skill. Directed skill, all your single target attacks will become directed skills. They come with built-in homing guidance. Erwin frowned. Directed skill. Homing guidance. What use is that for magic? But suddenly Erwin froze. No wait. This thing might be more useful than he thought. As everyone knows, the killing curse cannot be blocked by normal magic. There are only a few known ways to stop it. The first is the spell Lily used. It can directly reflect the killing curse, trading one life for another. It's the passive resistance curse. This thing is a bit unreasonable. In the original story, only 2 people used this thing. One was Lily Potter. She used this spell to protect Harry Potter. Later, when Harry Potter was in the Forbidden Forest determined to sacrifice his life to destroy the Horcrux, he wanted to protect all the teachers and students of Hogwarts. At that moment, the passive resistance curse was transferred. After that, Voldemort's spells failed against those teachers and students. Erwin called this a plot kill because it was simply illogical. The second method is the Twincore Wands. Remember during the Triwizard Tournament, Harry Potter used Expelliarmus against the killing. Twincore Wands have a trait, they will not harm each other. When one casts the killing curse, the other can block it with a different spell. This creates a very special priori incantatem effect. The third method is to turn oneself into a Horcrux. This grants immunity to the killing curse. If one dies, there's another. It's paid for with lives. Similar to Horcruxes are phoenixes, they can take the killing curse and then be reborn from the ashes. That's just absurd. Following this logic, a phoenix could be an excellent shield. There's also a bug-exploiting method in the original story. That is the Elder. When someone uses the Elder Wand to cast the killing curse at its true master, the curse won't be fatal. Ironically, the one who exploited this bug was Harry Potter again. As for the poor unfortunate soul, it was undoubtedly our noseless Mr. Riddle. The last method is the one most wizards use to survive the killing curse. Although the killing curse cannot be blocked by magic, it can be blocked by solid objects, like walls, pillars, shields, and such. Who knows how many times Harry Potter used this method to dodge Voldemort's killing curses. Poor Voldemort. Now Erwin had obtained this golden talent. It could cleverly bypass this method. As long as the target is locked, it can be accurately guided. In other words, holy crap, my bullets can curve. This is a godly skill. If this were in Voldemort's hands, wouldn't he point at the sky and declare that it could no longer block his sight? Of course, it's probably just as good in Erwin's hands. Just then, Erwin's eyes lit up. He had a revelation. System. Does this directed skill only apply to spells? Ding. Host, figure it out yourself. Erwin's eyes gleamed even brighter. The system didn't confirm it, which means his idea might actually be possible. The system said all single target attacks. So if that's the case, Erwin flipped his palm. A handgun appeared in his hand. He immediately pulled the trigger. The next moment, the bullet shot straight into the wall to Erwin's right. Erwin was shocked. It works, it actually works. He had actually mastered the long-lost art of curving bullets. This was real bullet curving. Erwin was so excited, he was trembling. This is a godly skill. This time he truly could stop being human. Ding. Lottery over limited time banner closed. Banner preview, a limited time holiday banner will be available at Christmas. Host, please accumulate reputation points. The holiday banner is worth it. Erwin was taken aback. Holiday banner. Come to think of it, Christmas is almost here. Next Wednesday is Halloween, and in a little over a month, ITLL. Looking at his remaining 500 reputation points, Erwin had initially planned to spend them all. But if there's a holiday banner, Erwin thought he could save up some more, accumulate more by then, and pull to his heart's content. Erwin summoned the system panel. Spell Mastery Accio, Level 3 Wingardium Leviosa, Level 3 Protego, Level 3 Expelliarmus, Level 3 Sectum Sempra, Level 3 Occlumency, Level 3 Expecto Patronum, Level 3 Confringo, Level 1 Glacius, Level 1 Tarantaligra, Level 1 Reducto, Level 1 Incarcerus, Level 1 Appunio, Level 1 Protego Maxima, Level 1 Ignis Aperta, Level 1 Apparition Purple Lotus Custom, Level 3 Avada Kedavra, Level 3 Imperio, Level 4 Crucio, Level 4. Magic Proficiency, 2900. He had learned several new spells, all at Level 1. But his current proficiency was only enough to upgrade 2 spells to level. The Hidden Chief Challenge was the most important thing Erwin faced now. The true legacy of Slytherin. Erwin was quite curious about it. So Erwin had to consider carefully where to allocate his spell proficiency. Besides allocating points, he could also practice on his own. However, Level 1 spells might fail to cast. Erwin thought it best to upgrade them all to Level 2 first. At least then they'd cast successfully 100 of the time, and practicing would increase proficiency faster. Then Erwin began allocating points. Using 800 magic proficiency, he upgraded the 2 spells he had just learned, including Protego Maxima and Ignis Aperta, to Level 2. Erwin nodded in satisfaction. He still had 2100 spell proficiency left. He'd find a place to practice spells first, then decide where to allocate the rest. Suppressing the urge to immediately upgrade Protego Maxima and Ignis Aperta to Level 3, Erwin began to think about where he could practice spells. The most suitable place was the Room of Requirement. Where was that again? Erwin recalled. On the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle opposite the tapestry of Barnabas the Bar. Think of what you need, then walk past that wall 3 times, and the Room of Requirement will appear. Yeah, that's right, let's go. Elwin apparat directly onto the corridor on the 8th floor. It was incredibly convenient having apparition privileges. Not having to walk anywhere was truly delightful. Elwin finally understood Dumbledore's joy. Come and go as you please. Elwin searched the corridor for the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy being clubbed by trolls. Such a distinctive tapestry. It was quite easy to find. Even for a place as bizarre as Hogwarts, there were few things so abstract. Before long, Elwin located the tapestry. Standing before the tapestry, Elwin pursed his lips. It was ugly. He wondered who had found such an ugly thing, and where. In short, Elwin didn't even know where to begin criticizing the aesthetic sense of Hogwarts, or rather of the entire wizarding world. It was truly peculiar. Elwin considered his needs, and murmured inwardly, I need a room to practice the dark arts, one that can withstand fiendfire. Then Elwin paced back and forth in front of the wall, 3 times focusing on his need. After the 3rd pass, Elwin stopped. He looked at the wall, which remained utterly unchanged. He scratched his head. Nothing. Why? Had he found the wrong place? Or was his method incorrect? Elwin tried hard to recall the details from the original books. It seemed correct. Although it had been a long time since he read the books, and many details were fuzzy, he couldn't forget a place like the Room of Requirement. Elwin stroked his chin. Could his request be too demanding? Was it beyond the room's capabilities? That must be it. Fiendfire was a curse that could burn almost anything, even Horcruxes. As magical as the room was, it probably couldn't withstand that. Also, he might have been too presumptuous. As a young wizard, asking for a room to practice dark arts was inherently wrong. This was Hogwarts. Elwin summarized his lesson and cleared his throat. Ahem, I want a room to practice spells. Then he repeated the same process. After pacing 3 times, a smooth door suddenly appeared on the wall. Elwin's eyes lit up. It worked. He then pulled open the door and walked in. The moment he entered, the wall repaired itself. No one would ever know anything had happened here. At the end of the corridor, our dear bat-like professor stepped out from the shadows, a hint of confusion on his face. How does he know about the Room of Requirement? Did Dumbledore tell him? Snape shook his head, dismissing the thought, and continued his patrol. After Elwin entered the room, he began to survey his surroundings. It was actually quite nice. There were 2 training dummies placed on the floor with benches nearby for resting. Elwin didn't understand the principle behind the Room of Requirement. It was quite magical. There were even windows on the sides. This disproved his old theory that the room was simply hidden within the walls of Hogwarts. Now it seemed more akin to platform 9 3/4, some kind of spatial folding, or perhaps a pocket dimension. Elwin thought he should study this when he had time. This was different from a muggle-repelling charm. For instance, take the noble Malfoy family. They were aristocrats of the magical world, yet their manor was located in the muggle world. They simply cast muggle-repelling charms, so it would be subconsciously ignored. However, it physically existed there. If it rained in the muggle world, it would rain on their manor despite the charms, because they occupied the same space. But platform 9 3/4 and the Room of Requirement were different. For example, when Elwin arrived at school, the muggle platform was sunny, but it was drizzling inside the magical platform. This indicated they were no longer in the same space. This technology intrigued Elwin greatly. As far as he knew, only Hogwarts currently possessed this technology. The ancient sacred 28 families didn't, and he wasn't sure about other countries. Durmstrang definitely didn't have it, but Dachau probably did. After all, every legend has a grain of truth. A nation like Dachau, with its long history and rich mythology, surely possessed hidden esoteric abilities. If Elwin could master this ability, he could create a truly safe haven. That would be worth pursuing. But that was a distant goal. Elwin was just thinking it's good to have dreams. Without a dream, what separates a man from a salted fish? Elwin stretched. It was time to get down to business. He had so many spells to practice and proficiency to gain. Elwin cast a blasting curse at the training dummy. With a loud bang, the dummy was blasted away, but it immediately returned to its original position. Elwin began his training grind. Meanwhile, in Professor Quirrell's office, Quirrell was speaking to his parasitic master with a face full of terror. Master, please no. Voldemort's weak voice hissed. How dare you defy me? Quirrell, don't forget. Your life? Professor Quirrell stammered. I know, Master. But Elwin is truly impossible. Please, Master, don't approach him. With Elwin, I felt respect again. Please, Master. Voldemort was momentarily taken aback. He had only mentioned wanting to see Elwin, and Quirrell had opposed him. This was the first time Quirrell had ever defied him since they had met. Voldemort snarled, Quirrell, do you wish to die? Professor Quirrell quickly replied, No, Master. I don't want to die, but why does it have to be Elwin? I can get you what you need. I can do everything. Just ask. Voldemort couldn't believe that the always timid Quirrell was being so defiant this time. Murderous intent surged within Voldemort, but he still needed Quirrell as his best tool. He forced down his rage. Quirrell, I don't intend to harm him. I just want to see him. You don't know what the name Cavendish means. I just want to see the descendant of an old acquaintance. Elwin's grandfather was my classmate. I just want to see him. Professor Quirrell hesitated for a moment. Are you sure it's just a meeting? Voldemort grew irritated. I merely wish to see him. You need not concern yourself with the rest. I won't harm him. I can even personally instruct him. You fail to comprehend the significance of the surname Cavendish nor the secrets that lie behind it. Professor Quirrell spoke. Then, my lord, I can summon him for you, but I beg of you, do not harm him. In him I have felt a long-lost sense of respect. Even if it stems merely from his upbringing and breeding, I am still deeply grateful to him. Voldemort was exasperated. What in the world was happening? Erwin had barely interacted with Quirrell. How had he managed to turn his loyal servant against him? How dare he contradict his words? Still, Voldemort couldn't be bothered to do Cavendish. He was finally going to see a Cavendish again. It was a pity he had learned the secret of the Cavendish family far too late. By the time he discovered it and sought out members, Erwin's parents had already left the magical world and were under protection. Even he had found no opportunity to strike. Yet unexpectedly, he had now encountered another member of the Cavendish lineage. He had witnessed the attack on Hogwarts as well. Aside from marveling at Dumbledore's power, he also learned that the current Cavendish heir was studying at the school. No wonder the name Cavendish had sounded familiar back then. He simply hadn't connected the dots at the time. It wasn't until the day of the attack that he recalled this memory long buried in the recesses of his mind. Professor Quirrell left his office and made his way to the Slytherin common room. As he arrived at the entrance, he happened upon Malfoy, who was just returning from the library with a stack of books. Indeed, young Malfoy had become quite diligent. Born into a pure-blood family and raised under the tutelage of his father, Draco held the honor of the Malfoy name in the highest regard. Erwin's words had an inspiring effect on the average young wizard, slowly planting seeds of influence in their minds. But those most profoundly affected were precisely those from pure-blood families like Malfoy. The decline of the Sacred 28 was evident, with many lineages having already faded into obscurity. These youths placed immense value on honor, making them particularly susceptible to Erwin's words. Noticing Professor Quirrell, Malfoy furrowed his brow, initially intending to avoid him. But then Erwin's words echoed in his mind. True nobility never manifests as arrogance. True nobility is rooted in a refinement that far surpasses the ordinary. It is this cultivation that forms the very foundation of their distinction. Malfoy approached Professor Quirrell. Good evening, Professor Quirrell. Is there something I can help you with? Quirrell was taken aback. How many years had it been since had heard such? Aside from Erwin, Malfoy was the only other person who had spoken to him with such respect. A slight sheen of moisture appeared in Quirrell. Regret washed over him once more. He should never have aligned himself with Voldemort. Noticing that Professor Quirrell had not responded, Malfoy looked at him with concern. Professor, are you alright? Quirrell quickly snapped back to reality. I'm fine, thank you. I was hoping to see Erwin. Is he in a? Malfoy replied. I'm not sure. The prefect might be resting. I can go and fetch him for you if you'd like to wait inside. Quirrell waved his hand. No, that won't be necessary. Just inform him that I need to speak with him. He'll be waiting in my office. If he's not here, please tell him when he returns. Malfoy nodded. Of course, Professor. Take care. Quirrell turned and left. Malfoy then entered the common room with his two companions. Did you notice? Professor Quirrell didn't stutter at all just now. Crabbe said. Malfoy paused, a look of surprise on his face. Now that you mention it, you're right. Alright, I'm going to find the prefect. You two go ahead and study. The two henchmen nodded. They were hardly academic stars, but under Erwin's stringent regime these Slytherins had transformed into relentless overachievers. They began to study as well, and to their surprise they found genuine enjoyment in it. Their grades improved by leaps and bounds. In fact, Crabbe and Goyle weren't lacking in natural talent. Their appearance might give off a simple-minded impression, but they actually possessed a fair amount of cunning. Take the Battle of Hogwarts, for instance. When the Golden Trio went to the Room of Requirement to destroy the last Horcrux Ravenclaw's diadem, they ran into Malfoy and his gang. The ensuing skirmish was surprisingly even. Harry Potter was practically carried by Dumbledore's machinations. Hermione was a true scholar. Ron. Well, let's just move on. Yet despite this, the two trios fought to a near standstill. In the end, it was Crabbe who unleashed the Fiend Fire, setting the entire room of requirement ablaze. Fiend Fire isn't a spell one just masters casually. So in hindsight, these two lackeys, despite their simple facade, were quite formidable. In this context, Malfoy's trio had subtly emerged as the leading first years in Slytherin, second only to Erwin himself. Even Erwin was taken aback by their progress. Before long, Malfoy descended from the dormitories. Goyle asked, "So, Mr. Malfoy, did you inform the prefect?" Malfoy shook his head. "He's not in. He must have gone out while we were at the library. They'll let him know when he gets back." Crabbe and Goyle nodded in understanding and asked no further questions. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Erwin remained blissfully unaware that Voldemort had set his sights on him. His wand was whipping through the air, sending curses flying. To maximize efficiency, Erwin had added 2 more iron golems, allowing him to practice 4 spells simultaneously. This saved him the time needed to repair a single golem between sessions. The only downside was the growing ache in his arm. Waving a wand was surprisingly tiring. Moreover, the magical energy within Erwin was nearly depleted, forcing him to tap into his backup reserves. Time slipped by minute by minute. Erwin lost track of how long he had been practicing until a crisp chime echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, your Punyo Jinx has reached level 3. Erwin slumped into a chair, rubbing his sore arm and assessing the magic within him. He had practically exhausted his mana reserve. At this point, he couldn't even conjure a simple apparition. Of course, the gains were substantial. Besides the 2 top-tier spells from the Grindelwald gift pack, all his other spells had now reached level 3 or higher. Erwin opened his interface. He had 2100 proficiency points left in his magical skills. Without a moment's hesitation, he allocated them directly to Fire Shield and Fire God's Path. 100 points remained. Just as Erwin was about to close his personal interface, a glimpse from the corner of his eye caught the proficiency counter next to the disarming charm. 9900100000. What a coincidence. Erwin promptly added the remaining 100 points. This marked the emergence of his third 4th-tier spell following the Imperius Curse and the Cruciatus Curse. This disarming charm was purely self-cultivated by Erwin. Since arriving at Hogwarts, he had used this spell far too many times. Although Erwin's talent for ordinary spells was merely 6, diligence could compensate for lack of skill. Through countless uses, he had accumulated a considerable amount of proficiency. Still, his talent was a bit low. Looking at the attributes on his interface that hadn't reached 10, Erwin found them increasingly hard to ignore. He resolved to boost them significantly with the Christmas holiday draw. Otherwise, given the current dedication of those little snakes, Erwin feared he might not keep up with them. He closed his personal interface. A sliver of magical energy had recovered within him. Erwin stood up, intending to head back and rest. As he reached the door, he paused. An idea struck him. It was known that Fiend Fire required a combustible material to keep burning. So iron sheets shouldn't count as fuel, right? A little test shouldn't hurt, should it? He was simply too curious. His magical reserves were still low. It was either operating back to the dormitory or casting a small Fiend Fire for the experience. Erwin figured that a young man could walk a few steps. A life thrives on movement after all. Erwin quickly rationalized it. He decided he would use Fire God's Path just once for the thrill. Though his current magic couldn't possibly match Grindelwald's scale, a small one for fun should be fine. With that thought, Erwin strolled back to a spot near the iron figure. He cleared his throat, then gently waved his wand. Fire God's Path. A modification is made here. Normally, Fire God's Path is a flame-controlling spell. In the original works, Dumbledore first used a summoning charm to conjure fire before the iconic Fire God's Path seen in the Half-Blood Prince. Here it's altered to be system-generated, inherently releasing Fiend Fire. Whenever Fire God's Path is cast, Fiend Fire is unleashed. It's all about directness, though it also comes with flame control capabilities. The next moment, a bird formed of purple flames flew out from Erwin's wand, darting towards the iron figure before him. The instant the purple bird struck the iron figure, the metal began to dissolve rapidly. Erwin barely had time to revel in the joy of his first Fire God's Path. Just then, as the iron melted away, its interior was exposed. Erwin's expression shifted instantly. Damn, cutting corners. It's wood on the inside. The moment the purple flames touched the wood nourished by the new fuel, they blazed up fiercely. In just a few moments, the iron figure was burned to nothing. Then the flames fell to the floor, and the wooden planks caught fire instantly. Erwin muttered to himself, I think I've messed up big time. Once he realized this, Erwin hurriedly tried to find a remedy. How did one extinguish Fiend Fire? Finite incantatum. No, that wouldn't work on Fiend Fire. And even if it could, he hadn't learned it. Fiend Fire's Bane. Yes, that's right, Fiend Fire's Bane. Damn. He didn't know that one either. Watching the flames grow larger, Erwin grew anxious. What was he to do? If he left it unchecked, this Fiend Fire might burn down all of Hogwarts. After a moment's thought, Erwin snapped his fingers. Got it. He turned and bolted, throwing open the door of the room of requirement. Erwin dashed into the corridor and shouted, Professor Snape, save me. The next moment, as his voice echoed, a dark figure appeared before Erwin. Seeing that familiar black-robed silhouette, he breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, within 3 steps there was always their dear Professor Snape. The moment Snape landed, he drew his wand, scanning his surroundings warily. What's going on? Elwin pointed towards the still open door of the room of requirement behind him. Snape turned to look, his eyes widening instantly. Inside the room of requirement, the purple flames nourished by the wooden floor had grown into a formidable blaze. At a glance it looked like a sea of purple. Snape thrust his wand forward, and a jet of water surged from its tip. However, the water was instantly vaporized into steam. Snape's expression turned grim. Fiendfire. Elwin scratched his head awkwardly. It's kind of pretty, isn't it? Snape genuinely wanted to hang Elwin up and thrash him. He flashed into the room of requirement. The next moment, he pressed his wand directly to the floor. Fiendfire's Bane. As the incantation was spoken, a golden barrier of light abruptly materialized. It swept over the Fiendfire. Where the barrier passed, the flames on the ground gradually subsided. Before long, the purple fire was completely extinguished. Elwin sighed in relief. Good it was out. Otherwise he would have been in enormous trouble today. He began to tiptoe away. Mr. Cavendish, where do you think you're going? Elwin's body froze. Oh no, this is bad. The aura of death was upon him. Snape had used his surname. That showed just how furious he was. Elwin turned around with a grimace. It's getting late. I was just heading off to bed, dear Professor Snape. Snape's face betrayed no emotion, but his eyes seemed to blaze with searing fire. Cavendish, are you truly seeking death? Is Fiendfire a spell you can possibly handle? How dare you use Fiendfire? If I hadn't been here today, do you know what the consequences would have been? Fiendfire would have engulfed all of Hogwarts. Not just you, but every other young wizard would have died. Even if you escaped the flames, Azkaban would await you. How dare you use Fiendfire within Hogwarts? Snape's voice had grown shrill. It was Elwin's first time seeing Snape like this. He knew Snape was genuinely enraged. Elwin lowered his head. I'm sorry, Professor. Snape took a deep breath to suppress his anger. I don't want a repeat of this. Elwin, you were too reckless. You are a Slytherin, not a Gryffindor. Elwin nodded hastily. I won't, I swear. You have my word, Professor. Snape let out a cold snort, turned and left. Elwin breathed a sigh of relief. Crisis averted. An angry Snape was terrifying. Clearly, when he bullied Harry Potter daily, he wasn't truly furious. This was what real anger looked like. Still, Elwin knew he had been reckless this time. It was just that Fire God's path was too tempting. He simply couldn't resist. Having used it once, Erwin felt a significant burden lifted from his mind. At least his curiosity was satisfied. Still, he had to admit the purple flames were genuinely impressive. Erwin felt his spellcasting was veering off course. Everything was purple. The killing curse was purple, and Fiendfire was purple too. As everyone knew in the tropes of every novel, those who could wield the same attack in a different color were always the cream of the crop. Indeed, Erwin Cavendish was a true protagonist. What a thrill. Whistling a tune, Erwin strolled back to the Slytherin common room. His magical reserves were now practically depleted. There wasn't a drop left. Erwin needed to sleep to recover his magic. It seemed the wizarding world had no real method for restoring magical energy. Potions and sleep, that was it. No wonder wizards were so backward. They couldn't even meditate. In novels, mages could meditate to restore their mana. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, it was already past 10 in the evening. Erwin's magical energy had only recovered to about 1/10 of its full capacity. This feeling of emptiness left Erwin feeling insecure. He input the password and the door to the common room swung open. Erwin stepped inside. By the fireplace, a few young wizards were huddled together, books in hand, discussing their studies. Erwin felt a sense of satisfaction. Now this was the hope of Slytherin. Truly, they were good kids. If one day Slytherin could be as studious as Ravenclaw combined with their inherent bloodline traits, Erwin believed the day Slytherin became the strongest house would arrive. The young wizards noticed Erwin's return and quickly stood up. Prefect. Erwin nodded. Good. Keep up this momentum and Slytherin's future will be glorious because of you. Hearing this, the young wizards felt even more. They wished they could just cram the books into their heads. Malfoy approached Erwin. Prefect. Professor Quirrell came looking for you, but you weren't here. He said to meet him in his office. Erwin's expression stiffened. Quirrell. Mr. Socket. What the hell? Why was this guy targeting him? Erwin didn't think Quirrell wanted to see him of his own accord. If Quirrell was sent, it must have been on the orders of the Socket spirit. Malfoy noticed Erwin's expression. What's wrong, Prefect? Is something the matter? Erwin shook his head. It's nothing. Keep studying. He'll go tidy up. Malfoy nodded, not asking further. Erwin headed to his dormitory. Sitting in his chair, Erwin frowned. What did the Socket spirit want with him? He preferred to keep his distance from that entity. After all, dealing with him was no easy task. Although he lost to Dumbledore and seemed incompetent in the books, that was all due to Dumbledore's schemes and plot requirements. If Voldemort were truly worthless, why would Dumbledore with all his power bother to scheme against him? Partly because of the Horcruxes, Dumbledore couldn't kill Voldemort without destroying them all. But it was also a sign of caution, a recognition of Voldemort's power. Especially after witnessing Dumbledore's strength, Erwin's wariness of these old masters was at an all-time high. That battle between Dumbledore and those cloaked figures had been truly awe-inspiring. The flames that nearly painted the entire were simply unbelievable. And how strong was a Voldemort who could go toe-a-toe with Dumbledore at his peak? Erwin involuntarily shuddered. A terrifying socket spirit. Erwin contacted the system in his mind. System. What level is the socket spirit's magical power? Ding. Peak Voldemort has magical power above level 6 and below level 7. Erwin scratched his head. Do you hear yourself? Between 6 and 7. That's 6. 5. Ding. Host, that's not inaccurate. At his peak, Voldemort's magic was indeed above level 6, but it didn't reach level 7. Erwin asked, then if we were to quantify his actual combat prowess, what level would Voldemort be? Ding. According to system data factoring in all variables, Voldemort's combat power would reach level 8. Dumbledore and Grindelwald at his peak are also at this level. Erwin frowned. That doesn't seem right. Is Voldemort really that strong? Ding. The system is simulating Voldemort's peak state, optimal age, peak strength, and no Horcruxes. Erwin understood. The dear Mr. Socket had weakened himself by creating Horcruxes. Tisk tisk, what a fool. Erwin asked, what about me? Ding. Simulating the host's current age and mastered spells without considering firearms, your combat power is around level 5. Note this is assuming the host is going all out. Erwin pondered for a moment. If that's the case, then a Voldemort reduced to just a face shouldn't be much stronger than me, right? Can't you figure it out yourself? If I tell you everything, where's the fun for you? A little help isn't cheating. If you use too much, it's no fun. Erwin pursed his lips. Stingy system. This system wasn't very good after all. The system was beyond exasperated. What would be good then? Should I just make you a god? Erwin considered whether to meet the socket spirit. He didn't know what the spirit wanted. Especially now with Dumbledore away. Who knew if Voldemort had malicious intentions? But honestly, Erwin was intensely curious. After thinking it over, Erwin decided to go see Voldemort. If he couldn't even face a Voldemort weakened to the brink, how could he face the unknown enemies ahead? Erwin snapped his fingers. Decision made. With apparition at his disposal, he could retreat safely. So meeting the socket spirit wasn't entirely out of the question. Still, preparations were necessary. Erwin flicked his wrist. In the next moment, a series of deadly weapons appeared on the table. Erwin checked the safety on every weapon, then loaded each magazine. Finally, his gaze settled on the last item on the table, a rocket-propelled grenade, or RPG. Erwin picked up the launcher and loaded a rocket. He disengaged the safety, ensuring it was ready to fire. After completing all this, Erwin felt an overwhelming sense of security. With these toys and apparition, he felt far more confident. Sensing the magic within him, about 3 had recovered. That was enough for 4 or 5 more apparitions. Erwin deemed, with that settled, it was time to meet our dear socket. Erwin adjusted his self-altering robe, which would reduce the power of offensive curses by 30% during our encounter. This time the advantage was his. Erwin didn't apparate directly. The time spent traveling would allow him to recover more magic. As for why he didn't wait until his magic was fully restored before meeting the socket imp, there simply wasn't enough time. Not until he knew Voldemort's intentions. Erwin also didn't want to act out of the ordinary. After all, under normal circumstances, a student should report to a professor immediately when summoned. Before long, Erwin arrived at Professor Quirrell's office door. With a flick of his wrist, his wand appeared in his hand. Then he concealed his wand beneath his robes. Only after that did he knock. Professor Quirrell, it's Erwin. Soon the office door swung open. Professor Quirrell himself came to open it. Upon seeing Erwin, his eyes held undisguised. Oh, and you're here. Erwin nodded, but quickly realized something. Wait, why wasn't Quirrell stuttering? Professor Quirrell, your speech. Quirrell replied, I don't know what happened, but I suddenly stopped stuttering. Erwin smiled. Then congratulations, Professor Quirrell. Quirrell nodded. Thank you, Erwin. Do come in and sit down. Erwin nodded and walked into the office. Quirrell closed the door. Erwin asked, Professor Quirrell, what did you need me for? Quirrell hesitated about to speak, but from the back of his head, Voldemort suddenly spoke. Enough. Let me handle this. I believe our Mr. Cavendish already knows I exist. Quirrell nodded, then looked at Erwin. Oh, and don't be afraid. Someone wants to meet you. Don't worry, they mean you no harm. Erwin nodded, his face betraying no feigned surprise. From Voldemort's words, he knew he had been seen through. This was exactly why Erwin disliked dealing with such individuals. His own cunning was no match for these beings who had lived for so long. Quirrell unwound the turban wrapped around his head. Then he turned around. A somewhat grotesque face slowly emerged. Erwin couldn't help but furrow his brow. Voldemort said, ugly, isn't it? Alas, I didn't choose this. Erwin said, to be honest, it's a bit rude to say, but yes, it is rather unsightly. Voldemort chuckled. You're honest. I'm curious, how did you know of my existence? Erwin tightened his grip on his wand. Everyone has their secrets, don't they? Voldemort said, indeed. That's true. You are very much like Pearson. Erwin was taken aback. Pearson Cavendish was his grandfather's name. Erwin asked, so you knew my grandfather? Voldemort said, knew him. We were quite close. I too once undertook the prefect challenge back in the day. And at that time the hidden prefect for the 4th year was your grandfather. I was defeated by him. It was my first defeat. I still can't forget the terrifyingly masterful spells your grandfather wielded back then. Hearing this, Erwin grew even more wary. Damn it, this socket wasn't planning to take revenge on the grandson for the grandfather's deeds, was he? That would be truly unsportsmanlike. Voldemort said, no need to be tense. If you grip any harder you might snap the wand hidden under your robes. Erwin was shocked. Did this guy have X-ray vision? Was he that impressive? Don't be surprised. As you said, everyone has their secrets. I have mine too. I mean you no harm. Hearing this, Erwin's guard went up even higher instead of lowering. As everyone knows, there's a rule in this world. When someone says they mean you no harm, that's often when their ill intent is greatest. It's like those people online in his past life who claimed to teach you how to make money, but in reality, they just wanted to make money off you. Erwin asked, "So sir, what is it you wanted to see me about today?" Voldemort said, "Nothing much, just wanted to see the descendant of an old acquaintance. I was actually quite close with your grandfather back then. Unfortunately, he left the magical world later on. What a pity. Your grandfather was a true genius. It's a shame he left the magical world. Otherwise he would have been a great figure." Erwin nodded slightly. "Thank you for the kind words, sir. I'm sure my grandfather would be pleased to hear them." Erwin had no idea what Voldemort's true goal was. But since this guy wanted to chat, Erwin would chat. It wasn't like he was sleepy. Talking was easy. If he wanted to chat, they'd chat. If Voldemort wasn't in a hurry, Erwin certainly wasn't. In his current state, how much power did Voldemort have to waste on this blabbering? Sooner or later, he'd get to the point. Voldemort sighed. "Erwin, you are in grave danger right now. Pearson was my dear friend, and I wish to protect you. But as you can see, I am unable to do so. Therefore, you must be careful in the future." Erwin was stunned. Voldemort. Something was off. 12 out of 10 off. A Voldemort who had separated his Horcruxes couldn't possibly care about anyone else. His mind was clearly warped. Erwin thought for a moment, deciding to play along with Voldemort's narrative. "That is truly unfortunate. Sir, you know I've always admired you. However, I believe Hogwarts should still be safe for now." Voldemort said, "No, Erwin, you don't understand. You have no idea how terrifying the enemy you face is. Hogwarts won't protect you for long." Erwin's face was full of feigned panic. "What should I do then? Sir, I don't want to die." Voldemort said, "Child, you need to become stronger." Erwin said, "But I don't know how. You know I've been trying my best." Voldemort shook his head. "It's not enough. To face them, you must learn far more powerful spells. What the school teaches you is insufficient." Erwin understood now. He thought he knew what the socket was getting at. This socket seemed to be trying to recruit him.